He had only made a guess about this. Thinking of the past, Lang Yilan's spirit lacked a desolate beast and wanted Fan Yuan to grab a living one, using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fan Yuan. Back then, when they had been discussing, Fan Yuan had asked about Familiar Face, and Lang Yilan's spirit's original words were, "Familiar Face? You are really daring! That is an immortal killer move. The core goo is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face. It can be said to be the former version of it. This is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use." Lan's spirits were simple and would not tell lies. Lang Yilan's spirit had not said that he did not have Familiar Face. He had only said that even if he gave it to Fan Yuan would not be able to use it. But Fan Yuan now already had attitude goo with him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals with his rank 6 cultivation in his time. Fan Yuan should also be able to do it. Looking back over that time, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought out my main body to refine space escape goo. My main body also had been interested and worked an entire 21 years with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This duration was according to the time of the 5 regions. When calculated with Lang Grotto Heaven's time, it would be even longer. Lang Yilan's spirit recalled those eventful years with a nostalgic expression. He paused for a moment, before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable made many attempts, but they all failed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's accumulated savings were spent, and even my main body's treasury was used. My main body naturally would not accept making a loss. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to bring out his resources to buy immortal materials from my main body. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face and Familiar Face, this set of killer moves was one of them. So it was like that. Fan Yuan nodded, engraving this information in his mind. Lang Yibless land indeed had deep foundations, actually having Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's possessions. A person's wealth is their own ruin, no wonder Shadow Sect targeted them, and even Heavenly Court also attacked. Fan Yuan had also been eyeing this land of treasures, but his strength was simply not enough, and rashly attacking would only cause trouble for himself. Brat, what do you want Familiar Face for? Did you experience the benefits of Unfamiliar Face? My things are all of top quality. But Unfamiliar Face is only a mortal killer move, it indeed is not suitable for your current cultivation. Lang Yilan's spirit laughed. Fan Yuan spoke frankly. I want to exchange a rank 8 immortal material for Familiar Face. Lang Yilan's spirit had still been laughing, but the next moment his laughter turned into anger. Brat, you really think I am stupid? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Keep on dreaming. Fan Yuan did not mind it, and asked with a warm attitude. Then what's your price? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fan Yuan's turn to change his expression. Impossible. How could I have so many in my hands? Do you really think I picked them up? He cried out in seeming seriousness, lying brazenly. Lang Yilan's spirit was in the dark. He sheepishly smiled. Then 8? Fan Yuan's eyes were wide open as he shouted. 8? You are robbing me. Back then, you told me yourself that Familiar Face's core immortal goo is attitude goo. Without attitude goo, Familiar Face simply cannot be used. I am only trying to use it as reference, to make my own deductions and create an immortal killer move suitable for myself. You think I will use 8 whole immortal materials in exchange for merely Familiar Face? Fan Yuan's saliva flew out as he shouted, landing on Lang Yilan's spirit's face. Lang Yilan's spirit looked embarrassed, retreating a few steps. He had been tricked many times by Fan Yuan, and had learned to bargain. But clearly, his experience was still not enough, and he was stumped by a few words from Fan Yuan. In the end, Lang Yilan's spirit's existence was only an obsession formed by heavenly power. They were extremely simple. Lang Yilan's spirit being able to reach this stage was already extraordinary. Fan Yuan continued to lower the price loudly with ragged breathing. According to him, Familiar Face had already been degraded in value to being of no worth whatsoever, while the rank 8 immortal material's rarity and value were emphasized and enhanced countless times. Lang Yilan's spirit was unable to hold his own, and kept taking steps back in defeat. In Fan Yuan's previous life of 500 years, he had worked as a merchant. He ran a merchant caravan and built stores, earning a huge fortune, but in the end it was destroyed in just one day, breaking his habitual thought processes from earth, and he comprehended the logic that this world was different from Earth. It was a world where the fist was strongest. Fan Yuan finally reduced the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If he tried to reduce it any further, Langya Land's spirit would not sell Familiar Face. Land spirits were simple but stubborn. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature move was indeed worth this much at the minimum. Langya Land's spirit would not make a loss, he had calculated internally. At most he could say he had sold it at base price. Fan Yuan knew he could not change the outcome, immediately paying 5 immortal materials and getting possession of Familiar Face. Success. The joy Fan Yuan felt was hard to describe. Although he could use the light of wisdom, it would be extremely difficult to deduce Familiar Face. His wisdom path attainment was Grandmaster level, but his transformation path attainment was merely at Master level. And the Familiar series were transformation path killer moves. Even if I could deduce it, it won't be the same. But now what I have is the original Familiar Face, which contains its full contents without any flaws. Fan Yuan had no mood to keep staying, and left immediately. He returned to Wu Immortal Blessed Land, and started to carefully study the Immortal Killer move. There was only one core of Familiar Face, that was the rank 8 Attitude Gu. This move fully utilized the might of Attitude Gu. One could say Attitude Gu was the essence of this move, and without it, no matter which other Immortal Gu was added, it would be hard to display the profound capability of Familiar Face. Besides Attitude Gu, Familiar Face had over 20 supplementary Gu. Among them were 2 Immortal Gu, including Change Form Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had failed in refining Change Form, while he did not even have the Immortal Gu recipe of the second Immortal Gu. This was the only blemish in this otherwise perfect matter. It seems that in the past, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was at rank 6, he possessed these 2 supplementary Immortal Gu. Shortly afterwards, Fan Yuan entered the underground cavern and used the light of wisdom, continuously consuming large amounts of star thoughts as he began modifying the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. Several days later, he succeeded. The 2 supplementary Immortal Gu were removed, about 1,000 Mortal Gu were added in, barely replacing the effect of the 2 Immortal Gu. With this, the activation of Fan Yuan's modified Familiar Face was over 10 times slower and more complicated. The original Familiar Face only had over 20 Gu worms, even including Attitude Gu, it did not reach 30. The fewer the Gu worms, the simpler and faster the process of activation. After Fan Yuan's modification, the number of Gu worms was over 1,000, their activation naturally was not as fast and convenient as the original. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Fan Yuan tried activating the modified Familiar Face. The result of the test made him quite satisfied. The modified Familiar Face could show 60% of the original's capability. The 2 supplementary Immortal Gu had been replaced with 1,000 Mortal Gu. Being able to reach this point was already extremely exceptional. It was just that the activation was very slow, and required about an hour. This was not of much importance, after all, Familiar Face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined Change Form Immortal Gu and used it as the core to form the modified vaguely Familiar Face. Now I have this modified Familiar Face where the effect is over 100 times better. I can completely deceive rank 7 Gu Immortals, while the specific situation needs to be assessed for rank 8 Gu Immortals. Fan Yuan inwardly calculated. The killer move Familiar Face was exquisite beyond compare, especially the Attitude Gu at its core, causing Fan Yuan's transformation to not be a transformation of surface appearance, but directly affecting others' minds. Even if Fan Yuan transformed into a stranger, if the enemy was affected by this move, they would feel Fan Yuan was a long-lost friend, or have a warm impression, or feel intense familiarity. After gaining Familiar Face, Fan Yuan spent some time to practice every day. Although Attitude Gu was at rank 8, its requirements for activation were very low, only using up mental energy, not using up any immortal essence. Thus, Fan Yuan's practice did not cost much. As he became more accustomed, the time taken to activate Familiar Face reduced to half of the original 1 hour. The preparations are done. Now I will have to wait for Tai Bai Yunxing's tribulation. Fan Yuan settled down, staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and occasionally traveling back and forth from that small village which had the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. He continuously refined Dream Path Mortal Gu, and used these Gu to pick up large numbers of Spring Dream fruits. As time passed, his injuries gradually turned better, and finally it was the day of Tai Bai Yunxing's tribulation. Chapter 977. Slavery Immortal Gu. In a green heaven fragment world within Western Desert. The sky was green, the wind that would not stop in all 4 seasons was blowing gently. A pure white and vast city was stably floating in the air, letting out faint golden radiance. At present, humans were the rulers of the world. The variant human races, who once were dominant, were already hiding in corners of the world, surviving with difficulty. And this green heaven fragment world was the paradise for a group of one of the races of variant humans, the Feathermen. Immortal Goo House Sacred Feather City was the strongest headquarters of these Featherman descendants. Right now, rainbow flags were hanging in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts could be heard everywhere. All the Feathermen were calling the same name. Yu Fei! Yu Fei! Yu Fei! The Featherman King had passed away. According to their customs, it was time to select the new Featherman King through battles. And just a while ago, the battle had concluded. The most popular candidate, the Featherman Prince Dan Yu, had actually lost. While the ordinary citizen, the black-haired youngster Yu Fei, had obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life's dream. I have become the Featherman King. Yu Fei was severely injured, but it did not bother him, as he raised his head and laughed heartily. He stretched his arms as well as his wings, enjoying everyone's cheers. He grinned from ear to ear, and his mouth was opened wide, revealing his gums. This new Featherman King is quite unique. He is quite different from the other kings. He is an interesting fellow. It seems that he has quite the ambition. He wants to expand the territory of us Feathermen. But after he becomes the Featherman King, he should become more mature. Behind the scenes, 3 Featherman Goo Immortals were communicating with each other, wearing smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, a powerful attack suddenly hit this peaceful city. Boom! The enormous explosion shook the entirety of Sacred Feather City. Painful, painful, painful. Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his balance and crashed onto the ground, rolling around in the process. Quickly look, this is? The Feathermen at the front saw something amiss. They pointed at the sky and stammered in fear. They could not speak. Immediately after, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find out that above them, in the green sky, there was a huge crack. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Goo Immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They were startled to awareness as they flew towards the sky. They appeared to face the invading enemies while shouting to their Featherman citizens. Be careful, there is a strong enemy attacking. Quick, sound the alarms, defend our homeland. Goo Masters assemble, go to the formation cores and activate the defenses of Sacred Feather City. The entire city was in chaos, fear was spreading. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for too long. They had no competition with the outside world. It was like life inside a utopia. This caused their defenses to be very lax, and with the crowning of a new king, the non-militarized Feathermen could not respond properly. The enemy had come in with such momentum. The 3 Featherman Goo Immortals were grim-faced, but they held a hope as they tried to negotiate peacefully. But the command from the enemy's leader, White Sea Shadow, destroyed the 3 Featherman Goo Immortals' hopes. This old Goo Immortal's eyes were extremely apathetic, as he commanded. Attack! The 3 Featherman Goo Immortals were no match for them, and could only retreat to the Immortal Goo House Sacred Feather City and defend. Sacred Feather City was besieged from all directions by the Western Desert's Immortals. Battlefield killer moves followed one after the other, as they covered the whole area. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves impacted the Immortal Goo House, creating grand fireworks. White Sea Chateau had clearly come prepared, as his methods immobilized Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City seemed like it had sunk into a mire. It would be difficult for it to get free in a short period of time. The Feathermen had lived in peace for a very long time, and now they were suddenly thrusted into a life-and-death battle. They were not able to cope in time. The 3 Immortals were also the same, thus losing the best chance to escape. 2 days later. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot out and struck a section of the wall of Sacred Feather City. The city wall immediately crumbled, and shortly dispersed into countless goo worm fragments. None of the Featherman Goo Masters defending the city wall were able to escape. Their dead bodies covered the ground. Dust clouds rose. From within, a slight trace of green light suddenly flashed. Damn it! The battle had already lasted for 2 days and 2 days. The Featherman Goo Immortal Zhou Zhong's eyes were bloodshot. He saw the destroyed city wall. Their defense had a flaw now, thus he immediately flew to guard it. Immortal goo houses were essentially formed from countless goo worms. This destroyed city wall meant all the goo worms in it had died, and it was like a hole had been opened in the immortal goo house. This was like a boat with holes, its defense had reduced by a large extent. If the enemies pierced through it and took the chance to enlarge this hole, the whole immortal goo house could be destroyed in the end. Right now, although the hole was small, it absolutely could not be ignored and allowed to be enlarged. Zhou Zhong quickly hurried to block the hole, buying crucial time for the immortal goo house's self-recovery. However, just when Zhou Zhong had arrived, he heard a sinister laugh. Hee, you have fallen into the trap. Suddenly, two figures appeared at his sides, flanking him in the middle. The portion of the sacred feather city that had collapsed had already formed a gap which allowed the two goo immortals to enter. Scoundrels! Zhou Zhong was extremely furious and panicked, as he counterattacked. But he had lost the initiative, and after several rounds, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. Bind! From outside the city, a Western Desert Goo immortal got close and suddenly activated his immortal killer move. Instantly, Zhou Zhong could not budge an inch, like he was bound all over. The two goo immortals beside him laughed sinisterly, as they struck Zhou Zhong's chest. Zhou Zhong spat out huge amounts of blood and was sent flying back like a cannon, crashing through countless constructions on the way before finally laying down motionless on a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly as he struggled with all his strength. However, the killer move's effect was still there, making him unable to move. Those two goo immortals came rushing over. Zhou Zhong could not help but feel despair. Zhou Zhong, hold on, I am coming! At the crucial moment, a stalwart figure stood in front of Zhou Zhong. The strongest expert in the Featherman City, First Supreme Elder. Even by collaborating, the two Western Desert Goo immortals were unable to match the First Supreme Elder's strength. This Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, as he attacked in anger, his might burst out. It was overwhelming. The two Western Desert's Goo immortals were unable to attack back, and were soon injured heavily. They quickly retreated back to the hole. The final Featherman Goo immortal, Jingling, was controlling the immortal goo house to quickly repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% restored and was getting increasingly smaller. The two Western Desert Goo immortals hurried to the hole in the immortal goo house, but were unable to escape. They would have to stay and enlarge the hole slightly. However, at this critical juncture, every second was extremely important. The Western Desert Goo immortals simply did not have the time to attack the hole. Zhongling, great work! The Featherman First Supreme Elder was joyous. Right now, the immortal goo house was continuously being repaired, and the situation had already become such that the enemies were trapped inside, waiting to be attacked. Once they killed these two Western Desert Goo immortals, the Featherman tribe's morale would surely be uplifted greatly. The enemies would be shaken and no one would dare to rashly charge into the immortal goo house anymore. But right as the Featherman First Supreme Elder was about to kill the two Western Desert Goo immortals, a shocking change occurred. The two Western Desert Goo immortals no longer had panicked expressions, instead replaced by a smile, as if they had a plot which succeeded. At the same time, four Western Desert Goo immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is you. You will die. The leading Goo immortal was actually White Sea Shatuo. At this moment, his aura erupted and surged, and overwhelming might burst out, revealing rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder paled in fear. The moment of carelessness had sent him into a dangerous situation. Damn it! The rank 7 Featherman Goo immortal Xingling, who was controlling the immortal goo house, was extremely anxious, activating the immortal goo house quickly. Both sides were focused in this peripheral area of the immortal goo house, this crucial battlefield. Old ancestor, are you alright? Yu Fei shouted as he moved towards the Featherman Goo immortal Zhou Zhong, who was lying on the ground motionlessly. Zhou Zhong was struck by the immortal killer move and its effect had yet to dissipate, thus he was still unable to move from the rubble. The newly crowned Featherman King. Zhou Zhong sighed as he looked at Yu Fei. He transmitted his voice. Leave quickly, the battle here is not something you can participate in. But Yu Fei ignored it, flying towards Zhou Zhong's side and activating Mortal Goo. Old ancestor, I will save you. Zhou Zhong appreciated Yu Fei's bravery, feeling moved, but also helplessness. There were countless injuries on his body, all inflicted by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. How could they be healed by ordinary Mortal Goo? Huh! But the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded out, as he stared at Yu Fei. You are not Yu Fei, you. Zhou Zhong tried to cry out furiously, wanting to resist, but he could not budge. Before he could even alarm others, Fan Yuan had sealed his voice. The moment when there was a gap in the immortal Gu house, Fan Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to travel here from northern plains. The immortal Gu house's control near the hole had fallen to almost nil. Fan Yuan was thus not detected by anyone. He then waited for a chance, and taking advantage of when the two sides were in an intense battle, with their attention focused on the key battlefield, he immediately made a move, disguising himself as Yu Fei, and was able to smoothly approach Zhou Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating Slavery Immortal Gu. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely, his resistance kept on increasing. But after a while, all his resistance suddenly disappeared, as he was turned into Fan Yuan's slave. In an instant he turned to Fan Yuan's side. I finally succeeded. Fan Yuan was completely exhausted. Shortly after, he gave a command to Zhou Zhong. Go replace Xingling to take control of the entirety of Sacred Feather City. Yes, master. Zhou Zhong moved his heavily injured body, flying towards the center of Sacred Feather City. Elder Xingling, go reinforce First Supreme Elder. I will control the immortal Gu house. Zhou Zhong called out. Xingling was joyous. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was already extremely bad. Although he was controlling the immortal Gu house, the entirety of Sacred Feather City was already immobilized by the enemy. As such, it was not able to display its true power. Instead of using Sacred Feather City's power, it was better for him to go in person to reinforce the First Supreme Elder. Are your injuries okay? Xingling was about to move, but hesitated. Quickly go! At this point, even if I die, I will guard the immortal Gu house. Zhou Zhong shouted, his whole body bathed in blood. All right, I am leaving. Hang in there. Xingling nodded, and turned into a bolt of lightning as he left. Chapter 978. Subduing the Feather Men. Bam bam bam! Continuous explosions resounded like thunder. Every explosion shook the whole of Sacred Feather City. Fan Yuan was standing within ruins, hiding inside the rolling dust and dirt as the entirety of Sacred Feather City shook. Enslaving a Gu immortal is indeed countless times more difficult than enslaving beast groups. Fan Yuan felt the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other life forms created a burden on the Gu master. Back in Northern Plains, during the contest for the Imperial Court, Fan Yuan had commanded tens of thousands of beasts, but it was not that he had enslaved all of them. Rather, through enslaving myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and 100 beast kings, he had been indirectly controlling the whole beast army. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fan Yuan was able to enslave a lot of them. However, Zhou Zhong was completely different. Zhou Zhong had deep wisdom and intelligence. Although enslaving him did not fail, it created an extremely huge burden on Fan Yuan's soul. After all, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal. Rank 6 slavery immortal Gu could only enslave a rank 6 Gu immortal. It is also because Zhou Zhong is a feather man and not a human. His intelligence is inferior just by a bit. If I were to enslave a human Gu immortal, I might have failed. I had cultivated soul path previously and have some foundation in regards to my soul. But this is only at the limits of mortal levels, and my foundation in it as a Gu immortal is quite shallow. By enslaving Zhou Zhong, my soul has become heavily burdened. If my soul was like an energetic youth before, now I have turned into an old man with a heavy load on my back. With such a sharp reduction in strength, it would be good if I can display 20% of my ability. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. All the paths of Gu were broad and profound. So too was enslavement path. At Gu immortal level, there were extraordinary abilities that laymen could not grasp. Simply put, Fan Yuan was a layman in enslavement path. He did not know of any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he had, then in combination with slavery immortal Gu, his current situation might have been much better. He was only able to use the slavery immortal Gu superficially. But with his previous lives' experiences, along with the help of the light of wisdom to deduce the plans, he was able to achieve a huge success. Master, I have received control over Sacred Feather City. Xingling has already moved towards the battle to support the First Supreme Elder. Zhou Zhong's voice suddenly resounded in Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan excitedly licked his lips, clenching his fists subconsciously. He sent a command. First, kill the real Yu Fei. He now had Yu Fei's appearance. The real Yu Fei was his greatest flaw. Shortly afterwards, Zhou Zhong's voice arrived again. Yu Fei is dead, turned into ashes. At present, Zhou Zhong was the only one controlling Sacred Feather City alone, As such, this was accomplished easily. Good, do all you can to control the immortal goo house and get away from the battle. Fan Yuan sent another command. This time, it took a good while before Zhou Zhong's weak voice arrived. Forgive me, master, I was not able to do it. The whole immortal goo house is already locked in place by the enemies. Fan Yuan snorted, a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. So it is still like this. He did not feel much disappointment. In his previous life, he had laid a trap which caused all the Feathermen to suicide, and he was only able to obtain Featherman Gu immortal Xingling's soul. Xingling had personally participated in the battle to defend Sacred Feather City, and not much time had passed, thus his memories were extremely clear. His soul was not like Shui Songzi's, which had been tampered with by a soul path expert. Fan Yuan could easily search his soul and obtain all his memories. It was these memories that let Fan Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. Thus, his timing was so precise, he could infiltrate the immortal Gu house and take the opportunity when the two sides were in an intense battle to successfully enslave Gu immortal Zhou Zhong. There were a lot of opportunities like this, but the best one was this. Zhou Zhong just happened to be restricted by an immortal killer move and was not able to budge, providing huge convenience to Fan Yuan. From Xingling's soul, Fan Yuan also knew this immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City, was locked down by the enemies and was unable to be moved. However, a person like Fan Yuan would absolutely not be reconciled to this. They would personally attempt it. The attempt indeed failed and he was unable to steal this Sacred Feather City. Fan Yuan could only choose the second best option, observing from the sidelines and letting the events continue to develop. Similarly to his previous life, Zhou Zhong carried his heavily injured body and controlled the immortal Gu house with difficulty, freeing Xingling from the duty. Xingling hurried to reinforce the first Supreme Elder, and had a huge fight with White Sea Shatuo and the rest. This huge fight was the most crucial fight of the battle to defend Sacred Feather City. The outcome of the fight was the same as Fan Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shatuo and the rest were beaten back, and escaped through the gap in the wall. The first Supreme Elder was heavily injured and was on the verge of death, after being targeted by the combined strength of the Western Desert Gu Immortals. As for Xingling, his situation was slightly better. The battle ended, the immortal Gu house was restored and there was no gaps anymore, its defense becoming perfect. However, the Featherman First Supreme Elder's injuries could not be healed and he died within the city. After losing their greatest battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals held on for a night, and seeing that nothing could be done, they resolutely decided to give up on the immortal Gu house and leave this place. All the Feathermen gathered together and activated the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish. I wish my clan's Feathermen survive. I wish my clan's Feathermen gain freedom. I wish my clan's Feathermen have a place to live in the world. The Western Desert Gu Immortals observed from the sidelines, letting the Feathermen leave. Once the Feathermen left, they could obtain the entire immortal Gu house Sacred Feather City. It was the first time Fan Yuan experienced this heavenly wish. He felt a majestic and powerful white light engulfing him along with the rest of the Feathermen, and transporting them through a white tunnel. He felt he was like a piece of wood dropped into a rapid whirlpool, as he was sent revolving round and round. After about 5 minutes, the surrounding white light suddenly disappeared and Fan Yuan found his footing once again. He was feeling extremely dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen were already sprawled on the ground. Only the two Featherman Gu Immortals, Xingling and Zhou Zhong, were vigilantly standing. Fan Yuan inwardly shook his head at this. It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zhong, my own battle strength is not worth any expectations. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong scanned his surroundings. Xingling's expression changed rapidly. Not good. This is a human Gu Immortal's blessed land. We were treated as an earthly calamity and transported here. With Tai Bai Yunxing at the lead, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan slowly flew towards the Feathermen. In his previous life, Fan Yuan helped Tai Bai Yunxing to pass the tribulation and did not invite them. But this life, Fan Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to intimidate them, so he invited them to help. Tai Bai Yunxing was expressionless, feeling both shocked and joyous internally. Fan Yuan looked for me to tell me he could deduce this calamity and told me what to do. I did not dare to believe him then, but now it seems everything is just like what he said. I can definitely pass this earthly calamity. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both inwardly shocked. Having a Featherman calamity was rare and peculiar. But Fan Yuan had actually accurately predicted it. What did this mean? One of the reasons it was difficult to pass heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was that they could not be predicted. Fan Yuan now had this ability, which was simply like a divine weapon to pass tribulations. As long as they made specific preparations before the tribulation, the probability of successfully passing the tribulation would be raised by a terrifying degree. The Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling's heart sank to rock bottom. In his previous life, when he had seen Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, he had a feeling of contempt. But now, the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan with the great strength true martial physique and Tai Bai Yunsheng arrived together, especially the unconcealed aura of Immortal Gu on them, they involuntarily brought huge mental pressure on Jingling. There was nothing much to say after that. With Tai Bai Yunsheng displaying the ability of landscape as before Immortal Gu, the Featherman Gu Immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture had become non-existent. In his previous life, just with Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, these Feathermen had been duped over and over. This time, not only was there He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei were also hidden traitors. After a duel, Zhengling was once again killed, but Tai Bai Yunsheng and the others did not force the remaining Feathermen. This was a mistake Fan Yuan had made last time. This time, he would not make it again. These Feathermen were different from those Feathermen sold in the markets. They lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world, living on for generations in isolation from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen, they would rather suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not restrict them, instead negotiating with them deceptively. Under the lead of Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei, the Feathermen moved to Starform Blessed Land. With these Feathermen, Fan Yuan's development in Western Desert could reach a new stage, and his prospects were bright. This was not his only harvest. After the event, He Lu Lan indirectly asked him regarding the prediction of the calamity. Fan Yuan intentionally gave a bitter smile, asking back, "You think I have such an ability? Don't forget, Purple Mountain True Monarch is my master, at the same time, Tai Bai Yunsheng is also his disciple." He Lu Lan thought. So it was indeed like this ability is too powerful, it is not something Fan Yuan can possess, so it was Purple Mountain True Monarch. Unconsciously, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch deepened further. Fan Yuan was able to deal a heavy blow to them, this would be greatly beneficial to him in restricting Blazing Heaven Demoness in the future. It was only that after he enslaved Zhou Zhong, his soul's burden had become very heavy, and there was much difficulty in even refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. This intensified Fan Yuan's desire towards Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain, if he had both of them, then even if he was a layman in Soul Path, the foundation of his soul would increase rapidly. However, right now, it was still not the time to go to Luopa Valley. In his previous life, He Cheng's soul had ended up in He Lu Lan's hands. Much of the information obtained through soul searching had been shared with Fan Yuan as well. Fan Yuan knew that currently, Luopa Valley had been remodeled into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect, with large numbers of Gu formations arranged everywhere. Even in his previous life, when Feng Jiu Gu and the other Central Continent Gu immortals had attacked Luopa Valley when no one was around, these Gu formations were able to hold them off until Qin Bai Xing and the rest arrived. Right now, Luopa Valley was filled with Shadow Sect's members. It was much more terrifying than a dragon's den. Fan Yuan needed to wait for the appropriate time. Chapter 979. Going with the flow. Fan Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yunsheng pass the tribulation, Fan Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Gu while collecting the Spring Dream fruits, along with expanding his Guts Gu and Eerie Fire Dragon Python trades. Soon, his monthly profits greatly exceeded his previous life, it was over 2,000. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, Fan Yuan had to spend a lot of time in investigating and gathering information before deciding on suitable trade partners in his previous life, especially in Western Desert. But now, with his experience, Fan Yuan could easily contact the buyer and save a lot of time and effort, causing his profits to come much earlier than before. Secondly, the hairy men in the Fan Yuan stone nests were now free to refine Guts Gu. This was different from last time, when they were still refining Starthought Gu and other Gu worms that did not provide income. Thirdly, Fan Yuan did not have any plans to relocate Starform Blessed Land. He had already made a new alliance agreement with He Lu Lan and the others. He might need to relocate it in the future, but it was not an urgent matter now. Fourthly, with the Feathermen forming caravans and dealing with transactions for him, Fan Yuan obtained much benefits in Western Desert quickly. The use of the feathermen was starting to show. But Fan Yuan was still experimenting for now. He did not send out all of these tens of thousands of feathermen. In this aspect, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to use these current feathermen to increase the population of feathermen. He might be able to implement slave trade of feathermen in the future. In terms of slave trade, even though feathermen were inferior to hairy men, they were much better than rockmen. Especially in Western Desert forces, they sacrificed a large number of feathermen yearly. The demand for featherman slaves was always high and unceasing. Fan Yuan developed patiently. While he accumulated immortal essence stones, he did not forget to accumulate Gu refinement immortal materials. Time passed quickly. Langya Blessed Land was attacked by strong foes once again. Langya Land's spirit knew that the enemy was powerful. He had to seek help, sending emergency support letters to Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. In this life, Fan Yuan had planned meticulously. Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture did not suffer much losses. After receiving the letters, the two of them went to Langya Blessed Land. In Langya Blessed Land, there was a thick fog of clouds that shrouded everyone's vision. They could not see anything, not the sky, the ground, or even their own fingers. This is the 12-wave cloud confusion formation, Langya Land's spirit explained in a deep and low tone. And these are the invaders. The land spirit waved his sleeves, as several images appeared in front of Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Qin Baixing, Jiangyu, Heiqing, Shuisong Zi, Helang Zi, and Hui Feng Zi, as well as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they were all present. It's them. Fan Yuan pretended to be surprised. You recognize these people? Langya Land's spirit quickly asked. Fan Yuan nodded with a serious expression. These people are extremely strong. The leader, Qin Baixing, might only have rank 7 cultivation level, but he can fight with a rank 8 Gu immortal. Langya Land's spirit was shocked. So powerful? Fan Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jiangyu, she has dark limit immortal Gu. This is the Supreme Elder handling public affairs of a superforce in Northern Plains, He Tribe's Heiqing, he has an immortal Gu house in his possession. There is also Shuisong Zi, he might be only rank 6, but he is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, he is backed by the rank 8 old ancestors Shui Hu. And this Helang Zi, he is a transformation path Gu immortal with high battle strength. In the past, he rejected a recruitment offered by old ancestors Shui Hu. This is Hui Feng Zi, a wind path expert. His wind path attainment level is very deep. He is the publicly recognized fastest person in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He had once escaped from many rank 8 Gu immortals. As Fan Yuan spoke, Langya Land's spirit's expression turned grimmer and grimmer. When Fan Yuan finished his words, Langya Land's spirit's expression was extremely grave. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. To think that the enemies are so powerful. Then who in the world is this Gu immortal? Fan Yuan knew who he was, of course, but at this moment, he pretended to show a confused and suspicious expression. He hesitated before saying, "This person is covering his face and has an immortal killer move protecting him. He is very mysterious. Let me make a deduction." Saying so, he pinched his fingers and deduced. His body was covered in starlight as immortal Gu aura surged around him, as if he was working hard. Seeing this, Langya Land's spirit was deceived, he thought. Even though I had approached Fan Yuan many times in the past and asked him to deduce immortal Gu recipes for me, this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I do not know what immortal Gu he is using, but looking at this, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fan Yuan's body faded gradually. His expression was grim as his eyes shined brightly. My goodness, this mysterious Gu immortal is extremely special. He is an immortal zombie, and one of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. You deduced it so quickly? Langya Land's spirit was surprised. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled. That is only natural. Fan Yuan is a wisdom path grandmaster. Wisdom path grandmaster? Langya Land's spirit was shocked. He assessed Fan Yuan again, looking at him in a different light. Fan Yuan's expression was calm. His voice was heavy as he spoke to Langya Land's spirit. The enemy is so powerful, we are in danger now. Langya Land's spirit chuckled. No need to worry. As long as we persevere for a period of time, I can capture any Gu immortal no matter how strong they are. Oh? Fan Yuan's eyebrows rose. He probed Langya Land's spirit while pretending to be curious. It seems you still have additional assistants? Langya Land's spirit smiled with a smug expression. He did not want to say much, But he changed his mind suddenly and probed Fan Yuan instead. You are a Wisdom Path Grandmaster at such a young age? Honestly speaking, I am quite surprised. Why don't you deduce where my confidence lies in dealing with the enemies? Fan Yuan naturally knew that Langya Land Spirit's confidence was in the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. But afterwards he pretended to deduce and acted like he was met with difficulty. Eventually he admitted his failure. I cannot deduce it. Honestly speaking, in the past, I have tried to deduce Langya Blessed Land, but I had no gains. Now is no exception. Ha! Langya Land Spirit laughed loudly. He patted Fan Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say much. An Immortal Gu House could attack and defend, so could the rank 8 Refinement Cauldron. Defensive methods were not just against attacks, they could also defend against the deductions of others. Fan Yuan pretended to fail. This was within Langya Land Spirit's expectations. From his point of view, this was natural. No matter how outstanding Fan Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical his Immortal Gu were, they could not match the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Refinement Cauldron. It is normal for me to fail in deducing it. If I succeed, it would cause Langya Land Spirit to become very wary. Fan Yuan smiled coldly internally. Land Spirit were obsessed and pure, but that did not mean they were stupid. Especially when Langya Land Spirit's original form was Long-Hair Ancestor, this legendary person had a good friend when he was alive, Immortal Yi Yen, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal that created the prophecy of 3 venerables. He was also a famous person throughout history. Thus, Langya Land Spirit was clear about the capabilities of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal to a great extent. If Fan Yuan deduced something, it was evidently out of the scope of ability that a rank 6 Gu Immortal had. This would cause Langya Land Spirit to become very wary and suspicious. He would think, how could Fan Yuan alone deduce anything? Evidently, he has someone behind him. And this great expert is very powerful. He can breach the defense of my Refinement Cauldron and deduce my arrangements in the Blessed Land. Once he thought of that, Langya Land Spirit would be very vigilant. He would be on guard against Fan Yuan. After all, Langya Land Spirit was the obsession of Long-Hair Ancestor. And Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man. Towards humans and other variant humans, he had deep wariness. This could be shown from the transformation in personality and manner of speech in Langya Land Spirit in Fan Yuan's previous life. The reason why Fan Yuan could get close to Langya Land Spirit was mainly because he had obtained a certain inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because of his agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Langya Land Spirit had to help Fan Yuan refine Gu 3 times. If not for that, how could Fan Yuan, as a human, get so close to Langya Land Spirit? Even though Fan Yuan had to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and All-Out Effort Immortal Gu, all along, he did not want to waste this final opportunity to refine Gu. That was because he wanted to remain close to Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit had lived countless years in this blessed land. His interactions with the outside world, other than the transactions inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, were limited to only Mo Tan saying. He understood that great wealth would attract the greed of others, thus he had been keeping a low profile. At the same time, he had a natural form of distrust towards other individuals. Fan Yuan was not strong back then, thus Langya Land Spirit was not too wary or suspicious of him, but now that he was starting to show extraordinary abilities, Langya Land Spirit would naturally be alert and uneasy. How can an outsider be allowed to sleep beside his bed? In the past, Fan Yuan was a white rabbit, but the Fan Yuan who displayed Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was considered a poisonous snake. Matters developed just like in his previous life. Fan Yuan was arranged to guard a cloud building by Langya Land Spirit. But before that, Fan Yuan suggested that they should allow He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan to join the battle. Tai Bai Yunxin gave his assurance as well. But Langya Land Spirit rejected them. Fan Yuan used a different method to deal with Xue Songzi this time. He did not sneak attack Xue Songzi, instead, he fought him openly. Even though it was a more impressive fight, the result was less of a victory. Fan Yuan only fought with Xue Songzi for a while before Shadow Sect's reinforcements came, and Fan Yuan took the initiative to retreat. There was no benefit in killing Xue Songzi. He had Immortal Gu and Lifespan Gu, but they could not be taken. He might as well let him go, so that he could deal with the Central Continent Gu Immortals next. Fan Yuan had thought of reminding Langya Land Spirit and making arrangements earlier, so that Refinement Cauldron could take down the group from Shadow Sect in advance, but after considering it thoroughly, Fan Yuan rejected this idea. First, there was a great risk in dealing with Shadow Sect. Qin Baixing was very powerful. Fan Yuan had no confidence against him. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance also had some kind of secret connection. There was more than met the eye. Second, even if Shadow Sect was dealt with, Fan Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron would hold the biggest use. If they won, Langya Land's spirit would gain most of the loot. Shadow Sect space, Luo Pavali, would end up in the hands of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Fan Yuan would get nothing. Third, Fan Yuan needed the Northern Plains Shadow Sect members to resist the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Even though he did not know how the Central Continent Gu Immortals found Shadow Sect while investigating Fan Yuan, this was something he wanted to see. If Shadow Sect was eliminated, Central Continent would have no obstacles. If they found Fan Yuan, what would he do? Finally, Fan Yuan could guess that the mastermind behind the Battle of Etian Mountain was Shadow Sect because of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance zombie. If they were killed, the influence would be huge. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, unexpected mishaps would occur. With many mishaps, Fan Yuan's plans would be disrupted. His preparations would be in vain. Thus, Fan Yuan decided to go with the flow for the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land. Altering the result of this battle not only carried big risks, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. A wise person would not do this. Chapter 980. Joining Langya Sect. Damn it, it had to be at this time. Qin Baixing clenched his fists. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, he was filled with discontent and reluctance. Retreat. A moment later, he sighed as he ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. Luo Pavali is being attacked. It's the Central Continent Gu Immortals who are investigating the collapse of 88 True Young Building. Qin Baixing transmitted. How could their investigation lead to us? Unless Heaven's will? Fairy Jiangyu's body shuddered. Heaven's will is vast and grand, that is likely the case. But our action earlier caused too much of a commotion. While making preparations for our ultimate plan, Heaven's will obstructed us. Later, on Etian Mountain, I wonder how terrifying Heaven's will's obstruction will be. Qin Baixing sighed. The two conversed at lightning speed. They transmitted their words to each other. No one else heard them. Soon, Qin Baixing ordered the Shadow Sect members to retreat from Langya Blessed Land. They have retreated. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a breath. Damn it! He escaped again. He Lu Lan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent. She was deeply frowning, her expression of worry. The hairy man Gu Immortals first cheered before feeling great sorrow. In this battle, they had made a bloody sacrifice, and even found traitors. Life was hard to predict. With a sad state of life and death in front of them, these hairy man Gu Immortals who normally only thought of refining Gu were greatly incited. Langya Land's spirit dismantled the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. His eyes were bright red. He looked at the direction where Qin Baixing and the others were leaving harshly. These people really think us hairy men are easy to bully. I will return today's humiliation with bloodshed one day in the future. In this battle, because Fan Yuan did not do much, it was quite similar to his previous life. First, Fan Yuan and the others defended the Mortal Gu House Cloud buildings, but they were destroyed by Shadow Sect easily, breaking the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Once again, the Ignan Gu Immortal was killed by Qin Baixing rapidly, losing his life. Langya Land's spirit's plan to stall for time was severely disrupted. He had no way out, and was pacing around anxiously. In his previous life, during this crucial moment, the land's spirit transformed. But now, during this period, Fan Yuan gave a suggestion and advised Langya Land's spirit to use an ancient battle formation. When Langya Land's spirit was desperate and at his wit's end, he heard this suggestion and quickly used it. Ancient battle formations were quite different from the currently mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks in an ancient battle formation were much less harmful to the Blessed Land than battlefield killer moves. Langya Land's spirit was desperate. He could only use Heavenly Giant Solar. At this moment, Fan Yuan suggested again. Just a few of us, how can we resist them? We need more people. But Langya Land's spirit was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man Gu Immortals, but they were hidden and manipulating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. Especially when he somewhat sensed that there were traitors among them. Fan Yuan had anticipated Langya Land's spirit's response. He suggested that he had reliable aid. Langya Land's spirit frowned immediately. He was very wary of outsiders. The less people who knew about the Blessed Land, the better. Fan Yuan smiled and said, Land Spirit, rest assured, how good is our relationship? I can definitely keep a secret for you. We will not expose any information regarding the Blessed Land. You just need to summon them directly into Heavenly Giant Solar, and let them fight. Afterwards, give them appropriate remuneration. Langya Land Spirit did not want to agree, but Qin Bai Xing and the others were attacking more fiercely. Even though they used Heavenly Giant Solar, they were still losing slowly. Langya Land Spirit had no choice, he could only accept Fan Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fan Yuan brought He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Solar and caused this ancient battle formation's power to rise. However, He Qing controlled the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he could resist Heavenly Giant Solar. Qin Bai Xing's 5-finger fist heart sword was extraordinarily sharp, it caused great harm to Heavenly Giant Solar. The situation was only suppressed for a moment before it turned bad again. Langya Land Spirit was forced to move the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and Refinement Cauldron into Heavenly Giant Solar in batches. In the intense battle, Langya Land Spirit's other self was finally summoned. After sending 3 batches, Qin Bai Xing finally got a chance and had the traitors take action, starting to take away Refinement Cauldron. Eventually, he obtained many core Immortal Gu from Refinement Cauldron and hurriedly retreated, bringing Shui Songzi as well as the 2 exposed Hairy Man Gu Immortal traitors. After the battle, Fan Yuan handed fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing, asking him to bring He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan away, without staying. This way, he completed a part of the new alliance agreement that they had made earlier. He had provided a chance for He Lu Lan to kill He Qing. But she did not grasp the opportunity. This did not mean that Fan Yuan failed on his side of the agreement. After the battle, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were very curious and suspicious towards this Langya Blessed Land. But Fan Yuan did not answer them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared openly. Since Fan Yuan knew everything now, why would he create problems for himself? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan felt that Fan Yuan was shrouded in mystery, and had a deep background. He could actually be related to such an incredible existence. They could not help but think, was this related to Fan Yuan's Master Purple Mountain True Monarch? First, he borrowed Attitude Gu, then now, using Langya Blessed Land, he dealt several blows towards the confidence of He Lu Lan's side. This made Fan Yuan very confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demonis. At the same time, he was slightly setting up for the future, where he might cooperate with He Lu Lan and the others to capture Langya Blessed Land. If possible, Fan Yuan wanted to have sole possession over Langya Blessed Land. But many times ideas were beautiful, while reality was cruel. This was minor preparation for the future in case Fan Yuan needed it. Langya Land's spirit turned into his second personality. Like in the previous life, he immediately decided to relocate Langya Blessed Land after the battle. At the same time, he changed the social system in the Blessed Land and created Langya Sect, inviting Fan Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fan Yuan agreed. Speaking about the remuneration of joining this battle, Fan Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, instead he sought a request for reinforcements from Langya Land's spirit. In the future, if Fan Yuan got into a dangerous situation, Langya Sect would need to dispatch Gu Immortals to save him. This way, Fan Yuan roped all of the Langya Blessed Land Hairy Man Gu Immortals onto his side. Langya Land's spirit handed Fan Yuan a sect mission, asking him to go deep into the icy plain and contact the super tribes that the rockmen and snowmen who were deep underground had created. As long as you complete this mission, I will release some Immortal Gu recipes to you. As long as you have enough sect contributions, you can use the points to exchange for the Immortal Gu recipes that you want. Langya Land's spirit tempted Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's thoughts shifted. Can I take a look at these Immortal Gu recipes first? Of course. After seeing them, even with Fan Yuan's broad knowledge and experiences, he was tempted. Langya Blessed Land had dozens of Immortal Gu, but the quantity of Immortal Gu recipes was something even Fan Yuan couldn't expect. At the very least, Langya Land's spirit gave Fan Yuan more than 200 recipes to view. Fan Yuan quickly saw some Immortal Gu recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But Langya Land's spirit rejected him. "My Langya sect has just been established. There are many things waiting to be done. Of course many missions are available. But this mission is the most dangerous, thus it is given to you. If you die, so be it, I will not feel any heartache. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals cannot die so easily, they are one of our true members." Langya Land's spirit only spoke the truth. Fan Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt at ease internally. But don't you worry, I aim to create an era of hairy men. The assistance of you and other species are needed. I have a transformation path method to turn your human body into a hairy man. When you become a true hairy man, I will open up the immortal goo storage and allow you to exchange for immortal goo or borrow immortal goo using contribution points. Ha! Langya Land's spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. This encouragement was extremely straightforward. But Fang Yuan did not care. The first question he had considered was whether he could use familiar face to turn into a hairy man and deceive Langya Land's spirit. But soon, he gave up on that idea. Not only was the familiar face that he had now an incomplete copy, the original familiar face came from Langya Land's spirit himself. Even though he was straightforward, he was not stupid. As for turning into a real hairy man, I will not consider it. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the direction the world is going. How can it be easily turned around? Back then, even long-hair ancestor had to hide and conceal his own identity. Right now, he is only a land spirit. What can he accomplish? Humph, simply wishful thinking. Fan Yuan did not think well of Langya's sect's prospects. In the 500 years of his previous life, Langya's sect was taken down by Heavenly Court. This was the eventual outcome of Langya Blessed Land. Even if the future changes, and it is not Heavenly Court, it could also be other Gu immortal forces. Humans were the rulers, the status of variant humans would not change. Fan Yuan's plan, from start to finish, was to extract benefits from Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit turning into his second personality carried greater benefits for Fan Yuan than losses. At least right now, for Fan Yuan, there were greater gains. The original Langya Land spirit was conservative. He would not create Langya's sect, or invite Fan Yuan to be an external supreme elder. He would also not agree to assist Fan Yuan when he was in danger. After the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land ended, the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley commenced gradually. Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, resting as he created a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. At the same time, he amassed a huge amount of Gu refinement immortal materials, to make preparations for refining immortal Gu. A month later, he collected all of the spring dream fruits, refining a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. The number was higher than in his previous life. 2 months later, Tai Bai Yunxing had settled the relationships on the other side as Fan Yuan used the Earth Tide as an opportunity to enter Eastern Sea. Chapter 981. The Might of a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Eastern Sea Yulu Blessed Land. Just as in his previous life, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were led by the scenic blue travel immortal zombie, Sha Nen Jiang, passing Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha! Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yunxing and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to approach and pat Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder affectionately. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing had not been in Eastern Sea for a long time, he had man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal Gu that gave him fame. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yunxing assisted Shark Demon and the others in attacking Yulu Blessed Land, his man as before was a huge help to everyone. After Shark Demon said his greetings, he directed his gaze towards Fan Yuan. Sir, you must be Brother Tai Bai's best friend, Wisdom Starch and Tao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's friend, you are also my friend. I am but a wandering lone cultivator, I would not dare. Fan Yuan smiled humbly. His body was straight, he looked like a scholar with a handsome face, he had the appearance of a good-looking young man. His skin was fair, the bridge of his nose was high, his thick brows hung over his deep eyes. Right now, Fan Yuan was smiling. With his handsome appearance, he looked like a perfect gentleman, it was very appealing. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was Xingxiang Zi, but now, he was Wisdom Star. The power of familiar face was much greater than vaguely familiar face. If Shark Demon and the others could not expose his identity then, it was even more impossible now. Shark Demon's wife, Subai Man looked at Fan Yuan for a while, speaking. I heard that Sir cultivates Wisdom Path primarily and Star Path secondarily. You were highly recommended by Sir Tai Bai. Can we have a demonstration? In his previous life, Fan Yuan was disguised as Xingxiang Zi and declared, he cultivated Star Path primarily and Wisdom Path secondarily. But now, Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level. Even without any Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, he had sufficient foundation. Thus, he swapped the primary and secondary path this time. Fan Yuan nodded, saying to Shark Demon and the others, all of you must be curious about my cultivation level, that is normal. Then I shall give it a go, and let everyone critique. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was very humble, but now, even though he spoke in a polite manner, his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Subai Man looked at each other, feeling great anticipation. Tai Bai Yunxing felt deep worry internally, but he did not show it on his face. Bo Dan, who was among them, had a grim expression. Fan Yuan's appearance threatened his status immensely, his benefits were being infringed. At once, everyone's gazes were on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled, one of his hands was behind his back, while the other was holding a feather fan, waving it in front of his chest. He looked around, observing the surroundings. At this moment, it was still the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast area of snow and ice. Once in a while, there would be icy rain forming countless snow monsters, bringing huge problems to everyone. Fan Yuan only took a while to look around before he said, "I have completed my deduction." Shark Demon and the others were shocked. They thought that Fan Yuan was creating some immortal killer move, but to think that he was done so quickly. Subai Man spoke in an even more polite manner. "Sir truly has incredible cultivation level. To think that you could unravel the flaws of this battlefield killer move in such a manner without creating any commotion, it is truly amazing." No. Fan Yuan waved his hands. "Madam is too kind. It would take some effort to deduce the flaws of this battlefield killer move. What I deduced was not that." An immortal zombie asked immediately. "Then what did Sir deduce?" Fan Yuan spoke calmly. "I deduced some details about the battlefield killer move. For example, the battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth." Hearing this, the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a ruthless nature. He was about to blow up when Subai Man stopped him secretly. Bo Dan chuckled, saying, "Shen Dao, are you toying with us? Everyone knows that this battlefield killer move is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. To think that you have such weak abilities but such great guts, you dare to toy with Lord Shark Demon and Lady Subai Man." Subai Man laughed, relaxing the tense atmosphere. "Hold your tongue, Bo Dan. I am sure Brother Chin is only joking, he has yet to use his true abilities." Fan Yuan shook his head. "Madam, this is what I deduced." Subai Man's expression froze. Her gaze also became dark. "What?" Shark Demon snorted. He could not stand it anymore. He stared with furious eyes as he walked up angrily. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunxing walked forward, standing in front Fan Yuan, obstructing Shark Demon. He cupped his fist to Shark Demon as he said with a bitter smile, "Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not tell you all that my brother Chin is like this." He liked to explain the deduction in bits and pieces. "It has troubled me for a long time too." "Oh?" Shark Demon's expression eased. He stared at Fan Yuan. "Sigh, oh Brother Chin, tell us your full deduction." Tai Bai Yunxing pretended to be anxious. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. "Everyone, I indeed did deduce the origins of this battlefield killer move, but there is not only Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Underneath it, there is Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, Unmoving Troops. Is this for real?" Shark Demon was drawn in by Fan Yuan's words. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan waved his fan slowly. "I made the deduction, how can it be wrong?" Shark Demon and Subai Man transmitted to each other secretly. Shark Demon was joyful. "My wife, if this wisdom star is accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is incredible." Subai Man agreed. "That's right. The few wisdom path Gu immortals that we invited earlier faced great difficulty in deducing the battlefield killer move. To think that this person found the answer so easily." Shark Demon pondered. "We will see. What if he is just spouting nonsense and pretending to be mysterious? If he is wrong, what good would it do?" Subai Man thought about it as she rejected that possibility. "I think it is unlikely. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunxing is an honest man, he approves of this person. If he really is a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, then it is understandable that he could find the battlefield killer moves. Secondly, we can confirm his claims. As we attack the Blessed Land, we can confirm if he is right. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so stupid as to give us information that can be exposed so easily." "Yes, you are right." While Shark Demon and Subai Man were conversing, Bo Dan could no longer wait. He sneered at Fan Yuan. "Qin Dao, you are very smart. What an amazing deduction you made. As long as we do not go past Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Who would know if you are right or wrong? Fan Yuan sighed internally. He had trampled on and framed this Bo Dan in his previous life. It seemed that it was unavoidable this time round as well. Fan Yuan did not want unnecessary trouble, but this Bo Dan was prancing in front of him. He had no choice. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chen, Bo Dan is rude. Please don't take it personally. Even though he is rude, he is speaking the truth. The things that I deduce need some time to confirm. Fan Yuan nodded in admission. Su Bai Man smiled lightly. I don't know why, but even though this is the first time I am meeting sir, it is as if we are long-lost acquaintances. I feel a sense of cordiality and trust. Thus, even though we cannot confirm it now, I will believe sir. Ha ha ha, many people say that as well. Fan Yuan talked big. He was not humble at all. But he did not need to be humble anyway. The effect of familiar face was like this. Shark Demon said. Sir Chen, we are stuck at freezing rain frozen earth. I hope sir will help. The faster we unravel this battlefield, the faster we can get to the next layer and confirm sir's deductions, proving your capabilities. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Lord Shark Demon, that is not true. I am confident in my earlier deduction. I do not need to confirm anything to myself. It is just that all of you do not trust me and need some affirmation. After a while, Fan Yuan continued. Since you want my help, should we talk about the remuneration first? Shark Demon frowned. Fan Yuan's attitude made him very unhappy. After all, Fan Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7. This attitude of a rank 6 towards a rank 7 could already be considered a form of offense. Fan Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon in his previous life. That was because he wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite. But now, Fan Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. Why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon was attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He needed Fan Yuan's help. Fan Yuan had to make use of this status to gain more benefits. After some negotiation, Shark Demon offered a huge price. Fan Yuan accepted it gladly and started to work. Even though he did not have Star Thought Immortal Goo, now was different from his previous life. He had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Even if he only used Mortal Goo, he could do many things. Most importantly, he had unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Thus, when he worked, results came quickly. It caused everyone to cheer and gasp loudly. In his previous life, Fan Yuan could only focus solely on unraveling the battlefield killer move. But now, Fan Yuan had a lot of leeway in doing it. He placed his focus on learning instead. Be it in his previous life or now, Fan Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was extremely curious in regards to any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fan Yuan gained more understanding about freezing rain frozen earth, and obtained deeper insight. The core immortal goo of freezing rain frozen earth, how many there were, how many supplementary mortal goo there were, Fan Yuan gradually understood them. Except that he could not investigate for the time being how these goo worms cooperated, and how many ways they could be used in a certain manner. Once in a while, there would be icy rain and snow monsters attacking, but Shark Demon and the others attacked and ensured Fan Yuan's safety. Fan Yuan did not make the same mistake as previously. He did not increase the power of freezing rain frozen earth. Instead, he deduced and unraveled it step by step, weakening the battlefield killer move gradually. As for Bo Dan, he had already shrunken into a corner dejectedly. He did not dare to contest with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was far deeper than in his previous life. Back then, Bo Dan felt indignant, but now, he saw their immense gap and lost all fighting spirit. He felt great dejection. Eventually, when Fan Yuan almost expended all of the mortal star thought goo that he accumulated, he stopped. 60% of freezing rain frozen earth had been unraveled, only 40% was left. Why did Brother Chen stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fan Yuan smiled. Haste means waste. I am feeling tired. We will stop here for today. Shark C was furious, but he needed Fan Yuan's help. He had no other choice. He could only smile. Sir, you are right. You need to rest. How about this? You are a guest from afar. Do you want to visit my Shark Sea? My personal shark fishing banquet is unique in Eastern Sea. The other immortals gasped upon hearing this. They looked at Fan Yuan with much envy. Fan Yuan nodded. His expression was plain. Then I will trouble Lord Shark Demon. Chapter 982. Grasping the battlefield killer move. In the shark fishing banquet, delicious delicacies filled the table as the aroma of wine pervaded the air. After seeing Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were very inviting and warm towards Fang Yuan. While drinking, Shark Demon summoned many female Gu masters. How can we not have dances to entertain us while in a banquet? These are the servants that I nurture. They have Gu master cultivation level and are skilled in transformation path. They can perform the Sea Demon dance. Many Gu immortals have praised it. Today, I will let both of you watch and critique it. These female Gu masters were all beautiful like flowers, their bodies were slim and attractive. Right now, music could be heard as the girls danced, their sleeves fluttered in the air, they were extremely dazzling and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed as the calming atmosphere became faster, the female Gu masters transformed and gained fish tails, becoming mermaids dancing in the air. The music changed again, becoming lively, the female Gu masters transformed again, growing shells on their backs, becoming clam girls, dancing around. The music changed again with a metallic feel, the hands of the female Gu masters turned into crab pincers. They danced around causing wind to blow, they were bold and grand. The music changed time and again, as the female Gu masters transformed every time, showing an array of dancing styles. Fang Yuan had a truly eye-opening experience. Eastern Sea has various unique and wondrous cultures, it is truly different from Northern Plains' brutish and bold beauty. Tai Bai Yunxing praised deeply. Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan did not speak and asked, "How would Searchin critique it? It is indeed beautiful beyond imagination," Fang Yuan said, finding it a bit funny internally. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high, even though he suppressed Bo Dan, it was through schemes and framing. But now, after displaying great capabilities, Fang Yuan obtained the enthusiastic hosting of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. In his previous life, even though Fang Yuan joined the shark fishing banquet, there were no dances or songs provided for him. But now, its appearance showed that Shark Demon was placing great emphasis on Fang Yuan. As the dance ended, the female Gu masters left. Su Bai Man smiled. "I wonder which servants Sir Chun and Sir Tai Bai like? Just tell us, I can make the decision and give them to you. I am too old, too old." "Thank you, madam, for the thought." Tai Bai Yunxing rejected it politely. Fang Yuan said, "I have heard some things about the shark fishing banquet. I am more interested in the shark groups outside of the underwater palace." Su Bai Man felt some disappointment, but she smiled. He, sirs did not choose the servants, it is their misfortune. But I cannot make decisions about the sharks in this sea, they are my husband's prized possession. Ha ha ha, if you want to take part, how can I not agree to it? In every shark fishing banquet, I will gift some sharks. But there is a rule in this, I wonder if you have any understanding towards it? Shark Demon asked. Of course I understand. Fang Yuan nodded, waving the fan in front of him. But I need to confirm with the owner, the sharks in this sea, no matter what we catch or how many we catch, they will belong to us? That is true, but you have to do it personally. Shark Demon nodded without hesitation. Fang Yuan smiled. Then let me deduce which is the most valuable shark in this shark's sea? If I can really obtain it, I hope you can bear with the pain and give it to me. Sir Chin, go ahead and use your methods. Shark Demon smiled, he wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true foundation. Fang Yuan pretended to pinch his fingers and deduce. At once, his body was covered in starlight, shining brilliantly. A moment later, starlight shone and shot out everywhere, filling the entire palace. A moment later, bells rung, the scene was beyond words. Starlight shone with a grand appearance, aura of immortal Gu surged as Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were moved, they transmitted to each other secretly. This wisdom star Chendao is truly incredible. Did you notice he has already used 3 different immortal Gu? I wonder which wisdom path immortal Gu they are? What they did not know was, Fang Yuan was just pretending, it was a facade. The starlight faded, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat, after resting for a short moment, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes burst out with starlight shooting out several meters past, the light was extremely dazzling, one could not stare directly at it. To think that Lord Shark Demon and Lady Su Bai Man have such incredible methods. You actually used enslavement path methods to restrain a rank 8 level 1 finger flow shark, I am truly impressed. Even though I deduced it, my methods are too weak, I cannot capture this beast, what a shame. Earlier, I spoke arrogant words, but now my abilities are insufficient, I hope the 2 of you do not laugh at me. The bodies of Shark Demon and Su Bai Man shuddered. Wisdom Star Chendao could deduce even this secret? This. At once, this rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide eyes, they looked at Fan Yuan with an expression of disbelief. A few breaths later, Shark Demon and Subai Man calmed down slowly as they finally reacted. Subai Man sighed. I finally know how skilled Searchin is. One finger flow shark is our greatest secret. Searchin might not know this, but to prevent others from deducing this matter, we had put in a lot of effort to ask Song Jiadan to conceal this information for us. Sharks, he continued. Jiadan sits in Twin Polar, Huan hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan is one of the 3 most outstanding Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Brother Chen's methods could breach Song Jiadan's defenses. That means that Brother Chen's Wisdom Path attainment can match Song Jiadan already? Fan Yuan's heart jumped, he had overdone it. He quickly waved his hand, salvaging the situation. Oh. I cannot match Song Jiadan yet. I had been lucky earlier and did better than usual. If I faced off against Song Jiadan personally, I would not be able to win. Shark Demon's upper body moved forward. He looked at Fan Yuan, saying, I finally have seen Sir's abilities. But, earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did Sir not use Immortal Goo? Fan Yuan chuckled. Wouldn't using Immortal Goo expend Immortal Essence? This would raise my cost in unraveling it. I am not as rich as Lord Shark Demon, if using Mortal Goo can also unravel the battlefield killer move, except that the time needed would be longer. Why wouldn't I do it? Shark Demon's heart was jumping. Fan Yuan did not mind the time, but he did mind it a lot. He had accepted Zombie Alliance's mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him more. If he did not show progress, others would take over. Thus, Shark Demon and Subai Man's pressure had always been high. Sir knows I am a hasty person. Dragging on would lead to mishaps. We should take down Yulu Blessed Land as soon as possible. Shark Demon laughed, continuing. It seems that my earlier remuneration did not satisfy Sir Searchin can quote a price. I will try to satisfy you. Fan Yuan shook his head as he smiled. It is better to take down Yulu Blessed Land slowly. Lord Shark Demon, do you not know the value of a battlefield killer move? Of course I do. I know that the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to create a battlefield killer move. But these methods can be obtained from the land spirit after capturing the Blessed Land. Shark Demon said. What if there is no land spirit? Fan Yuan asked immediately. It is only a small possibility. Shark Demon hesitated. There is a possibility no matter how small. Has Lord Shark Demon seen the land spirit after attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long? I doubt that is the case. Thus, the safest way is to slow down the attack and comprehend all of the battlefield killer moves. Fan Yuan sighed deeply. Shark Demon was starting to get angry. He continued to urge him, but Fan Yuan was insistent on his idea. Shark Demon could not ruin their relationship. He needed Fan Yuan's help. He could only endure it. Fan Yuan had no fear. He raised the price, finally stopping after reaching Shark Demon's limit. After resting for a few days, Fan Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal Goo, expending many days and finally unraveling the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth killer move for Shark Demon. As for this Star Thought Immortal Goo, it was quite a peculiar thing. After rebirth, Fan Yuan succeeded in his first attempt at refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. But in fact, refining Immortal Goo was not so easy. He could refine Star Thought Immortal Goo because Fan Yuan had a lot of practice in his previous life. Or perhaps his luck had become better after connecting luck to He Lulan. His elevated luck could be one of the reasons why the Goo refinement succeeded. Fan Yuan was accumulating materials now. He waited for the time to be right before he refined the rank 6 all-out effort Goo. Time passed, several months went by quickly. Under Fan Yuan's help, Shark Demon had a much easier time attacking Yulu Blessed Land than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Fan Yuan one after another. After refining Star Thought Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan no longer lacked Star Thoughts. He grasped 80 to 90% of Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Fan Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal Goo to create any of the battlefield killer moves, this was already an immense gain. Fan Yuan's understanding towards battlefield killer moves had become very deep. Using the light of wisdom one day, Fan Yuan was confident of creating his own unique battlefield killer move using the Immortal Goo that he possessed. Finally, Fan Yuan faced the battlefield killer move unmoving troops once again. He finally met with difficulty. Unmoving troops was the final trial in Yulu Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very tough to breach. Since Fan Yuan did not have any experience of unraveling it in his previous life, progress was slow. Fan Yuan simply abandoned it. He did not join Zombie Alliance so Shark Demon could not command him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos now. With the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, countless fragment worlds had scattered over Central Continent. In his previous life, Fan Yuan obtained dual Grand Master attainment level from the fragment world's Dream Realm. But he did not explore the Dream Realm fully. In this life, Fan Yuan was deeply in anticipation. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment level rise again? Or maybe his other paths' attainment levels? Chapter 983. Shocking appearance of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Several days later, Fan Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, and it was temporarily stable. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent their Gu Immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that He Feng Yang had led Fan Yuan in, the other Gu Immortals did not have good expressions. Currently, it was thanks to Fan Yuan's rank 6 bottom tier cultivation level, otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such a benefit. This fragment world could barely allow a rank 6 bottom tier Gu Immortal to enter. But in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where would they find a Gu Immortal who had cultivation level as low as Fan Yuan? Thus, Fan Yuan became the sole and unique person in this category. Immortal Crane's sect made full use of the rules of this contest, and allowed him to enter the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing asked Fan Yuan to take care of Feng Jin Huang. Fan Yuan agreed, but he was thinking internally, should he kill Feng Jin Huang here? Due to Spirit Affinity House keeping it a secret and concealing Feng Jiuji's death, according to Fan Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jiuge had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Fan Yuan gave up on this idea. Even though Feng Jiuge died in my previous life, at this point, the 100 Days battle has not concluded yet. Anything is possible. Furthermore, Feng Jiuji's death was not confirmed in my previous life. Most importantly, I harmed Feng Jin Huang back then because I wanted her Dream Wings Immortal Gu. But even though she is immortal, she can destroy the immortal Gu with a thought. Even though I am a Gu immortal, I do not have special methods to steal it. Dealing with her now is courting death. With Feng Jiuge still at the height of power, I will definitely face the attack of Spirit Affinity House and the other forces. Go in. The others have already entered. Your cultivation is the highest, so you are the last one. He Feng Yang said heavily. There was no other choice. If Fan Yuan entered first, the mortal Gu masters from the other 9 sects could not compete with Fan Yuan. Of course, this showed Immortal Crane's sect's weakness as well. If Immortal Crane's sect was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult to arrange Fan Yuan as the first person to go in. The fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Fan Yuan. An ocean blue lake appeared like a half-torn drawing, suddenly inserted into this mountain valley that was full of trees. This was not a complete Grotto Heaven or Blessed Land. Fan Yuan stepped in directly. At the next moment, he was inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world. Looking back, the Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were still in the valley. They were no longer in the same world as Fan Yuan. The gazes of these Gu Immortals were either solemn, envious, or jealous. They could not help it. Their cultivation level was too high, they had too many Dao marks. If they entered outright, they would directly cause this weak fragment world to break apart. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, a desolate beast dragonfish was hidden near the small island at the center of the lake. It was influenced by someone's immortal Gu and became berserk and frenzied. I have lost self-strength immortal Gu and cannot use strength path giant hand. It will be harder for me to capture it now. Fan Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similarly to his previous life, elite Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on the small central island. Around the island, the lake water was treacherous. That desolate beast dragonfish was wreaking havoc, creating huge waves. Fan Yuan descended from the sky, using immortal methods and expending some effort to capture the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. Leaving behind the shocked and paralyzed Heaven's Envy Manor Gu masters, Fan Yuan flew towards the direction of the Dream Realm. Arriving at the Dream Realms area, Feng Jin Huang had already led the 4 Gu Masters from Spirit Affinity House and occupied this dream realm. Fan Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jin Huang smiled. Her facial features were picturesque. Her skin was fair and she radiated deep confidence. Fan Yuan smiled too. Before this trip, your mother asked me to take care of you. I will not find trouble with you. I will try to let you have an easy time, but there is a price for it. What can you give me? Feng Jin Huang was prepared and was about to speak. Fan Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use a method to restore an immortal zombie back to human as the price, forget it. I have already found a suitable method, of course. It is not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Jin Huang stared blankly, being caught off guard. She did not expect Fan Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie revival method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research in dream realms far surpasses the other 9 ancient sections. I only need the Gu recipe of a dream realm mortal Gu. I will let you stay at this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Don't tell me you do not know the recipe of some dream realm mortal Gu. Fan Yuan suggested. According to the 10-sex agreement, for the representative of Spirit Affinity House, Feng Jin Huang, to occupy this place, she needed to face the challenge of any sect. Only with 2 out of 3 victories could she take away the opponent's rights to claim this territory. Even though Feng Jin Huang had Fairy Bai Qing's immortal Gu, will, and immortal essence, she was still immortal. She could not beat the immortal zombie Fan Yuan. Feng Jin Huang's expression was bitter. Fan Yuan, your request is too hard to meet. I have Dream Wings Immortal Gu, everyone knows that. But the value of a Dream Path Mortal Gu recipe is immense, you may be severely underestimating it. I have used some Dream Path Mortal Gu before, but they were only extremely secret practice. I planned to combine them with Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move, but I failed. Those Mortal Gu were given to me by the sect. I do not know a single Dream Path Mortal Gu recipe. Change your request, for example, a Strength Path Mortal Gu recipe. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale. Dream Path was still being explored. It had not been created yet. Even though Dream Path Gu worms were appearing, they were limited in quantity. To make Dream Path a mature path, it was not enough with just Dream Wings or Dream Travel. Only a widely cultivated path can be known as a path. Dream Path was still developing in its infancy period. In the 5 regions, only super forces could research on it. Thus, the value of Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes was immense. Fan Yuan did not pester about this matter. He knew, even if Feng Jin Huang knew any Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes, she would not hand them to him. Thus, this request was only to set up for his true motive. Fan Yuan said, Then in that case, I want information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You may not know, but this person is a legendary character from Spirit Affinity House. Hand his information to me, don't try and deceive me with those details already in the market. Feng Jin Huang thought. This Fan Yuan underestimates me. Even though I am a Mortal Gu Master, I have been in the Gu Immortal world since a young age. How would I not know Bo Qing? But why is Fan Yuan seeking Bo Qing's information? She thought again. Bo Qing is already dead, what's wrong with agreeing to it? It is easy for Mother to get the information, even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets. I know my limits. I will not hand all of the confidential information to Fan Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Jin Huang agreed. But Fan Yuan continued, This dream realm is something Immortal Crane sect must have. The duration of your exploration will depend on what information you give me. You can transmit to your mother to start preparing already. 2 hours later, in Central Continent's time, I want to see it. Then, according to the value of the information, I will decide your time in the dream realm. Feng Jin Huang's heart sank. She knew that Fan Yuan could not be fooled so easily. She was the treasure of both her parents. She naturally had Immortal Gu with her, and large numbers of information path Mortal Gu. Fairy Bai Qing could learn about Feng Jin Huang's status at any time. After spending some effort, both sides finally came to an agreement. Fan Yuan was very straightforward. He left the area near the dream realm immediately. This time, even though he had already subdued the Desolate Beast Dragonfish, he still needed to take the Desolate Beast Hidden Essence Turtle, and the Desolate Plant Nether Grass. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, a few days had gone by in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Fan Yuan captured the Hidden Essence Turtle and Nether Grass, and just like his previous life, he let out some rock men to explore for him. searching for valuable goo worms or materials. He returned to the dream realm's location as Feng Jinhuan handed him the first batch of information, while unable to conceal her dejected and irritated emotions. Fan Yuan looked at the information as he nodded. It was very in-depth, as expected of Spirit Affinity House's internal information. In my previous life, the Heavenly River in Central Continent had a huge disturbance, and many Gu immortals gained a lot of benefits, but I could not interfere. This time, with my experience, I will not need to make many deductions. I can save much time and effort. I might be able to explore Falling Heavenly River in time. Fan Yuan thought as he evaluated openly. This information, although in depth, does not talk much about secrets. According to our agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, that is in terms of the fragment world's time. Feng Jinhuan nodded, sighing internally. She had overestimated herself, while underestimating the dream realm's difficulty. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal Goo, she could not pass the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that 6 to 7 days was enough to explore this dream realm completely and obtain great gains. But the cruel reality was like a loud slap on her face. If I knew this, I would lower the price during our agreement. Now, this information can only provide me 3 days. This is not enough to even heal my injuries. Sigh. Feng Jinhuan sighed deeply again. Fan Yuan knew about her status clearly, but he pretended to not know and left. But secretly he turned towards the other side of the dream realm and entered it stealthily. With his previous life's experience, he was very proficient, and with enough preparation, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. He could use the killer move Unravel Dream much more frequently. The first layer's Beastmen Wind Knot Grass Dream Realm, the second layer's Mountain Peak Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm, they were all unraveled. He finally came to the third layer of the dream realm. He did not manage to come here in his previous life. There was a shore with willows on it. The lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was playing the zither. You are finally here. She looked at Fan Yuan, starlight shining brilliantly in her eyes, as her mouth was showing a mysterious smile. Fan Yuan's body shuddered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 984. Mystical Dream, Mysterious Song. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night was calm, as stars filled the sky. The water of the lake was peaceful. Fan Yuan had just entered the dream realm when he stood in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was staring fixedly at the female immortal, feeling extremely surprised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Throughout history, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable, with his appearance publicly unknown. As for the others, their appearances were widely known. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history, a disciple of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, as well as the second-generation Immortal King of Heavenly Court. She had incredible accomplishments and fame. Her appearance was known by all. Fan Yuan recognized her instantly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a tall body. She wore a long blue dress as it was dragged along the ground. She had a long black waterfall-like hair, extending to her waist. Her brows were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in the well, peaceful but oozing with wisdom and mystery. Her skin was white like snow. She looked at Fan Yuan deeply as her slender hands played the zither. You are finally here. She spoke slowly. Her voice was soothing like this beautiful night sky. Interesting in this dream realm, who is my character? Fan Yuan looked at his clothing. He realized that he was in his true appearance. This was shocking to Fan Yuan. Logically speaking, this should not be happening. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fan Yuan was in the form of a child. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking the path of immortals. Why was he in his original appearance now in the third layer of the dream realm? Before entering this dream realm, I have been activating the immortal killer move Familiar Face. Right now, even this immortal killer move has lost its effect. Maybe this dream realm is so deep that my soul has already submerged deeply into it? Fan Yuan thought about this and became increasingly alert. When he was exploring the first 2 layers of the dream realm, he was clear that it was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul sank into it completely, he would lose that perception, he would think that everything was real. Like back then, when He Lu Lan was undergoing tribulation and had fallen into a dream realm, as it continued to loop, she lost herself in that world. In this dream realm, I am in my original appearance. This is a sign of my soul sinking into the dream realm. It seems that this third layer is extraordinary. Fan Yuan thought of this and focused, not daring to be careless. But Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable in front of him, seemed to understand Fan Yuan's worry. She smiled lightly. Don't be afraid, listen to my song. Saying so, her tender fingers moved. The zither produced an alluring and beautiful sound under her manipulation. It was like the soothing sound of flowing water. Next, she opened her mouth and sang with an ancient tune and method. Fan Yuan only heard her sing. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remains vast and boundless. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was clear like a mountain spring, flowing into the deepest part of Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that the song was some kind of prophecy. It contained deep meaning. It was trying to say something, but he could not comprehend it in this short time. Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable finished her song. Her figure gradually faded, but the mysterious smile was still hanging on her face. Fan Yuan focused intensely, concentrating his mind, but at the next moment, the dream realm vanished. What happened? This dream realm suddenly vanished? Outside the dream realm, Feng Jinhuang, who was recuperating, opened her eyes with shock and suspicion. Fan Yuan concealed his figure in time. He was not exposed. He stealthily left this place, feeling great shock. Why did this happen? The third layer of the dream realm vanished before I explored it. What sort of dream was it? Why was it so mystical? Even with the 500 years of experience in my previous life, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fan Yuan frowned tightly. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It had a sort of great meaning and purpose regarding him. In the dream, what was Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable trying to sing? What was she trying to tell me? Fan Yuan tried to recall, but he could not remember anything. It was like a person waking up after a dream. Even though he knew there was a dream, he could not remember any details about it. Fan Yuan thought hard, even using wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the contents of what Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable sang. Only the sound of the zither remained in his mind. At the same time, in southern border, Shadow Sex Space, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land contained the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Yenshur held 9 rank 8 immortal goo, stepping into the dream realm slowly. The moment he went in, Old Man Yenshur felt a cold and surging killing intent. Die, die, die! A man dressed in a black robe pounced at him with bloodshot eyes and messy hair. At once, Old Man Yenshur could not move at all. If outsiders were here and saw this black-robed man, they would scream, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable!" At the next moment, Old Man Yenshur was forced out with a heavily injured soul. Returning to his body, he spit out a mouthful of blood, his expression pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than the Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dream realm that Fan Yuan had explored. Old Man Yenshur only entered the first layer of the dream realm and was forced to act as a character in the dream. This character was an enemy killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Old Man Yenshur tried countless times, but the moment he entered the dream, he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, unable to react. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. It is time to use the killer move. Old Man Yenshur disregarded his injuries. His old and wrinkled right hand opened and revealed an immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Yu Mu Chun in Central Continent. It was of Rule Path, named Become Real. Become Real immortal goo was activated by Old Man Yenshur using immortal essence, turning into a flash of silver light, flying into the sky. It flew around the dream realm in the air, creating a long silvery trail that stopped in the air and did not disappear. Rise! Old Man Yenshur chanted internally. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, circling around Spectral Soul's dream realm, forming a formation in the air. The hundreds of thousands of mortal goo, all rank 5, with Become Real immortal goo and the 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, formed into a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Yenshur's face was purple and gold. The immortal essence that he accumulated in his life, along with all his goo worms, were all expended or dead. Only a silver light cocoon was left. It was huge and wrapped around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm completely and tightly. Old Man Yenshur let out a breath of air. His body shook as he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but he was joyful and looked at the silver light cocoon, muttering to himself. Next, we will have to wait for it to mature. Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan laughed loudly, coming out of the underground cave. He had succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield, using Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. It did not have explosive strength, but it could endlessly drain the enemy's battle strength over time. The Light of Wisdom is truly formidable. If I had to deduce this alone, I would not have any results even after 3 years. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. Even though this Star Soul Battlefield only had 600 or so goo including immortal goo. In fact, the coordination of the goo worms and the methods to use them were extremely complex. Thus, to set up this Star Soul Battlefield, Fan Yuan needed at least a few minutes. This time was not too long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves took a long time to set up. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan faced off against the 4 elders of Hay Tribe and their Green City Rampage, the immortal battlefield killer move Orchard Garden in Mountain was prepared in advance a while before. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot rival Orchard Garden in Mountain. But the ability to drain the enemy's strength inside the battlefield is almost endless. It is superior to Orchard Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, my Star Soul Battlefield used Fighting Soul Battlefield as the main reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fan Yuan wanted to test it on a suitable target. He quickly thought of the One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength. It also has 3-time path immortal goo. My Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Furthermore, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I will also have to fight Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fan Yuan discarded this unrealistic idea very quickly. He could cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness, of course. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had already sent many letters to Blazing Heaven Demoness, establishing some common grounds and understanding. If Fan Yuan used his identity as He Lu Lan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, it was highly possible. But Fan Yuan did not want this. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, in terms of loot, Fan Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness. He would only gain a small portion of the benefits. And it was impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Even though Fan Yuan was not a Zombie Alliance member, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. According to the Alliance Agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could only suppress Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, she could not take their lives. However, I need to look for Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I do not find her, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan might conceal her existence to try and deal with me using her. If I take the initiative to find her, He Lu Lan will lose all hope in this aspect, and it will also be a form of deterrence towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man in Eastern Sea were already in great anticipation regarding Fan Yuan. In this life, their progress in attacking Yilu Blessed Land was greatly advanced due to Fan Yuan. But the final step, unmoving troops, was extremely difficult. Shark Demon and the others had no way to break it. They could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in the air while sighing. Shark Demon's desire towards Fan Yuan's help was apparent. But Fan Yuan ignored him completely. Rather than helping him, he might as well help Blazing Heaven Demoness in devouring Yilu Blessed Land. Fan Yuan's relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was closer than Shark Demon. Fan Yuan could get much more benefits by working with her. Chapter 985. Fan Yuan's entry into Ascending Heaven Plane. The sky was blue. Several clouds were floating. Fan Yuan floated in the sky, looking far away into the horizon. He only saw that the sky was vast. His vision was filled with blue, both from the sky and sea. Waves were moving about. The atmosphere was grand. These were the special characteristics of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was peaceful, the scenery was flat and still, like the grand and brutish northern plains. Yet when fierce waves appear on the surface of the seas, turning it into a dangerous place, the resemblance to northern plains vanishes. Along with the changes of the seas and waves, Eastern Sea constantly shifted in various ways. Precisely because of these changes, such grand scenery could be created, and there were cultures that had various unique features. Fan Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was rather small. It was within Zombie Alliance's territory, the private sea area of Bo Dan. But Bo Dan had been chased out long ago. The person who was occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Rank 8 Firepath Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A moment ago, the letter Gu that Fan Yuan had prepared for Blazing Heaven Demoness had been tossed into the sea. But there was no disturbance in the sea. Who are you? Such guts, you interrupted me when I was at the most crucial moment of refining Gu. Suddenly, Fan Yuan heard a voice. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He had used his investigative methods long ago, but Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be traced at all. Fan Yuan did not sense her. She actually got close to him, and before she spoke, Fan Yuan had no idea. On the surface, Fan Yuan was unmoved. He spoke calmly and slowly turned around, bowing. I am Fan Yuan, my respects to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fan Yuan? Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with brilliance. These last days her mood had been good. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had started to communicate using letters ago, and in the letter, Fairy Li Shan mentioned that she was trying to mend their relationship for the sake of He Lu Lan. Earlier, she was not refining Gu. But when she received the information path Mortal Gu, stating that it was He Lu Lan's friend, Blazing Heaven Demoness was curious and wary. She sneaked out and got close to Fan Yuan, probing him. Fan Yuan did not sense her. Because of his rank 6 cultivation level, Blazing Heaven Demoness' wariness fell drastically. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a tough personality. The moment she spoke, she claimed that Fan Yuan had interrupted her refinement. She wanted to gain the initiative in the conversation, so that she could pressure him later. But the initiative that she took did not faze Fan Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness was impressed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. That is me. Saying this, he deactivated Familiar Face, turning from the appearance of Wisdom Star back to his immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness' pupils expanded slightly. She sighed. This rank 8 attitude Gu is really amazing. I could not find any flaws in it. However, what is your relationship with Wisdom Star Qingdao? Fan Yuan laughed. Wisdom Star Qingdao is me, but I am not just Wisdom Star alone. Blazing Heaven Demoness' impression of Fan Yuan rose. In Fairy Li Shan's letters, she did not mention that you had Wisdom Path attainment. She had been eyeing Yilu Blessed Land for a long time. Thus, she had been collecting information about Shark Demons secretly. The information of Wisdom Star Qingdao that Fan Yuan had been disguised as was known by Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I venture into Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, I wonder if you are interested in Yilu Blessed Land? Fan Yuan spoke about his intention. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. What do you think? Fan Yuan was calm and collected. If you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. Is this also the intention of your master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? Fan Yuan did not deny it. Madam, with my capabilities, as long as I am given some time, I will be able to unravel the final battlefield killer move in Yilu Blessed Land. But how to get rid of Shark Demon and Subai Man will be your matter. Without Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan would not be so confident. But with the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu in his hands, and with the fact that the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was unmanned, Fan Yuan would not face much difficulty in dealing with it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression sank. Fan Yuan had control of the flow of the conversation. She could no longer control her patience. Baseless talk. She snorted. You say you have the ability, is that necessarily true? How can I believe it? The anger of a rank 8 Gu immortal was not to be underestimated. The atmosphere became heavy at once. Fan Yuan smiled calmly. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would react like this. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not familiar with Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan had his previous life's experiences. He knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness' temper. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan had control of the conversation. It is simple to get Madam to believe in my abilities. Please bear with me. Saying so, Fan Yuan started deducing. At once, starlight shone on his body as Immortal Gu aura surged. After a dozen breaths, Fan Yuan stopped pretending. He said to Blazing Heaven Demoness, sighing, a rank 8 great expert is truly difficult to deduce. Is this your excuse for failing? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fan Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Madame has already contacted the Zombie Alliance headquarters and is prepared to push aside Subai Man and Shark Demon. Bo Dan has already been captured, right? Subduing him first, then letting him go and making him bribe Subai Man with an immortal material. By then, you can find an excuse of stealing immortal material to righteously seek trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was very shocked internally. She did not expect Fan Yuan to deduce her plans so quickly in such a short time. She was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though she was Fire Path, she had methods to defend against the deduction of Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Why did her methods fail against Fan Yuan? No wonder this person could make little sister feel wary and cause a loss to little Lan. No, maybe this is what his master Purple Mountain True Monarch deduced. He is only using that information to act in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down quickly. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Anyone who could reach rank 8 was not easy to fool. Alright, since you have the ability, I have a difficult problem for you to solve. Saying this, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed him and fire burst out, surrounding Fan Yuan's entire body. Fan Yuan's heart shook. He saw Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering personality once again, but he was not afraid that she would cause him harm. Because He Lu Lan's attitude Gu was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness tried to kill Fan Yuan, would she not be afraid that Fan Yuan would destroy Attitude Gu along with him? Fan Yuan did not resist. He was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned into a rainbow of fire and tore through the sky. Fan Yuan's eyes could only see fire. He could not move. He did not know how long it took, but suddenly, the flames vanished and Fan Yuan found himself in a plain. This plain was filled with greenery. Young and tender grass grew over the entire plain. The plain had few trees, one could see very far. What was most eye-catching was a palace not far away. This palace had a green-gold floating sculpted design. The surface was carved with the sea, sky, and mountains. This was the design style of the remote antiquity era. The radiating immortal Gu aura showed that this palace was extraordinary. This was an immortal Gu house. At this moment, many Gu immortals were standing on the plain, surrounding this immortal Gu house from all directions. There were some Gu immortals who floated in the air, far from the immortal Gu house. Whichever Gu immortal it was, their gazes were all focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fan Yuan. Earlier, a fiery rainbow had descended. It was a huge disturbance, nobody could miss it. Blazing Heaven Demoness released her rank 8 Gu immortal aura, causing them to focus on her. With such a high-profile entrance, Fan Yuan, who came along with her, was also heavily locked on by many gazes. I am Song Kuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong pays respects. I, Ra Lai Ge, am truly honored to be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness in person. Soon, 3 Gu immortals acted as the representatives and spoke. Even though their cultivation level was not as high as Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were the representatives of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ra Lai Clan. These 3 clans were super forces in Eastern Sea. They were also the main forces competing for the ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant with them. She nodded lightly at the 3 of them, speaking. I have heard about old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I am here to try and obtain it. You can feel free to handle your own matters. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness said that casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness' cultivation level was at rank 8, and she even had a huge force, Zombie Alliance, behind her. If Zombie Alliance wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, there would be a huge disturbance in the current situation within Ascending Heaven Plane. Lady Blazing Heaven is from Northern Plains. You are a guest here. How can we be so rude? I am unworthy, but allow me to accompany you. Song Kun took the initiative and flew over. Brother Song Kun is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived here. I am willing to explain the situation to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong had just spoken when Ra Lai Ge also flew towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave the 3 immortals a look. She did not chase them away, she allowed them to stand beside her. The geographical location of Ascending Heaven Plane meant that Zombie Alliance could not intervene in it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but the ones who could influence this place only numbered to 3. These 3 clans contested both up front and in secret, but when a strong external force like Blazing Heaven Demoness came, they collaborated and resisted her together. There was no need to guess. Blazing Heaven Demoness knew that these 3 had already informed their clans. Soon, rank 8 experts were going to show up and hold the fort for them. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though what was in Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not obtain it. Even though she was a rank 8 goo immortal, if she tried to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not help her, she would offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering and firm attitude, but she was not stupid. In fact, she was very wise. She understood the value of giving in. Otherwise, in Fan Yuan's previous life, she would not have established that alliance agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness' motive in this trip was not to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. She wanted to test if Fan Yuan had wisdom path attainment, or whether he was only a fraud, merely relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch. Chapter 986. Wisdom Path Fame Spreads in Eastern Sea. Wisdom Star, this is Ascending Heaven Plane, a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was recorded inside. This place is filled with space path Tao marks. Not only does it have no regular pattern, it is extremely complex and rearranges constantly. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, obtain the Tian Nan inheritance here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. He understood Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods were only exposed recently. Even He Lulan and the others were not very clear on them. Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land. She needed to test the might of Fan Yuan's wisdom path methods. If Fan Yuan had decent capabilities, she would believe him and entrust the duty of attacking Yulu Blessed Land to him. If he was a fraud, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to find someone else. As for Fan Yuan, if he was useless, he would have to scram. Wisdom Star, why is this name so familiar? Since this person is thought highly of by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some proficiency. Not only are the space path Tao marks in Ascending Heaven Plane complex, they change at every moment. Our 3 clans are restricted by this and have little progress. How is it possible for him who is working alone? Song Kun, Kai Xiong, and Ruo Lai Gui transmitted to each other, as Fan Yuan landed on the ground, walking towards the immortal Gu house that old eccentric Tian Nan left behind. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu immortals' gazes were also on Fan Yuan. In the Song clan camp, a young woman was dressed in white, seemingly glowing with snow-white light, pure as jade. She was the prized jewel of Song clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishur. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. At this moment, Song Yishur's eyes stared at Fan Yuan unblinkingly, filled with curiosity. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon has been attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He is doing all that he can to ask this person to help. Earlier, it was Chen Dao who helped Shark Demon unravel the first few battlefield killer moves at a rapid pace. But for some reason, Chen Dao started ignoring Shark Demon recently. Strange. Little Sure, why are you so knowledgeable about Chen Dao? Come to speak of it, this lad has quite the gentlemanly appearance. He is also quite handsome. One glance at him produces good feelings towards him. A female Gu Immortal Senior from Song Clan teased Song Yishur. Song Yishur's face turned bright red, she explained. Chen Dao had once exposed one of Shark Demon's secrets, but Shark Demon had asked Uncle Song Jia Den to protect this secret. This is why I am paying attention to him. Now was different from his previous life. Back then, Fan Yuan had been disguised as Xing Xiangzi, an elderly man. But now, with attitude Gu and familiar face, Fan Yuan naturally would make full use of this killer move. He transformed into a handsome appearance which could make people put down their guard, to make it easier for him to execute his current plans. Song Clan's Gu Immortals heard these words and their expressions changed. Song Jia Dan was the pride of Song Clan. He was also one of the 3 publicly recognized Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan could actually break Song Jia Dan's methods. Just in this aspect, one could see his capabilities. At once, the Gu Immortals from Song Clan looked at Fan Yuan with changed gazes. Fan Yuan walked 5 to 6 steps under everyone's eyes before stopping. His expression was calm, but he was secretly on alert. Ascending Heaven Plane was not simple. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were usually very mysterious. For example, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Tao marks, while Ascending Heaven Plane had an uncountable number of space path Tao marks. Precisely because of these space path Tao marks, Ascending Heaven Plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even a mortal could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through Ascending Heaven Plane. However, after the havoc caused by Rinzu's children, many of the immemorial heavens were destroyed. Even Ascending Heaven Plane was implicated. Ascending Heaven Plane was no longer as safe as during the immemorial antiquity era. The space path Tao marks here were complex like interlinked spider webs, and they were changing all the time. Even though Ascending Heaven Plane looked peaceful and safe currently, danger was lurking everywhere. It was full of life-threatening traps. Even Gu immortals would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Tao marks here if they were careless. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test the capabilities of my wisdom path methods, and also to suppress me through a show of force. She is probably still suspicious that I am relying on Purple Mountain True Monarch, not using my personal wisdom path methods, instead acting as a middleman. After all, the things I deduced were all predetermined matters. The deductions could be prepared earlier. Only in this environment which is ever-changing can my wisdom path ability truly be tested. It was not surprising that Blazing Heaven Demoness would be suspicious. After all, Fan Yuan's display of wisdom path methods was too sudden. Furthermore, he was an immortal zombie. There were wisdom path immortal zombies, but after becoming an immortal zombie, it was rare for them to still have such formidable wisdom path methods. Fan Yuan's mind was filled with star thoughts, colliding continuously. With Star Thought Immortal Gu, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fan Yuan a great amount of confidence. After a while, he continued moving forward, progressing towards old eccentric Tian Nan's Immortal Gu house. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fan Yuan stopped again. At this time and place, he was about 300 steps away from old eccentric Tian Nan's Immortal Gu house, but he had already caught up to the farthest Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was from Ra Lai clan. Seeing that Fan Yuan had reached the same progress as him, he smiled without feeling ashamed. Fan Yuan deduced again. The space path Tao marks here were invisible and did not show traces. He had to make deductions to progress. He had already reached the end of the path that he deduced earlier. Fan Yuan needed to walk and stop, while deducing on the way. Deducing a long path was not worth it. Because the space path Tao marks kept changing at varying speed, even if he deduced a long path, by the time he walked on half of it, the latter half would change. The result would be that half of his deduction was wasted. I need to demonstrate my value so that I can participate in Yulu Blessed Land. I need to show my wisdom path ability. It seems that after this trip, my reputation as Wisdom Star is going to become renowned in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had an understanding while deducing. Several minutes later, he had surpassed many of the Gu immortals on the ground. He was one of the closest people. Wisdom Star Chun Dao. Kai Xiong stared at Fan Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? This attainment level is at least Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Ruo Ligai gritted his teeth. Song Jia Dan sighed internally. It is a pity that my clan Song Jia Dan cannot come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been ours long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very pleased. With such an achievement, it was enough to be qualified to attack Yulu Blessed Land even in the vast Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shock. How many years has it been since Fan Yuan became an immortal? Not only did he cultivate Strength Path, he also has such an attainment in Wisdom Path. And from Sister's letter, he even displayed exemplary enslavement path methods in the Imperial Court contest. This shows how incredible his master Purple Mountain True Monarch is. This should be enough. I am 108 steps away from the Immortal Gu house now. Even though I can progress more, I am already one of the closest people. If I move any closer, I would attract trouble. Fan Yuan assessed this situation. Relying on Blazing Heaven Demoness, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man could be bullied. But against Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness was too weak. The space path Tao marks here became more numerous and changed faster as one got closer to the inheritance. Thus, the difficulty of deduction rose rapidly. With just Fan Yuan's capabilities, he could not get to the Immortal Gu house. Especially after he got to within the range of 80 steps, he would need a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. The Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move here did not mean defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, or attacking methods like Myriad Star Fireflies. It needed to be specialized for deductions. Fan Yuan did not have this foundation. But he had Wisdom Gu. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Gu, he could use the Light of Wisdom. Relying on it, he could obtain a result that far surpassed any deduction Wisdom Path Killer move. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fan Yuan would have broken through already. He would be 50 steps away, not 100. The Light of Wisdom naturally could not be known to others, And in any case, if Fan Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave. The three super forces were wolves waiting to pounce. How could Fan Yuan leave after taking their food? Thus, Fan Yuan stopped, looking at Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis laughed internally. Fan Yuan truly was very aware of the situation. Not to mention this rank 6 immortal zombie, even with her rank 8 cultivation level, she did not dare to attempt to take the treasure here. She wanted to leave already. But leaving without fighting would cause trouble. Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Royal Lai Clan were three super forces that treated Ascending Heaven Plane as theirs. Blazing Heaven Demonis coming here would cause others to place their attention here if they did not show a firm stance now. And for Blazing Heaven Demonis, if she left now, the three super forces would pursue the matter for sure. She might as well stay and settle it now. It was impossible unless she fought with a rank 8 Gu Immortal. As expected, not long later, rank 8 Gu Immortals from the three clans appeared, getting into a vague alliance as they spoke with Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis, although alone, was not weak in stance. She suggested for them to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. The scene of their fight was unknown to everyone. After fighting, Blazing Heaven Demonis descended, laughing loudly as she left with Fan Yuan. The three rank 8s from Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Royal Lai Clan showed deep wariness and solemnness in their eyes. They secretly conversed. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have incredible battle strength, above the other four regions. After this battle with Blazing Heaven today, it appears true. Although she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We can only resist her when two of us collaborate. She has great Grandmaster Fire Path attainment level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Earlier in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial Nine Heavens, giving her the title of Blazing Heaven Demonis. She is extremely thuggish and unscrupulous. Even though she left, in my opinion, we need to guard against her. Your words make sense. Chapter 987. Star fog conceals traces. Eastern Sea, Twin Polar Sea Strait. The sounds of waves penetrated the thick fog as it entered the sea strait. Song Jiadan sat beside the cliff. His eyes were shut as he rested. His lower body was encased in gray stone. His upper body had the appearance of an old man. It was extremely wrinkled and he looked very aged. Suddenly his eyelids moved. He sensed that Song Clan's first Supreme Elder, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan, had used his token. At Song Jiadan's will, the fog dispersed, revealing a path to walk on. A moment later, from the path, two figures walked in. One male and one female, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white. She was like a lotus flower, pure and moving. Her clear eyes were oozing with liveliness and anticipation. The male immortal was middle-aged. He was experienced and mature, walking behind the female immortal. Uncle Jiadan! Song Yisha called out from afar. Song Jiadan wanted to smile, but his face was firm like a statue. His muscles were stiff and could show no expression. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could fuse with the world and make deductions. They were often very accurate. But the advantages came with disadvantages. Song Jiadan lost his freedom. His lower body turned into stone and had fused with Twin Polar Sea Strait. When his lifespan runs out, he would turn into stone completely, losing all life. Eventually, Song Jiadan could only speak expressionlessly in a low and drawn-out tone. Little Shi, cousin Xiaoqi, it has been a long time. The people who came to Twin Polar Sea Strait to visit Song Jiadan were Song Clan's Song Yisha and Song Xiaoqi. Uncle Jiadan, this is grandfather's token, please take a look. Song Yisha first handed the token to Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan inspected it thoroughly and nodded, asking, This time, what do you want to deduce? Song Xiaoqi spoke. This time, we are here for the Tiannan inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane. Song Jiadan pondered. Ascending Heaven Plane's space path down marks are complex and ever-changing. I cannot go personally, thus I cannot deduce the path spontaneously. But Royal Lai Clan and Kai Clan have no powerful wisdom path Gu Immortals. I believe that all of you can succeed using the wisdom path Immortal Gu that I have. Song Yisha smiled lightly. Uncle Jiadan, there has been a change in Ascending Heaven Plane. Oh? Immediately, Song Yisha talked about Blazing Heaven Demonis and Fan Yuan, about how they entered Ascending Heaven Plane. Song Jiadan immediately understood Song Yisha and Song Xiaoqi's intentions. He spoke. So you want to employ this wisdom star to help Song Clan obtain the inheritance? That's right. Wisdom Star is not a member of Zombie Alliance, he is only Tai Bai Yinxing's good friend, he is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, coming here because of the Earth Tide. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, he can also be employed by Song Clan. He had quite an amazing wisdom path attainment. If we are slow and the other two clans take action first, we would get into a passive situation. Song Xiaoqi said. So you are here to ask me to deduce matters regarding Wisdom Star? Song Jiadan continued. Song Yisher nodded. Uncle, we really cannot hide anything from you. That's right. Since we want to employ Wisdom Star, we need to know about his background. After all, he is not a clansman. Most importantly, the other party is also a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. If he tries to scheme, we will not only suffer a loss, we will also lose our face. Thus this time, we need you to use your methods and see if you can defeat this Northern Plains Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Song Jiadan's eyes were lowered, he had a hint of hesitation. But this Wisdom Star Qingdao can crack the method that I used for Shark Demon, and he was able to achieve that much in Ascending Heaven Plane. That means he not only has Wisdom Path attainment, he even has Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. It goes against the usual customs and manners of us Wisdom Path Gu immortals if I make deductions on such a Wisdom Path expert abruptly. If I am careless, we may attract the animosity of the other party and create a strong Wisdom Path enemy for our clan. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was disguised as Xing Xiangzi. Because he peeked at Song Yisher when bathing, Song Jiadan made deductions on him. In this life, Fan Yuan was disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any flaws, and most importantly, he had incredible Wisdom Path methods. This made Song Jiadan very apprehensive. Song Yisher and Song Xiaoqi looked at each other. The former did not speak while the latter said, There are advantages and disadvantages in everything, it depends on our judgment. Before coming here, we have already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, Cousin Jiadan, please do it. Song Jiadan nodded. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he was not in charge of making decisions in the clan. In that case, he no longer hesitated. After preparing for a while, he took action. A long while later, Song Jiadan opened his eyes, showing signs of fatigue in his eyes. I could not deduce anything. What? Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you fail the deduction? Is this Qingdao really that formidable in terms of Wisdom Path? He can already match Cousin? Song Yisher and Song Xiaoqi were both very shocked. Song Jiadan shook his head. A person's effort is limited, while heaven's will is unpredictable. Maybe this Qingdao is very skilled, able to block all my deduction methods, or maybe he isn't in Eastern Sea. Not in Eastern Sea? Where can he be? The Earth Tide is gone, there is still a long time until the next Earth Tide. Song Yisher was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. I am only rank 7, it is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yisher muttered, feeling dejected and disappointed. Song Jiadan's words shifted, saying, I am more concerned about Ascending Heaven Plane. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven, it is of strategic importance, and is wanted by many. Just now, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness left, we did not defeat her. This would lead to increase in the greed of others. We have to be careful of Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators. And although the other Righteous Path super forces cannot interfere directly, they can use their influence to meddle with the situation in Ascending Heaven Plane. These are our biggest lurking dangers. Cousin is truly wise, this makes perfect sense. Song Xiaoqi's expression changed, he nodded repeatedly. Song Yisher also showed an expression of worry. Rather than deducing Wisdom Star Qingdao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as you use my arrangement, you will defeat the lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Royal Clan and Kai Clan. Song Jiadan was very confident. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. Star Fog Concealment. Fan Yuan willed, using his immortal killer move. Immediately, fog made of starlight came out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the star fog shrouded Fan Yuan's entire body, blurring his facial features. Others could only see a vague figure of Fan Yuan inside the fog. I finally succeeded in deducing the modified star fog concealment. Fan Yuan inspected it and felt joyous. This star fog concealment could defend against the deductions of others against himself. After leaving Ascending Heaven Plane and negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Vu Immortal Blessed Land and used the light of wisdom to modify the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal goo, one of them was star thought immortal goo. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal goo. Star thought immortal goo was one of them, while the other was replaced with unravel mystery immortal goo. Right now, Fan Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. The Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery that he could not utilize while previously was starting to display its capabilities. The trip to Ascending Heaven Plane earlier will soon make the name of Wisdom Star spread throughout Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal World. By then, there will be many who will try to make deductions on me, to find information on Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move. It can disguise me, but it cannot block deductions. With Star Fog Concealment, I am much safer in Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan thought. Of course, the defense of Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, it could only defend against deductions from others. It could not block fire, wind, water, or physical punches and kicks. Secondly, it only used 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo as the core. If a rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal makes a deduction, it would only be able to defend for a while before collapsing. But Star Fog Concealment did not need constant activation. The star fog produced after activation was a layer of defense. As long as the fog remained, it could defend him. This star fog is filled with tiny fragments of Star Path and Wisdom Path down mark. Because of this jumbled mix of fragments, I can block outside deductions. Even if Song Jiadan makes a deduction, the star fog can block him for a while. It would alert me and I would be able to use fixed immortal travel to hide in a blessed land. Once he entered a blessed land, he would be in another world. Even a rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert would be unable to make any deductions on him. First, he created Star Soul Battlefield. Next, he made Star Fog Concealment. 2 of Fan Yuan's weaknesses had been eliminated. Next, he should focus on refining the rank 6 all-out effort Immortal Goo. At the same time, he had to patiently wait for Blazing Heaven Demoness to act. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had succeeded in pushing aside Shark Demon and Subai Man. But because the timing was bad, she had to go to Northern Plains. Right now, with my influence, progress in Yulu Blessed Land was much faster, thus she can take action early. We should have enough time. I hope that the rewards in this Yulu Blessed Land will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm inside the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Earlier, Fan Yuan got through the 2nd layer of the Dream Realm and came to the 3rd, reaching a new layer that he did not enter in his previous life. Both his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels had risen, but they were still at Grandmaster level. But the most important thing was, the 3rd layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fan Yuan could not understand. The 3rd layer of the Dream Realm collapsed on its own, not giving Fan Yuan any boost to his attainment levels. And in the dream, the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited could not be recalled by Fan Yuan no matter what he tried. Days passed by. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally settled the relationships within Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Similarly to Fan Yuan's previous life, she used Bo Dan as an excuse to oust Shark Demon, and Subai Man. Fan Yuan did not participate in this. He would only take action when Blazing Heaven Demoness was attacking Yulu Blessed Land. As he expected, even though the battlefield killer move unmoving troops was mystical, it did not have anyone controlling it. It was like an empty formation. Fan Yuan expended a huge amount of mental energy and immortal essence, unraveling this final level and completely capturing Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path Immortal Goo, don't think about it, this is a present I am giving to Little Lon. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo. But this Star Path Immortal Goo, even though it is only rank 6, it is on the list of top 10 mystical goo, it has immense value. If you choose it, you will not be able to take another Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fan Yuan. Chapter 988. Star Eyes Immortal Goo. Central Continent, Star Form Blessed Land. Fan Yuan concentrated, without any distraction, on refining all-out effort goo. Large amounts of immortal materials had fused into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid was floating in the air. At Fan Yuan's will, his 2nd vital goo, all-out effort goo, shot into the liquid. Rise. Saying this, Fan Yuan grunted as he stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers opened and grabbed at the ground. Crack, crack. With bursts of sound, the rocks on the ground rumbled and completely surrounded the liquid, forming a big muddy ball. This was an Earth Path Refinement Path killer move. Not long ago, Fan Yuan had traded for it with Langya Land's spirit. This was a small benefit of joining Langya's sect. Of course, he had to pay a price. Fan Yuan deduced an immortal goo recipe for Langya Land Spirit, completing 30% of it. This refinement path killer move, even though it was not immortal level, was very useful. The all-out effort goo recipe that Fan Yuan had modified used this refinement path killer move many times during the process of refinement. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fan Yuan's body shook, his eyes, nose, and ears, all his 7 orifices started to bleed. The blood flowed continuously, forming 7 snakes that slithered around and hissed, producing scary sounds. The 7 snakes climbed onto the muddy ball. The muddy ball was coiled around, becoming a ball of snakes. Fan Yuan threw mortal goo in continuously, as the blood snakes opened their mouths and ate. With every goo worm that they ate, their bodies would sink into the muddy ball. 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the muddy ball. On the muddy ball's surface, there were countless red snake scales. The entire muddy ball almost seemed to be alive. The red snake scales flickered with faint light. It seemed like this muddy ball was breathing with life. Fan Yuan roasted it with fire. These were 3 different types of fire, roasting the muddy ball of snake scales in turns. The blue fire made the flickering of the muddy ball's scales less frequent, as a layer of frost appeared on the red scales. Fan Yuan used a green fire next. After roasting it, the muddy ball became more lively. From the frost, a layer of moss grew. Finally, Fan Yuan used a yellow fire. From within the fire, the moss on the muddy ball hardened, turning into a brown cocoon of blood. The cocoon of blood was flickering with golden light, as if golden sand was mixed in it. The yellow fire roasted the muddy ball for the longest time. After roasting it for a day and a night, the brown muddy ball turned into a pure golden color. By this point, he had finally finished a crucial step. Fan Yuan let out a sigh. He obtained some precious time to rest. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering completely, he took out the golden muddy ball. The original brown muddy ball was as large as a basin, but the golden one was only slightly larger than a baby's head. Next was another crucial step. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, activating a special goo worm, attacking the golden ball. With a bang, the golden muddy ball exploded. Endless gold powder scattered around the surrounding 3 li. Failed! Fan Yuan's expression was grim. His expectant gaze had dimmed. The gold powder was all over the place, but nothing else was left. If he had succeeded, a half-completed immortal goo would have been formed. But unfortunately it did not. The immortal materials and immortal essence stones that he had invested earlier were all wasted. His only gain was the experience of refining the goo. During his next attempt, he would be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fan Yuan quickly settled his mood, becoming calm once again. Refining immortal goo was not easy, the success rate was too low. This failure was very normal. He could only continue to accumulate immortal materials and try again next time. Fan Yuan had refined Spring-Autumn Cicada in his previous life, and succeeded in refining Star-Thought Immortal Goo now. After these experiences, he had a very strong mental fortitude in terms of this. After resting for a bit, he used fixed immortal travel and left the blessed land, arriving in southern border. It was night time. Fan Yuan flew up into the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars in the sky could be seen shining brightly. Star Eyes. This immortal goo was recently obtained by Fan Yuan. It was his reward in Yulu blessed land. Fan Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately the pupils in his eyes turned into whirlpools, spiraling and spinning non-stop. A formless attractive force sucked the starlight in the night sky into Fan Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 Immortal Goo Star Eyes, 10th on the list of top 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fan Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after careful consideration, he still chose this immortal goo. That was because this goo's investigative ability far exceeded most. Investigative Immortal Killer Moves. Using Star Eyes, Fan Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes temporarily, using them for observation. The light of stars in black heaven shined over all 5 regions. Any place with the light of stars shining on them could be seen and investigated by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could stay in Central Continent, and use the stars in the night sky to observe southern border and northern plains. Thus, this goo was at 10th. It is a pity if it did not have this weakness, its position would rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eyes Immortal Goo's weakness was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a need to connect with the stars. Fan Yuan was doing this now. The spiraling in his eyes slowed in speed, as the light of the stars were drawn in and filtered, until the remaining starlight intertwined together, forming a trace of starlight that was the thickness of a finger. One in his left eye, one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight traces. These 2 traces were formed from starlight. One was connected to Fan Yuan's pupils, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, as a mystical force was transmitted through the traces of starlight towards the end point. Fan Yuan's eyes had been wide open, but now his vision was filled with darkness. But with the continued activation of Star Eye's immortal goo, he could gradually see a faint blue speck in the darkness. Time continued to pass. Soon, the night was over. Fan Yuan's vision was still covered by darkness. But at the center, the blue light had already expanded by quite a bit. In time, this blue light will grow larger and larger, regaining its appearance as a star. Hopefully, the light of the star that I chose is small, otherwise, to completely make use of it, I would need a lot of time and effort. If the starlight was small, Fan Yuan could turn it into his tool much quicker. Even though a smaller star's starlight was dimmer, and a larger star's starlight had greater penetrative force. But Fan Yuan still preferred the former. He wanted to quickly be able to use Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky turned bright. Fan Yuan finally stopped. He counted. After one night, he had consumed 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is at 10th. A flaw is that its expenditure is too high. To refine a star, the consumption is around 10 attempts at refining rank 6 immortal goo. Thankfully, I can bear it. In fact, my star path attainment level is Grandmaster, and with the light of wisdom, Star Eyes can combine into other immortal killer moves and show great use. Most importantly, if I can combine the use of Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel. Fan Yuan's thoughts wandered. Thinking of this combination, he smiled. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this point beforehand, placing so much emphasis on Star Eyes' immortal goo. It was true, Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel had very complementary effects. In the following days, Fan Yuan attempted to refine all-out effort immortal goo while deciphering the battlefield killer moves left behind by Fairy Yulu. Among which, the most important information was the method to create a battlefield killer move in an immortal aperture without harming it. All the while, Fan Yuan found some time to use Star Eye's immortal goo and refine the star in black heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the information of the outside world. Time passed quickly while Fan Yuan was hard at work. The situation in Northern Plains and Central Continent was not much different from in his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains' situation changed. In Fan Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals charged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the arrangements created by Song Clan, Kai Clan and Ruolai Clan. In this process, Seven Seas Snake Woman even laughed at Song Yishur, causing her to destroy a village by the sea, killing Li Xiaoyao's ancestor. But now, these lone cultivators and demonic immortals were attacked by the combined forces of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan. They broke apart before they even did anything. The reason was because Blazing Heaven Demoness brought Fan Yuan and caused trouble first, resulting in them becoming more alert. The internal conflicts between the clans also became more limited and controlled. With the appearance of outsiders, the 3 clans collaborated immediately. Fan Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that Luopa Valley was undergoing the 100 Days battle. Led by Feng Jiugu, Central Continent's side were battling against the Shadow Sect Gu immortals led by Qin Baixing. Fan Yuan wanted to know about the situation of the battle, but he could not find out. He could only set up some investigative Gu about 100 li away from Luopa Valley. This was a very dangerous range. If he got closer, the Gu immortals from both sides would likely discover him. Be it Central Continent or Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting to the death in the valley. They were definitely afraid of third parties trying to benefit from this. They would inevitably set up many investigative and counter-investigative methods, setting up battlefield killer moves and Gu formations in advance. Now is different from my previous life. I purposely kept Shui Songzi alive to increase Shadow Sect's strength. The overall situation in the 100 Days battle will likely change. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but people managed to escape. Even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jiugu. It was only a Pyrrhic victory. This time, Fan Yuan was very curious about the result of the new 100 Days battle. But before the winner was decided, he did not want to interfere. Having lost self-strength and failing to refine all-out effort Gu, he did not have enough confidence now. Time continued to pass. 3 days had already gone by since the end of the 100 days battle during his previous life. Fan Yuan pinched his fingers as he deduced he was already in Northern Plains, waiting patiently. There was finally a reaction from Luopa Valley. Chapter 989. Chasing Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. 2 figures emerged from Luopa Valley, one in front and one behind. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and He Qing. Fan Yuan went on alert, his gaze followed the two. He did not chase them immediately. After a while, there were no Central Continent Gu immortals who came out of Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan guessed in his mind. It seems that even though I kept Shui Songzi alive, the result was only stalled by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. Now it seems only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and He Qing escaped. Actually, this result was not strange. The decisive factor of this battle was the fighting between Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing. Fan Yuan kept Shui Songzi alive, but just merely him alone did not have much of an impact towards the two experts. I wonder if there are any other changes in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley this time? Fan Yuan thought as he chased. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie flew quickly. His speed was very fast. He turned into a black line in the air, shooting forward rapidly. Who is it? Suddenly, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes burning with fire. Tai Bai Yunxing appeared, smiling coldly. You are finally here. You will die today. Merely a rank 6, humph. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance burst out with killing intent, pouncing at lightning speed. Boom! He hit Tai Bai Yunxing harshly. The latter turned into a clump of bubbles and dissipated. Illusion! The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart jumped. The other party is only rank 6, he dares to obstruct a rank 7. Most importantly, how did he know my location? Is he a Northern Plains pawn of Central Continent? Earlier, he did not join the 100 Days battle because his battle strength was too low, and could not do much? Or perhaps he just arrived? Or do the Central Continent Gu immortals not trust him? This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, even though he was an immortal zombie, had high wisdom path attainment. In an instant, countless thoughts turned in his mind. He understood Tai Bai Yunxing's objective. He is only rank 6, while I have rank 7 cultivation level, and I have 40% of my battle strength left. He is not my match, and has a Northern Plains Gu immortal aura. The most likely reason is that he is just here to slow me down and delay my escape. Slow down, no rush. Tai Bai Yunxing's illusion appeared again. This illusion was very vivid earlier. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was not paying attention and thought it was his true body. But now, after using investigative methods, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance took a look and found something amiss. Humph. He snickered, flying far away. Tai Bai Yunxing's battle strength was not high, and he did not have fast movement abilities. He could only cause a disturbance. But the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance did not care. After realizing Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions, he only thought of escaping. Where do you think you're going? Stay here. Fan Yuan finally caught up. He had fixed immortal travel, and arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to slow him down. With their information path methods, he could keep an eye on the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. He could catch up easily. If not for the fact that Fan Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fan Yuan's arrival, Tai Bai Yunxing's heart was uplifted. Next was the crucial moment. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie saw Fan Yuan, and his heart jumped. He was so scared he shuddered. Feng Jiuge! He screamed. In fact, Fan Yuan had used Familiar Face to turn into Feng Jiuge's appearance. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. Because he enslaved the Featherman Gu Immortal, his battle strength fell by a lot. If they properly fought, he would not be able to do much. But Fan Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was Star Soul Battlefield. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was only rank 7. After the 100 Days battle, and breaking out with difficulty, his remaining battle strength would be less than half of usual. In this situation, as long as they forced the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie into Star Soul Battlefield, and used it to drain his strength, Fan Yuan could likely win. Forget about He Qing for now. He is like a stray dog, probably in a worse state than in my previous life. His immortal Gu house has already been lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Goo Immortals not chase him? He has heavy injuries and only has Dark Arrow Immortal Goo, he is not a concern. But this Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie is a crucial member. Qin Baixing and Jiang Yu went through all means possible to keep him alive. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was one of the members inside the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, acting as a formation core. He is assigned an important mission, he will not die easily. In my previous life, after old ancestor Shui who captured him, he awaited the rescue of Zombie Alliance. Thus, there is a high chance of me capturing him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him and Shadow Sect's secrets will be exposed to me. Of course, if his soul was tampered with, it would be like Shui Songzi in my previous life. But even then, when I kill him, it would be a huge loss to Shadow Sect in the execution of their plans. Fan Yuan had many considerations. Shadow Sect had huge power. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic duel stage, he would need to face this mysterious and powerful Goo Immortal force. According to Fan Yuan's experience and ruthlessness, as well as his forceful personality, why would he not find trouble with Shadow Sect personally? Fan Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he was going to strike at their weakness and deal a huge blow to them. Is it really Feng Jioge? The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie saw that Fan Yuan was approaching while having a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baixing's plan was not hidden from him. Before the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie broke out, he had seen Qin Baixing using the location to drag Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Afterwards, Qin Baixing would suicide, using the winds of assimilation to eliminate Feng Jioge and the rest. How could Feng Jioge appear here? The likelihood was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already learned, Zhao Lian Yun had been secretly sent to Central Continent. From Spirit Affinity House's perspective, they had control of a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. They would naturally send Zhao Lian Yun there. Unless, among Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei, one of them is an otherworldly demon. But we had investigated this beforehand too. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought quickly as he recalled Tai Bai Yunxing's previous illusion, feeling deeper suspicion towards the Feng Jioge who was chasing him. Thus, he decided to use his investigative immortal killer move. After investigating, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Jioge. At once, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie wanted to grow 100 pairs of wings to help him fly away faster. My familiar face can fool even rank 8 Goo Immortals. How can you overcome it? I have Star Fog Concealment protecting me, which means, even if you use Wisdom Path methods, it will take a long time for you to find out my identity. With Star Fog Concealment, a large part of Familiar Face's flaws were alleviated. Furthermore, if the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie makes deductions on Fan Yuan would sense that the Star Fog was thinning. He would naturally activate the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment again and resist the deduction, concealing the truth. Unless the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had very strong Wisdom Path methods that could defeat Star Fog Concealment quickly. But this was very unlikely. At least, in Fan Yuan's previous life, in the information he got from He Lulan, there was nothing that stated the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had shown any Wisdom Path methods during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was fully displayed at this moment. Even though it did not have attacking power, the great Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, having one of the 10 extreme physiques with rank 7 battle strength, was sent into shock by Fan Yuan, and escaped in a panic. He had powerful movement ability. At least 2 immortal killer moves were meant for movement. Fan Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. But Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Fan Yuan had used Wisdom Path methods to scout the surrounding area completely already. As long as he knew the direction that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was going, Fan Yuan would teleport there and block his path. This way, Fan Yuan chased and obstructed him at times. Doing this repeatedly, he gradually chased the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie towards the area he had made his arrangements. There, Fan Yuan had placed many goo worms and set up most of the Star Soul battlefield. Once he gets there, he would use his immortal goo and in a few breaths' time, Star Soul battlefield would be formed. Once the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie falls into Star Soul battlefield, he would be a trapped beast. But just as the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Killer move was forced towards Fan Yuan's specially created trap, he suddenly turned around, using an immortal killer move to attack Fan Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blazing red flames shot towards Fan Yuan. The temperature in the air rose. Fan Yuan felt incomparable heat before the flames even reached him. His eyebrows and hair were turning charred. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed sharply. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed heartily. Lowly rat, you actually dared to deceive me. Fan Yuan sighed secretly. No plans were perfect. His biggest flaw was that his flying speed was too slow. In the 100 Days battle, Feng Jiugu displayed incredible speed. Fan Yuan could not replicate it. This flaw made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie increasingly suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Fan Yuan's motives. Not only did he have great battle strength, he had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not held back by its weakness. He was very astute. Fan Yuan almost succeeded in his plan, but at the crucial moment, it failed. Now, the situation had turned around. Fan Yuan was the one in grave danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fan Yuan's. Fan Yuan had enslaved the Featherman Gu immortal. His situation was very bad. After dodging the flames with much difficulty, Fan Yuan was in a pathetic state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was angry that Fan Yuan deceived him. He was greatly enraged. He charged towards this fake Feng Jiugu. Fan Yuan suddenly looked inspired, laughing. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was shocked. He subconsciously turned around and escaped for his life. Chapter 990. Fan Yuan's second entry into Luopa Valley. Seeing that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was flying away, Fan Yuan relaxed. He immediately left in the opposite direction. Although he had fixed immortal travel, it was best that he did not expose this goo. Fixed immortal travel was too obvious. If it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path goo immortal, they could deduce the true identity of Fan Yuan. I have fixed immortal travel, many goo immortals know that. Sigh, if not for that, it would be much more convenient for me to do things. Fan Yuan flew towards the direction he had set up the battlefield killer move. A moment later, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunxing had been waiting already. The strategy to force the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie here failed, Fan Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed in relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, to deal with a rank 7 goo immortal, it is very dangerous. Actually, Fan Yuan, you do not need to be so anxious. Central Continent still hasn't found us, right? Even if they found us, Master would not leave us in the lurch. Don't forget, we have fixed immortal travel. Where can we not go in this world? We can develop peacefully now and accumulate our strength. Why is there a need to put ourselves in danger all the time? Fan Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fan Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunxing about the immortal goo house. It was not that he did not want to develop peacefully, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunxing was not a person from the future like Fan Yuan. Only with his 500 years of experience did Fan Yuan know how deep the goo immortal world's secrets could be. Once the truth of 88 True Young building was exposed, the suppression of Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would come faster and with greater severity than Tai Bai Yunxing could imagine. Even if Fan Yuan wanted to develop peacefully, he would not be able to. His businesses would definitely suffer greatly. As long as Heavenly Court hands out false information that Fan Yuan had obtained an immense amount of wealth inside 88 True Young building and has countless immortal goo with him, as well as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritance, then no matter where he went, he would be suppressed and chased after. After all, the current era was not the one where Dream Realm flourished. It was no exaggeration that Fan Yuan, with Giant Sun's true inheritance, would become the focus of the entire goo immortal world. Fan Yuan with only rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level would become the target of countless greedy people. By then, Fan Yuan, with insufficient battle strength, would have to roam everywhere like a stray dog. Even if he wanted to develop, he would not be able to. Don't forget, he had to undergo calamities and tribulations. Once in a while, he would be faced with them. But if he had the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, everything would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was at the peak of the goo immortal world. A Fan Yuan who had nothing but cultivation level at the bottom of rank 6 could be hunted down by the entire world. But a Fan Yuan with rank 8 battle strength would only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces that owned immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they needed time, effort, and most importantly, confidence in taking down Fan Yuan. Thus, these two situations were vastly different. Tai Bai Yunxing saw that Fan Yuan was silent, and spoke to console him. Fan Yuan, are you forcing yourself too much? No need to be like this. Actually, you can change your lifestyle. We are immortals, we should enjoy life occasionally, shouldn't we? I am enjoying life now. Fan Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunxing a glance, before looking into the horizon. It has been a while, but we have not seen that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie approaching. He is truly cool-headed. With his intelligence, he should have been able to know that I was lying very quickly. But that person was not overcome by rage, he used the chance to leave instead. Oh you! Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, sighing. But this Gu formation that you set up is quite something, it is very interesting. It surrounds an area of tens of thousands of li, it is the largest Gu formation I have seen, and within it, I can actually control Gu worms and create illusions. Most importantly, the Gu worms used to create this formation are all mortal Gu. Where did you get it? Was it obtained from Yulu Blessed Land as well? Fan Yuan nodded, but did not explain it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal Gu from Yulu Blessed Land, he had also gotten Fairy Yulu's cultivation knowledge. From it, he had an inspiration, and using the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan created this huge Gu formation that was designed for this situation. Fan Yuan said, just an area of 10 of thousands of li, so what? Look at 88 Truyang building, it covers the entirety of northern plains. And this Gu formation is actually very weak. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie merely did not break it because he was busy escaping and did not have the time for it. Alright, let's go, we are going to chase Heiqing. Fan Yuan's plan against the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not work, the other party was simply too astute. But Fan Yuan was not going to let Heiqing go. Fan Yuan had planned for the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong to tail Heiqing. He instructed him to follow secretly, and avoid battling. The process of chasing Heiqing was very successful. Even though Heiqing had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow immortal Gu, he had also experienced the 100 Days battle. Fan Yuan did the same thing again and set up the trap. This time, he did not turn into Feng Jiuge, but pretended to be old Lord Kenyang. Heiqing was escaping and fell into the trap easily. Fan Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He activated his immortal Gu and opened the Star Soul battlefield. The pitiful Heiqing was continuously weakened by Star Soul battlefield. He had no choice but to scream surrender. Fan Yuan did not take his life, instead capturing him alive. This way, Heiqing became the first gain that Fan Yuan had after creating Star Soul battlefield. Heiqing had great value. At the very least, if he were to be sold to He Lulan, she would be willing to be extorted by a huge sum. But before this, Fan Yuan had to conduct a thorough soul search on Heiqing. He had obtained information from He Lulan in his previous life, but how could that compare to Fan Yuan's personal search? Bringing along the captive Heiqing, Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains' situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have it, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will grow at a rapid pace. The backlash of using slavery immortal Gu will be quickly eliminated, and my battle strength will recover. Fan Yuan had a strong desire towards Luopa Valley. Back then, he had chosen to trade for slavery immortal Gu because of Luopa Valley's existence. Fan Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching Heiqing, Fan Yuan knew that during the initial period of the 100 Days battle, Xue Songzi died. The rest of the battle was similar to his previous life, and towards the end, it was nearly identical. Feng Jiugu was trapped by Qin Baixing using some unknown method. By now, Luopa Valley has been taken over by the Central Continent Gu Immortals. It is not time to go yet. Fan Yuan waited patiently. He would never lack patience. Soon, the situation in Northern Plains changed. Fan Yuan's attention was drawn over. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found out that old ancestor Xue who was stealing immortal zombie corpses. A battle ensued. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was captured, while old ancestor Xue who was exposed, attracting the rage of Zombie Alliance. Even though the 100 Days battle was dragged on by a few days, the incident regarding old ancestor Shui Hu still occurred. Fan Yuan felt a bit of pity regarding this. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains so quickly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, along with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, these three immortals together gave Fan Yuan a lot of pressure. He still wanted to sell He Qing for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demoness helped He Lu Lan, Fan Yuan would be very passive. Later developments were almost the same as in his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demoness to return to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She could not refuse it. Even though she knew that Fan Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to play it safe, she chose 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and some others to accompany her in passing the regional walls. Fan Yuan told Blazing Heaven Demoness a plan, saying that he had deduced it using wisdom path methods. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it and praised him. "This plan is brilliant, I like it. Old ancestor Shui Hu is hard to deal with, but he has a weakness, that is, he lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Tell me, knowing your personality, what do you want in return for giving me this plan?" Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this was a plan that she had come up with after returning to Dark Flow City and thinking deeply for a long time. Fan Yuan told her that he wanted strength path immortal zombie bodies. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated, but thinking about Fan Yuan's deep background, she agreed to it. Fan Yuan was doing this for assurance. In case he fails in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, he still had a way out. Time passed rapidly. Fan Yuan was investigating Central Continent, and knew that the Central Continent goo immortals had started to leave Northern Plains. It is time to take Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan mobilized Tai Bai Yunxing and Zhou Zhong, using fixed immortal travel to get to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. He had come here in his previous life, and after soul-searching He Qing, he knew the scenery of Luopa Valley. Thus, it was easy to get here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was guarding this place, preventing anyone from entering Luopa Valley. He did not know that Fan Yuan was already inside. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fan Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to take Luopa Valley into his immortal aperture when a change occurred. In his ears, a voice could be heard. It was when he was in the dream realm, star constellation Immortal Venerable had once sang. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. This time, Fan Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information entered his mind. Fan Yuan's shock was beyond description. Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Chapter 991. Inheriting the thieving heaven true inheritance. Even the person involved, Fan Yuan, did not know the reason. When star constellation Immortal Venerable's song echoed in his ears again, he received some mysterious information in his mind. The information told him that at a certain area in Luopa Valley, a thieving heaven true inheritance was hidden. Fan Yuan was greatly enticed. And also very suspicious. This isn't a trap left by the Central Continent Goo Immortals, right? In which there is actually no thieving heaven true inheritance, but it is a wisdom path method specially used to influence the rationality of enemies who enter the valley? Fan Yuan quickly calmed down, and began to inspect all over his body as well as the surrounding environment. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's song had appeared abruptly, and disappeared just as quickly. Fan Yuan inspected himself and found nothing wrong. He then checked his surroundings, the many goo formations arranged in Luopa Valley as well as large numbers of damaged goo formations. However, Fan Yuan did not discover any wisdom path goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered, feeling this matter might be strange but its credibility was high. The reasons? One was star constellation Immortal Venerable's song, and the second was the contents inside the information, indicating to Fan Yuan that he had to use open door goo to enter the thieving heaven true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster, normal wisdom path methods probably won't be able to influence me. Let alone when the only wisdom path goo immortal among the group of Central Continent goo immortals, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, it is easy to verify this. I just have to test it out myself. Fan Yuan made a decision and cautiously neared the location. He detoured around 4 goo formations and unraveled 3 goo formations. Central Continent's goo immortals had arranged large numbers of goo formations in the periphery of Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect for a long time from the periphery. When they invaded the valley, they destroyed Shadow Sect's goo formations. After the battle, Central Continent's goo immortals officially occupied this valley. The intense battle was already concluded by then, and they had no more need to arrange any goo formations. Adding in Fan Yuan's deepening wisdom path attainment, these goo formations were simply no obstacle to him. After a while, he arrived at the location which the information during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song had indicated. Fan Yuan observed for a long while, having no hurry in using open door goo. But in the end, he could not find any clues. This place was extremely safe, at least, Fan Yuan could not detect anything even after using all his methods. After confirming again and again, his eyes flashed before he resolutely decided to use open door goo. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had also used open door goo in Luopa Valley, but he had not obtained any results. Fan Yuan had thought Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement was already dismantled by Shadow Sect. But this life, soon after Fan Yuan used the open door goo, a change occurred. An entrance of light suddenly appeared in the air. Shortly, a beam of light shined on the prepared Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was shocked. He thought for a moment before letting the beam of light engulf him. At the next moment, Fan Yuan entered the space of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. This space was vast, extremely vast. Behind him was that entrance of light which had not disappeared and was still there. It was only that the size of the entrance was gradually becoming smaller. If it continued shrinking, it would likely disappear. Sounds of wind appeared from nearby. Fan Yuan moved his gaze towards the source and was immediately shaken. Winds of assimilation! He cried out inwardly, his gaze revealing extreme wariness. He was extremely clear of the power of winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything into itself and expand continuously. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land had been destroyed by winds of assimilation. This time, dozens of huge tornadoes of winds of assimilation had formed, slowly moving in the true inheritance space. Fan Yuan quickly retreated, creating some distance from the winds of assimilation. He only felt slightly at ease after retreating hundreds of steps away. He then carefully sized up this true inheritance space. I had not expected there was truly a space here. That mysterious information was true? Fan Yuan was cautious, and still held doubts towards the information during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song. He did not hurriedly wander around this true inheritance space to look for the true inheritance. Instead, his mind was focused on closed door goo. If open door goo can let me enter, then closed door goo can close the entrance. Fan Yuan activated closed door goo. Sure enough, the next moment, that shrinking entrance of light in his vision suddenly disappeared. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light as he activated open door goo again. Under the use of this rank 5 mortal goo, a new entrance of light formed in front of him again. Fan Yuan stepped into this entrance of light and immediately left the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space, returning to Luopa Valley. This means that information should be true. No, more precisely, the part about open door goo and closed door goo is true. Fan Yuan unavoidably had some expectations. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the contents in the information, these winds of assimilation are genuine, but they are harmless to me. And I can only inherit the true inheritance after dispelling these winds of assimilation. Fan Yuan carefully approached one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation. He revealed his true form and stretched out his 8 large arms. He slowly moved one of his hands towards the tornado. Suddenly, the roaring winds of assimilation completely dissipated. Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He mumbled to himself. Incredible! Winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but they are so restrained in this true inheritance space. Even if the goo immortal who arranged this space is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, just this method shows they are absolutely a peerless expert. Although he removed one of the tornadoes of winds of assimilation, Fan Yuan was not careless, and was very cautious in touching the winds each time. If anything was wrong, he could instantly retreat. Every time, after moving a certain distance, he would use open door goo and closed door goo, letting the entrance of light open up as close to him as possible. Like this, even if something happened and he did not have time to activate fixed immortal travel, Fan Yuan could still retreat rapidly to the entrance of light and move to the outside world. One after another, the tornadoes of winds of assimilation started to disappear under Fan Yuan's efforts. After a while, there was only one tornado left in the center. Fan Yuan observed briefly and discovered, this tornado not only had the largest size, it was also moving the fastest. The sound of the wind roared in Fan Yuan's ears. This tornado seemed to be hiding something in the center. Could it be that the thieving heaven true inheritance is within this tornado? Fan Yuan could not help but guess this. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green tornado. The winds of assimilation suddenly disappeared, revealing a person. This person was sitting cross-legged in midair, wearing a red and white robe, and was revealing a faint rank 7 aura. Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan cried out softly, and subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jiuge was even faster than him. He suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a sharp gaze. The piercing, sharp gaze scanned Fan Yuan, before Feng Jiuge turned into a rainbow light, and with lightning speed, he flew past Fan Yuan, moving into the entrance of light. The whole process was over before one could even blink. Fan Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed-door goo. The entrance of light closed and Fan Yuan finally relaxed. Why is Feng Jiuge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he was here, then what about the others? Where are Qin Baisheng, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei? Fan Yuan quickly inspected, but the true inheritance space was empty, with just an information path mortal goo hovering in front of Fan Yuan. This information path goo worm was left behind by Feng Jiuge. When Fan Yuan did not discover anything wrong with it, only then did he send his consciousness inside to check. Fan Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this a secret for you. You want to know why I recognize you? Because I am Feng Jinhuang's father. Today, you saved my life. In the future, I will save yours. After I leave, there will only be you left in the true inheritance space. The thieving heaven true inheritance will be inherited by you. We shall meet again some day. Feng Jiuge. Fan Yuan grasped this letter goo with a complex expression. He heaved a sigh before storing the goo in his immortal aperture. At this moment, the entire true inheritance space began to dim. The bright light rays that had been present earlier disappeared in an instant, turning the space into darkness. In this darkness, there was only one spot where there was some light. It was precisely the spot where Fan Yuan stood. A charming masculine voice came from the darkness. Traveler from far away. You and I are the same, we are both pitiful people who cannot return to our homes. My real name is Ben Jiesun. People in this world call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. In truth, I am just a vagrant who wants to return home. This world feels like a cage of despair. If you also want to return home, then accept my present. I believe it can definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you still need to rely on your own effort. This gift's name is Ghostly Concealment. At the next moment, Fan Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. A layer of gray light was shining over his whole body. Fan Yuan ignored this gray light, and instead used investigative and defensive methods, being vigilant of his surroundings. Feng Jiuge did not appear. It seems his injuries are extremely serious, not even having half of his strength. If not for this, he might have made a move against me in the true inheritance space. But this person clearly distinguishes kindness and hatred. Kindness is repaid, and revenge is taken for hatred. His biography after he died explained this point. His words of repaying me for saving his life are perhaps true. Fan Yuan contemplated. Feng Jiuge did not take action against Fan Yuan. Perhaps it was not because his battle strength had fallen, but because Fan Yuan had saved him. No matter what, Fan Yuan had profited hugely this time. Having Feng Jiuge owe him a favor, such a huge connection would probably be of great use in the future. He also obtained Ghostly Concealment. Although Fan Yuan did not know what its use was, it was after all a thieving heaven true inheritance. Besides these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Jiuge has probably already left Luopa Valley. Now it is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan decisively took action. What's going on? Hui Fengzi, who was guarding the valley, was shocked by the scene of Luopa Valley. His eyes widened as he shouted incredulously. Someone is taking away Luopa Valley? Chapter 992. Fan Yuan outwits Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was startled and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, because of the situation, after he had surrendered to them, he could only work for them even if he did not want to. Central Continent ordered him to stay here and guard Luopa Valley. They had naturally made many arrangements on his body. Hui Fengzi was restricted by them, and for the sake of his safety, he had to stand up and stop Fan Yuan from taking Luopa Valley. But when he saw Fan Yuan, Hui Fengzi, who was startled and furious, shook intensely. He called out in fear, "Feng Jiuge." Fan Yuan looked at him lightly with a calm expression. The Central Continent Gu immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Then, they would naturally leave some arrangements back in Northern Plains. How could the astute Fan Yuan not guess this? Thus, while taking Luopa Valley, he turned into Feng Jiuge. So the Central Continent Gu immortals arranged Hui Fengzi to guard this place. It seems that Central Continent has good methods, making this fastest person in Northern Plains defend their interests against his will. Furthermore, seeing his expression, did he not see Feng Jiuge leave earlier? Is Feng Jiuge still in the valley? No, that is unlikely. After the 100 Days battle, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals have already left. Feng Jiuge knows this is a dangerous place. He is heavily injured. Although he mentioned repaying the debt of saving his life, he was very intent on urgently escaping. Thus, he did not speak to me inside the true inheritance space. Guarding against others was a necessity. Feng Jiuge's actions were extremely wise. After all, Fan Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life, Feng Jiuge spoke when Zhao Lianyun appeared. But now, when Fan Yuan showed up, Feng Jiuge kept completely silent. Let alone another point. If Fan Yuan knew Feng Jiuge was there, he would likely attack. Killing Feng Jiuge would give immense profits. Even if he could not get his immortal Gu, searching his soul was very valuable. In addition, if he could capture Feng Jiuge alive, he could either extort Spirit Affinity House or sell him to enemy forces of Feng Jiuge. Such transactions would be hugely profitable. Feng Jiuge is heavily injured. He is extremely vigilant now. He did not speak with me. Maybe after leaving Luopa Valley, he saw Hui Fengzi but did not approach him. The likely reasons for that being, either he did not know Hui Fengzi surrendered, or even if he knew, he was afraid of the internal conflicts of the 10 great ancient sections. After all, a person's inner thoughts and intentions are inscrutable. With Feng Jiuge's current state, he could not take a risk. Fan Yuan appeared impassive, but he had already considered many things. Countless thoughts had appeared in his mind in just these few breaths of time. He is real! Hui Fengzi used his method to investigate, and after confirming Feng Jiuge's identity, he sighed in relief. Feng Jiuge was the leader of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. If he personally was taking Luopa Valley, Hui Fengzi had no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Jiuge. Hui Fengzi was very obedient. He flew forward and paid respects to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. I have understood what happened. Defend me. I am not to be interrupted when taking Luopa Valley. His words were short, and did not contain much information. But by stating this beforehand, he prevented Hui Fengzi from becoming suspicious. Yes, Lord! Hui Fengzi quickly replied. Like this, under the protection of Hui Fengzi, Fan Yuan succeeded in taking Luopa Valley. Even though Luopa Valley was moved away, there are many blessed lands left. Stay guard here and prevent any problems from occurring. Before leaving, Fan Yuan said this to Hui Fengzi in a serious tone. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything. He nodded in agreement. Fan Yuan flew away calmly. Feng Jiuge has already escaped. That confirms that Qin Baixing is dead. Hui Fengzi looked at his figure while sighing at Feng Jiuge's great strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised by this. He knew that Qin Baixing was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no. The 10 great ancient sects restrain each other. They have internal conflicts. Feng Jiuge is a member of Spirit Affinity House. I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I have to send this information over to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. He quickly used his information path methods. Prince Feng Xian quickly received his letter. Oh? Feng Jiuge is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Prince Feng Xian was overjoyed. He laughed loudly. Meanwhile, after leaving Hui Fengzi, Fan Yuan flew to a safe location and met with Tai Bai Yunxing, as well as the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong. These two were arranged to be situated not far away, just in case they were needed. At the same time, he had been maintaining contact with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If any trouble occurred, they would be called over as reinforcements. With He Lu Lan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal appears, Fan Yuan could deal with them. Naturally, the current situation was best. Fan Yuan obtained Luopa Valley on his own. And He Lu Lan was not like in his previous life. Without He Cheng's soul, she could not know the location of Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan wanted to keep quiet and earn a fortune, not telling her about Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Fan Yuan. There was no way he would tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demoness demanding personality, she would definitely request the use of Luopa Valley. Even in the future, if I want to trade with them using Luopa Valley, it will be after my soul becomes sufficiently powerful. Fan Yuan returned to Starform Blessed Land and placed Luopa Valley there. He Lu Lan went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land often. She had to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to refine Air Sac Gu with the hairy men. Thus, it was not wise to put Luopa Valley inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter regarding Luopa Valley came to an end, but Fan Yuan was still apprehensive. His gains in Luopa Valley were beyond his expectations, but the course of events was way out of Fan Yuan's control. The feeling of losing control over the situation was extremely irritating. Fan Yuan felt uneasy. In the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Fan Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Fan Yuan checked his body. He found that his soul was covered by a layer of down marks. But Fan Yuan did not know what the use of ghostly concealment was. Thankfully, he had joined Langya sect. Thus, Fan Yuan went to Langya Blessed Land and asked about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Langya Land's spirit did not conceal things or make any requests. He told Fan Yuan a lot of information. There are many inheritances of Thieving Heaven, but he only has 10 true inheritances. The one you got earlier was to make me refine 3 Gu. That was not a true inheritance. Each Thieving Heaven true inheritance is an unparalleled treasure in the world. They contain the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Anyone who obtains them will gain immense potential. There is only one requirement of these true inheritances, that is, the inheritor has to be an otherworldly demon. Legend says that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 2 defensive killer moves, named Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. The use of divine concealment was to conceal oneself from the deductions of any thoughts, wills, and emotions. As for ghostly concealment, it is very mysterious. I do not know much. It seems to have something to do with the soul. Ah? You are suddenly so interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? Why? Did you obtain a clue to a Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Fan Yuan laughed. You guessed correctly. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. Langya Land's spirit sighed, deeply moved. If I had divine concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise. We will no longer face any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. It is a pity. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created 10 true inheritances, but they are extremely mysterious. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining them. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are a pair. Obtaining one will give you clues to the other. Fan Yuan, if you can obtain divine concealment and contribute it to Langya sect, I will make you the 2nd Supreme Elder. In the whole of Langya sect, you will be second to only me. You will have immense authority. In fact, you will be able to take 1 rank 7 Immortal Gu from my inventory. Ah no, at least 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan nodded. Langya Land's spirit's change of personality gave him a lot of benefits. At least, the previous Langya Land spirit was too conservative. He would not promise Fan Yuan such benefits. However, if I can obtain divine concealment, that is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable went around stealing everywhere. Nobody could deduce his location. Was it not because of divine concealment and ghostly concealment? This inheritance is far more valuable than merely 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had a faint smiling expression. Langya Land's spirit pouted. He laughed loudly and tried to alleviate the awkwardness. You are not wrong. Actually, I did not finish what I was saying. Not only will I give 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, you can even ask me for countless Immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and all sorts of ancient secrets and inheritance clues. How about that? Is that reward enough? That is about enough. I will be back when I get divine concealment. Fan Yuan obtained the information he wanted and turned around abruptly to leave Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit stared with wide eyes, muttering as he looked at Fan Yuan leaving. This fellow. He might have really obtained some clues. If I can get divine concealment, What is there to worry about? Waha! Even if I let him become the second Supreme Elder, the hairy man-goo immortals only listen to me, waha! Arg, I accidentally said my thoughts out loud again. Lang Yalan's spirit covered his mouth, staring at Fan Yuan innocently. Fan Yuan was used to such strangeness, he laughed internally. If it were any other force, he would feel wary and alert. But joining Langya sect, with a leader like this, things were extremely easy. I heard everything you said. Fan Yuan waved to Langya Land's spirit without turning around, using fixed immortal travel and leaving Langya blessed land. Langya Land's spirit was left behind with a dejected expression. He stomped his foot and muttered, "Damn it! Damn it!" Returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fan Yuan's gaze flickered uncertainly as he fell into deep thought. I am a transmigrator. Even though my body is from this world, my soul is from outside. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon. I have the qualification to obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. Earlier, Thieving Heaven demon Venerable left behind some words. It indicated that he was also an otherworldly demon. It can be either very difficult or very easy to obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. The most important thing is the status of being an otherworldly demon. No wonder Thieving Heaven demon Venerable spread clues everywhere in setting up this true inheritance. I was wondering why the clues of open door goo and closed door goo were so easily obtained. But after obtaining ghostly concealment, I did not find any trace of divine concealment. This means divine concealment has already been taken by someone? Chapter 993. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching appears. Fan Yuan still had many questions. He did not get the answer he wanted from Langya Land's spirit. Fan Yuan still did not have conclusive clues regarding ghostly concealment. Up until now, he only knew ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Divine concealment is already an extraordinary wonder, and ghostly concealment, which is equally famous, should not be worse. Actually, I am even more curious about that song than ghostly concealment. Every time he thought of this, Fan Yuan would subconsciously frown. The song which Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm was extremely peculiar. According to logic, the song originated in the dream realm and should have no relation to reality. But Fan Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this song had huge significance in reality, almost like a prophetic song. Speaking of prophecies, they have always been a specialty of Wisdom Path great experts. Like Immortal Yi Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables. Could it be that this dream realm is a prophetic dream realm left behind by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Fan Yuan guessed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest expert in Wisdom Path. After she died, the arrangements she left behind schemed against 3 demon venerables, ensuring Heavenly Court did not fall. This dazzling achievement consolidated her status in Wisdom Path firmly at the peak, and later generations could only look up to her. For her dream realm to be special and able to deliver a prophecy was not that strange. Moreover, although the latter stages during Fan Yuan's previous life of 500 years was the time when Dream Path developed rapidly like a raging fire, it was far from being explored fully. It was not strange for Fan Yuan to not be aware of this special kind of dream realm. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. The first verse of this song should be talking about Luopa Valley's Thieving Heaven true inheritance and also Feng Jiuge. Then what about the second verse? Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Fan Yuan mumbled. Heavenly river. Falling heavenly river? Bent swords sink in the sand. Is it talking about the greatest expert in sword path, Bo Ching? It has already been countless years since he died under the tribulation. During his time, all 5 regions paid attention to him, he could do whatever he wished. Upon his death, even his corpse was lost, his glorious radiance dissipated. This could be said to be rising and falling from ancient times. After the experience in Luopa Valley, Fan Yuan had already remembered the complete song. After making deductions, he increasingly felt the second verse of the song was related to Sword Immortal Bo Ching. Adding in his previous life's memories, Fan Yuan was even more determined to explore Falling Heavenly River. He had wanted to go anyway. It was filled with danger, but those corpses of ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants in Falling Heavenly River could be said to be superior immortal materials. They could not compare to those rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials Fan Yuan obtained in Earth Trench. But their quantity was extremely large, and adding all of them would have a price that surpassed Fan Yuan's gains in Earth Trench. Although large numbers of Gu immortals had died at the bottom of falling Heavenly River, at the initial stages of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal had made a fortune. It seems there is much to reap from Sword Immortal Bo Qing's appearance. It is just that it is still not the optimal time to explore. On one hand, the sword lights don't follow a fixed pattern. Just being scratched would cause injuries and death if struck. It is too dangerous. On the other hand, falling Heavenly River is home to ancient and immemorial desolate beasts, desolate plants, hidden undercurrents and whirlpools. There are countless dangers. Although Fan Yuan's modified immortal killer move Familiar Face was usable, it had limits. At present, Fan Yuan could only take on human form and could not transform into beasts or other species. The original Familiar Face could transform into anything. Why? Fan Yuan did not have changed form Immortal Gu. One of the core supplementary Immortal Gu in Familiar Face was changed form Immortal Gu. With this Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could transform into other species, getting rid of the shackles of being only able to disguise as a human. But even with changed form Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could not go to the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts along with desolate plants, falling Heavenly River was filled with countless dangerous natural traps that were enough to take Fan Yuan's life. He only had to wait until Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting. Falling Heavenly River would be cleansed, the beasts and the dangerous plants would be cleared away temporarily, the natural traps would also be almost completely destroyed. That would be the optimal time to enter falling Heavenly River. During this short preceding period of time, Fan Yuan could only wait. There was no better alternative. Prince Feng Xian. The rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince Feng Xian was one of the peak experts of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. But his true identity was a mole of Central Continent arranged by Spirit Affinity House many years ago. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu Master. After going through Immortal Ascension, he became a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, he had support from Spirit Affinity House, on the other, it was also his own effort and talent that combined to let him achieve his current level. Prince Feng Xian was very loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He knew how much strategic importance Feng Jiuge had in regards to Spirit Affinity House currently. He had been extremely worried during the time Feng Jiuge disappeared. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned Feng Jiuge had appeared, he was extremely happy. It was just that he did not know the Feng Jiuge in this message was Fan Yuan in disguise. He waited for several days but did not see Feng Jiuge coming to his residence. I lead Spirit Affinity House's matters in Northern Plains. Since Feng Jiuge is already out of danger, why did he not look for me? Could it be that he encountered some powerful enemies or troublesome matters? Prince Feng Xian knew Feng Jiuge's battle strength, but he was also aware of the huge battle between Feng Jiuge and Qin Baixing. Feng Jiuge had been trapped for so long, and had now suddenly appeared. This information itself hinted at Feng Jiuge's miserable state. But since he has already freed himself, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? The other Central Continent Gu Immortals have already gone back. He probably won't be able to return to Central Continent with just his strength. He needs my help. Does he not trust me? While Prince Feng Xian was having doubts, a letter came from Spirit Affinity House. The letter expressed that Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment some days ago, and also that they knew ghostly concealment was in Luopa Valley's thieving heaven true inheritance. Since Prince Feng Xian was able to become rank 8, he naturally had an astute mind. He came to a realization after reading the letter. So it was like this. He heaved a sigh. Where people interacted, there would be conflicts. Even after uniting to form an organization, internal conflicts would exist. Feng Jiuge was in power for too long. It had definitely resulted in dissatisfaction from many forces in Spirit Affinity House. This dissatisfaction had the chance to erupt when Feng Jiuge was missing. Merely considering the time when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Prince Feng Xian knew someone had intentionally delayed matters. He immediately realized Feng Jiuge's plan. It seems Feng Jiuge is keeping a low profile currently to see who in the sect has ill intentions towards him. Or maybe he already knew and was only waiting for an excuse. He wants to grab hold of them using this opportunity, and throw these people deep into the abyss. So Feng Jiuge won't come to me because he knows he cannot influence me and I can send a message back to the sect at the first moment. But he is safest in my residence, and I am also help that he needs to rely on in order to return to Central Continent. He is not an idiot, he is a champion who knows how to make plans and schemes. It is very likely for him to still have injuries. All dangers exist from Shadow Sect externally and sect conflicts internally. Even if he doesn't come here, he must be near this place. Then, once something unexpected happens, he can ask for my help in time. So if I am going to search, I should first search the areas nearby. The moment he thought of this, Prince Feng Xian's eyes flickered with sharp light as he immediately took action. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's full-powered search naturally was extraordinary. Soon, Prince Feng Xian discovered Feng Jiuge. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiuge, I had to search for a while. He laughed heartily as he patted Feng Jiuji's shoulder. I hope Brother Prince doesn't blame me. Feng Jiuji's expression was still slightly pale. I understand. Prince Feng Xian nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place for you to recuperate. This Feng Jiuge naturally was not Fan Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven, and as they conversed, they talked about Luopa Valley. Prince Feng Xian was slightly furious. Hui Fengzi was negligent, he should be punished. As for the Gu Immortal who took Luopa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan's image appeared in Feng Jiuji's mind for a moment, but he did not speak. Prince Feng Xian continued. I sent a letter to the sect after seeing you. You are able to return alive, this is the greatest news for us. I can't let your wife and daughter spend time in sorrow any longer. When your injuries are healed, I will hold a celebration for you. The celebration will last for 7 days and 7 nights, and only then will I let you go back to Central Continent. Us brothers will definitely drink until we get drunk. Feng Jiuge smiled bitterly. He knew Prince Feng Xian's intent. Prince Feng Xian was half an outsider to Central Continent. What he had to consider was the growth and interests of the whole sect. Feng Jiuge wanted to suppress the other Gu Immortals in the sect, but if the process was too intense, it would inevitably create internal friction in the sect. Prince Feng Xian did not want to see this. However, when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Jiuji's heart softened. Never mind! Brother Prince truly considers everything. Feng Jiuge cupped his fists, his words containing hidden meaning. Prince Feng Xian laughed even more happily at this reply. The information reached Spirit Affinity House. All the higher-ups were in great jubilation. Feng Jiuji's disappearance brought these Gu Immortals huge mental pressure. When Feng Jiuge was there, they had subconsciously neglected his worth. But his disappearance now made Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals recognize how important Feng Jiuge was to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jin Huang laughed with tears on her face, while Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile. Some were happy, and some were apprehensive. Feng Jiuge did not die. Things will be difficult for us in the following period of time. Su Hao and Li Juning were feeling heavy. They had intentionally delayed and hidden the news regarding Zhao Lianyun. Although it was not blatant, discerning people would know it immediately. Even if Feng Jiuge could not use it against them, when he returns, he would definitely be displeased at Su Hao and Li Juning, and it would be a natural thing for him to suppress them to some extent. Feng Jiuji's news had reached Spirit Affinity House early. Naturally, there was now no conference between the higher-ups, and Fairy Bai Qing also did not go to investigate Bo Qing. However, the immortal zombie Bo Qing still appeared. Swords roam unhindered over Central Continent. Countless sword lights shocked immortals and mortals. When the sword lights stopped, countless Gu Immortals began to move towards Falling Heavenly River. But Fan Yuan had already arrived at this place before them. In front of him, Falling Heavenly River was already dyed blood red and immortal materials filled his vision. Chapter 994. Stealing Bo Qing's Immortal Gu. This is the immemorial desolate beast Myriad Eyes Clear Bull? Fan Yuan looked at Falling Heavenly River, as a sinking bullhead attracted his attention. He quickly hurried over, using his methods to pull up this bullhead. An immemorial desolate beast was a strong life form that could rival rank 8 Gu Immortals. The Myriad Eyes Clear Bull had a large body. Just this head already was like a small hill. And it was very heavy. Fan Yuan had once pulled up Luopa Valley, but this bull's head alone was heavier than the valley. This bullhead's weight is mostly on the horns. Incredible, the horns were already cut by the sword light and only half remain, but it is still so heavy. Fan Yuan gasped. The bull's horns were rank 8 immortal material. They were filled with metal path and earth path down marks. And the bull's skin was very rare. It was full of water path down marks. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan only had part of the skin from the bull's head. If it was the skin of the bull's body, not only would there be water path down marks, there would also be light path down marks. It was very useful for the refinement of investigative immortal Gu. But the eyes of the bull were the most valuable part of the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. The two eyes were dark and deep, they were full of dark path down marks. When Fan Yuan obtained them, there were many dark path wild mortal goo inside, mostly rank 5, they could not escape in time. The eyes of the myriad eyes clear bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The mechanisms through which the myriad eyes clear bull truly perceived vision were the eye tattoos on its thick skin. They were very mystical. The Dao marks that were on such rank 8 level lifeforms already had functions helpful to them. For example, the 10,000 Li earthworm was also an immemorial desolate beast, it had extremely strong regenerative abilities. As for what gave it this ability, it was the wondrous Dao marks on it. Only by destroying these Dao marks can the 10,000 Li earthworm truly be killed. But 10,000 Li earthworms were hidden deeply inside Earth Trench or Earth Abyss, they did not exist in Falling Heavenly River. The lifeforms in Falling Heavenly River were mostly related to Water Path, followed by Earth Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Light Path, and Dark Path. There were few Fire Path lifeforms here. This is the right arm of an ancient desolate beast, Icefall Divine Ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, Snow's Soil Crocodile. What is this? Never mind, I will collect it first. Fan Yuan was prepared, he rapidly looted. These were all severed portions of bodies, Fan Yuan could recognize some of them, but not all. They were mostly ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants, with a few of immemorial desolate level among them. But these rank 8 immortal materials, even if they were small in quantity, had immense value. Fan Yuan felt great joy every time he saw one. Oh my! This seems to be a life and death kunpeng! Fan Yuan gasped in surprise. When he was almost done collecting all of the immortal materials floating on the river, he found his 19th rank 8 immortal material. This was a gray fish with the size of a boat. It did not have gills, in place of them, there were down marks in the shape of feathered wings. The life and death kunpeng is a law path immemorial desolate beast, it is very special. Its body is filled with life and death Dao marks, it has 2 forms. One is a fish, the other is a bird. It lives as a fish for 8,000 years before turning into a bird after dying. After living for another 8,000 years, it will die for real. This life and death kunpeng seems to be close to becoming a bird, it is probably more than 7,000 years old. Fan Yuan sighed. Humans were the spirit of all beings, but they had short lifespans. Meanwhile, immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would often have thousands or tens of thousands of years to live. Not to mention plants. The most famous example was Kumu Mountain in Northern Plains. It was not a mountain, but an old earthwood tree. This tree had 1,000,000 years of history. Because it had grown extremely large, it was called a mountain. Compared to it, primordial origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan among venerables, only lived for 25,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable with the shortest lifespan lived for 3,000 years, it was barely a fraction of that of the old earthwood tree. This life and death kunpeng had a well-preserved corpse, only the fish head was partially cut away, the rest of its entire body was still around. Together with the life and death Dao marks that it had, this special type of rule path Dao mark was very rare in the entire world, thus it was very valuable. This life and death kunpeng is probably my biggest gain in this trip. Keeping the life and death kunpeng in his aperture, Fan Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, the bloody water in Falling Heavenly River was frothing. Large numbers of fierce beasts and immemorial level aquatic plants were fighting over the severed limbs and corpses. Fan Yuan had insufficient battle strength, he could only work quickly and collect the immortal materials that floated to the surface. From time to time, some immortal materials floated up. These immortal materials were mostly taken by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan wisely left some alone due to the might of the fierce beasts and plants underwater that sought them. Gradually, under the river, there was growing chaos. These severed limbs and flesh were good food for these living beings. As their food decreased, they engaged in fierce combat that caused bloodshed. Sometimes, some dead ancient desolate beast corpses would float up to the river's surface. Fan Yuan would take them away and earn a heavy sum. As time passed, Fan Yuan's gains decreased, while the risk of collecting immortal materials became larger. He was a bit hesitant, wanting to leave while it was safe, but on the other hand, he wanted to explore the riverbed. After all, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's second sentence seemed to be referring to Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But it was all only a guess, he was uncertain. Right at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's singing voice appeared in his head again. fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remains vast and boundless. As the voice faded, a second wave of mysterious information entered Fan Yuan's mind. Sword immortal Bo Qing, and Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fan Yuan was shocked, his eyes shone with brilliant light. So what if I take another risk? As long as I can obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Gu, even if I am unable to display their true power, it could be comparable to part of an Immortal Gu house. Fan Yuan was very resolute. He immediately left this part of the river's surface, choosing a faraway place and diving deep into the river. Because the sword lights had rampaged and almost all of the fierce beasts were gathered at that segment of the river fighting for resources, Fan Yuan could dive in very safely now. In fact, he even picked up some naturally present immortal materials, like snow soil, unchanging water, Qilin ice and others. Arriving at the location indicated by the mysterious information, Fan Yuan stopped moving in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fan Yuan, what do you want? Mo Yao's fake will was at first indignant, but she was quickly weakened by Fan Yuan's methods. She was defenseless and at his mercy. It seems that somehow, everything has a connection. Mo Yao, your fake will caused me to topple 88 Truyang building today. I will return you that favor. Mo Yao's fake will was captured by Fan Yuan. It dissipated slowly, as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a beam of light appeared. As an incomparable sword chi burst into the sky. Fan Yuan was startled and almost retreated, but the sword chi did not attack him. It only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle towards him. In the beam of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fan Yuan held his breath, looking at Bo Qing's immortal zombie body tightly. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still closed. This meant that the remnant soul of Mo Yao inside the body was still in a semi-conscious state. This remnant soul only felt a familiar aura and was drawn over by Fan Yuan's methods, arriving in advance. His surroundings were covered in sword light. Fan Yuan could only move 3 steps closer. This distance was his limit. Any closer and Fan Yuan would not be able to conceal it. After all, he was relying on just a fake will that Mo Yao had left behind. And this fake will had been weakened and tortured by Fan Yuan countless times. Basically all my other methods are unusable. Only through using Mo Yao's will can my aura be disguised and the immortal Gu in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body be lured out. Fan Yuan moved carefully. He was afraid that enough of a disturbance would wake up the other party. Actually, the most drastic method against immortal zombie Bo Qing was to take away all of his rank 8 immortal essence. That way, even if he has immortal Gu, he would not be able to do anything. Although that did not account for special existences like Dreamwing's immortal Gu. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had died for a long time, his immortal aperture was completely gone. If not for the layers of sword light around his body, Fan Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality was not as Fan Yuan hoped. The thick sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. Anyone who breached it would be attacked by the countless sword lights. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fan Yuan used his method and quickly saw effect. He lured out an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was like a swan's egg. It was translucent, and from the outside, jade light could be seen in it. When it was close, Fan Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness emitting from this immortal Gu. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he did not know what immortal Gu this was, or what use it had, the aura of the immortal Gu told him that it was a rank 7 immortal Gu. What sort of person was Bo Qing? Even in history, he was known as among the strongest people beneath the Venerables. Even though he was not invincible, he could still easily dominate and suppress all of Central Continent. None of the immortal Gu that he used was rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal Gu would certainly all be rank 8. If not for that, he would not have that terrifying battle strength which he was famous for. Fan Yuan enveloped this immortal Gu in Mo Yao's aura, before using wisdom path methods to seal it completely. These seals were very fragile, they were deceptive in nature. He was deceiving the consciousness of the immortal Gu, making it feel that it was still in its owner's hands, that it had not been taken away by a stranger. Fan Yuan could not touch this immortal Gu yet, he kept it in his immortal aperture. Soon, he repeated it again, and used his method on Bo Qing. This time, After a long while, a second immortal goo was drawn out by Fan Yuan. Chapter 995. Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo. This immortal goo was the size of an adult's finger. It was silver and blue in color, shining with a bright light. It was like a centipede, but instead of having multiple pairs of legs, it had soft and thin hair instead. This seems to be Sword Eyebrows Immortal Goo? Fan Yuan thought, and had a flash of inspiration. This was among the information that he had obtained from Feng Jin Huang. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 Immortal Goo, Sword Eyebrows. It was not an attack-type goo, instead, it assisted with sword path cultivation. When goo immortals use it, they can modify their eyebrows. Every hair on their eyebrows could be embedded with sword path down marks. Down marks had immense amplification effects towards the power of immortal goo. The number of hairs in a person's eyebrows, if one truly counted all of them, the quantity was not few. This immortal goo's value is very high, but to me, it can only be considered better than nothing. After all, I do not cultivate sword path. Fan Yuan surrounded this immortal goo with Mo Yao's aura and collected it carefully. Next, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fan Yuan. This immortal goo was more special. It did not have a fixed form, it was a snake at times, and a sword at other times. Its entire body was pale blue, resembling translucent liquid, like water. After being lured out, it continued to dance around Fan Yuan. The liquid formed into the shape of a blade. It was very vivid. But because it was moving around, the blade of the sword seemed to be soft and slippery, yet it gave Fan Yuan a feeling of extreme sharpness. Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body did not have weak defense. But when this immortal goo surrounded him, everywhere it went, he could feel a sense of tearing on his skin when it got close. Combined with his information, Fan Yuan guessed that this was the rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, in the past, Sword Immortal Bo Qing had tried to raise this wave sword goo to rank 8, but he failed. The goo refinement failed, and Bo Qing suffered a huge loss. The rank 7 wave sword goo was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword goo again. After that, he laboriously raised it to rank 7 again. The fourth immortal goo was Flying Sword Goo. Its outer appearance was that of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal goo was one of the most commonly used immortal goo by Sword Immortal Bo Qing in combat. Using this immortal goo as a core, together with other immortal goo and mortal goo, he created many sword path killer moves, leaving a deep mark in history. For example, among them included the killer moves Formless Flying Sword, Cloud Flying Sword, Pursuing Flying Sword, 10,000 Li Flying Sword. The fifth immortal goo was specially used for movement. It was called Sword Escape Goo. It was shaped like a golden bee. Once used, the person turns into a sharp sword, piercing through space and moving forward. The speed was so fast it was nearly on par with the Chi Escape immortal goo of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, among his countless prominent achievements, there was a recorded case. When he was rank 7, he was fighting with a goo immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the goo immortal could not beat him. He used Chi Escape immortal goo to escape. Bo Qing used Sword Escape immortal goo to chase him. Even though he did not catch him, the distance was not reduced. Afterwards, Bo Qing used one of his immortal killer moves, Sword Rampage. One of the core immortal goo of this move was Sword Escape immortal goo. Once he used this move, the enemy's head was chopped off, and the victor was decided. After collecting these 5 immortal goo, Fan Yuan did not want it to end. He continued to use the method on the slumbering Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will was limited, 65% was used up already. I wonder what immortal goo is going to be next? Fan Yuan was filled with excitement and nervousness. He was dancing on top of sharp blades. If immortal zombie Bo Qing awakens, he would be in danger. But Fan Yuan knew that it was Mo Yao's remnant soul here. He was not defenseless against it. With his eloquence that could distort reality, it was not impossible to deceive the immortal zombie and the remnant soul. But if immortal zombie Bo Qing reawakens with rage and shock, he might kill Fan Yuan before he can talk. Fan Yuan would not wake up immortal zombie Bo Qing, of course. He was not going to place his life in the hands of another person's reaction. This time, there was no reaction when luring the immortal goo. This was truly the longest period of waiting. An hour had passed, but there was no reaction at all. Maybe immortal zombie Bo Qing has no immortal goo left? This is impossible, right? If he only had these immortal goo, How could he create those incomparable sword lights that shot through the entirety of Central Continent? 2 hours passed. Fan Yuan had barely any of Mo Yao's fake will left. His heart suddenly jumped. He had placed many investigative mortal goo and goo formations near falling Heavenly River. Suddenly, large numbers of mortal goo and goo formations were pulled out of their place. Other goo immortals are coming! Fan Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fan Yuan had spent some time collecting immortal materials on the river surface. Looking at the time, it was not strange for other goo immortals to come now. But if goo immortals found out something wrong with the riverbed, and got close to Fan Yuan, that would be troubling. Fan Yuan was not worried about other goo immortals, but immortal zombie Bo Qing instead. Others would not have Mo Yao's fake will. If they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing accidentally, what would he do if he sees Fan Yuan taking his immortal goo? Hee. The result was obvious. Most likely, Fan Yuan would be beheaded before he has a chance to speak. Mo Yao's fake will is almost used up. I need to leave. After all, I need to conceal my aura when leaving, thus, I cannot use up all of Mo Yao's fake will here. Fan Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he used fixed immortal travel directly, the immortal goo's aura would surge, Mo Yao's remnant soul would reawaken, and Fan Yuan would die. However, just as Fan Yuan was about to leave, the sixth immortal goo finally appeared in front of him. This immortal goo's appearance was very simple. It was a bubble, floating and having an ordinary appearance. But its aura made Fan Yuan's eyes turn wide. This was a rank 8 sword path immortal goo. No wonder it took so long to lure it out. But what immortal goo is this? At once, Fan Yuan could not tell what this rank 8 immortal goo was. He had no time to think about it. Using his earlier method, he took it into his immortal aperture. Leave! Leave quickly! This time, his gains were huge, far beyond Fan Yuan's expectations. He earned a fortune. Great wealth could not describe his immense gains. Compared to this, the benefits in Earth Trench were nothing. Next, there would be more and more goo immortals exploring falling Heavenly River. If immortal zombie Bo Qing was awakened, Thus, he could not stay. The process of leaving falling Heavenly River went very smoothly. The goo immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level. His shock had dissipated already. At this moment, his attention was drawn over by the fierce beasts which were fighting in the river. From time to time, high-grade immortal materials would float to the surface, before being swallowed by ferocious tides. This goo immortal wanted to take these body parts, but he was hesitant and did not dare to strike. After all, now was no longer the best timing. It was very risky to try and steal their food. Fan Yuan left falling Heavenly River, relaxing himself. Just as he was about to use fixed immortal travel, he shuddered. I remember now! This rank 8 immortal goo is likely to be that legendary wisdom sword goo. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with immense joy. This immortal goo was created by Bo Qing. In the past, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he had suffered greatly at the hands of wisdom path goo immortals. Thus, to deal with them specifically, he created wisdom sword immortal goo. This immortal goo is not just a sword path immortal goo, it also contains the ingenuity of wisdom path. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan decided, when he subdues these immortal goo, he would choose this goo first. His Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level made Fan Yuan gain a vague understanding. As long as he could control Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and use it for himself, Fan Yuan's gains would not just be a rank 8 Immortal Goo. His Wisdom Path methods would improve by leaps and bounds. He would achieve a qualitative change. Safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan realized another point. Dong Fang Chang Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Goo, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, and Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Without specific intention, my Wisdom Path prospects seem to have become the brightest. With my current state, Strength Path and Time Path seem to be more helpful to me, but in terms of prospects, Wisdom Path is far greater. He handled all of these immortal goo that he obtained appropriately. Large amounts of Mo Yao's fake will were created, used as an expendable tool to seal the immortal goo. As long as wills did not sleep, they would think, and they would be greatly expended. Back then, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will used delight in water and mountain immortal goo to strengthen herself, replenishing all of her expenditure. Now, even though Fan Yuan did not have delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he had other methods, and was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. It was easy for him to create Mo Yao's fake will. It was just that he needed to use countless mortal goo of all kinds. Fan Yuan needed a lot of preparation. The situation in Falling Heavenly River happened too quickly. Fan Yuan's time was tight. He did not have time to create more of Mo Yao's fake will. Thinking back, his gains this time were truly too unthinkable. Chances to steal immortal goo from others were extremely rare. Because under normal situations, immortal goo could be destroyed with a single thought. Fan Yuan took advantage of the sleeping immortal zombie Bo Qing to be able to steal the opponent's immortal goo when they were awake. Only rare cases like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable were able to do that in history. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's prophecy from that dream realm is truly formidable. What do the next few lines truly mean? Fan Yuan thought about the reasons for his huge gains and felt suspicious and expectant. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remains vast and boundless. Fan Yuan already understood the first two lines, but what were the later three lines trying to predict? Everything was too ambiguous at the moment. Fan Yuan could not guess now. Chapter 996. Fan Yuan cultivates his soul. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this immortal goo cannot be saved. Bai Qingtian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not answer. At this moment, his hands were ethereal, giving off a warm orange light. An immortal goo was nearly cut in half, but the orange light was sustaining its life. Its aura was strong at times and weak at other times, being very unstable. Lian Jiuxing's face was full of concern. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this immortal goo was beyond saving. Even Lian Jiuxing could not save it if he tried. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was insistent on trying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. Goo immortals who have reached his level could make use of aspects of other paths even if they only cultivated one path, using it as the basis. A person at this level did not have shortcomings. He could use wisdom path to imitate the strength of other paths, and even due to taking an innovative approach, it could potentially surpass the original. Now, Lian Jiuxing could not help this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's wisdom path methods gave them some hope. Except that the method he was using, in the opinions of Lian Jiuxing and Bai Qingtian, was too risky. If there were any errors, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would face a strong backlash. His Tao marks would go into chaos. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for the next 30 years, otherwise his injuries would get more severe. Whoosh! Suddenly, from the immortal goo's body, an extremely sharp, formless burst of sword chi flew out. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not react in time, but thankfully, this formless burst of sword chi only scraped past his ears, cutting down a strand of his white hair. Bai Qingtian was shocked. It's over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression relaxed. He let out a breath of air, saying in a gratified tone, I pulled out the sword chi that was inside the immortal goo. It has been saved. Earlier, countless sword lights had burst out of Falling Heavenly River, rampaging over Central Continent. One of the extremely sharp sword lights, like in the previous life, penetrated Heavenly Court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord quickly recalled Bai Tseng-shui, Lian Jiuxing, and Bai Tseng-shui. The four immortals had a discussion, as Bai Tseng-shui headed to the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River, while the other three immortals repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower as it was being corroded by the sword chi, before its damage intensified. Soon, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hands could be seen recovering rapidly under the orange light. Lian Jiuxing's eyes shined. He clapped and praised. Tower Lord, your ability to sacrifice your emotions to repair the immortal goo is truly an incredible wisdom path method. To think that you could really revive it, amazing. But why did you take such a risk? This is a rank 6 immortal goo. Heavenly Court's inventory is very abundant. We can refine it again easily. But if you got injured, you would not be able to do anything for 30 years. It would be an immense loss to Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the Refinement Path Convention started, I felt something wrong. It is as if a hidden danger is brewing. Once it strikes, the consequences will be severe. We have just repaired Fate Goo and can now use half of its might. But when I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light flew over and coincidentally cut it in half. But was it really a coincidence? Bai Qingtian and Lian Jiuxing looked at each other, as their expressions became grave. I will not hide it from you, I have been getting this feeling too, Bai Qingtian said heavily. But my feeling only started when we repaired Fate Gu. Lian Jiuxing also said. So it was not my feeling alone. I thought that my descendants had encountered trouble, causing me to have this feeling. Now it seems it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal and you control Heaven Overseeing Tower. Your senses are sharper than ours. It seems that something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was still holding the healing immortal Gu. Thus, I had to take a risk and try to heal this immortal Gu. Even though this is not one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's core immortal Gu, by saving it, we can resolve one of the biggest issues in Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries at the moment. As long as we can fix the tower and use its might, together with our instincts, we will be able to deduce the truth. Also, Bo Qing died under the tribulation back then. Why did he suddenly appear? Between the two, there seems to be some close connection. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair the other immortal Gu. During this process, I need to concentrate, and I cannot be interrupted. If Fairy Tsung Shui sends any letters back, try to inform me as soon as possible. Bai Qingtian and Lian Jiuxing nodded in agreement. Understood. Matters regarding Bo Qing's immortal zombie body continued to grow as time passed. There was a huge influence on Central Continent and Heavenly Court. Just as the Central Continent Gu immortals placed their sights on falling Heavenly River, Fan Yuan had already obtained the biggest benefits and was cultivating on Danghun Mountain. At this moment, he was standing on Danghun Mountain's peak, waving a hand and sending out tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls, and others were the most common. There were fewer wolf souls, tiger souls, and souls of other fierce beasts. There were plant souls too, but the type of souls in the fewest quantity were variant humans and humans. Actually, trade involving souls had long since existed. Because in this world, there were many Soul Path Gu immortals. Soul Path Gu worms had appeared since the immemorial era, but they had never formed into a path. Only upon the rise of a certain Gu immortal did Soul Path get created and flourish. This person was one of the 10 venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, and had also single-handedly pushed Soul Path to its peak over history. During his era, out of 10 Gu masters, at least 5 chose to cultivate Soul Path. For the cultivation of Soul Path, the soul was the most important resource. Souls were common Gu refinement materials needed for the refinement of Soul Path Gu worms. In order to create Soul Path Gu worms, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had engaged in massacre and slaughter to obtain countless souls. Thus, in history, he was also known as the Venerable with the most murderous nature. And because he created the rise of Soul Path, it also made his era filled with endless killing. It was a dark time when the world was in unrest. Because many Gu masters and Gu immortals cultivated Soul Path, they needed to kill and gain souls for their cultivation resources. Thus, during that era, the trading of souls appeared. They were undergone openly and on a grand scale. After that, Spectral Soul died, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This kind and merciful Immortal Venerable did not promote strife against others, he loved peace. Because of his experiences growing up, he knew the suffering of the commoners, and understood the harm that Spectral Soul had caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and was invincible in the world, one major accomplishment of his was to suppress Soul Path. Soul Path Gu masters thus decreased in numbers, and trade involving souls was forced to be done underground. The 5 regions began to recuperate, and the killing subsided. The turbulence also gradually disappeared. What the people considered most memorable thing was, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not force people using strength, he won support from people with virtue, and moved the world with his actions. Thus, up until today, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the largest and most free market in the world, the sale of souls was very rare. Fan Yuan souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. Ever since Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan cooperated, the matter of souls was dealt with by them. He saved a lot of trouble. They were well-connected locals of Northern Plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had Mountain Pledge Gu and had a huge network. These souls were immediately destroyed on Danghun Mountain. After the vibrations from Danghun Mountain, The souls were shattered and turned into countless soul essences that were fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these souls, Dang Hun Mountain produced a new batch of guts goo. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only average. Because inside, there are few fierce beasts, and no desolate beasts, with very few variant human and human souls. The guts goo generated will not be high in quantity, Fan Yuan estimated in his mind as he walked on Dang Hun Mountain. This batch of souls was not from Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, but obtained by Fan Yuan. He was already different from in the past. He could obtain souls at a stable rate without Fairy Li Shan or taking action by himself personally. They were obviously not from Treasure Yellow Heaven, but Western Desert. Western Desert was the place with the greatest trade economy in the 5 regions. Fan Yuan was no longer a newcomer there. He had worked with Shao Clan of Western Desert for some time. He had obtained their crucial token after gaining their recognition. Shao Clan was a superforce. It was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transactions were exposed, Shao Clan would never admit they were involved. The trading of souls could not be done openly. Shao Clan was, after all, a righteous path superforce. Fan Yuan bought souls from Western Desert in order to guard against He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demonis. Even though they had set an alliance agreement, that did not mean that Fan Yuan did not need to guard against them anymore. Fan Yuan knew how to defend himself against others, and he was even more adept at harming others. Fan Yuan suddenly attempting soul cultivation would definitely lead to the suspicions of Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. Fan Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. When he uses guts goo to cultivate, it would cause the quantity of guts goo to fall. To make up for this, he secretly placed souls in and filled the difference. The typically rare guts goo could be easily picked up at Fan Yuan's feet. Fan Yuan did exactly so. Once guts goo left Dang Hun Mountain, they would be destroyed. But using air sac goo, they could be contained and sold. After consuming a huge amount of guts goo, Fan Yuan's soul reached its limit. If he raised it any further, his soul would collapse. Fan Yuan felt that his immortal zombie body was feeling quite tight. It was like an adult man wearing clothes he wore when he was a teenager. Chapter 997. Refining Bo Qing's Immortal Goo. Actually, the limit of immortal zombie bodies in containing souls was higher than normal living bodies. It was just that they lacked the aspect of nourishing the soul. Only living bodies could nourish souls. A dead corpse's soul would continue to wither. Guts goo played the most important role in Fan Yuan's soul being able to last until now. Besides this, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish his soul. Although Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had brought disaster to the world, it was also because of him that soul path had dominated an era. Countless soul path experts emerged one after the other, innovating large numbers of soul path methods. Despite going through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, until now, there are still large numbers of precious soul path methods that were passed down from generation to generation. I don't cultivate soul path. Soul path goo immortals have soul path Dao marks which allow the body to hold an even stronger soul. After he reached the limit, Fan Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and moved to Starform Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Fan Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect and was in a completely different state. But Fan Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunxing to restore it, thus Luopa Valley had regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex like a maze. Zhu stated, in the past Rinzhu had been trapped in the maze, unable to find his way out. Right now, Fan Yuan imitated Rinzhu and walked inside Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous bewilderment fog. Fan Yuan's soul was shrouded by the bewilderment fog, gradually diffusing. After the fog passed, cold wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The cold wind was like a knife as it cut Fan Yuan's soul, inflicting countless injuries. The incomparable pain almost drove Fan Yuan mad. This pain stemmed from the very depths of the soul and was countless times more painful than death by dismemberment. Fan Yuan roared at the sky, but he lacked a physical body, so he could only produce a piercing screech from his soul. After enduring for a while, Fan Yuan realized he had once again reached his limit. He wisely chose to retreat, his soul returning to the immortal zombie body. With the immortal zombie body's protection, the bewilderment fog and the Luopa wind's might was immediately reduced by a large extent. Fan Yuan safely left Luopa Valley. he inspected his soul. After going through the bewilderment fog and the destruction by the Luopa wind, Fan Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large degree and was clearly heavily injured. If he continued, although it would not be severe to the extent where the soul dissipated, the enslaved Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong might be able to get rid of the enslavement. The soul was the foundation of enslavement. When the soul is heavily injured, the enslavement would greatly weaken, and the enslaved party could have a chance to free themselves. I don't know how Renzu was able to stay for so long in Luopa Valley. Fan Yuan gave a moved sigh, returning to Danghun Mountain. He continued to consume Guts Gu. Guts Gu was a mortal Gu, but it was worthy of being a thing of legend. Using it to heal the soul's injuries would show instant effects. Soon, the injuries to Fan Yuan's soul completely recovered. Fan Yuan once again inspected his soul. His soul had condensed by at least one-fold. Moreover, his soul was smeared with something like oil that emitted a faint eerie glow. Checking again, the burden on his soul from enslaving the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong was reduced by 30%. The inhuman torture and pain Fan Yuan suffered in Luopa Valley was worth it. It was because his soul's impurities were extracted in Luopa Valley, like iron that went through endless hammering and smelting before it finally turned to steel. His soul's quality had been elevated to another stage. And on Danghun Mountain, Guts Gu were continuously expended, which strengthened his soul at an unimaginable speed. The quantitative strength of the soul was increasing steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul, Danghun Mountain strengthens the soul. Both quantitative and qualitative change are combined, the soul's foundation advances at a tremendous pace. It is so fast, no wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Lishan obtained Luopa Valley, they moved back and forth between Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, strengthening their soul foundation. They were cultivating freely. Fan Yuan sighed. He also wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Lishan, but he still had many things to do. Right now, there was the most important matter he had to deal with. That was Etian Mountain's battle, and the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. No doubt, the stronger Fan Yuan becomes, the higher his chances of seizing graceful chaotic duel stage at the crucial time. Fan Yuan could only try to think of every possibility and make more appropriate arrangements for every task. He had to squeeze out every second of time, making every second count in his cultivation. Finally, Fan Yuan obtained news of the appearance of the immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic duel stage. What's going on? I made so many arrangements near Etian Mountain, but they actually disappeared without alerting me. Fan Yuan made time in his busy schedule, personally going to southern border to inspect. But he did not discover any worthwhile information. Like in his previous life, Etian Mountain displayed the ancient battle repeatedly. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead finally used the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage to suppress the rank 8 Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus imprint on his forehead. Does he have any relation to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? My rebirth had failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus appeared out of nowhere and turned my failure to success, letting me rebirth. Is there some connection between the red lotus and the river of time and this mysterious Gu Immortal? Fan Yuan was confused. He could only shake his head and leave. He still had many matters to arrange. Graceful chaotic duel stage had appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Etian Mountain. At the very least, Fan Yuan needed to remove the aftereffects from enslaving the Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong in this period of time. Cultivating back and forth on Danghun Mountain and in Luopa Valley, Fan Yuan's soul foundation was rising sharply, while Zhou Zhong's soul was still at its original stage. The burden from enslaving a Gu immortal has completely disappeared. I can now easily slip into Etian Mountain and secretly refine the immortal Gu House. The body nourishes the soul, while the soul brings about intelligence, producing thoughts, will, emotions, and promoting thought processes. The increase in his soul foundation would be very beneficial for Fan Yuan in refining the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can refine Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it would be a huge increase to my battle strength. That would be even better! He had tried to refine all-out effort immortal Gu several times now, but had yet to succeed. At this time, Fan Yuan's rebirth plan had already reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on refining all-out effort immortal Gu, not continuing to invest in this sunk cost. During these last moments, Fan Yuan went all out in making preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left falling heavenly river and was slowly rising up. Under his feet, the surging waves and tides of falling heavenly river attacked the shore, engulfing the piled-up snow. Blood had already faded from the water, while countless ferocious beasts living in the river sensed Bo Qing's aura, and scattered everywhere in panic. And in the riverbed of falling heavenly river, there were corpses of many Gu immortals. Only the rank 8 Gu immortal from heavenly Kur, Bai Tseng Shui, had luckily survived. I have lost many immortal Gu, my battle strength is reduced. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low and deep voice. What's our next course of action? Right now, standing beside him was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Envoy Blue of Shadow Sect, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, as well as the Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zi Xing, also known as Blood Dragon, and the Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun. Somehow, there was a difference in this situation as compared to the previous life. In the previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zi Xing had died at Bo Qing's hands. But now they were both alive. Perhaps this was because Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to plunder Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zi Xing and Yu Mu Chun did not speak, letting 7-Star Child speak. Next, I, Song Zi Xing and Yu Mu Chun will use an immortal killer move to transport the 4 of us to Central Continent's northeast region to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made the arrangements. In the previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zi Xing had died. Only Yu Mu Chun was left behind, unable to activate this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was shocked and furious. He saw the 4 immortals with immortal zombie Bo Qing at the lead, battling as they headed towards one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He was unable to keep watching from the sidelines. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu immortal formerly from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had large numbers of disciples and descendants. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Jiuxing and Bai Chen Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bo Qing revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect. We have to reinforce them now. The 2 immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. Go! The 2 immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the 3 immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation Gu formation and appeared at Heavenly Lotus Sect space in a moment. At this moment, Bo Qing and the rest had also just arrived. The remaining radiance of the teleportation immortal killer move on them had yet to dissipate. Both sides stared at each other, battle intent rising immediately. What's going on? Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu masters and Gu immortals were puzzled. Fight. A battle of rank 8s suddenly erupted. Central Continent, Hu immortal blessed land, an underground cave. Success! Fan Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy as well as regret. Over these last few days he had used the light of wisdom to continuously ponder and deduce, obtaining a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will along with the poison path immortal Gu, woman's heart, and the wisdom path immortal Gu, unravel mystery, to refine Bo Qing's immortal Gu. Unfortunately, after using this Gu formation for 3 days, I could only refine 1 immortal Gu. Moreover, I still don't know what use this immortal Gu has. I can't wait any longer. The Battle of Yitian Mountain has already begun. The earlier I can obtain the immortal Gu house, the better. Undue delay might bring trouble. Chapter 998. Prematurely joining Yitian Mountain. Southern border, Yitian Mountain. Fan Yuan walked forward with big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. Huge bulging muscles, an exposed chest, thick hair over his head, chest, and beard, even along his legs. His hair was a muddy yellow color, his clothes were very tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, his fingers and toes all had extraordinarily huge joints. His nose bridge was short and stumpy, he had huge nostrils that contained thick hair, they were like open taps, gushing out together uncontrollably. Even though this appearance was ugly and disgusting, it was something that Fan Yuan had picked after careful consideration. In Fan Yuan's previous life, this person had come to Yitian Mountain at this time. After rebirth, Fan Yuan secretly killed this person. Taking his place, Fan Yuan arrived at Yitian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin fog. The scenery of Yitian Mountain was still peaceful, there were birds chirping in the mountain's forests. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started its first wave. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had disguised himself and joined Yitian Mountain. By that time, Yitian Mountain was already immersed in heated battles. There were even demonic path guards at the base of the mountain. But this time, Fan Yuan had arrived here several months early. At this time, Xiao Shan had just been forced to leave his clan, he, Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Pang, who had just created Yitian village. Fan Yuan did not see any people as he walked. After getting partway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Yitian village from the crevices between the dense trees. Yitian village was still in the process of being built, it was not completed yet. Who is this? Which Gu Immortal's pawn is this? He doesn't resemble a pure human, he seems to have hairy man blood. Humph, this guy is a half-breed, would anyone even choose him as a pawn? Far away, the southern border Gu Immortals discussed the matter of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan walked slowly, confidently and calmly. In his previous life, he had used vaguely familiar face and was not exposed by these southern border Gu Immortals. Now that he was using an immortal killer move with attitude Gu as the core, familiar face, it was even more impossible for him to be exposed by them. He took big steps and went to the mountain peak. Soon, before he reached Yitian village, someone finally stopped him. It was a rank 3 demonic path Gu master. But Fan Yuan was also disguised as a rank 3, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked in a serious tone. You are? Fan Yuan cupped his fists, saying boorishly. My name is Huang Sha, I heard about Hero Zhao's matter and came to join you. The other rank 3 demonic path Gu master's body shook. He was not intimidated by the name of Huang Sha, instead, it was because Fan Yuan was too loud. Okay, keep it down, why are you shouting? Since you know about our leader's reputation, come with me to meet him. The rank 3 Gu master rubbed his ears as he turned around. Fan Yuan laughed as he quickly chased. He had a huge body, his steps were huge, he quickly surpassed the Gu master in front. The demonic path Gu master was unhappy, he stretched out his arm, pulling Fan Yuan. Why are you running so quickly? If you want to join Yitian village, follow the rules, get it? I got here first, so my position is higher than yours. Follow behind me. Oh. Fan Yuan quickly nodded, pretending that he was all brawn and no brains. This structure needs to be built properly. If anyone attacks us next time, we will defend from here. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine Gu. Xiao Shan pointed at a location and said this to a Gu master beside him. At this time, someone shouted, Leader, your fame spreads throughout southern border. Right now, a new warrior has joined us. Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to see Fan Yuan. The joy in his mind faded a little as he felt disappointment. But at the same time, he showed a look of appreciation on his face. He quickly went forward, patting Fan Yuan's shoulders. What a strong man! Fan Yuan laughed, and cupped his fists. You are Hero Xiao? I am here to join you, you are really brave. You dared to oppose those righteous path members. Saying so, Fan Yuan raised his thumb at Xiao Shan, saying, With just this, I am in admiration towards you, I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day. Xiao Shan saw that Fan Yuan was boorish and uneducated, the disappointment inside him grew. But on the surface, he did not show it, he praised Fan Yuan as he arranged a mission for him. After Fan Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing asking, This Huang Sha, what is his background? I am not too clear about it. Zhou Xingxing thought about it and laughed. Brother, what rank are you? There are so many people in this world, how can such a minor character attract your attention? I know this person, his father is human and his mother is a female hairy man. He was born as a slave collecting sand rocks on Sand Mountain. In the end, on Sand Mountain, he obtained an inheritance by chance and became a Gu master. Next, he and a water path Gu master occupied a territory, calling themselves the Bai Sha twin generals. Afterwards, they were defeated by Tai clan Gu masters. Bai Jiang died while Huang Sha escaped, with his whereabouts unknown. To think that he came here after hearing brother's name. So that's it, I remember now. There was once a time when there was news about the Bai Sha twin generals assaulting Tai clan's merchant ships. Xiao Shan nodded, his expectations towards Fan Yuan fell to rock bottom. He even dared to touch Tai clan's ships, This showed that the Bai Sha twin generals were rash and boorish, they did not use their brains. Furthermore, this Wang Sha even had hairy man blood, this made Xiao Shan look down on him more. Hairy men, feathermen, snowmen, and other variant humans were all the slaves of humans. Why would human Gu masters treat them as equals? If Fan Yuan had rank 4 or 5 cultivation, Xiao Shan might have placed great emphasis on him and disregarded that point. But Fan Yuan was disguised as Wang Sha, who was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than the average Gu master. But in Etian village, it was not eye-catching. Very soon, Xiao Shan forgot about this Wang Sha. Fan Yuan was at a worksite. Now, I have joined Etian Mountain, and was sent by Xiao Shan to help in the building of the village. It shows that this person is not placing attention on me. Good, this is my motive after all. Everything has been very successful so far. If Fan Yuan had higher cultivation level, he would be given a major role by Xiao Shan. In the following righteous demonic battle, he would definitely be kept busy. If he did not go for the missions, he would expose himself, but if he went, he would be wasting time. If his cultivation level was lower, he would be cannon fodder, sent to the front lines to attract the enemy's firepower and waste their primeval essence. After some battles, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation level, it was neither high nor low, he could be the leader of a small group. He would not be given important missions, and if he survived in the battlefield, nobody would find it strange. Etian Mountain's forbidden zone only targeted immortal apertures, it did not affect immortal Gu. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had deduced a method on how to seal immortal apertures. But now, he had this method prepared in advance, he could join Etian village a few months earlier. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie body. During the day, he worked at the sites and easily did physical labor. At night, when everyone was asleep, he would be awake and refining Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage secretly. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie, not allowing any freedom. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no signs of life at all. It seemed like its soul had completely dissipated. But Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories, he did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie, he placed his efforts on refining the battle will. The southern border Gu immortals engaging in this gambling contest were trying to refine the battle will into their own. They needed these mortal Gu master pawns to engage in fierce combat to create their own battle will and resonate with the immortal Gu house. They would then convert the pure battle will in the immortal Gu house into their personal battle will. But Fan Yuan came in person, and was also a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he did not need to do so. Even if he did not fight fiercely, he could increase the battle will in his mind and convert the immortal Gu house's battle will. His efficiency was many times that of ordinary Gu immortals. If someone turned all the battle will in the immortal Gu house into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 immortal zombie, that is, refining the immortal Gu house and becoming the true owner of the immortal Gu house. Thus, there was a key point needed for Fan Yuan to snatch Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage from these southern border Gu immortals. At the final period of time, the immortal Gu house's pure battle will would be completely refined by everyone. But there can only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills had to engage in combat and undergo a terrifying battle. In this battle, any loser would vanish, there would only be one winner. I am a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, I have a huge advantage in a fight between battle wills. Furthermore, I am going to take the lead and refine battle will at many times the speed of others. The more battle will I convert, the bigger my advantage during the battle will contest. As long as I follow my plan, it is assured that I would obtain the immortal Gu house. But there might be unexpected surprises. While Fan Yuan was pondering, the other southern border Gu immortals were also harboring their own intentions. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder was paying close attention to the developments on Etian Mountain. He had barely survived his last tribulation. The next one was approaching, he had lost all hope initially, but the appearance of the immortal Gu house Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage gave this Gu immortal see the light of hope within the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented gambling contest, he went all in on his bets. Almost all of his wealth was invested into it. His stake was the highest among the immortals. According to the rules, one of his pawns, Xiao Shan, became the first Gu master to ascend Etian Mountain. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder also became the first Gu immortal in southern border to start refining battle will in the immortal Gu house. I must succeed in obtaining the immortal Gu house, I cannot fail. Without this immortal goo house, in the following tribulation, I will definitely die. Chapter 999. Chess piece, chess player. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the highest amount of battle will. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal goo house is mine. Shao Clan's supreme elder spurred himself on secretly, but he was also aware internally. The biggest difficulty was in maintaining his current advantage. According to the rules, the second to take the stage was the pawn of a Wu clan goo immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal from Wu clan was an insightful character. She chose someone with lower cultivation level, as the cost of entering Yitian Mountain earlier. Hopefully, Shao Shan does not disappoint me later. Shao Clan's supreme elder's wish was something that the other southern border goo immortals were unwilling to see happen. Right now, Shao Clan's ancestor had created a huge advantage. The southern border goo immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so that the advantage of Shao Clan's ancestor would be gone, and they would have an opportunity. Wu Shintong arrived near Yitian Mountain. Everyone, I bear a mission of utmost importance to the clan. To exterminate evil, we will pay any cost. He pointed at Yitian Mountain. His expression was stern as his intent to fight surged, along with his battle will. Around him were many goo masters. Among them, those with the highest cultivation were 3 rank 4 goo masters. One was a Wu clan elder, guarding Wu Shintong. The other 2 were clan leaders of villages that were subordinates of Wu clan. Wu Shintong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path goo master. He was thin and had a pale face. He coughed from time to time, like a sickly scholar. He could not even stand in the cold winds for long. But nobody dared to look down on him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path allowed him to fight many people single-handedly. On Yitian Mountain, the strongest person is Shao Clan's former leader Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path goo masters. These 3 are all rank 5 goo masters. In my opinion, we should act slowly, inviting more righteous path members to join us. This will make the battle more assured, and we can prevent these demons from escaping as well. A rank 4 clan leader suggested. Wu Shintong's expression turned grim. He wanted to do this too, but this mission was a forced mission by the clan. They had given him a certain timing. It was so strict and rushed, Wu Shintong could not help but suspect that he had become a sacrifice in a political conflict of his clan. He exerted all of his effort and used his network to recruit all of these people around him. Wu Shintong would not understand the truth of Yitian Mountain even after death. All these high and mighty goo masters were all merely the tools of the goo immortals gambling contest. He certainly did not know, at this point in time, how many southern border goo immortals were placing their attention on him. You do not need to say any more. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beasts? Once their primeval essence is expended, the accomplishment of killing a rank 5 will be all yours. Furthermore, I am going personally. I have some confidence, of course. Why would I send myself to die? Wu Shintong was a skilled person. With just a few words, he dispelled everyone's suspicions and raised the group's morale. They moved quickly. They were trying a sneak attack. A moment later, the mountain was covered in beast groups. Under Wu Shintong's manipulation, they charged towards Yitian Mountain. Right now, Yitian village was still being built. The demonic path goo masters were all in chaos. They were used to fighting alone. Even though Shao Shan was trying to group his men together and organize them, there was little effect in the short term. Shao Shan was extremely anxious, he thought. Yitian village has just been built. We are only partway through completion. This is my first fight against the righteous path. Yitian village is like a banner. It cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will suffer. It is like a heavy blow that will make us falter forever. Losing our reputation, who would come here and join me? Thinking of this, Shao Shan immediately ordered the demonic path goo masters to defend Yitian village with their lives. Shao Shan's thoughts were very precise, but he greatly overestimated the ability of the demonic path goo masters to cooperate. If demonic path goo masters fought righteous path goo masters one-on-one, they usually won more than they lost. But when there were many people, if they had even numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without any cooperation, the demonic path goo masters were just a mob. Against the huge beast groups, they did not place priority on defending the strategic points. This was what Wu Shintong most wanted to see. Initially, large numbers of wild beasts died from the demonic path goo masters' attacks. But soon, the demonic path goo masters' attacks became more sparse. After all, mortal goo masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts charged past the attacks of the demonic path goo masters and assaulted them. The demonic path goo masters suffered heavier and heavier losses. The battle was tilting in favor of the righteous path. Good. Great. The southern border goo immortals watched the battle as they showed expressions of joy. Shao Clan's ancestor had a dark expression. He stared at Xiao Shan fixedly. Xiao Shan was an veteran of the battlefield. He knew that the situation could not go on. He shouted, "Rank 4 and 5 experts, come with me and kill the enslavement path goo master. Everyone else, retreat while you battle." In the current situation, the demonic path was suffering terrible losses. Meanwhile, although the righteous path was few in numbers, they did not lose anyone. Everyone knew that fighting alone would not result in a good ending. Only by relying on one another and carving out a path of blood could they survive. Xiao Shan's words received quick response. The rank 4 and 5 goo masters were all secretly joyful and gathered around Xiao Shan. The remaining rank 2 and 3 goo masters, however, all had pale expressions. The people who charged out were strong. No matter what, if they managed to get out of the encirclement, they could escape alone. But the goo masters who stayed back were surrounded by beast groups. There was nowhere they could go. They could only await reinforcements. Only Fan Yuan, despite having an anxious and ferocious expression, had peace of mind. Even if the beast groups expanded by 100 times, they were no threat to him. Furthermore, he had the knowledge of his previous life. He knew what was going to happen. As expected, the following developments were almost the same as in his previous life. In this sudden fight, the demonic path goo masters fought against the waves of beast groups and moved forward, causing many goo masters to die along the way. But eventually, they managed to get to Wu Shintong. Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing were rank 5 goo masters. They were forced into a desperate situation. They had to attack the righteous path. After an intense battle, 2 rank 4 goo masters from the righteous path died, while Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries. The other rank 4 elder from Wu clan blocked them desperately. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came and saved Wu Shintong from the demonic path's objective of killing him. They had no choice but to return to Yitian Mountain. That night, Xiao Shan gathered the remaining demonic path members in a certain cave. He was bathed in blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he called out in a hoarse voice, "Wu Shintong is not dead yet. He is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will face the threat of an unceasing tide of beasts. We need to kill him, otherwise Yitian village will never be built." Xiao Shan had just finished his words, but there was little response. The demonic path goo masters had suffered a loss. Their morale was low. Among them, a rank 3 goo master said dejectedly, "Leader, we should retreat. The righteous path is very powerful. It is normal that we cannot win. But we can always fight back another day. We should leave this dangerous place and find another mountain to rebuild Yitian village. That is possible too." As he said that, a sharp light flashed in Xiao Shan's eyes as he stood up and attacked. He raised his saber and killed the demonic path goo master on the spot, shouting, "This person is trying to shake our spirit. He deserves death. If anyone dares to request a retreat, you will end up like him." Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up, walking to either side of Xiao Shan, with wary expressions towards everyone. The goo masters were all stunned by Xiao Shan's demeanor. They quickly spoke and agreed to battle to the death. Xiao Shan's expression relaxed. "I know that everyone is having a hard time. There are injuries. But no injury can compare to our brothers who have sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave today. Tomorrow, we will gather our forces and fight on the path to killing Wu Shintong. We will not rest until he is dead." Everyone quickly responded. Fan Yuan was among them. His wounds were still bleeding, but of course, it was a disguise. The night sky grew darker. The mountain cave was not big. There was not much space for the demonic path goo masters to sleep. This was a cave that Xiao Shan specially chose. It was easy for them to monitor each other. If they needed to use the toilet, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the disgusting smell of blood, sweat, urine and feces mixed together. The demonic path goo masters were tossing and turning, thinking about the desperate battle tomorrow. They could not sleep. Only one person was sleeping soundly. It was Fan Yuan. His snoring could be heard in the entire cave. Xiao Shan was shutting his eyes and resting. Hearing this sound, he opened his eyes and saw Fan Yuan. He smiled lightly and said loudly, "This guy has no worries. His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Don't worry everyone, I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shintong has already been severely injured, he is definitely going to die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away. If I go against my word, may heaven bring judgment upon me, and may the world shake in anger." The demons were inspired, they were in admiration towards Xiao Shan's enthusiasm and aspiration. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body, and obtain the acknowledgement of Shao Clan's ancestor. Unless he had no choice, he would never retreat from here. Xiao Shan thought of these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. In contrast, he was a chess piece of Shao Clan's ancestor, but he did not know. On this night, the chess player, Shao Clan's ancestor, was also feeling anxious and worried. After the fight today at Etian Mountain, he had left his place of residence, arriving at a mountain peak. He stood for a long time under the winds of the mountain. "Master, Shao Clan's ancestor has requested to meet you, but you have not agreed to it. He is a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has already been outside for 2 hours. Won't it be bad if we continue dragging it on?" Lu Xuanfeng asked carefully and softly. Chapter 1000. Changes Beyond Expectations. His master, rank 7 lone cultivator Old Man Yuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a mat. He remained unmoved and had his eyes closed, even after hearing Lu Xuanfeng's words. After a long while, Shao Clan's ancestor spoke again from outside the cave. "Brother Yuxia, I am willing to add in 10 heavenly dragon pearls, please help me." Old Man Yuxia slowly opened his eyes and said to Lu Xuanfeng, "Disciple, go to Etian Mountain and solve this crisis for Xiao Shan." Lu Xuanfeng hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Old Man Yuxia. "Master, this disciple shall leave." Although he said this, Lu Xuanfeng was still kneeling down on the ground, and did not show any signs of getting up. Old Man Yuxia smiled. "Your crafty nature, I can see right through it." He then blew cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's belly, and lingered there without dispersing. "This immortal Gu can protect you. Go now." Lu Xuanfeng was joyous, kowtowing 3 more times before getting up and cheekily speaking. "I was actually thinking in the interests of Master. As a disciple, losing my life is not important, but then Master would have no one to serve him, what to do then? Master has shown me great benevolence, I still haven't returned it, so how could I die so easily? Go now, go." Old Man Yuxia sighed, repeatedly waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shintong led the beast group to attack Etian Mountain. Etian Village, which only had its foundations constructed, was destroyed. The demonic side's morale fell sharply. Xiao Shan was determined to fight back to the death. But on that very evening, the rank 5 Gu master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the Righteous Path's camp and assassinated Wu Shintong, bringing his head back to Etian Mountain. Xiao Shan was ecstatic, saying to Lu Xuanfeng, "Brother Lu is magnanimous. Thanks to Brother Lu, all of us were saved." Lu Xuanfeng was a quick-witted person, immediately cupping his fists, replying in a cordial manner, "Brother Xiao exaggerates. I only took advantage of an opportunity. If not for Brother Xiao and the other comrades fighting with all you have and inflicting heavy injuries to Wu Shintong, how could I have easily taken his life? Out of the total contribution, I can only account for 10%, and the other 90 would go to everyone here." When they heard such words, everyone immediately had a much better impression of Lu Xuanfeng. Xiao Shan's heart sank. He was not able to ruin Lu Xuanfeng's fame by overpraising him, so he quickly changed his words to stabilize and pull Lu Xuanfeng to Etian Village. Like this, the Righteous Path's first wave of offense collapsed under the attacks of Xiao Shan, Lu Xuanfeng and the rest. Fan Yuan was staying on the sidelines, not caring any less about this situation, viewing it coldly with the stance of a bystander, and not provoking any doubts. He thought of the information gathered during his previous life. It seems in this life as well, due to Wu Xintong being heavily injured and Xiao Shan's situation being critical, Shao Clan's ancestors sought Old Man Yuxia's help. This Old Man Yuxia is a well-known lone immortal of southern border, with some friction against Wu Clan. And with Shao Clan's ancestor giving him heavy payment, he was able to increase his wager, letting Lu Xuanfeng enter Etian Mountain early on. And the female immortal from Wu Clan, Wu Dangji, had lost her chess piece because of this scheme. Although she had refined much of the battle will, her loss was the greatest. Righteous and demonic paths are fighting on Etian Mountain, but the masterminds are the southern border Gu immortals behind them. Mortals are like ants. Let them continue scheming against each other. After this battle, the amount of battle will I have refined has already surpassed Xiao Shan, becoming the highest. Like this, Fang Yuan was silently earning a fortune. The battle will he refined secretly continued to grow, but no one noticed. Time passed, the second wave of the righteous and demonic battle erupted. After the first wave of offense, in which Wu Dengji suffered a loss, she was still unreconciled. Old man Yu Xia had increased his wager. How could she not do that as well? Therefore, she chose another person and allied with a Shang clan Gu immortal, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. At the battlefield on Yitian Mountain, Wu clan's Gu masters attacked Yitian Mountain. At the same time during this attack, Shang clan's two newly advanced elders, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined. Both sides fought at the base of Yitian Mountain. Having some wins and losses on either side, they were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Mei He and Fei Yuwang ascended the mountain, joining Yitian village. These two Gu masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of Southern Borders Gu masters. Yitian village thus had the upper hand, and the Righteous Path members were forced back. To resist Lan Mei He and Fei Yuwang, the Righteous Path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the Righteous Path. But Hong Fei Yu alone could not resist the combination of two flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Fei Yu was at the moment between life and death. When Shang clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang had been nurtured by Shang Yanfei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank 4 initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Fei Yu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Mei He and Fei Yuwang, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the Righteous Path came, as Lan Mei He and Fei Yuwang were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was acknowledged by both the righteous and demonic paths, joining the ranks of the Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 famous Flying Masters became 4 famous Flying Masters, with Wei Yang at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as Second Zombie King entered Yitian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The Righteous Path lacked Wuxing Tong and had no choice but to fall back. Thereupon, the second righteous and demonic fight came to an end. Behind the scenes of this were the Southern Border Gu immortals plotting and conspiring. Naturally, the mortal Gu masters could not imagine it. The only one who was in the know on Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was secretly earning a fortune, disregarding all of this. With Huang Sha's identity, he had gone on the battlefield and had encountered Wei Yang face to face. This expert under Shang Yanfei had once taken great care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing when they were in Shang Clan City. Right now, Wei Yang's growth was large. Fang Yuan, however, was already an immortal. It could be said that times had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan was already way ahead and the amount of battle will refined. The lead was so huge that even if all the Southern Border Gu immortals added up their refined battle wills, it would still be slightly less than Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble. Explosions resounded without an end. All the surroundings within an enormous area had turned into a desolate land, sand rolling and covering the sky. In the desolate land were many deep craters, some burned with fire, some had piles of ice, some was still letting out rumblings of thunder. A river of blood flowed wantonly in this battlefield. Because of the battle between rank 8s, the original mountainous terrain had completely changed. This was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect, and also home to famous mountains and rivers, possessing profound natural Dao marks. Otherwise, the landscape would be even more severely ruined. After a round of battle stopped, with Sword Immortal Bo Qing at the lead, Shadow Sect's group retreated by some distance, panting roughly. In front of them were 3 immortal Gu houses hovering in the air. One was Canary Pavilion, which was delicate and exquisite. Another was Yuyang Palace, which shined with brilliant radiance. However, the gazes of Shadow Sect's group were focused on the central immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was rank 8, named Heavenly Pool. Looking from the outside, this was a pool with a small area. It could even be said to be among the world's smallest immortal Gu houses. But this heavenly pool was filled with green lotuses. Some were in full bloom while some were closed. However, in every lotus was a blessed land or grotto heaven. The rank 8 immortal Gu house, Heavenly Pool, was the base of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we can't take down Heavenly Pool, These losses to Heavenly Lotus sect can't even be considered to be harming them, Song Zixing said heavily. But it is too difficult to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most specialized in healing and recovery. This heavenly pool has inherited his style to an exaggerated degree. If it is not broken apart in one attack, it can recover any severe losses in a short period of time. Yu Mu Chun was solemn. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child shook his head. Not only Heavenly Pool, the other 2 Immortal Goo houses are also very difficult to handle. And Bo Qing's greatest weakness is already known and being used by them. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul. This remnant soul was the biggest shortcoming. Its greatest flaw was that it was very easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing had died and the soul inside was destroyed by Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals. This life, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had even lost Wisdom Sword Goo, which had been a trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing this Goo, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had to be even more cautious when fighting and was extremely passive. Let's go. We have already achieved our goal of delaying them. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child retreated first, his body turning into a rainbow light, quickly flying far away. Bo Qing and the rest also followed closely behind. Escaping the judgment of fate and attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects, such audacity, this is unpardonable. And you still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 Immortal Goo houses chased after them. From within Heavenly Pool came Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's furious voice. 7-Star Child's expression changed slightly, saying to the other Goo Immortals. In the current situation, someone has to bring up the rear and hold them off until the others can escape. I will do it. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. It is better if I do it. Azure, Blue and Song Zixing, you all have higher battle strength than me. You will be a lot more helpful to our crucial plan. Yu Mu Chun had an indifferent expression while he volunteered to stay behind. The other 3 immortals' gazes flashed, and they quickly retreated without hesitation, leaving behind Yu Mu Chun to cover their retreat. Overestimating your ability. Hee, demonic path people specialize in treachery. You think you can stop us? What gives you such blind confidence? The righteous path immortals angrily called out one after the other, the 3 Immortal Goo houses nearing. Yu Mu Chun looked at the approaching death calmly and with a smile. You think we haven't made any arrangements? Saying this, he fell to the ground. An enormous Goo formation gave a brilliant flash of light that reached to the sky. The information about this battle was simply unable to be concealed by Central Continent. After Fan Yuan learned of the news, his gaze flickered. This event was already very different from his previous life. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was still alive. As such, he would naturally hold animosity against Fan Yuan, who had stolen his immortal Goo. Fan Yuan sent his consciousness inside his sealed immortal aperture, and there was a mysterious immortal Goo. This immortal Goo was one of the harvests Fan Yuan had reaped from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. But in fact, this immortal Goo's original owner was not Bo Qing but Mo Yao. Because this immortal Goo's body was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fan Yuan was able to quickly refine this immortal Goo using Mo Yao's fake will. As for the other Sword Path immortal Goo, their true owner was Bo Qing, with large amounts of his will in them. So when Fan Yuan used the same Goo formation, it would take a lot more time to refine these immortal Goo. I can forget about these Sword Path immortal Goo for now, they definitely cannot be used in this battle. As for this mysterious immortal Goo, I have tried to inspect it over these last days, but unfortunately I did not gain anything even from Langya Land's Spirit's End. At present, the 6th wave of offense between righteous and demonic has already passed. The scale of my battle will in the Immortal Goo House probably is already over 30 times the total amount of the battle will of the Southern Border Goo Immortals. If I battle with them at this time, within less than 15 minutes, I can clear out all their battle will. There were probably many among the Southern Border Goo Immortals who had Wisdom Path attainment. But so what? Not to mention Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster level, just based on the scale of the battle will, he already occupied absolute dominance. The Southern Border Goo Immortals already had no chance of victory. It could be said that these Goo Immortals were already of no concern, but Fan Yuan was still filled with worry. I have refined it for so long, but there is actually still pure battle will remaining in the Immortal Goo House. I wonder what quantity are there exactly? Can I make it in time? Fan Yuan looked up at the sky. The night was dark and hazy. Fan Yuan felt somewhat stifled. The amount of pure battle will in Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had greatly surpassed Fan Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to get this immortal goo house earlier on and leave freely. But now, it had already dragged on until this day. When would he finish? Chapter 1001. Taking control of graceful chaotic dual stage. Time passed quickly, a month went by. In Southern Border, be it the goo immortal world or the mortal world, their focus was all on one place. This place was Etion Mountain. Under the influence of goo immortals adding fuel to the fire, countless righteous path and demonic path goo masters set off to join the two sides. The seventh righteous and demonic fight had concluded. The demonic path members schemed and cut off the righteous path's supply lines. At the moment of crisis, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally arrived with his forces, and used gourmet food box goo, providing a feast for the army, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, the clan leaders of Southern Border's super forces like Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan and Xia clan also showed themselves, joining the battlefield. In this battlefield, rank 3 goo masters were all cannon fodder, the normally uncommon rank 4 goo masters were everywhere, and rank 5 goo masters were the most important battle power. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. Light in the 7 colors of the rainbow shined brightly, turning into a cocoon. Crack. Some cracking sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the cocoon. Old man Yanshi had a tired and haggard face, but his gaze showed that he was extremely overjoyed. As he watched with expectations, the cocoon of light finally exploded, as a young man appeared in front of old man Yanshi, completely naked and bare. He floated in the air, his eyes were shut, as if he was sleeping. Old man Yanshi quickly moved forward, using his hands to caress the young man's body, from his thigh to his chest, and then to his face. Old man Yanshi could barely hold in his excitement. His fingers that were touching the face were shaking. He muttered, "Success! I actually succeeded! I replicated Renzu's methods and used the dream realm to create a completely new extreme physique. This is a historical moment! Ha!" Old man Yanshi laughed loudly for a while, before stopping. "You were born from a dream realm, created from nothingness. Since I used the rule path become real immortal goo, I will name this Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. Saying this, old man Yanshi moved his hand and took out a lump of soul. This lump of soul was dark like ink. It immediately flew into the body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. Old man Yanshi waited for a moment, but he saw no movement from the body. His frown was getting deeper. What's going on? Why is he not waking up? This shouldn't be the case? He quickly inspected. A moment later he sighed. It seems that this body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique is truly flawed. The Dream Path Tao marks are very high in quantity. They gained a type of power in the body. Any soul that enters it will fall asleep and lose their memories continuously. What should I do? Old man Yanshi paced around, feeling anxious. The lifespan of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique body has already started to decrease. Time is limited. I cannot do any detailed research now to solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique slowly opened his mouth, finally awakening. He was childlike and unlearned, looking at old man Yanshi, then looking around the place. His eyes were wide open and showed a naive expression. Old man Yanshi felt some regret. He tried all sorts of ways and finally awakened the soul within the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique body, solving the problem of the sleeping soul. But almost all the memories in the soul were lost. But it doesn't matter. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique is a consumable rank 9 battle strength. He is the greatest trump card to defend our core. As long as our plan succeeds, so what if the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique has a flaw? Thinking of this, old man Yanshi smiled as he sized him up with his black eyes, his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique, you are the greatest accomplishment of my Dream Path research. Many of Bo Qing's immortal goo were robbed and his battle strength has fallen. You will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Who are you? Who am I? Ing Wuxia curiously asked. I am you, and you are me. I am Old Man Yanshi, and you shall be called Ing Wuxia. Old Man Yanshi chuckled. He then lightly waved his arm. Countless thoughts were transferred into Ing Wuxia's mind. Ing Wuxia felt a wave of information entering his mind. Old Man Yanshi said, remember, you only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited, I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of Dream Path achievement currently in the 5 regions, at the forefront of this era. Even those Heavenly Court Goo Immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a Goo Immortal, I will give you a complete set of Goo Worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. Southern Border, Etian Mountain. Fan Yuan, who was recuperating on his bed, shook as he opened his eyes suddenly. In his eyes, joy flashed across slightly before they went back to being emotionless. Around him, there were many injured members lying down and talking. Some healing Goo Masters were moving the injured members around, some were healing, while others were checking if injuries of patients were becoming worse. The air was filled with a bloody smell, it lingered in the nose and did not fade. After the 7th righteous demonic battle, Etian Village's medical ward was full of injured people. Right now, both sides were recuperating, healing from their losses and regaining their strength. Thus, the number of members in the medical ward was decreasing. Most of them were healed and left. Some could not be treated and died here. People were happy to live and hated to die. This medical ward became a place avoided by the demonic path Goo Masters. But Fan Yuan did not mind it. He pretended to be wounded and severely injured. Familiar face could deceive rank 8 Goo Immortals, not to mention these mortal Goo Masters on Etian Mountain. Fan Yuan found that this was the place which was most suitable to refine the immortal Goo House's battle will. Only here could he lay back, openly and calmly refining battle will almost unceasingly. Even though there were many people moving around, none of them could threaten a Goo Immortal like Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's strategy finally paid off earlier. After spending so much time, I have finally finished converting graceful chaotic dual stages battle will. Now I have to get rid of the other Goo Immortal's battle will and become its owner. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, he did not hesitate, he took action immediately. Inside the immortal Goo House, his battle will whipped up a storm, engulfing other battle wills easily. The battle wills of these southern border Goo Immortals were all operating independently and caught unprepared, they could not react before they were all wiped out by Fan Yuan. At once, Fan Yuan caused a huge commotion. The southern border Goo Immortals were furious and shocked, some screamed while others flew out, some were staring blankly from disbelief. They communicated and realized that someone did not participate in the gambling contest. They secretly refined battle will and fooled all of the southern border Goo Immortals. The southern border Goo Immortals felt immense anger and hatred, a sea would not be able to douse their fury. All of their hard work had been for nothing. They had been scheming against others, but now, it was all like a joke. Who is it? You dared to toy with us. Find them and kill them. They have openly challenged our southern border Goo Immortal world. Not only will I kill them, I will tear their skin and pull out their tendons, I will extract their soul and torture them for 1,000 years. The southern border Goo Immortals had surging auras as they encircled Etian Mountain. They could no longer bother with hiding their traces, countless auras burst into the sky, engulfing the entirety of Etian Mountain. The righteous and demonic path Goo Masters were stunned. What is going on? Immortals, are they immortals? Such strong auras, they must be the legendary Goo Immortals. To think that I could have an opportunity to meet them in my life. So many immortals, is this the plot of the righteous path? The 2 factions of Goo Masters fell into chaos, a commotion ensued in their corresponding groups. It is useless, this is the forbidden zone, none of you have the immortal aperture sealing method, how can you come in? Fan Yuan snickered in his mind. But on the surface, he showed a fearful expression, similar to everyone around him. This was a crucial moment, Fan Yuan would, of course, not be careless. The forbidden zone could prevent Goo Immortals from entering, but it only targeted the immortal aperture, not their immortal Goo. This meant that Goo Immortals could attack Etian Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to steal from us, but no guts to admit it? The Goo Immortals were furious and anxious, they screamed like the rumbling of thunder, shaking the world. Even Etian Mountain was shaking under their voices, not to mention the mortal Goo Masters. Including the rank 5 Goo Masters, all of them had pale expressions and were shivering in fear. Fan Yuan concealed himself, and did not expose any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he manipulated the battle will and started to take over graceful chaotic dual stage. This process needed some time. But Fan Yuan was not worried about the southern border Goo Immortals attacking without any reservations. For righteous path Goo Immortals, they needed to defend their reputations. they would not conduct a massacre here. For demonic path Gu immortals, some had placed their immortal Gu with their mortal pawns, similar to how Shao Clan's ancestor had left immortal Gu on Shao Shan. Immortal Gu were very fragile. Fan Yuan's spring-autumn cicada could be crushed by a child. If they attacked without holding back, these immortal Gu would likely be destroyed. As for some lone immortals like Old Man Yu Xia, his treasured disciple Lu Xuanfeng was on Yitian Mountain. How could he attack? More and more Gu worms came under Fan Yuan's control. Graceful chaotic dual stage's secret was finally exposed to Fan Yuan. So this immortal Gu house is a time path immortal Gu house. It uses the power of time path to seal any attacks aimed at it, before sending them back. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this is an incredible idea! Fan Yuan continuously praised in his mind. Chapter 1002. Extreme formation, dangerous situation again. The exact reason could no longer be confirmed. But in short, the immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic dual stage, had been suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years. The two had formed a peculiar balance. The immortal Gu house was ownerless. Inside, there was pure battle will. Right now, Fan Yuan had completely converted the battle will into his own. He had even pushed out all of the southern border Gu immortals. Since rebirth, after so much planning, he had finally achieved his goal. Fan Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time, he was undeniably nervous. Faster, faster! Fan Yuan secretly urged himself. Even though the battle will was his, taking over the immortal Gu house needed some time. This duration was when Fan Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Gu immortals went berserk and suddenly attacked Yitian Mountain, Fan Yuan would have to defend against the attack, exposing himself in the process. The southern border Gu immortals were furious and anxious, their minds were filled with rage and hatred. If they found Fan Yuan, they would definitely gang up and chop him into pieces, or completely eradicate him. Their emotions were understandable. After all, they had spent the last few months trying to be first, they had used all their methods to obtain the immortal Gu house. But in the end, their hopes were dashed. The immortal Gu house that they wanted had become someone else's. If Fan Yuan had acted in accordance to the gambling contest and won fair and square, the immortals could still accept that result. But Fan Yuan had sneakily avoided them completely. His actions was simply theft in their eyes. He was unscrupulous and shameless. Why had they been working so hard over these last days? It was all useless. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not attack, they had used all their investigative methods. In a short amount of time, Fan Yuan felt dozens of mental waves sweeping across his body. His anxiety increased, his muscles were contracted, all of the hair on his body was standing. Even though he was using the immortal killer move Familiar Face, it was a modified version. And even if it was the original, times had changed. Some Gu immortals might have developed new investigative methods that could expose it. Fan Yuan was confident in deceiving the rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. But against rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not as confident. Time continued to pass, as Fan Yuan waited. Fan Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts that churned like a sea. As he took over the immortal Gu house slowly, graceful chaotic dual stage's inner structure was exposed to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used all his time and effort to learn about these immortal Gu and mortal Gu. At this crucial point of time, Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level helped him immensely. Using these immortal Gu and mortal Gu, Fan Yuan could deduce many things about the immortal Gu house. Thus, Fan Yuan's understanding of the immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic dual stage, rose rapidly from a state of nothingness. Success! Fan Yuan's eyes shined, he shouted internally. At this moment, he had finally succeeded. He completely took over the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal Gu house belonged to him entirely. At Fan Yuan's will, this immortal Gu house flew out. Bam! At this moment, the medical ward's doors were broken through. Shao Shan, Lu Xuanfeng and another rank 5 Gu master charged in ferociously with their troops. There and that one there, they are all suspicious, kill them! Shao Shan was filled with killing intent, he pointed at 3 beds as he screamed. It turned out that not only were the southern border Gu immortals themselves investigating, they were sending their pawns in both the righteous and demonic factions to undergo a bloodbath. Anyone that was found suspicious by the Gu immortals was mercilessly killed, in order to find this accursed mastermind, Fan Yuan. The southern border Gu immortals were all anxious. Even if their identities and the truth behind Yitian Mountain were exposed, they could not care less. Even though they did not see through familiar face, they were still suspicious of me. Fan Yuan muttered internally. Xiao Shan pointed at 3 suspicious people. Fan Yuan was one of them. Rank 5 Gu Master Sun Pang, who walked towards him with a ruthless expression. Fan Yuan felt completely calm, feeling no nervousness. Of course, on the outside, Fan Yuan showed a confused and angry expression. He screamed. What are you doing? I am not a spy from the righteous path. Who cares if you are not? Sun Pang Hu shouted, pouncing towards Fan Yuan and kicking directly in the chest. Fan Yuan's chest was caving inwards, his heart was crushed as blood oozed out. Fan Yuan shouted in pain as he tried to retaliate. But Sun Pang Hu's punch sent him flying. Boom! Fan Yuan's corpse hit the wall, it slowly slid down, sprawling on the ground with his eyes wide open. He had died. Go! To the next site! After settling this, Xiao Shan waved his hand as he brought his people elsewhere. The remaining injured members were all left panicking. There were also 3 unlucky corpses. Naturally, Fan Yuan was not dead. This was a disguise. Familiar Face's disguise was limited to a human-like form, but it was very easy to show an appearance of death. Fan Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was not enough. There was still one matter he had to settle first. That was, to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still some immortal essence left inside graceful chaotic duel stage. Fan Yuan mobilized the Immortal Gu House and created a huge force with his battle will, assaulting the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie opened his eyes, resisting violently. Fan Yuan snorted internally. Sure enough, it will not be easy. He was not surprised. In his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had charged out. Fan Yuan had previously deduced the possibility of the great strength true martial immortal zombie retaliating. A great strength true martial immortal zombie was something Fan Yuan required. He was not going to let it go. He prepared many methods just for this situation. But just as he was about to strike, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky as the earth started to shake. The southern border Gu immortals were uncertain. They shouted, "What is going on? This seems like the prelude to a heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. Why would there be a tribulation out of nowhere? Is someone undergoing tribulation? Who cares about the tribulation? What I am concerned about now is finding that thief who stole our Immortal Gu House." Fan Yuan was surprised. It is not time yet. Why is this happening earlier? Oh no. The tribulations are already starting then. Is Shadow's sect also here already? Fan Yuan knew this was turning bad. He hesitated. Activating the tribulations in advance, was it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow's sect is a mysterious and huge power. Should I retreat? Actually, at this point, it was okay to give up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. After all, this was not the only possible great strength true martial immortal zombie in the world. There was still He Lu Lan. Even though Fan Yuan and He Lu Lan had an agreement, once it expired, or if he used an information path method to nullify the agreement, Fan Yuan would be able to target He Lu Lan. In the past, Fan Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lu Lan. That was because He Lu Lan was backed by Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, Fan Yuan had the Immortal Gu House. If he disregarded the immortal essence cost, he could suppress all 3 of these women. Who cared if she was rank 7, rank 8, or had one of the 10 extreme physiques? With the Immortal Gu House, Fan Yuan had sufficient confidence. However, it is quite a big loss if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Plotting against He Lu Lan will be a matter for the future. Who can be certain about the future? How can I ensure that I will succeed? The alliance agreement was just set recently. If I give up now, it will take too long to deal with He Lu Lan. Unexpected surprises might occur. While he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Yenshur appeared, leading the Gu Immortals of the 10 extreme physiques and setting up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border Gu Immortals were encircled. After feeling shocked, rage rose in their hearts. A Gu Immortal shouted, "Who are you? Were you behind the theft of the Immortal Gu House?" A rank 8 Gu Immortal snorted. "Cowards hiding yourselves, show your faces if you dare. I want to see who dares to plot against me in southern border." Old Man Yenshur looked at the southern border immortals as he smiled coldly in disdain. He turned around and looked at Ing Wu Xie. "I have already told you everything that needs to be done, you need to remember them." Ing Wu Xie blinked innocently. He nodded. You can go ahead and die, don't worry about me. He was just born 12 hours ago, his cultivation level was at rank 6, he had become a Gu immortal. But he was still very ignorant about the world, and about life and death. Old man Yenshur shook his head helplessly. He naturally did not originally intend to create such an assistant. It is a pity my attainment in human path cannot compare to Renzu. The 10 extreme physiques from Renzu could exist for a long time. But my pure dream reality seeker physique can only live for 18 hours. Even though the weakness of a sleeping soul was eliminated, the memories in the soul are still being lost by the effect of the dream path Tao marks. This way, there was no use in transferring a large amount of information into Ing Wuxie's mind. The more information he got, the faster he would forget them. Only if he tried to memorize it himself would there be some effectiveness. Old man Yenshur concealed his regret. I am going now, but before dying, I will make a deduction for you. Be careful. One of us. Old man Yenshur said his final words before turning into powder, dissipating in the wind. Including his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the giant formation. 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, created by the sacrifice of many Gu immortals, it had reached 90% completion. The southern border Gu immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, the southern border Gu immortals were startled and fearful. Above them, the 1,000 pearl light tribulation descended. The southern border Gu immortals gave up on breaking out, they had to deal with the impending tribulations first. Chapter 1003. Fan Yuan defeats Bo Qing in one move. Shadow Sect also came earlier, huh? Fan Yuan looked at the sky, mumbling to himself internally. Although he wholeheartedly wanted to finish his plan early, after putting it into practice, he knew that although his plan was great on paper, the way events unfolded in reality turned him helpless. In his previous life, the southern border Gu immortals resisted several waves of tribulations before Shadow Sect's Gu immortals made their appearance. This life, however, Shadow Sect's Gu immortals also appeared early and arranged the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Since this formation had succeeded, Fan Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already appeared. Like in his previous life, Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel would also be ineffective in this formation. Even with the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage, it would take some time to break through the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Fan Yuan had deciphered many battlefield killer moves, particularly in Eastern Sea's Yulu Blessed Land. However, Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves might be exquisite, but they were unmanned, and were arrangements that were fixed in place. Even if someone took control of them, their strongest state might not even match 1% of this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Although Fan Yuan was not a formation path Gu immortal and also was not proficient in it, he at least had this insight. If he went out now, he would definitely be a target for all. The southern border Gu immortals would not let him go, and Shadow Sect's Gu immortals naturally would not just look on as the immortal Gu house was taken by Fan Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie first, then look for a good opportunity to use the immortal Gu house to forcibly break through. Fan Yuan concentrated on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The sudden appearance of Shadow Sect's Gu immortals had somewhat helped Fan Yuan from a certain perspective. If not for their appearance, the southern border Gu immortals would definitely concentrate on Fan Yuan. The pressure on Fan Yuan had relaxed. He had even more energy to deal with the great strength true martial immortal zombie now. What made Fan Yuan shocked was that this immortal zombie still had quite a bit of strength left. Facing Fan Yuan's continuous offense, he activated Immortal Gu to mobilize his battle will and resisted fiercely and decisively. For a moment, Fan Yuan was on the back foot. This immortal zombie is also an astute schemer. Previously, he used battle will to try to refine the immortal Gu house, but failed. Probably because of exhaustion, he went into a deep sleep. While in his sleep, he accumulated his strength in the hope that when he woke up, he could use the accumulated energy to turn around the situation. Fan Yuan guessed, involuntarily having some admiration for such an opponent. If the great strength true martial immortal zombie cultivated strength path, he quite likely would not have such a method. However, this immortal zombie was different. He had such good strength path talent, but he actually gave it up to cultivate wisdom path. Who knew what he was thinking? But Fan Yuan knew that it was his wisdom path method that allowed him to forcibly dig a way out in this situation of certain loss. Maybe this immortal zombie had already woken up and slept many times, repeating it and accumulating battle will. But during his sleep, the immortal goo house would purify his battle will. If not for Fan Yuan interfering, according to such a course of events continuing, this immortal zombie could definitely free himself. He would not only be able to free himself, he could also obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Unfortunately, his scheme was for naught, as Fan Yuan overtook him. While Fan Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation in the sky around Etian Mountain was rapidly changing. Thousand Prolite Tribulation, Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beasts, Dragon Roar Tribulation, for Infernal Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Like the previous life, waves after waves of tribulations, with increasingly frightening might, descended upon the southern border goo immortals, inflicting severe losses. It was not that they hadn't tried breaking the formation. But how could they break through the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation? Like in the previous life, they mistakenly thought Ing Wuxia was the greatest flaw, but they were struck by the immortal killer move lead soul into dream, and had to halt in defeat. Later, they entrusted hope in the tribulations, hoping that the tribulations could destroy the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. But Shadow Sex Goo immortals started initiating their offensive. As time passed, under the graceful chaotic dual stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombies' resistance was becoming weaker and weaker. While Fan Yuan slowly saw hope, the southern border goo immortals had already lost theirs. Almost all of them were dead, either dying to the battle formation from the extreme immortal zombies, or dying under the terrifying tribulations. The only remaining 2 rank 8s were heavily injured, running like headless chickens in the gaps between the tribulations and Shadow Sex offense. Fan Yuan was also without other options. It was not that he did not try to help these southern border goo immortals. He still had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie, so he naturally hoped these southern border goo immortals could stall for some time. Not long earlier, he had secretly transmitted his voice, trying to inform these goo immortals about the power of Ing Wuxia. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already spread to 10,000 li around Etian Mountain. Not only did it isolate the space, it also stopped sound transmissions. Fan Yuan was unable to achieve what he wanted. Fan Yuan had tried other methods as well, but they all failed. After several attempts, Fan Yuan had wisely given up, placing all his concentration back upon the great strength true martial immortal zombie. At the same time, high in the sky, a tall and white tower was quietly hovering. Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Tower Lord, the southern border goo immortals are already almost all dead. Should we make a move now? Bai Qingtian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. With the help of Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze pierced through all obstacles and saw the battlefield below clearly. Such a powerful formation. This formation is seemingly an ancient battle formation, but in fact it relies on the down marks of the 10 extreme physiques. A man-made formation has the intrinsic qualities of a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a flaw, that is, it lacks one last strength path extreme physique. If all 10 extremes were to really gather, that would be quite a thorny situation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord remarked. No wonder Shadow Sex people thought of all possible methods to capture that great strength true martial immortal zombie under the mountain. Lian Jiuxing suddenly realized. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to take the great strength true martial immortal zombie. They must pass the obstacle that is graceful chaotic dual stage. Let's wait for now. Bo Qing and the others have yet to appear. In this journey, we have brought 13 goo immortals, along with the immortal goo house Heaven Overseeing Tower. But we have passed the regional wall through White Heaven without stopping on our way. We are not in optimal condition. The enemies still have trump cards in use. Let them bustle about first. Even if the southern border goo immortals are annihilated, aren't there still the tribulations? Humph, that person refuses to stay dead. He wants to return but has provoked the fury of Heaven's will. The mighty tribulations will become increasingly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not hurried. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, when he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appearing again, he had immediately struck with a vicious attack. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fan Yuan. He could not even budge, much less appear out in the open, thus Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Although his 12 companions had a common goal and all had rank 8 cultivation, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to make a rash move. Heavenly Court is still not making a move? Far away, Bo Qing was gazing at the sky solemnly. In the previous life, he was unable to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect and could only choose to attack Combat Immortal Sect, which made Shadow Sect's previous arrangements useless. But in this life, there were divergences. Vice Envoy Blue, who was 7-star child, did not die, and together with Yu Mu Chun and Song Zixing, they activated an Immortal Killer move to transport themselves quickly to Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was among Shadow Sect's plans. Bo Qing and the rest delayed some time before retreating. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to deceive. The unease inside him caused him to immediately return to Heavenly Court and use Heaven Overseeing Tower to make calculations. When he deduced the Tian Mountain, this crucial area, he quickly summoned as many Gu Immortals as he could and moved out together with Heaven Overseeing Tower, traveling to this place without resting. Since he won't make a move, we will. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Gu worm. Bo Qing nodded. Let me go first. Next moment, dazzling light shot to the sky, an immortal Gu house of a majestic scale appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal Gu house had been hiding in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Who knew what methods were used? He had actually not sensed it. The immortal Gu house flew to the sky before fiercely crashing down on Etian Mountain. Fan Yuan's expression was ashen, his eyes shining with a cold brilliance. Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City! He gritted his teeth. He had not thought that at this crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which was originally owned by the Featherman Gu Immortals, would appear at this place. The moment this city appeared, Fan Yuan had started feeling uneasy. Now, seeing this enormous immortal Gu house falling down on him, Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling, he was just a few steps away from success. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already on the verge of defeat, and would not be able to hold on any longer. But now, he had to stop. The Sacred Feather City directly smashed down. Fan Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to resist it. If the immortal Gu house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The amount of immortal essence used in the activation process would determine whether the immortal Gu house's battle strength would be high or low. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal Gu house, had a portion cut by Bo Qing's sword light in its inactive state. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, rise! Fan Yuan resolutely called out internally, no longer concealing himself, showing his real body. Etian Mountain instantly crumbled, while Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage shot towards the sky like a crimson meteor. It also had space path Gu worms, bursting out with a powerful and formless force that instantly transported Fan Yuan inside. Right now, Fan Yuan was officially controlling Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Merely Sacred Feather City. Fan Yuan snorted inwardly, and with a flourish of his hand, rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence spread out. Rank 9 Immortal Essence from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It was nothing to scoff at. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was originally shrouded within an aura of red light a few meters in size. But after the expenditure of Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, this red light was like a volcano, as it violently enlarged to 15 or 20 meters. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, called out in shock. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion erupted. Sacred Feather City was ruthlessly sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Large amounts of city walls, gates and tiles were sent flying everywhere, turning into corpses of Gu worms which then scattered along with the air. There was no doubt about it, Fan Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 1004. Deep Underlying Schemes, Great Danger. Fan Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was inside manipulating it. Using this opportunity, Fan Yuan maneuvered Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, turning around in the sky and crashing towards Etian Mountain again. Along the way, tribulations rained down and hit Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, causing loud crackling sounds. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage defended as it charged down relentlessly. It could protect itself from the tribulations. At this moment, Etian Mountain had already collapsed, turning into a ruin. Etian Mountain's demonic path Gu masters were all heavily injured or dead. Corpses were everywhere. It was a terrible sight. Fan Yuan took a glance and then stopped looking at these lowly mortals. His eyes were shining with cold light. At this point, he was still unwilling to give up. The earlier suppression failed, but Fan Yuan still had a chance. Great strength true martial immortal zombie, You are mine! Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was about to charge down again, when a second immortal goo house blocked Fan Yuan's path. This immortal goo house was entirely black, it gave off a metallic luster. It was also in the form of a fortress. But it was not as grand as Sacred Feather City, it was a battle fort that was forged with steel. To compare them, Sacred Feather City was like a gentlemanly prince, while this immortal goo house was a warrior clad in steel armor. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he gritted his teeth and charged down again. He had to race against time. The more time the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had, the more he could recover to a better state. Boom! With a huge sound that could burst eardrums, the two immortal goo houses crashed into each other. A huge shock wave was generated, blasting out in all directions. The shock waves caused rocks from the mountain to fly away, among them were the corpses of goo masters. The two immortal goo houses were in a deadlock. Even though Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had a powerful charge, the iron fortress-like immortal goo house could barely hold it off. Both sides were contesting. The iron fortress immortal goo house was slowly pushed back, but Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was losing its momentum. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage is a rank 7 immortal goo house. This other immortal goo house is likely also rank 7, specialized in defense. Fan Yuan had a realization. He sighed, knowing that he had lost his opportunity. He had tried hard, but because of obstructions, he did not succeed. This amount of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from the force of Fan Yuan's suppression and recover. Fan Yuan's attempt failed, he immediately tried to retreat, leaving this troublesome place. Turning around, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage flew into the sky. Fan Yuan did not fly directly upwards, he crashed towards the southeast direction. The third and fourth immortal goo houses appeared consecutively. These two immortal goo houses were small. One was filled with blood-red light, in the shape of a chariot. The other was dark and eerie, it was an old castle with gray tiles and white walls. Four immortal goo houses trapped Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, which Fan Yuan was controlling. Fan Yuan charged in all directions, but he was obstructed by the four immortal goo houses. He could not gather enough force to charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Fan Yuan's expression was dark. He did not expect Shadow Sect to make such a huge move. An immortal goo house was already very rare. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal goo houses. What were they trying to do by being so relentless? Even though the situation was not in his favor, Fan Yuan was still calm. The enemy might be strong, but it was not a desperate situation yet, because one party had not joined the fight yet. Fan Yuan looked into the sky from time to time, he was waiting. Would Heavenly Court fail to deduce that Shadow Sect was attacking early? Even if they failed by this time, they should have arrived. When Heavenly Court's goo immortals attack, the situation would be chaotic. Fan Yuan would be able to take advantage of the confusion. But Heavenly Court's goo immortals, why are they not attacking yet? Fan Yuan thought as he reduced Graceful Chaotic Duel stage's power purposely. The immortal goo house that was shining with bright red light turned from brilliant to faint. At once, the situation changed. Fan Yuan's Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was suppressed by 4 immortal goo houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes were shining with white light that gradually faded. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier to make a deduction, it had just ended. He smiled coldly. The person inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage is an otherworldly demon. His name is Guyu Fan Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88 True Yang Building had been done by him. This person seems to have some sort of relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Don't think that he is being suppressed in this current scenario, he is just acting so that we will strike. Oh? Then are Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect allies or enemies? Is their intense battle just an act? Lian Zhouxing asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in Fan Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship, it is not important. Since he wants to lure us to attack, let's do it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation is part of the enemy's crucial plan. I have already deduced that they have obtained that final key immortal zombie. Everyone, come with me, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation, ruin the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord called out and everyone responded, they were full of intent to fight. The Heavenly Court goo immortals around him all had stern expressions, they attacked together. A beam of light shot towards the 10 extreme formation. I wanted to use Fan Yuan to prevent the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals from attacking, so as to stall for time. It seems that such a shallow scheme cannot deceive these Heavenly Court members. Attack! Envoy Blue or 7-Star Child ordered as he thought over Shadow Sect's situation. Good, Heavenly Court is attacking. Fan Yuan was just starting to feel joy when he saw 3 more immortal Gu houses emerging. One was a pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. One was a manor with white traces flying around. One was an altar with shiny golden lights. The 3 immortal Gu houses worked together to resist the attack from Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fan Yuan did not know what to say. Since when did immortal Gu houses become so commonplace? They were emerging one after another. What were they planning to do? Fan Yuan's sense of unease was growing. He had thought that the mysteries behind the Battle of Yitian Mountain were as deep as a lake. But to think that this place was as deep as an ocean. The hidden details simply ran too deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a battle of such a scale numbered to less than 5. Good. Sacred Feather City, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar. 7 immortal Gu houses were forced out by my one move. From inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. He exposed the names of Shadow Sect's immortal Gu house. His voice was loud as thunder. It could be heard over the surrounding thousands of li. Now then, we will let you see the might of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted as the heavens shook. Rank 9 immortal Gu house, Heaven Overseeing Tower, activated fully. There was no warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fan Yuan, who was inside Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, at this moment, could only see white. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the entire world. All the space in this world was filled with white light. The light seemed harmless. Fan Yuan did not even feel a sense of danger. This. What sort of attack? When the white light faded, Fan Yuan regained his senses slowly. Taking a look, his body shook. In the sky, debris of these immortal Gu houses was falling down. The falling debris turned back into countless Gu worms as they fell. Not a single Gu worm survived. The corpses of these Gu worms fell in the air, scattering everywhere. The most mysterious thing was, from the outside these dead Gu worms did not have any injuries, but they had lost all traces of life. The 3 immortal Gu houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, and Golden Altar had broken apart. The remaining immortal Gu houses were also heavily damaged. But overall, Fan Yuan's Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage had suffered the least damage. Did Heavenly Court spare me? Fan Yuan had a thought, but he quickly denied it. Humph! Otherworldly demon! Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage a look as he directed his attention towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The move earlier had activated Fate Immortal Gu, creating an incredibly strong attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. Fate was predestined. If one is not fated, no matter how hard they work, they will not achieve anything. If fate decrees that you fail, you will fail. This was an unavoidable attack. It could have destroyed the 10 extreme formation, but these 3 immortal Gu houses sacrificed themselves and endured the attack. In contrast, from the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, Ing Wuxia had flown out. His spot was taken over by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, I faced such a great enemy upon escaping. Ha, I like it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. He pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower, shouting, "Scoundrels from Heavenly Court, come! Celebrate my resurrection!" The fully completed 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation activated. Dark clouds formed, covering the entire battlefield, spreading out endlessly at a rapid speed. All 10 of the extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds, their traces were gone. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation, they resembled starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind after the southern border Gu immortals died. The immortal apertures went into the deep part of the dark clouds and gathered. Countless Gu worms, both immortal and mortal, were flying about inside the dark clouds. At this point, Fan Yuan finally understood something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation is actually a refinement path Gu formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They actually used the southern border Gu Immortals' immortal apertures as the refinement materials? Such a method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty Gu Immortals were like ants now, casually killed and used to refine Gu. Even Fan Yuan, with his 500 years of experience, had never seen something like this. Shadow Sect, a mysterious force hidden in the depths of history, its true motive and plan that had been ongoing for countless years was finally going to show itself. Chapter 1005. Thousand-Year Traitor Stalling. You actually activated this formation in front of us? Even though you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. If you do not respect us, so be it, but such a heaven-defying act to transgress against heaven's will, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted, gathering the strength of the Heavenly Court Immortals to use Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack again. Endure it! The Shadow Sector Mortals, who had predicted this, activated their immortal Gu houses and charged up. The world turned white. The attack from fate could not be defended against. After recovering his senses, Fan Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was purple-gold in color. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still a part of the world and under its influence. His injuries were only less severe than others. Taking another look, Fan Yuan saw that the immortal Gu house's unbreakable iron fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle had broken apart, turning into fragments and falling from the sky. Fan Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage had also suffered huge losses, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Up to 1,000 mortal Gu had died, 2 immortal Gu were on the verge of death, they already could not be used. 3 out of 7 of the duel stage's edges had broken apart. But Fan Yuan was happy about this. He wanted Heavenly Court to continue attacking this 10 extreme formation. Once there was an opening, he could escape. The situation was getting clearer, evidently. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were here for Shadow Sect. If Fan Yuan escaped now, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals would not have the spare energy to attack him. Under Fan Yuan's expectant gaze, Heaven Overseeing Tower was surrounded in white light once again. The white light gathered and became thicker. When it accumulated to its maximum capacity, it would unleash Fate's strongest attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would definitely be breached. Whoosh! With a burst of wind, Sacred Feather City moved towards Fan Yuan to crash into him. You are not dealing with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, but approaching me instead? Fan Yuan snickered, but did not fight the other party. He craftily maneuvered graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging everywhere and awaiting the next attack of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Boom! Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook immensely, the accumulated white light exploded and vanished. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in blemishes. It was heavily damaged. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals in the tower were spitting out blood, facing the damage of the backlash. In Sacred Feather City, 7-Star Child's voice could be heard. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, with Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, and Ing Wu Xia at the lead. The other 6 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed, but Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals used some space path method to escape, gathering in this final Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. With the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation, and having planned for so long, it was not strange that Shadow Sect could do this with their territorial advantage. How can this be? Fan Yuan saw the damage and was shocked and doubtful. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals reacted one by one. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 Immortal Gu house. How can it be damaged so heavily? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not strike. That means Heaven Overseeing Tower itself has a problem. There are traitors in Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim as he looked at Bai Qintian and Lian Jiuxing fixedly. After Sword Immortal Bo Qing awakened, sword lights rampaged over Central Continent. One had cut Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the Sword Chi from destroying more Gu worms and causing bigger damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had repaired it with Bai Qintian and Lian Jiuxing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had no issues, of course, thus, the traitor was either Bai Qintian or Lian Jiuxing. Hearing Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words, the other Gu Immortals reacted, quickly moving away from these 2 suspects, encircling them in the process. Wait! How can I be a traitor from Shadow Sect? Bai Qintian's expression was shocked and furious. He defended himself. To join Heavenly Court, there are countless trials to go through. Heavenly Court has already existed for 3 million years, since when had any traitors appeared? Maybe this is a method from Shadow Sect. The urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We must not fall for Shadow Sect's scheme of sowing dissension. Bai Qintian's expression was sincere. His anxiety could not be concealed. Ha! Lian Jiuxing beside him laughed loudly. His expression was dark as he looked around, speaking eerily. Precisely because it was created 3 million years ago, any strict test or trial is already too outdated. How hard can it be to infiltrate Heavenly Court? Lian Jiuxing, you! Bai Qintian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiuxing is the traitor. Are you Lian Jiuxing or someone else? Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were preparing themselves for a fight, but nobody made a move yet. Lian Jiuxing never existed in the first place. You want to stop me? Not even the rank 9 immortal Gu house can succeed. He, survive this first. Saying this, Lian Jiuxing died. A large burst of green wind blew out from within him. Winds of assimilation. With his identity exposed, Lian Jiuxing immediately suicided, destroying his immortal aperture and creating the winds of assimilation. Such resolution and boldness, he was just like Qin Bai Xing. Winds of assimilation could assimilate everything, they were extraordinary. But this was the internal space of the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Before the winds of assimilation grew any further, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the others spent a great deal of effort to quickly quell the winds. But Lian Jiuxing's death did not simply only create this wind. Since there were traitors in Heavenly Court, was Lian Jiuxing the only one? Were there others? The united Heavenly Court Gu immortals were starting to have trust issues. Heavenly Court's investigative methods have not been modified for many years. According to his ability, it is not impossible to infiltrate Heavenly Court. A Heavenly Court Gu immortal said gravely. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower's damage severe? More people were concerned about this. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed. We cannot use the attack from earlier again. If we attempt to force its use, it will only lead to Heaven Overseeing Tower breaking apart. After Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said that, he sighed deeply. If it were not for Fate Gu being incomplete, Shadow Sect would definitely not succeed. Although one had to admit that the creation of an undercover agent by Shadow Sect was simply brilliant. Lian Jiuxing had been there for 1,000 years. Nobody had ever suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attacking method. Of course, the underlying cause for this was Shadow Sect exploiting Red Lotus Demon Venerable's achievement. If Fate Immortal Gu was fully intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower would be able to stop its own attack. There would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor is already exposed. Why are you still encircling me? Bai Qintian could not bear to remain in this state, he asked this. The immortals finally reacted, apologizing as they left the encirclement. But Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were not completely trusting of Bai Qintian. Some of their gazes towards him carried deep suspicion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was alarmed and fearful. He quickly spoke to control the situation. Everyone! Listen to me, do not be suspicious of one another. Lian Jiuxing was merely exaggerating. If he could continue to lurk, how could he expose himself? If Heavenly Court had many spies, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have been destroyed long ago. Why would they only reach this point? The morale of the immortals rose, realizing at once. South close, we almost fell for their scheme. Tower Lord is right, it is Shadow Sect's limit to achieve this much. If Lian Jiuxing could really resist our investigative methods, why would he expose himself and suicide? He had no confidence. This shows that our methods are still useful. Let's not consider how Lian Jiuxing got into Heavenly Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation down there. Heaven Overseeing Tower might have lost its strongest attack, but we still have hope. As long as we work together, the power of a rank 9 immortal Gu house can still destroy their schemes. The immortals were all experienced veterans. After discussing, their morale was raised once again. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated, crashing down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it. They opened a gap in the formation and allowed Heaven Overseeing Tower to get in. Fan Yuan wanted to leave, but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, 3 immortal Gu houses engaged in a chaotic battle. Even though the rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still an overlord. It charged around with an unstoppable might. Shadow Sect used the power of Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation to barely contest with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was maneuvering graceful chaotic dual stage, with evasion as his priority. Compared to before, Fan Yuan's predicament was much better now. Because Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court had both suffered immense losses. As Fan Yuan was an otherworldly demon, his losses were actually the smallest among them. No need to rush. Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court are irreconcilable enemies. They will continue to fight intensely. As they continue to weaken themselves, I will have an opportunity. Right now, my priority is to preserve my strength. Fan Yuan assessed. No need to be hasty. As long as we are inside the formation, the other party needs to focus their attention on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we drag, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, and the higher our chances of winning. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and explained to the Heavenly Court Immortals. Stall! Inside Sacred Feather City, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. 7-Star Child continued. That's right, we having Wu Xie. The longer we drag this on, the higher his cultivation level, and the stronger his Dream Path killer move. Dream Path is beyond this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it would have almost no defense. Are you talking about me? Wu Xie stared with wide-opened eyes, pointing at himself. 7-Star Child nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord cannot deduce your actual situation. The only concern now is, the higher your cultivation level, the more sophisticated your killer move, Lead Soul into Dream, becomes. But this immortal killer move needs more goo worms to become stronger. The activation process also becomes more complex. You need to use it properly, there cannot be a mistake. Wu Xie breathed in deeply, waving his hands with a fearful look. Uncle Zombie, I am getting nervous after hearing that. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, and Fan Yuan, all three of them were thinking of stalling for time. But in the end, who would get the last laugh? Chapter 1006. Continuously going in and out. Bam bam bam! Waves and waves of lightning strikes rained down continuously. Before the previous wave dissipated, the next wave struck. The entire sky was like a dark blue forest. This forest, made entirely of lightning, was covered in dark clouds. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation had already turned into dark clouds. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombies inside could not be found at all. This made Fan Yuan's plan of attacking the formation cores a failure. In the dark clouds, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses circled around one another, clashing from time to time, or attacking with a long-range method. All of them were patiently waiting for an opportunity, but whose tactic would emerge victorious. As the tribulations increased in strength, the 10 Extreme Formation was starting to fall short. The dark clouds had scattered slightly after being struck by lightning. But it had not reached the level of weakness that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because the three sides were restricting one another, Fan Yuan's opportunity never came. Okay, I have rank 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wu Xie spoke cheerfully. Good, we will deal with Fan Yuan first and take graceful chaotic dual stage. 7-Star Child replied. Wu Xie nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed the Dream Path killer move, Lead Soul into Dream, for him. They had prepared a set of goo worms. Every rank of cultivation would have a corresponding version of Lead Soul into Dream. Why were they dealing with Fan Yuan first instead of Heavenly Court's goo immortals? Firstly, Fan Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was easier to deal with. Furthermore, he had control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Once he was dealt with, they would obtain Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to fight against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, Heavenly Court's goo immortals were also stalling. They were not emitting strong pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's goo immortals realized this and were going to make use of it. Thirdly, Wu Xie was only rank 7. His Lead Soul into Dream was still ineffective against rank 8 goo immortals. If Heavenly Court's goo immortals were attacked by it in advance, they would have time to try and deduce the killer move. They might be able to resolve it later. Wu Xie's expression was serious as he started to use Lead Soul into Dream. Don't be nervous, do it slowly. You can do it, good luck. The other Shadow Sect goo immortals were more nervous than Wu Xie himself. Rank 7 Dream Path killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Under the immortals' expectant gazes, Wu Xie did not disappoint them. He successfully activated the Dream Path killer move. Lead Soul into Dream's power was sent towards graceful chaotic dual stage formlessly. Fan Yuan was caught unprepared, he fell into a dream realm after being hit. In the pavilion on the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable was singing while playing her zither. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remains vast and boundless. Similar to the first two times, this time, a new wave of information somehow went into Fan Yuan's mind. Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? Spectral night. Soul into endless dreams. So the truth behind Shadow Sect is like this. Fan Yuan's body and mind shook. Weird. At the same time, Ing Wuxie scratched his head inside Sacred Feather City, having a strange expression on his face. What is it? You did not succeed? The other immortals asked. They were extremely concerned about Ing Wuxie's performance. Ing Wuxie shook his head. They fell asleep and entered a dream, but this immortal killer move's effect is different from what was predicted. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals relaxed. Ing Wuxie, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 lead soul into dream. It is normal for it to be different from your expectations. Since we succeeded, we should use the opportunity to obtain this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City moved, turning around and charging towards graceful chaotic dual stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation coordinated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to hit graceful chaotic dual stage, Ing Wuxie's eyes opened wide. Oh no, he escaped from it. Lead soul into dream would have a wondrous effect against any other Gu immortal. But against Fan Yuan specifically it had little effect. Why? Because among all the immortals here, Fan Yuan's dream path attainment was second to Ing Wuxie's. He had his 500 years of memories, and he had the special immortal killer move, Unraveled Dream. However, this move was only rank 6, Lead Soul into Dream was rank 7, it was superior. According to common sense, Fan Yuan should not be able to escape. But the dream realm he was in was very strange. Seemingly, because it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If one use of Unraveled Dream was not enough, he would use Unraveled Dream more. Fan Yuan had many dream path mortal Gu, he could expend them a huge number of times to use the killer move Unraveled Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits had given Fan Yuan immense returns at this moment. But it was too late when Fan Yuan escaped from the dream. Boom! At the next moment, graceful chaotic dual stage was sent flying. Fan Yuan could not stand stably. He fell inside the immortal Gu house. But he had regained his senses. He quickly made graceful chaotic dual stage fly upwards, causing Sacred Feather City's plan of immobilizing the immortal Gu house to fail. What is going on? How could he escape? That was Lead Soul into Dream. Shadow Sect's immortals shouted, their expressions were like they had seen something unthinkable. This situation was too unexpected. Ing Wuxie scratched his head, he was worried too. Let me try again. Immortal killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Fan Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion on the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fan Yuan. Her eyes were deep like pools, her smile was light and mysterious. Her hands were holding her zither. But this time, she did not sing. The music of the zither was clear and beautiful, but Fan Yuan did not have the time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in the dream realm. How could he stay any longer? After using the killer move Unraveled Dream countless times, he escaped from this dream realm. What is going on? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxie screamed, he was being driven crazy. Just as Sacred Feather City was about to get close to graceful chaotic dual stage, Fan Yuan woke up again, manipulating the immortal Gu house and escaping. Sacred Feather City was more damaged than graceful chaotic dual stage, its speed was slower now. Try again. 7-Star Child's expression was grim. He had a vague guess in his mind, but he did not give up. Ing Wuxie quickly nodded, activating the killer move again. Damn it, this is too troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is beyond this era. Lead Soul into Dream. Even if I am inside the immortal Gu house, I cannot defend against it, I get hit every time. Fan Yuan's expression was not any better than that of 7-Star Child. As time passed, there were bound to be improvements. Immemorial, remote antiquity, olden antiquity, during those times, the world of human goo immortals was still not as strong as now. Of course, the rank 9 venerables were special cases. They were not considered in this. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Dream Path was flourishing, dream realms were everywhere. Many of the immortal goo houses that Superforces owned had added Dream Path goo worms into them. To defend against methods of Dream Path, they were effective. But Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, which Fan Yuan owned now, originated from that mysterious goo immortal from the past. It was older than the current era. It could not defend against Lead Soul into Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Lead Soul into Dream! Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxia shouted again. How is it? The immortals looked at Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia nodded with certainty. He is inside the dream. Attack! Bo Qing shouted, as Sacred Feather City got close to Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. But Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage dodged at the nick of time again. What is going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster this time? 7-Star Child frowned. He went in, no, he came out. Ing Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Oh old Bai, at this crucial moment, I need to depend on you, my ally. Fan Yuan had just come out of the dream realm. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. A moment ago, Fan Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let go of him. They were sure to drag him into the dream again. Even though he could escape, he had to spend time for that. During this moment, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had no one to manipulate it. The other party could attack in the meantime. Thus, Fan Yuan brought out Tai Bai Yunxing to reinforce him. Earlier, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage could escape because Tai Bai Yunxing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation restricted space path methods, fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fan Yuan came here, he had already sent Tai Bai Yunxing into his own immortal aperture. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were hiding inside Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan! You are taking too huge of a gamble! Tai Bai Yunxing manipulated the immortal goo house as he said with shock. Even though he had observed the battlefield through Fan Yuan, this old man was shocked beyond words at the involvement of Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan laughed. The other party has Dream Path methods, they might target you. Call out Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. At the next moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan emerged. They had complex emotions on their faces, but among which, it was mostly shock. Looking around, He Lu Lan said, Fan Yuan, you are really good at putting yourself in danger. Her tone had a hint of admiration. Fairy Li Shan, however, said, Oh Fan Yuan, you are dragging us into a pit of fire. Fan Yuan smiled, waving his hand and saying grandly, What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. With you helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal goo house, we might have a chance of victory. Afterwards, you will be heavily rewarded. He Lu Lan nodded. She did not speak anymore. Her eyes were shining with bright light. She was assessing Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Fairy Li Shan felt hugely vexed internally. Because of the new alliance agreement, she had to come. Earlier, Fan Yuan had used the Tian Mountain and Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to coax them into lurking in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. To think that the situation had already developed beyond Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Through the immortal goo house, they could see the battlefield outside. This famous goo immortal who had made countless connections in northern plains was feeling great trepidation now. Like what Tai Bai Yunxing had said earlier, Fan Yuan was taking too huge of a gamble. Could Fairy Li Shan not feel trepidation? Chapter 1007. Everyone's abilities against the Grand Tribulation. Fairy Li Shan, can you contact Blazing Heaven Demoness now? Fan Yuan observed the battlefield through the immortal goo house and asked. In the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not part of the new alliance agreement. This was likely He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's arrangement, to guard against Fan Yuan. But at this moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both stuck in here. Would they not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to assist them? Fairy Li Shan knew that they had fallen for Fan Yuan's scheme. She rolled her eyes and tried to contact her. In a moment, her expression was pale as she shook her head. No! This 10 extreme formation is amazing. It can even restrict my information path methods. Fan Yuan nodded. He did not speak. Instead he thought. It seems that only after breaking out of the formation can we contact this strong ally. Actually, even if blazing heaven demoness could come, Fan Yuan would not feel assured in letting her stay in the immortal Gu house. But if she was outside, it was too dangerous, nor could it be justified to not let her in. Ignoring blazing heaven demoness for now. With the assistance of He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and Fairy Li Shan, Shadow Sect could not take down Fan Yuan. And to deal with Heaven Overseeing Tower, the rank 7 Ing Wu Xia was not strong enough. As they continued to stall, the tribulations got stronger. Heavenly tribulations fell one after another, there was no repetition. Suddenly, golden light shot out from the sky, shining brightly. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp cracking sounds occurred. Tens of thousands of golden Vajra pearls descended from the sky in an endless fashion. Grand Tribulation! Shadow Sect's Gu immortals were all taken aback. Ha ha ha, this is the relic Vajra Tribulation! Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals laughed as they stroked their beards. They knew what this tribulation was. This tribulation had surpassed the levels of the 10 great catastrophes. Catastrophes like the Snow War Tribulation lightning were still within the limits of a heavenly tribulation. But this relic Vajra tribulation was stronger than a heavenly tribulation, it was a grand tribulation. After Gu masters ascend to immortal, they are troubled by calamities and tribulations. According to the time in their immortal aperture, once in a while, calamities and tribulations would occur. Calamities and tribulations contain both disaster and fortune. If one could not pass them, they might die, but if they pass, their foundation would deepen, their cultivation level would rise. Among which, rank 6 Gu immortals had green grape immortal essence. They faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. Rank 7 Gu immortals had red date immortal essence. They faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, they would become rank 8. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, their immortal apertures would create white lychee immortal essence. They faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, they would become the invincible rank 9 Gu immortals. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, myriad tribulations, the calamities and tribulations were ranked according to increasing strength. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were already very dangerous, grand tribulations were even more terrifying. Countless Gu immortals had died because of them, being wiped out of existence. Thus, every Gu immortal expert was wary and careful. They worked day and night to cultivate in great difficulty, facing this pressure. As for myriad tribulations, there was a term in the cultivation world, known as apocalyptic myriad tribulations. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals to survive them. Once someone survives a myriad tribulation, it would be an incredible glory. Gu immortals from all over would look up to and admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 venerables. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations, and was highly favored to become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. He failed once on this 3rd tribulation and barely survived. When he tried again, he died. At present in Northern Plains, old ancestor Shui, who was desperately trying to pass the 1st myriad tribulation, he had spared no expenses in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. As for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were still far away from the 1st myriad tribulation. They might be old, but they had all used time path methods to slow the rate of time in their immortal apertures. Some Gu immortals fear calamities and tribulations. They even might spend a huge fortune to completely remove the tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. This way, the time in their immortal aperture would be completely still, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But in that case, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence, and without undergoing calamities and tribulations, the Gu immortals' Dao marks would not increase, their cultivation level would stagnate. And time path methods that stalled for time had drawbacks. They could not stay in the pause time for overly long, they had to pay even higher costs to maintain it. But in the current Gu immortal world, to prepare amply for tribulations, most Gu immortals would use time path methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Even expert Gu immortals were no exception. This was because, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the power of the calamities and tribulations, and the more dangerous they become. Most of the rank 8 Gu immortals in Heavenly Court were sleeping during normal times. This hibernation was one of the best time-slowing methods in the world. For rank 8 Goo immortals, they had to face a challenge that threatened them every 50 years. Those were grand tribulations. Right now, in the sky, the first grand tribulation descended. Relic Vajra tribulation. Even though it was not directed at them, Heavenly Court's Goo immortals felt joy but also deep wariness. Vajra pearls crashed into the dark clouds with crackling sounds. This thick dark cloud could be seen thinning at a rapid pace. Soon, the uppermost layer of dark clouds melted like ice that was mixed with hot water. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's immortals had grim expressions, their brows were knitted. Great! Heavenly Court's Goo immortals smiled. They had used this stalling tactic, it had finally started to work. Even without us doing anything, the other party might lose already. Ha! Bai Qingtian laughed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep, he said with admiration and deep emotions. The other party might have been extremely strong during his time, but how can he surpass heaven and earth? Humans should respect heaven and earth. Compared to it, what can the strength of a Goo immortal do? Looking at the rank 9 Goo venerables, which one of them could live forever? Respecting and revering heaven and earth, following the will of heaven, this is the true way of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was slowly losing its sustainability. We cannot resist it head-on. The formation was controlled by people. It was naturally more flexible than the battlefield killer moves inside Yulu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened up a space and let the Vajra pearls into the formation. Crack, crack, crack. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal Goo houses in the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sneered. He knew that Shadow Sect was planning to make Heaven Overseeing Tower endure some of the pressure for them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was unwilling to see that happen. But he could do nothing. He was inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He activated the Immortal Goo House and tried to dodge. Fate Immortal Goo is inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. One of the main materials in refining Fate Immortal Goo is Heaven's will. And these tribulations are also due to the will of Heaven. Heaven Overseeing Tower, overseeing the world, we follow Heaven's will and uphold justice for Heaven. Thus, under the tribulations, Heaven Overseeing Tower suffers far less damage than the other Immortal Goo houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. The implications of his words were very obvious. He wanted to continue stalling. When the 10 Extreme formation reveals a flaw, he would activate the Immortal Goo House and unleash a victorious attack. Towards this, the other Heavenly Court Goo Immortals had no objections. Oh no, right now, we have to endure more of the pressure, otherwise, the 10 Extreme formation would not last until the end. So what if it's a Grand Tribulation? Our plan defies heaven. We had already seen such a thing from Dong Fang Chong Fan. The appearance of a Grand Tribulation was within our expectations. Sacrificing other Immortal Goo houses to protect this sacred feather city, it was for this moment. Shadow Sect's Goo Immortals showed resolute expressions. They were extremely prepared. Above Sacred Feather City, a faint light appeared. This light looked pink, but in truth it was pure white. There was only a hint of pinkness. The strange thing was, this light made people feel a strong sense of warmth in their hearts. But in essence, this was not a light. It was a situation when the power of wishes was scattered. Each Immortal Goo house, even though were proficient in every aspect, had their respective specialties. For example, Dark Prison's specialty was in capturing, rearing, and enslaving desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If its rank could be raised, it would also be able to subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower's specialty was in unleashing the attack of fate. None of the targets could defend or resist it. Unfortunately, because of Rank 9 Immortal Goo Fate's current condition, it could no longer be used. As for Sacred Feather City, the Immortal Goo House that Shadow Sect spared no effort in obtaining, it had its specialty too. That was, it could absorb the power of wishes from past and present generations of Feathermen in the city, to automatically refine wish power Mortal Goo. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a long time, occupied by the Feathermen. Generations after generations of Feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven Fragment world. The stored wish power Mortal Goo was incredibly large in number. Even though the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish already expended a large number of them, more than half was still left. Or rather, the Feathermen did not know of any other ways to use them. They did not, but Shadow Sect had an incredible background. It originated from long ago. It had a method. Thus, Sacred Feather City's wish power Mortal Goo were continuously activated, consumed without counting the cost. Wish power goo was a consumable goo. Obtaining the power of wishes, Sacred Feather City experienced growth in all aspects. It flew down and blocked the relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation endure much of the pressure. What an amazing tribulation! In just a short time, graceful chaotic dual stage is already showing signs of breaking. Hey Lu Lan shouted. Fairy Li Shan's expression was ashen, her gaze was wavering. This grand tribulation was too terrifying. If she had to face it alone, she could only endure 2 or 3 pearls. But there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls in this grand tribulation, and they were still growing in number, unceasingly. Fan Yuan laughed instead. Ha ha, I was waiting for this. I will show you the true power of graceful chaotic dual stage now. Absorb! At the next moment, thoughts exploded like fireworks in his mind. Starlight was shining dazzlingly. All of his concentration and attention was on graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal goo house could use time path methods to seal any attacks aimed at it, before sending them back at enemies. But this method, when used, needed the controller to be completely focused. The goo immortal needed heavy concentration. Fan Yuan was not familiar with the immortal goo house earlier, nor could he manipulate the immortal goo house to move and deal with his enemies while using this method. But now, with Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest helping him, and with Sacred Feather City busy with the Grand Tribulation, Fan Yuan could finally find time to use graceful chaotic dual stage's unique power. Chapter 1008. Respective Sacrifices. Under Fan Yuan's control, graceful chaotic dual stage erupted with a dazzling red light. The red light enshrouded a large distance, burning like a raging inferno. A mysterious strength was spread over the fire. Any Vajra tribulation pearl that hit the immortal goo house would be engulfed by the red light and sealed inside. The rank 9 immortal essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable allowed graceful chaotic dual stage to display its strongest ability. Crack! The whole immortal goo house shook intensely and started cracking. It was barely able to absorb the relic Vajra tribulation. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But Fan Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him, sealed inside graceful chaotic dual stage temporarily. However, Fan Yuan had to pay a huge price for this. We battled for so long, but the portion of Giant Sun's immortal essence I took out was not expended by even 30%, but after absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, all of that portion of Giant Sun's immortal essence was expended. The rapid expenditure of Giant Sun's immortal essence caused Fan Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But right now was not the time to be distressed over the loss. He took out more of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Graceful chaotic dual stage moved freely. Not only was it safe in the Grand Tribulation, it also absorbed even more Vajra pearls, its strength continuing to increase instead. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house with astonishing defense, and with Fate Immortal Goo as its core, it had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. But Fan Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage, under the effect of Giant Sun's immortal essence, was able to display extraordinary might. Displaying the wonders of time path, its strength did not decrease but increased. After a wave of this grand tribulation, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the biggest damage. Even if they had used large numbers of wish power mortal goo, it could not match Fan Yuan and Heavenly Court. The relic Vajra tribulation continued for 8 minutes before stopping abruptly. Without letting the 3 sides have time for a breather, a second wave of tribulation descended. Circles of light lit up in the sky. From within the circles of light, multiple giant deer charged out. Each of these deer were the size of an elephant. Their bodies were translucent, seemingly formed from white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast, Destiny Light Deer. This was a grand tribulation formed from immemorial desolate beasts. Every immemorial desolate beast could match a rank 8 goo immortal. And now there was a whole 22 of these deer. That is to say, there were 22 beasts of rank 8 battle strength. No doubt, even if these deer did not have any wild immortal goo on them, this grand tribulation's power was much more terrifying than the first wave. The light deer group galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. In an instant, Shadow Sect's group paled. A gap quickly expanded in the 10 extreme formation, letting half of the deer group enter inside. Destiny Light Deer have 9 colors corresponding to the immemorial 9 heavens. These deer are all white light deer. It seems they should come from white heaven. Destiny Light Deer have gentle natures. They are named in beautiful legends where they carried humans to the heavens. Who would have thought that under the influence of heaven's will, these deer would go berserk and be filled with intent to battle? Despite Heavenly Court's goo immortals not wanting to participate, By being in this situation, they were unable to evade and were also involved. Fan Yuan controlled graceful chaotic dual stage to retreat to the edge of the battle. These light deer were alive, he was unable to use the immortal goo house to seal them. The attacks that could be sealed by graceful chaotic dual stage using the mysteries of time path were things like wind, water, earth and fire, not beasts. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had captured many Vajra pearls earlier, he used them now to force the deer away. In the second wave of tribulations, Heavenly Court's situation was best, Fan Yuan's second, and Shadow's sect had the heaviest pressure on them, their situation extremely critical. At the crucial moment, it was immortal zombie Bo Qing who stood out. He activated famous and dazzling sword path killer moves like Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, their power unstoppable and terrifying. Most of the Destiny Light Deer lost their lives on the spot under the slashes of sword lights. Even if they had wild immortal goo, it was of no use. Bo Qing was already dead, but his immortal zombie body was filled with an unimaginable number of sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even the same killer move would have completely different effects from when Qin Bai Xing used it. The difference was gigantic. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persevered bitterly, finally letting Shadow Sect get through the second wave of grand tribulations. However, the dark clouds in the sky was already extremely sparse. The 10 extreme physique immortal zombies were no longer able to conceal themselves and were vaguely visible. The formation has already weakened to its lowest point, charge! Fan Yuan resolutely called out. Graceful chaotic dual stage shot out Vajra pearls, attempting to break the formation. On another side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this good opportunity, and Heaven Overseeing Tower also moved out, adding insult to Shadow Sect's injury. What to do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ing Wuxia had his head in his hands, unable to do anything to help. The expressions of Shadow Sect's other Gu immortals were also ashen, the mood was extremely solemn. It was already the crucial moment between victory or defeat. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completed, and would either succeed or fail, there was no other result. Once the formation was broken, everything would fall apart in succession. There is nothing else we can do, we can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. Seven-Star Child heaved a long sigh, before coming to a decision. The Zombie Alliance branches that were spread throughout the 5 regions were actually subordinate forces of Shadow Sect, like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were subordinates to Heavenly Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely covert, many Zombie Alliance higher-ups were not even aware of it. This secret was hidden in the deepest parts of Zombie Alliance. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was the greatest plan of Shadow Sect, made by exhausting everything they had. At this moment, Shadow Sect was forced to make a painful sacrifice, giving up Zombie Alliance to salvage this situation. The backup plan was activated, one after another, figures appeared within the 10 extreme formation. These were immortal zombies from all the Zombie Alliance branches. Numerous rank 6, rank 7 and rank 8 zombies appeared, their numbers were shocking. This is? Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were wide-eyed as they blurted out together. Humph! Sure enough, Shadow Sect was behind Zombie Alliance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, killing intent surging within him, his gaze turning cold. Good! We will catch all these rebels that defy Heaven's will in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies did not seem to be in a conscious state, and were like puppets controlled by wires. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could make a move, they actually sacrificed themselves, turning into a portion of the 10 extreme formation. Big sister! Fairy Li Shan howled in grief. Among these immortal zombies, she saw blazing Heaven Demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie, the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, did not seem to be in a conscious state, showing a blank expression. Under the gazes of Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, Blazing Heaven Demoness also followed these immortal zombies, turning herself into immortal material, merging into the huge formation. Obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 extreme formation's dark clouds condensed and instantly expanded, surpassing its previous peak state, and reaching an unprecedented level, almost covering the whole sky. Fairy Li Shan wept tears of sadness. He Lu Lan sank into silence. Fan Yuan frowned, the rank 8 reinforcement he was anticipating had died miserably in front of his eyes. Who could have those Zombie Alliance had such a relation to Shadow Sect? Even if someone had seen through the truth and spoke it out, who would believe them? Spreading throughout the 5 regions, an overlord among superforces, the huge zombie alliance was actually only a front for Shadow Sect. Previously, Shadow Sect issued a compulsory task to refine goo formations on a large scale. It was probably to scheme against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yinxing suddenly came to a realization, feeling his heart chilling at the sinister motive of Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan's expression was also unsightly. I had guessed the relation between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, but had not expected there to be such a situation. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, all the Zombie Alliance branches had existed. Such an immense cost! Killing almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions, and making them into immortal materials to put in this 10 extreme formation. What do they want to refine? Could it be the legendary goo for eternal life? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord similarly had an extremely unsightly expression. The immortals from Heavenly Court behind him also showed worried expressions. Even if they were experienced and knowledgeable, with high status and power, they could not help but be awestruck by this astonishing move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortals over the 5 regions, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed, dissipating in the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A piercing sound penetrated everyone's ears. The 3rd wave of Grand Tribulations had descended. Heaven's will was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect was trying to refine, it was clear that it was absolutely a heaven-defying thing and had already provoked the fury of Heaven's will. Even heaven and earth did not permit its creation. The 3rd wave of Grand Tribulations was much more terrifying than both the previous 2 Grand Tribulations combined. Sharp rain started falling from the sky. Every drizzle of rain was only half an inch long, but they were incomparably sharp as if they could pierce through everything in the world. Grand Tribulation, absolute piercing rain. The 10 extreme formation was reconstructed, but the dense rumbling dark clouds seemed to have suffered a huge blow, unable to regain their strength. Fan Yuan repeated the same thing, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb the piercing rain. It was just that this time, he clearly felt the difficulty was many times higher than earlier. After holding on bitterly for a while, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was pierced in many places with large numbers of goo worms continuing to be sacrificed. If this continues, the immortal goo house can probably only last 15 minutes of time. He Lulan called out to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan also did not have any good methods. Despite him already using all his strength and absorbing many attacks with Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, he still was not able to protect everything. The arrow-like rain he was dealing with was only about 10% of the total. Shadow Sect was suffering most of the arrow-like rain. With this, anyone would know the terror of the Grand Tribulation. Under such a fatal predicament, Rank 8 goo immortals absolutely would not have a good time. The 3rd wave ended, Sacred Feather City and Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage were both shattered. The remaining goo worms were stored by the respective goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was filled with cracks, many times deeper than before. A corner of the tower had even completely crumbled apart. Everything is over. The final victor can only be Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly, activating the strongest attack of Heaven Overseeing Tower. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. Unavoidable and unstoppable. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw, under Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack, the formation cracked open. Shadow Sect's goo immortals suffered countless casualties. Fan Yuan and the rest also died together. Chapter 1009. Huge Hand. It's over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood on top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, looking at the battlefield. In his field of vision, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City had turned into rubble. Bo Qing, 7-Star Child and others had fallen to the ground as corpses. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was heavily damaged. The goo immortals' corpses inside were mostly in pieces. Dark clouds faded. A beam of light shot down from the sky. It was shining with golden brilliance. Light burst out. This is what happens to those who defy Heaven's will. Ha! Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. But after a few seconds he frowned, feeling suspicious that something was amiss. Oh. Wait, Heaven Overseeing Tower was damaged and cannot use Fate's strongest attack. Why did it manage to attack earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. That is not my normal behavior. What is going on? At this moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could vaguely hear some faint voices in the sky. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up. Quickly wake up. Wake up? Aren't I awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord felt greatly surprised. The suspicion inside him grew. Suddenly, his body shook. He realized the truth. Oh no! I fell into their trap. Everything that happened is not real. I am inside a dream realm. As he thought of this, he realized more and more issues. Both parties had died too easily. Especially Shadow Sect, they were backed by that person after all. Furthermore, the other Heavenly Court Gu immortals were missing. In the entire tower, he was the only person. I can confirm that I am in a dream realm. However, how do I leave? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was anxious. Even though he knew he was in a dream, he did not have unraveled dream like Fan Yuan, thus, he could not escape from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping soundly. Snore, snore, snore. He was snoring loudly, lying down on the concrete floor with a band of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals around him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Gu, he consecutively refined Gu, and later, he spent a lot of time repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower, protecting Heavenly Lotus Sect, and fought intensely with Bo Qing and the others. After that, he found Shadow Sect's secret mastermind and mobilized Heavenly Court's Gu immortals to use Heaven Overseeing Tower and enter White Heaven. He did not rest at all, traveling towards Yitian Mountain in southern border. And when he arrived, he had to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in a huge battle. Thus, the moment he went into the dream realm, his entire body relaxed, he snored extremely loudly, he was in a deep sleep. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord in the middle, they poured water on him, they used fire to burn him, they shouted until their throats were sore, they tried all methods, but he could not wake up. This was the power of Dream Path. It was beyond this era, just this one move could not be stopped. Even these rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu immortals had no way to resolve this. The scene was quite amusing. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was extremely heated, the sky turned dark, as the Grand Tribulation rumbled. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in the sky, unmoving. Inside the tower, the Heavenly Court immortals were anxious. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deeply in the dream, they had no methods to wake him. All they could do was to use some wisdom path methods to transmit to him, to try and get Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord to wake himself up. On Shadow Sect's side, the atmosphere was no longer as dreary, it was much more relaxed now. Ingwu Xie, good job! This is the power of Dream Path. Amazing! Ah! After so long, you finally have rank 8 cultivation level. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals surrounded Ingwu Xie, some of them relaxed. After all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some were in awe towards the power of Dream Path, some patted Ingwu Xie's shoulders and praised him continuously. After fighting for so long, Ingwu Xie with the pure dream reality seeker physique had advanced again, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Gu immortal. Thus, he could use a rank 8 immortal killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failures during his 3rd attempt at this killer move, he finally succeeded, sending Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate, with Heaven Overseeing Tower stopping all movements, Shadow Sect's pressure was relieved greatly. 7-Star Child asked, "How long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for?" Ingwu Xie answered, "He is a rank 8 Gu immortal who has passed 1 myriad tribulation, the dream realm can only trap him for several minutes. But even if he escapes, I can still use the killer move to lead his soul into a dream once again." Good, Yenshur did not create you in vain. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower began to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's immortals were shocked. Someone looked towards Ingwu Xie. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord get out? Earlier, Ingwu Xie's attack was useless on Fan Yuan, he kept entering and exiting. This made the confidence of the Shadow Sect Gu immortals fall. But this time, Ingwu Xie shook his head, he was certain. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that the other Heavenly Court Gu immortals are manipulating the tower instead. That was right, seeing that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, the Heavenly Court Gu immortals took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was asleep, the entirety of Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, Heaven Overseeing Tower had become Heavenly Court's public property. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was fast asleep and unconscious. The other Heavenly Court Gu immortals had the rights to take over control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This was seen by Fan Yuan's group. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had doubtful and angry expressions. What is Heavenly Court trying to do? Fan Yuan's expression was grim. It seems that Shadow Sect used Dream Path methods to deal with the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, just like what they tried with me. But why didn't they target Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals earlier? What is the point of considering this now? We do not have the Immortal Gu House to protect us, and Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Heavenly Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in grave danger. Fan Yuan, can you use fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yinxing was full of worries. I can't. Fan Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that now, we are dead meat. He Lu Lan smiled bitterly. A harsh light shined in her eyes as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Qing isn't dead yet. I cannot avenge my mother even up until death. Fan Yuan glanced at her. He did not speak. After the third grand tribulation, graceful chaotic dual stage and Sacred Feather City had broken apart. Only Heaven Overseeing Tower was left. Heavenly Court was the hope of Fan Yuan's side, but that hope had vanished. Not even considering a fourth grand tribulation, simply the 10 extreme formation was something Fan Yuan and the others could not hope to survive against. Is this really it? Fan Yuan inspected Spring-Autumn Cicada. Too little time had passed, it had not recovered much, it could not be used again. At this time, in the sky, the sound of a zither playing could be heard. Right now was daytime, but the sky was shining with endless starlight. The music entered the formation, into the Gu Immortals' minds. Oh no! The 10 extreme formation also defends against sound path methods, but the formation cannot block this zither music at all. This is the fourth grand tribulation, zither mind tribulation. And the starlight in the sky, it is so bright even during daytime. This is the fifth grand tribulation, star flow tribulation. Why is it so dangerous? The fourth and fifth grand tribulations appeared together. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals shouted. They forgot about both Heavenly Court and Fan Yuan for the moment. In Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals also drew in deep breaths. The might of the grand tribulations increased according to the number of tribulations. The fourth tribulation, in terms of might, surpassed the first three grand tribulations together. As for the fifth star flow tribulation, it was stronger than Zither Mind tribulation, absolute piercing rain, immemorial light deer, and relic Vajra tribulation combined. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They actually attracted such fury from heaven, to send down such terrifying disaster. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals and Fan Yuan had many questions. The two grand tribulations had not descended yet, they were still storing power. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They barely managed to endure the first three tribulations. And now, the fourth and fifth grand tribulations were here. Anyone could feel the deep animosity of heaven. It was not going to give Shadow Sect any way to live. What now? At once, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were lost and helpless. Their immortal Gu house was destroyed. The 10 extreme formation had suffered a huge blow from the third grand tribulation. Even if all the Gu Immortals were sacrificed, they could not defend against these two grand tribulations. It seems that we are going to die in the grand tribulations after all. He Lu Lan sighed. Fan Yuan squinted. He had a different opinion. Regardless of what Shadow Sect was trying to refine, they had first created the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, killing Southern Border's Gu Immortals to use their immortal apertures and bodies as Gu refinement material, before sacrificing all of Zombie Alliance's members as fuel. Furthermore, they even lost 7 immortal Gu houses. The price that Shadow Sect paid was unheard of. If Fan Yuan had not seen it himself, he would not believe it if anyone told him. Since they paid such a huge price, Shadow Sect was not going to give up. The zither music suddenly became louder. It was heard by everyone. The immortals' expressions changed. They felt the world spinning. Some of them fell down. The zither mind grand tribulation had started. In the sky, starlight gushed down like a huge blue tsunami. It extended over an endless distance, crashing down. Star flow grand tribulation. Shadow Sect's immortals had firm expressions that were prepared for death. They encouraged each other as they charged forward. Only Ying Wuxia was left, dealing with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fan Yuan's side was on the ground. They had pale expressions, desperately resisting the power of the Zither Mind Grand Tribulation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. It was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal Gu house, how can we survive 2 grand tribulations? Dying from the might of heaven and earth, it has to be more glorious than dying from old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan had a dazed expression. She looked at the sky. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the zither mind tribulation. The others were still desperately holding on. At this moment, an incredibly powerful aura with supreme strength burst out of the ruins of Etian Mountain. An immortal aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. Earlier, the Shadow Sect headquarters that Bai Ningbing could not find had already been placed here long ago. Feeling this aura, all of the Gu Immortals' hearts shook. Even the rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had pale expressions, their eyes were full of fear. Shadow Sect's Immortals had overjoyed expressions. Our main body has appeared! Boom! A huge and monstrous ghostly hand moved out of the Immortal Aperture's entrance. The rank 9 aura grew immensely. A formless shock wave swept across the battlefield. Rocks broke and rumbled, dust and smoke rose. This is. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing were tongue-tied. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable! Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had finally woken up. He felt immense pressure in his mind as he exposed the identity of the ghostly hand. Chapter 10:10. Embroidered Tower cannot block the demonic might. This ghostly hand that stretched out from life and death blessed land was extremely huge, like a hill. Its arm was not fully stretched out, more than half of it was still inside the door. Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was seemingly already open to the maximum, but only a small part of the ghostly hand could come out, as if it was stuck. Rank 9 aura, majestic and vast, spread out and engulfed in all directions. Fan Yuan's side hurriedly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they felt suffocation and had a fearful sensation that they were going to die from it. Looking at this huge hand again, it was dark like the depths of an abyss, terrifyingly sinister, and seemingly undulating with a dark blue light. What soul beast is this? It actually has such a terrifying aura. Not even immemorial soul beasts can match its aura. Could it be that the world has rank 9 soul beasts? He Lulan blurted out in shock. She still did not know the true identity of this ghostly hand. Impossible! Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper as she retreated, speaking in a trembling tone. Among all the living beings in the world, only humans can reach rank 9, thus man is the spirit of all living beings. Once the soul left the physical body, it should be in a weak state. Moreover, the soul was incorporeal and could pass through bricks and tiles. But this right hand of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was solid like it was material, stable like a hill. After stretching out of life and death blessed land, it grabbed at the ruins of Etian Mountain. Large numbers of boulders turned into powder under the hand. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main cultivation path was Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was so deep that it had reached the limits of a material state. It far surpassed the immortals' imaginations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Looking at the huge hand that engulfed his vision, Fan Yuan felt his mouth drying up. He knew the origin of this huge hand. It was because not long ago, when he had been struck with the immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream, and had entered the dream realm again, he had heard the melodious song of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Following this song, information flowed into Fan Yuan's mind out of nowhere. Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? This showed the ghostly hand's true identity, informing Fan Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect behind the scenes was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fan Yuan had known this, he had been extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, now that he looked at the giant ghostly hand, Fan Yuan was able to forcibly calm down, instead feeling some relief. Everyone dies. This was the rule of the world, and everyone knew of it. Even rank 9 venerables could not escape this fate. Then where did the soul of these rank 9 venerables go to after death? This was clearly explained in Road of Life, Road of Death and Obsession Death Domain, which held Fairness Immortal Gu. In the legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, his soul returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 venerables along with all the living beings in the world had such an outcome in the end. clearly recorded, the road of life was filled with suffering Gu, while the road of death had 3 obstacles: Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Fan Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River's location, but he knew Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in his hands. Fan Yuan even made a bold guess: the 3rd obstacle, Reverse Flow River, was also probably no longer on the road of death. Without the obstruction of these 3 obstacles, couldn't souls after people die easily return to the world of the living? This meant spectral soul demon venerable soul returning to the world of the living was not an unexplainable matter. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, and what the truth was, right now, at this moment, spectral soul demon venerable soul had charged out of the door of life and death, and appeared once again amidst the living. So all these were really spectral soul demon venerable's arrangements. No wonder Shadow Sect is so mysterious and so powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's Gu immortals did not fear death. Have they already grasped a method of reviving the soul? But what in the world does spectral soul demon venerable want? Shadow Sect did everything possible to protect the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, not even stinting on making any sacrifices. What are they trying to refine? The doubts in Fan Yuan's mind intensified, like the dense dark clouds above him. Spectral soul demon venerable. You finally could not bear it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord heaved a deep sigh. With the help of Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had already deduced spectral soul demon venerable's identity back at Heavenly Court. That pair of eyes that gazed at all things from the darkness, filled with killing intent, were the eyes of spectral soul demon venerable. Knowing spectral soul demon venerable was attempting to defy heaven to resurrect and escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had paled with shock and alarm, hurriedly awakening Heavenly Court's Gu immortals to immediately take action and destroy spectral soul demon venerable's plan, making him fall back to obsession death domain, maintaining heaven's will and fate. It was because the 2 roads to obsession death domain had been traveled by fate immortal Gu personally. All things go through life and death, it is the world's greatest fairness. Once spectral soul demon venerable resurrected, it would no doubt be unfair, the greatest violation of fate and heaven's will. Fate immortal Gu would probably be unable to recover further because of this. They had to take this chance while spectral soul demon venerable had not resurrected, and passed judgment. If they allowed this demon venerable with the strongest killing intent in history to resurrect, the world would become filled with massacre and chaos. Heavenly Court's side could forget about restoring their former glory, they might even be unable to protect themselves. That was the reason that in this battle at Etian Mountain, Heavenly Court did not care about the price to activate the Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, bringing Heavenly Court's main forces with them. Spectral Soul. Rank 9 Demon Venerable. What's there to fear? He is already dead, his soul has been hiding in the door of life and death, lingering on his last breaths, he is already no longer the Rank 9 Demon Venerable. Right. Everyone is aware of a soul's weakness. If he truly had his former strength, why would he need to establish Shadow Sect and create so many split souls? Why would he need to form these schemes? In my opinion, he can at most only be considered Spectral Soul, and not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals talked and roused each other's morale, expelling the fear in their hearts. Facing a Rank 9 existence, even these Rank 8s of Heavenly Court could not help being anxious and fearful. The 10 extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to first stop this huge hand, then we can gather our strength to break this formation. Bai Qingtian shouted. That makes sense. Heavenly Court's immortals nodded, a portion of them then flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower started activating, releasing sparkling white light. Immortal Killer Move, leads soul into dream. Yingwu Xia once again activated his only ability. One skill to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his foot in anger but could only fall into the dream realm once again, unable to extricate himself. Shadow Sect had gone through untold hardships to create Yingwu Xia, and their efforts were showing outstanding effects at this moment. Even the Rank 9 Immortal Gu House was being tied down by Yingwu Xia alone. Even if there were people who replaced Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position, they also soon fell into dream realms. As long as Yingwu Xia targeted Heaven Overseeing Tower, these temporary Tower Lords would follow suit and be struck by his ability. Humph, you think the Grand Heavenly Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier, suddenly brought out their second immortal goo house. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Embroidered Tower. This small pavilion was adorned with beautiful decorations, its walls were red and its tiles were made of jade, looking exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked part of its foundational support. One could clearly see the traces of destruction on the Immortal Goo House. Although this was a Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, it was only a damaged object and not intact. The so-called Heavenly Court only has these antiques left? It is embarrassing for you people to keep what reckless savage demon Venerable broke for so long, and you are still bringing it out now to make a fool of yourselves. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching stood up, raising his right hand in the shape of a fist above his head. The next moment, the Peerless Sword Path Killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword, erupted with full power. Embroidered Tower shook for a while from this attack, before shooting out 7 embroidery needles condensed from faint light. These 7 embroidery needles flew gracefully like birds, and struck the huge ghostly hand in a blink of an eye. Immediately, the embroidery needles pierced through the ghostly hand and the ground countless times. Spectral Soul's ghostly hand tried to rise, but could not even budge. The 7 embroidery needles seemed to be using invisible thread that tightly sewed this ghostly hand to the ground. This Embroidered Tower Immortal Goo House might be only Rank 8, but after Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was betrothed, he prepared it as a dowry. In the past, when reckless savage demon Venerable had rampaged into Heavenly Court, and was struck by this move, he also had to discard the 3 bloody skins to free himself. Inside the Embroidered Tower, the leading Heavenly Court's Goo Immortal sneered. According to logic, during the time when the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could have already flown away from the ground. But this ability of Embroidered Tower was this Immortal Goo House's strongest attack. The sewing threads it used were actual down marks. It used down marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand to the ground. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need to have the power to lift the ground of the whole of Southern Border. Maybe reckless savage demon Venerable had such power. But this remaining soul could not reach such a standard. Heavenly Court's foundation was truly unfathomable. Even when facing Spectral Soul, they had corresponding methods. Seeing Spectral Soul's huge hand tightly sewn to the ground, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest stared, dumbfounded, while Shadow Sex Group revealed worried expressions. However, the next moment, the solid and malevolent dark ghostly hand suddenly turned soft, until it turned into a pool of black water. Whoosh! A sea of black water surged out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountain ranges were submerged by it. This water that was from a soul covered all of the surroundings. It was tyrannical and domineering. Fan Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. The next moment, the sea of black water soared to the sky, turning into a monster thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul! Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were terrified. A giant ghostly hand swept across the air at such a quick speed that it could not be dodged, smashing Embroidered Tower immediately. Another hand grabbed the large Heaven Overseeing Tower. The ghostly hand increased its strength, cracks started appearing on Heaven Overseeing Tower, and at this rate, the whole of Heaven Overseeing Tower looked like it would be crushed. The 2 Grand Tribulations, Zither Mind Tribulation and Star Flow Tribulation, came smashing down. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky, suppressing the zither sound. He raised 2 of his other hands and ferociously tore at a space. The space where he tore broke, the huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The 2 Grand Tribulations were so easily resolved by Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan and the rest, witnessing such a scene, were wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Chapter 10-11. Spectral Soul? Spectral Soul! The immortals present could not believe their own eyes. Zither Mind Tribulation, Star Flow Tribulation, these 2 Grand Tribulations were easily stopped by Spectral Soul. It was as easy as drinking water. This is the might of a Rank 9 demon Venerable. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Spectral Soul was already dead, what was present now was merely his soul. This gigantic soul was already beyond normal form. He was thousands of meters tall, like an imposing giant. The dark clouds that the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation created merely reached the height of his waist. Fan Yuan and the others were in the air, resembling flies. Looking at Spectral Soul's leg, it resembled a giant mountain peak. Spectral Soul's chest had reached the clouds. He was as tall as the sky. He had 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, a lion's mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach-colored forehead, hair like grass, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had a fringe of clouds, eyes resembling lightning, ears like fire, and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on each side. They were dark like ink, his muscles were bulging with firm lines, oozing with demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghostly hands. Earlier, Heavenly Court had spent huge effort to use embroidered tower to immobilize a ghostly hand to the ground, but that was merely 1 out of 1,000. Ah! This appearance! Don't tell me? Impossible! Impossible! Fairy Lishan had recognized Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She screamed in disbelief. Her arms were covering her head, she shook her head as she retreated, she lost all the grace that a rank 7 Gu Immortal had. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's appearance was not a secret, it was widely spread in the Gu Immortal world, even in the mortal world it was well known. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had a culture of revering Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The people used clay to create a statue of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and would pray to it during festivals and offerings. Hei Lu Lan's pupils shrunk to pin size, she was so shocked she could not speak, her entire body was shivering. Gulp! Tai Bai Yinxing swallowed his saliva, his body was covered in cold sweat. Fan Yuan showed a moved expression full of anticipation. His shock from earlier had vanished. This is the limit of soul path? The soul turns from phantom to solid, it can interfere with the material world, it is as condensed as a physical body, and is unbelievably powerful. Such a soul foundation definitely surpasses 100 million man's soul. My soul compared to it is like an ant versus the moon. But even the powerful Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died in the end, his soul returning to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out, defying heaven and fate, what is he trying to do? When can I reach such a level as well? But even at this level, he cannot avoid death. I pursue eternal life. Does it truly exist? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, he felt greatly excited. Even as an immortal zombie, he could feel a sensation of hot-bloodedness. One could learn from examples set by capable people. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a predecessor who was undeniably a forerunner of Gu cultivation. Even Fan Yuan, who had 500 years of experience, was small like a fly when he was facing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But Fan Yuan's fear had gone away entirely. He felt deep excitement, it was feverish. Like a person who aspires to climb the highest mountain seeing an immeasurably tall peak, even if that was not the goal, he still felt deeply motivated and wanted to climb up, to surpass it. Fan Yuan had long since forgotten about death. If he died on the path of ascension, even if his corpse was desecrated and his soul was utterly destroyed, so what? This was the goal that he pursued. Bam! At this moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light. It shattered Spectral Soul's ghostly hand and regained freedom. It was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals bit their lips. Seeing this overwhelming giant, they felt great pressure in their hearts. As expected of Spectral Soul, such vast demonic might, it is simply terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. The aura in his body rose as his silvery hair swayed. His sleeves were fluttering like a war banner. His fighting spirit soon spread to the other Heavenly Court Gu immortals. The immortals' eyes burned with passion. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even if you are Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had once slaughtered the world and caused endless bloodshed, your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of Heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals had firm determination. Heaven Overseeing Tower shined with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked at it as it growled. Several hands were moving around. The entirety of Spectral Soul moved with a speed disproportionate to its size. In an instant, several hands grabbed Heaven Overseeing Tower tightly. More and more ghostly hands emerged, overlapping over one another, surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower in the center. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were unrelenting. Heaven Overseeing Tower's light shone through the crevices of the ghostly hands' fingers, shooting out light that resembled sharp blades. More than 10 ghostly hands had layered together, but they shook vaguely. Spectral Soul, after getting to this point, actually ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower. The 3 heads looked towards the sky, having grim expressions. Even though he was several thousand meters tall, the sky was taller, it was still above his head. As if angered by Spectral Soul's arrogance, The deepest part of the sky was conjuring the strongest thunderstorm it could muster. An apocalyptic feeling engulfed the immortals. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Apocalyptic myriad tribulation. Shadow sex goo immortals were lost for words. Beyond grand tribulations, there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. If a rank 8 goo immortal passed all three, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Heaven was enraged. It knew that grand tribulations were useless against spectral soul, thus, it conjured a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation, wind lightning prison. Fast. 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 The myriad tribulation descended faster than any goo immortal's expectations. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky. Countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like pythons and dragons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky angrily. His 6 eyes shot out blood-red light that was oozing with killing intent. It had an intimidating aura. 1,000 arms moved together, ghostly hands tore the tornadoes apart, while his hill-like fists punched against the lightning bolts in the sky. He Lu Lan and the others could not speak anymore. The scene in front of them was like the reenactment of a legendary tale. The myriad tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 Extreme Formation. Fan Yuan and the others were inside the formation. They were rather safe. This myriad tribulation's power is much higher than ordinary ones. Our main body can endure it. The 10 Extreme Formation? It has been refined by 60% already. Only 60%. The following tribulations will become more terrifying. Saying this, Shadow Sex Goo immortals became silent. Their real archenemy was not Heavenly Court or Fan Yuan, it was Heaven. If they were in their complete state, Shadow Sex Group was confident. But because of Heavenly Court and Fan Yuan, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 Extreme Formation had almost been about to break earlier. They only salvaged it by sacrificing Zombie Alliance. Sacred Feather City is lost, and our main body has appeared. We serve little purpose now. That's right, we should sacrifice ourselves to the 10 Extreme Formation and save some time. That is the best way. Then, what about those people? Leave them to us. Ing Wu Xie spoke this as he looked at Bo Qing. The later tribulations would be more powerful. Shadow Sex Goo immortals had little use in resisting the tribulations. They might as well use themselves to accelerate the refinement of the formation. The true identity of these Shadow Sect Goo immortals was that they were Spectral Soul Demon Venerables split souls. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect could remain mysterious and hide in the background, developing for so many years without exposing themselves. This was also why Shadow Sect Goo immortals disregarded death. They were united and did not care about sacrifice. This huge force was simply a one-man show by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After discussion, Shadow Sect Goo immortals, including 7-Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Old Man Yan Shi. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Ing Wu Xie. He had the pure dream reality seeker physique. His cultivation level also rose as time passed. At the last moments of his life, he would fully become rank 9. He was the final trump card of Spectral Soul. The other was Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. He had also been one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Split Souls, but right now, he was only Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing but Mo Yao. Mo Yao's remnant soul would not help in the formation even if she went in. She could only be refined as immortal material. This was not worth it, thus she stayed behind. Currently, Spectral Soul was controlling the situation, resisting the myriad tribulation while suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ing Wu Xie had no more worries. They charged towards Fan Yuan and the others. Fan Yuan and the others were not their match. They quickly retreated. But being encircled by the formation, and with space path methods sealed, where could they run to? Bo Qing waved his hand and sword light flew out, chopping off Fairy Li Shan's head as blood spewed out of her neck. The sword immortal strength could not be resisted. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng activated Man as before Immortal Goo. Fairy Li Shan returned to her former state, touching her neck. Her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's arms were behind his back. He laughed arrogantly. Merely a rank 6-time path Immortal Goo, how can it stop me? As he said this, Fairy Li Shan's eyes widened as sword chi burst out of her body, turning her into a pile of mushy flesh. Little ant! He Lu Lan cried out in pain. Her eyes were bright red as she charged towards Bo Qing. Ing Wu Xie blocked Fan Yuan. He stared at Fan Yuan intently. Fan Yuan, you were actually able to leave my dream realm, very interesting. Then, with my rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape from it again. You know my name? Fan Yuan growled, feeling something amiss. He, you are an otherworldly demon, you are still useful to Shadow Sect, I will spare your life. Don't think of using Spring Autumn Cicada, this rank 6 immortal goo has already been deduced by Old Man Yen Shi. In its current state, it cannot be used, isn't that right? Ing Wu Xia was confident of victory, he approached with a smile. What? Fan Yuan's entire body shook. Chapter 10-12. Murdering kin, slaughtering everyone. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxi Mountain. It was night time, darkness was everywhere. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across the battlefield at times. Partway up Xianxi Mountain, more than 10 Gu Masters' corpses were on the ground. It rained heavily, but it could not wash away the thick and bloody smell of the place. A battle had just ended, there were only 2 people left on the battlefield, the victor was evident. Ha! A young man laughed while looking at the sky, his eyes were blood-red, his expression was filled with bloodthirst. He slowly walked towards the other Gu Master. The other Gu Master was an old man, he was heavily injured and could not battle anymore. He retreated in a hurry, but he tripped and fell into the mud. The young Gu Master slowly walked in the rain, standing in front of the old Gu Master, looking down imposingly. His gaze was cold and icy, there was not a hint of warmth. But the old Gu Master's gaze did not carry fear, instead, it was filled with disbelief and fury. The elderly man shouted. Why? Why? I am your grandfather, I brought you up, I taught you everything you know. Your accomplishments today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you repay our kindness with enmity? Why? Why? Facing the elderly man's questioning, the young Gu Master lowered his gaze, smiling lightly. Why? I did not really consider that. If I have to give a reason, maybe it is because I was annoyed. Annoyed? That's right. Saying things like, our clan is weaker than the other party, we should endure it and suffer in silence. Saying things like, we should respect the old and love the young, we should be courteous and have integrity, we should not talk back to elders. Saying things like, the clan is relying on me to defend its reputation, I need to think for the clansmen, that is how I can become a brilliant clan leader. It is really annoying. Since I was young, I have felt annoyed, I thought I could endure it, but I kept enduring and finally, I could not anymore. The young Gu Master said as his mouth opened, revealing his pale white teeth. Just because of this? The old Gu Master was furious, he sat up in anger. He stared with wide-open eyes as he scolded. Why did you become like this? What were you actually thinking about? I must have been blind, I raised you for so many years in vain. I actually wanted to hand the village to you? The old Gu Master angrily rebuked until he cried, he sobbed uncontrollably. Enough! Enough! The young Gu Master had a ruthless expression, the old Gu Master's crying made him extremely annoyed. He raised his right hand, slashing down. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the old Gu Master was cut in two, blood spewed out as his intestines flowed out, he had died without satisfaction. The young Gu Master became calm, he stopped moving. He wore a black robe, standing in the rain like a statue. He lowered his head, looking at the corpse below him, memories of the past appeared in his mind involuntarily. When he was a child, his grandfather had brought him to ride horses and fly kites. When his superb aptitude was revealed, his grandfather smiled in joy. When he became a Gu Master, his grandfather taught him personally. He taught him to handle the clan affairs, he taught him meticulously. A long time passed. The young Gu Master let out a breath, he started to laugh. Ha! Soon, his laughter became louder as he raised his head, looking at the sky with his arms wide open. His tears flowed out, he was filled with sorrow, but on his face, there was an expression of utter satisfaction. He felt like he was someone who was drowning. Suddenly, he had reached the surface of the water and struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply, he could smell a thick, bloody stench, it assaulted him, seemingly filled with the rage of his clansmen. But he felt that this air was goddamn fresh. Even though I am very sad. Is this freedom? Ha, if I had known this, I would have killed them long ago. These annoying things should have been killed long beforehand. From now on, I will kill whatever annoys me. The young Gu Master screamed in the rain, his excitement was evident on his face. Crack! A flash of lightning went by, illuminating the young Gu Master's expression of joy. 100,000 years later. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, the young Gu Master's face was still illuminated by this light. But now, he was already entirely different. He was a monster that was thousands of meters tall, with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, non-stop rumbling, enough is enough! Spectral Soul roared. Boom! 1,000 arms exerted force, demonic aura surged and filled all the surroundings. They coiled around the tornadoes and tore them to shreds. The impact of his actions caused the clouds over the whole area to stir. He suppressed the wind and lightning. The lightning bolts completely vanished under his wrath. The clouds dispersed and the sun returned. The myriad tribulation, wind-lightning prison, had been resolved by Spectral Soul. Even a myriad tribulation could not stop him. The might of a demon venerable, it was fully displayed. All who witnessed this, be it Fan Yuan's side, or Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, they were in shock. Did we succeed? Bo Qing and Ing Wuxia looked back, joy showing on their faces. But immediately, the sky turned dark again, countless gray clouds gathered above Spectral Soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was gathering strength. Bo Qing and Ing Wuxia's expressions turned dark. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals heaved a sigh of relief. Spectral Soul's 6 eyes showed a pondering expression. Suddenly he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing into the dark clouds at his waist. The dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. Receiving Spectral Soul's help, the clouds shook intensely. Oh no! He is accelerating the formation! Even though I do not know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Everyone, collaborate with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It flew out, bypassing the encirclement of the ghostly hands. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned back into material form. With a loud sound, it propelled forward and crashed into Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. At once, Spectral Soul's head caved in from the impact. His chin was slammed into the position of the cheekbones. Spectral Soul roared furiously. 100 hands grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Again. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6 Heavenly Court Rank 8 Gu Immortals around him were in charge of this. At the critical moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's attack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods. But it was not easy to activate. A large amount of thoughts and concentration was needed. It was like graceful chaotic dual stage's ability to absorb attacks. 6 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals turned the tower phantom twice. They were breathing heavily in exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated above Spectral Soul's head in phantom form. But at this moment, 100 of Spectral Soul's strong dark arms shrunk immensely, turning dry, thin and long. Obtaining his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation underwent a huge change. The scattered dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It spun on its own, shining with 14 different colored lights. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had an anxious expression. He ordered, "Chop off these arms!" Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a rocket. It drew an eye-piercing light rainbow in the sky as it slashed forward. The light rainbow cut all of Spectral Soul's arms off upon contact. Ing Wuxia, go and deal with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals! Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. It was a simple matter for them to deal with Fan Yuan's side. But because of a series of events, they were constantly interrupted. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave at this moment. Give me a moment to make Fan Yuan sleep first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 Immortal Killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Fan Yuan could not dodge. He was dragged into the dream realm. At the pavilion in the center of the lake, the music from the zither could be heard. Fan Yuan met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fan Yuan hurriedly activated his Dream Path Killer move, but the dream realm held firm. All he saw were transparent ripples in his vision. His Unravel Dream might work against the dream realm, but it was only rank 6. In contrast, Ing Wuxia's killer move was rank 8. The difference between the two was too vast. Fan Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. At once, Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music continued. As Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fan Yuan gently, she sang with a soft voice. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. he knew that he had lost. Phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop, they drove into the 10 extreme formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was prepared to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads opened its eyes and gazed at Heaven Overseeing Tower, immobilizing it. Heaven Overseeing Tower was unable to change out of its phantom form. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try and escape? Ing Wuxia placed his hands at his waist, laughing smugly. Fan Yuan! He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing shouted. But Fan Yuan was deep in sleep, he could not be woken up. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing, when there was suddenly a huge suction force from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were all sucked into the ground, their legs were deeply buried in the ground, a strong force was restricting them, preventing them from moving. Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Ing Wuxia were shocked, they did not expect that while the Myriad Tribulation was dealing with Spectral Soul, there was actually a Grand Tribulation waiting to ambush them. Why are they not restricted? Soon both of them were shocked again. They saw that after landing on the ground, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing regained their freedom, they could move freely. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing were shocked and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed Fan Yuan, who was sleeping, and retreated rapidly. What made them even more joyful was that after the 10 extreme formation created the mysterious ball, the force that restricted the space around them vanished. If Fan Yuan woke up, they would be able to use fixed immortal travel and escape. But Fan Yuan was deep in sleep. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with deep killing intent, he was about to use his sword Path Immortal Gu, when he felt that the thoughts in his mind, just as they appeared, were sucked out and into the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse had a variety of targets. Not only could it target the Gu Immortal's body, it could even affect their thoughts, wills, and emotions. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others escaped from under his nose. Chapter 1013. Grey Memory. This Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was completely unreasonable. Not only were the Gu Immortals trapped in the ground, their thoughts were also interrupted. Without thoughts to mobilize their Gu worms, what methods could Gu Immortals use? Unless they could use Wisdom Path methods to resist it. But the condition for that was, the Wisdom Path method had to be set up in advance. Otherwise, once they fell into Earth Collapse, even if the Gu Immortal had a Wisdom Path method to use, they could not unleash it. Taking action in advance was the only way. Without the initiative, one was doomed. This showed the power of the Grand Tribulation. One could just imagine the might of the Myriad Tribulation. Damn it! Ing Wuxia struggled continuously, there were few results from his actions, he sank deeper and deeper as he screamed. Stop struggling, stop thinking. It will make our situation worse, we cannot deal with this at the moment. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, who was beside him, said in a calm tone. Or strictly speaking, Mo Yao's remnant soul was very calm. She was experienced. When she was alive, she helped her lover Bo Qing with his tribulation. The Myriad Tribulation that she had seen before was more terrifying than this. Comparatively, the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was harmless and gentle. We can only hope that our main body saves us. Ing Wuxia sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. Only to see that Spectral Soul was also sinking. Half of his huge legs were already below the surface of the ground. Not just that, his left leg's lower portion was tightly sewed onto the ground. This was the result of an earlier attack by the Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. Even though Spectral Soul was powerful and mighty, and had used his full efforts, he could not control the entire situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from moving, the other 4 were staring at the sky. At the top of the sky, gray-colored clouds were growing in thickness, they descended slowly. The second Myriad Tribulation had started. But it was different from the first, Wind Lightning Prison, that was extremely fast beyond one's reaction speed. In an instant, the wind and lightning would approach a person and attack them. This Myriad Tribulation, however, was very slow. It was so slow that anyone who was undergoing the tribulation could retaliate in many ways. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood quietly, like a solemn mountain. Did our main body get hit already? Ing Wuxia shouted, looking extremely anxious. This is such a good chance, you have to retaliate. But until the gray cloud completely shrouded Spectral Soul, he did not move, he stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower, controlling it firmly. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were troubled. They used the phantom method to make Heaven Overseeing Tower evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's phantom path attainment level was beyond expectations, he was certainly a great Grandmaster. Heaven Overseeing Tower's phantom tactic was taken advantage of by Spectral Soul, becoming unable to return to its normal form. Then how could it fight or do anything in that state? The myriad tribulation is coming! Ing Wu Xie gritted his teeth, looking at the gray cloud descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted, his muscles were tense. The Grand Tribulation Earth collapse was enough to make them defenseless and helpless. Now that the myriad tribulation had descended, was it the end for Bo Qing and Ing Wu Xie? The gray cloud descended, but it caused no harm. What is going on? Is this a harmless myriad tribulation? Ing Wu Xie was nervous, seeing that there was no disturbance. He touched his body all over as he cried out in suspicion. Bo Qing did not answer him. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals recognized this myriad tribulation, but Ing Wu Xie was unable to obtain the answer. Is this gray memory? The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal who recognized it cried out. What is gray memory? The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal recalled. When I was young, I had once obtained the inheritance of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In the past, this rank 8 Gu Immortal failed to pass a myriad tribulation, gray memory. During his final moments, he left behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation is harmless to the body, but it draws out the person's deepest memories. These memories were either those which had caused huge pain to the Gu Immortal's mind, or were a trauma in their life. Don't look down on this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 senior did not even last 15 minutes under this myriad tribulation. He lost all his motivation and became dejected without any fighting spirit left in him. He lost all interest in life. The saying goes, you are your worst enemy. Looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was invincible in the world, then wasn't his biggest enemy himself? For everyone in the world, even if we become a rank 9 Venerable, we will have a period of time when we were weak. We cultivate step by step, becoming stronger along the way. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered people over the world. He had an immense murderous nature. People guessed that he might have suffered some trauma when he was young. Who does not have any painful memories in the deepest part of their mind? Who does not have any shameful memories that they cannot express? Who has never made any decision that went against their nature? Along the way, who has never made a mistake? Amazing, simply amazing. This myriad tribulation is incredible. Perhaps even Spectral Soul is going to falter here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, Spectral Soul did not move. He knew that no attacks could resolve this tribulation. Only by entering it and facing his past, all the shame, trauma, humiliation and anger, could he pass this tribulation. The gray clouds coiling around his body suddenly had bright lights. There was even sound emitting from them. What was presented in front of the immortals was a scene from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! A band of Gu Masters surrounded a family of 3. Their eyes were reddened as they shouted ruthlessly. Father! You cannot kill Mother! A child protected his heavily injured mother, yelling with all his energy. Humph! All demonic path members should be executed. We of the righteous path have to uphold justice and slay members of the demonic path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can our clan's humiliation be purged. The old Gu Master who was leading the group said with a righteous tone. He shouted angrily. He was the grandfather of the boy, the leader of the clan. The clan leader's words received a warm cheer from all of the clan elders and elite Gu Masters. They raised their arms and shouted, Kill! 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 Whoosh! With a soft sound, fresh blood spewed out. The boy quickly turned around. At the next moment, his eyes opened wide, as his pupils shrunk to pin's size. He saw his father had moved in front of him. His face was red and he was gritting his teeth. There were tears in his eyes as he suppressed his intense emotions. The dagger that he was holding had already stabbed deeply into the heart of his beloved wife. The boy opened his mouth and wanted to scream. But he did not make any sound. From that day onwards he became very quiet. Evidently, this boy was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of gray memory, his childhood trauma was no longer hidden, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog moved, as another scene appeared. Several years had passed. The young boy had grown slightly. He was standing in front of his grandfather respectfully. His grandfather, who who was the clan leader, drank a sip of tea, asking casually, I let you read about the history of our clan. What insight have you gained? Come, tell grandfather. Grandfather. The boy first greeted before saying, I have had many gains these last few days. I have learned much. Oh? Tell me. The old man asked in curiosity. Looking at history, I realized that there is one universal law in this world, that is, to kill. The boy said calmly. Kill? The old man frowned. He replied in a grim tone. Explain it to me. Yes. The boy continued. When we are hungry and need food for our bellies, we kill prey. When we have enemies, we kill our enemies and eliminate the threat. When the world is peaceful, the ruler will kill his meritorious subjects to gain authority and control. The boy said slowly. He did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued. Throughout history, it is a case of you killing me, and me killing you. What is a hero? They are someone who has killed the most enemies. What is a loser? They are someone who could not kill their opponent, and got killed instead. Actually, even though kill is a word, it has very deep meaning behind it. How to kill? Should one use goo worms and do it themselves, or hire other goo masters to accomplish the deed? Sometimes, we cannot kill outright, because that would attract trouble, so we choose to assassinate. There are many forms of assassination, for example. Enough! The old man bellowed. In his anger, he smashed the cup on the ground. The fragments shot past the boy's face as a wound was created. Blood flowed slowly. The old man stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting in anger. I let you study and read. It is for you to admire the achievements of our clan's ancestors, and learn about the glorious history of our clan. I want you to learn about courtesy and integrity. I want you to understand the glory of the righteous path. And you actually learned about killing? What sort of twisted logic is this? You are confined for a month. Stay in the house and reflect upon your mistake. Yes, grandfather. The boy replied. He spoke softly, but there was a stubborn light in his eyes. The gray fog moved, as the scene changed again. Several years later, the boy was already a rank 1 goo master. I finally refined hidden aura goo today. I will give grandfather a shock by hiding in the study room. The youngster sneaked into the room. Eh? No, I am only a rank 1 goo master, while grandfather is rank 4. It is very easy for him to find me. I should hide behind the secret door, in the hidden tunnel, and jump out to scare grandfather later. The youngster changed his mind. He opened the secret door and hid behind it. Not long after, he heard a commotion. He did not dare to open the secret door. He could only listen to the voices. 2 people walked into the study room. His grandfather walked with heavy and hurried steps. He was furious. This traitorous son! He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his father? The old clan leader was enraged. He slammed the table and caused a huge impact. Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. News that you have obtained an 80-year lifespan goo has already spread out. It is confirmed that young clan leader wants to harm you. A hoarse voice could be heard. The youngster could recognize instantly that this was a certain clan elder, the personal aide of the clan leader. Humph! This traitorous son, he wants to seize my authority. How can that be possible? The clan leader shouted. Clan leader, there are many higher-ups supporting young clan leader. The hoarse voice said again. There was a brief silence. The youngster's grandfather's voice said solemnly, My son's influence is not to be underestimated. If we suppress him openly, not only will our reputation in the righteous path be damaged, there will be internal strife that would weaken the clan. Go and prepare. We will strike first and find a chance to assassinate him. Once he is dead, as long as we kill this traitorous son, the other clan elders will have no choice but to give up. Clan leader is wise. Behind the secret door, in the hidden tunnel, the youngster covered his mouth. His entire body was shivering intensely. Chapter 10:14. Food Path Inheritance. Tai Bai Yunshin carried Fan Yuan as he sprinted and escaped. He Lu Lan took one final look at the gray fog. Spectral soul demon Venerable's pitiful childhood made He Lu Lan feel a sense of understanding due to her similar experience. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, did not affect them. Tai Bai Yunshin and He Lu Lan made use of this chance to escape, running away while feeling shock and joy. The 10 extreme formation was in its critical moment. It could not restrict the surroundings. Tai Bai Yunshin and He Lu Lan escaped very easily. Soon, the Battle of Etian Mountain was thrown to the back of their minds. In a few minutes, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Fan Yuan, wake up! He Lu Lan slapped Fan Yuan's face, but he was not responding, he was sound asleep. Without Fan Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional walls. But that would cause too much losses. Gu immortals from northern plains? A voice could be heard from afar. Next, 3 southern border Gu immortals landed. Seeing He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing in a pathetic state full of injuries, the leading Gu immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Etian Mountain? Speak. What actually happened there? Tai Bai Yunxing had an expression of wariness. He Lu Lan smiled coldly. You want to know what happened, go there and see for yourselves. The 3 southern border Gu immortals snorted. They did not have high cultivation level. They were here to investigate because the Gu immortal experts of their respective clans had gone to Etian Mountain and lost all traces of communication with them. No matter which super force it was, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Furthermore, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing's auras were very weak, they were covered in injuries and were not in their best condition. We are asking you to speak, you had better obey us. Northern Plains Gu immortals coming to southern border and still acting so arrogantly. Attack. Take down the 3 of them. Thus, a battle occurred out of nowhere. And in Etian Mountain's battlefield, the grey fog was still spreading. The situation was in a stalemate. No matter how hard the Heavenly Court Gu immortals tried, they could not go out of their phantom form. Ing Wu Xie and Bo Qing were all immobilized on the ground because of earth collapse. Waves of grey fog coiled around immortal zombie Bo Qing as they shined with bright lights, showing constantly changing scenes. These were Mo Yao's memories. As a variant human, she had suffered a fate of being ostracized. Speaking of which, it was strange, Bo Qing's immortal zombie body actually had Mo Yao's remnant soul. What happened in the past to Bo Qing during his tribulation was unknown. But Mo Yao, who was now present, had to endure the attack, because her remnant soul was in the grey fog. The most painful memories in her mind was drawn out. Humph. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snickered. Facing these sad traumas in her life, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed her strong-willed personality. Strange, why are you unaffected by the grey fog? Bo Qing looked at Ing Wu Xie who was beside him. Ing Wu Xie was staring at Bo Qing's grey fog intently. I don't know. Ing Wu Xie shook his head, he pointed. Yours is pretty interesting. Bo Qing snorted. It seems that because you were just born, and only have 18 hours to live, you had no time to experience these things. Saying this, Bo Qing's face was full of worries. The myriad tribulation grey memory was not a threat to Ing Wu Xie. That was because he was too young, he did not have much life experience. But it was a completely different story for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This second myriad tribulation is truly vicious. Once you are within the grey fog, not only are your past traumas revealed, the deepest emotions in your mind will be drawn out, you will experience the emotions that you once felt. My memories have already caused me to feel upset. If the recollection was on my lover, I might. If I am already this affected by it, then for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who has had a longer life and much more experience, how would he deal with it? Thinking about this, Mo Yao's remnant soul looked up by moving the immortal zombie body. Inside the grey fog, Spectral Soul was like a tall mountain, he was unmoving, like a dormant volcano. Surrounding him, the grey fog was rumbling, countless rainbow lights were shining. This fog showed all kinds of images. Spectral Soul had already become a Gu immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Youngster, you want to obtain my inheritance? In the darkness, 2 eyes shined brightly like lanterns. Yes. The Gu immortal spoke concisely. He wore a black robe with messy shoulder-length hair, his expression was cold, bright light shined in his eyes from time to time. Ha! In the darkness, a crazed laugh could be heard, it got louder and louder, it caused one's eardrums to tremble. After a while, the laughter stopped. It seems you have made your decision. Then this is your inheritance test. Roar! Following a loud roar, a strange beast came out of the darkness. This beast had 4 limbs, its body was covered in scales, it had a crocodile's head. Its huge crocodile-like mouth had sharp teeth inside, they were shining with cold light, like blades of daggers. Above its head, it had 2 curly dragon horns. But from its body, there was the aura of a Gu immortal. Evidently, this was a beast-man Gu immortal. Beast-men were a type of variant human. In history, they were the most targeted during the era of the 3 demon venerables. Who could have thought that spectral soul encountered a beast-man goo immortal during his life? This beast-man goo immortal with dragon horns and a crocodile's head opened his mouth, biting at the goo immortal's soul. But goo immortal's spectral soul did not dodge or evade. The beast-man bit, tearing apart spectral soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack, crack. The beast-man chewed, under the grinding of his sharp teeth. Spectral soul's arm was torn to shreds, blood oozed out of the space between his teeth, flowing everywhere. Gulp, the beast-man swallowed, sending the blood and flesh, along with the bones, down its throat. Delicious! I have not eaten such fresh food in a long time. The beast-man goo immortal shouted, pouncing again. Spectral soul did not retreat, he allowed him to continue biting. The beast-man goo immortal quickly ate his other arm, and his 2 legs, devouring them. Assaulted by intense pain, spectral soul was expressionless, he did not even frown at all. Instead, the beast-man goo immortal showed some shock on his face. You are different from those previous people. The beast-man goo immortal stopped eating, he assessed spectral soul as he spoke with a tone of praise. You have no emotion of fear at all. You know, I invented Food Path, I did a lot of research on eating. Many people wanted to obtain my inheritance, they allowed me to eat them. They looked very tough on the outside with no expression, but they were filled with pain and fear on the inside. Don't think that emotions can be concealed so easily. Actually, this kind of flesh tastes sour and disgusting, it is not delicious at all, I can tell when I eat it. Then, is my flesh delicious? Spectral soul asked. The beast-man goo immortal frowned, he spoke. Honestly speaking, your flesh feels cold, your bones are too tough, they are not delicious. They taste like the icicles that I ate during my childhood, when I was hunted down by you humans in frozen lands while escaping in hunger. But forget it. Ha ha ha, I have been trapped here, I have not eaten anything fresh in a long time. How can I not be satisfied with this? Furthermore, what I love eating most are the heart, lungs, liver, and kidneys, they are my favorites, ha ha ha. Lad, you want to obtain my inheritance, there is a price to pay. Don't die at the last moment. Saying this, the beast-man goo immortal scratched, tearing open spectral soul's stomach, pulling out his large and small intestines. Next, in front of spectral soul, he sucked them into his mouth, crying out that they were delicious. Spectral soul had a pale face, but his expression was still cold, as if those were not his intestines. Deep in the beast-man goo immortal's eyes there was a flash of panic. He cackled, brandishing his claws, pointing at spectral soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs, you have to endure it. What can I not endure? Spectral soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I can still grow back. And by then, I would obtain your inheritance. After that, you would lose all value to me, you should worry about yourself. The beast-man goo immortal's movements froze for a second, he went into a rage, his eyes were spewing fire. Lad, you talk big. I want to see how long you can endure this for? He purposely moved slowly, causing friction in spectral soul's body, making him feel that his intestines and organs were being held, and his bones were being scratched, to try to generate fear and panic in him. The beast-man goo immortal took out spectral soul's organs and ate them one by one. In front of him, he opened his mouth from time to time, letting spectral soul see the miserable state of his organs that were crushed to bits. Spectral soul's calm expression slowly changed, turning into one of interest. The beast-man goo immortal saw this gaze and had a change of expression. What are you thinking of? I find it interesting. I am eating your flesh, I am eating your organs, you find it interesting? The beast-man goo immortal looked at spectral soul with a disbelieving expression. Of course, eating is natural in this world, but on the other side of eating, there is killing. We eat meat, we have to hunt. When we eat vegetables, we have to uproot them, that is also killing. Even if we eat nothing but wind and drink nothing but water, we are still swallowing and digesting them. All in all, eating is killing. Of course, killing is not just eating, thus, your food path is inferior to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another individual. You are eating me now, that is the same as killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by anyone else. This allowed me to understand the feeling of being killed, it is a form of enjoyment. Those who kill have to be prepared to be killed. Simply by killing others, I cannot fully comprehend killing. Thank you for letting me comprehend a deeper meaning in killing. The beast-man goo immortal heard this and opened his eyes wide, He looked at Spectral Soul like he was seeing a nightmare, a monster. Cold sweat began to form on his head. He felt that he could not swallow the young man in front of him anymore. He gulped, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body now. Let's see how arrogant you can be. The beast man Gu Immortal shouted, devouring with a frenzied gaze. His eyes were reddened. Soon Gu Immortal's spectral soul had only his head left. Seeing this, all of the heavenly court Gu Immortals, along with Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ing Wu Xie, were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal's spectral soul was still calm and at peace. What sort of willpower? Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were lost for words. Earlier, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal, who was very confident of the myriad tribulation gray memory, saw this, and his expression turned dark. He lost his confidence. But at this moment, the beast man Gu Immortal laughed wildly. He laughed in an insane manner. He was so happy, tears were flowing out of his eyes. It was filled with a tone of mockery. Ha ha ha, you were deceived, but don't be upset, you are the 270th person who was deceived. Ha! Spectral Soul's gaze flashed. Is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, I cultivated to rank 8. Barbarian Jiu Lai tried to trap me instead of killing me. He was after my food path, humph. I could not beat him, but he could not obtain what he wanted so easily either. I established an agreement with him. I would pass the food path inheritance to future humans, but not him. And the inheritor must endure my eating test. After making the agreement, I have been trapped here. Many humans came here in order to pass the test, to obtain knowledge of food path. But even Barbarian Jiu Lai could not understand my true ability. My entire body is full of food path Dao marks. I have reached a level that has never been achieved by anyone before me. I can consume rocks and wind to fill my stomach. I can even consume goo worms to increase the Dao marks on me. I ate Dao marks non-stop, and finally, after 1,000 years, I broke the agreement that we had made. Ha! So do you get it? Next, I will eat your head and turn you into my nutrients and nourish me, to allow me to recover. Don't worry, I will remember you. You are one of the most unique among the pitiful people that I have eaten. So that is it. Spectral Soul still had a plain expression. He was very calm. The beast man Gu Immortal's expression froze. He grabbed his throat, shouting anxiously. What is going on? What is going on? Spectral Soul laughed coldly. I would never allow another person to determine my life and death. Not to mention an old agreement. You think my flesh is so easy to consume? Every piece of flesh that you eat contains a part of my soul. You are a great expert in food path, but coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path? When did such a path appear? The splitting of the soul will cause you pain that is immensely higher than the tearing of your flesh. I'll let you know, I am the founder of soul path. As for that bit of pain, only by experiencing it will I enjoy the amazing feeling of killing, isn't that right? Spectral Soul said as the beast man Gu Immortal's expression turned ashen. He stopped moving. He was dead. His eyes were opened wide, staring at Gu Immortal's Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had his head left. In the beast man Gu Immortal's eyes there was only fear. Chapter 10:15. Scenes of past events. Not only the beast man Gu Immortal, the heavenly court Gu Immortals who saw this also felt immensely fearful. Demon! Demon! This spectral soul is completely crazed. Even though there was a cause, he is filled with demonic thoughts. He thinks that nothing cannot be killed. He thinks that the greatest joy is killing. He thinks that the Tao of heaven and earth is essentially killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable, and cause the greatest bloodshed in the world. Even the pain of tearing his soul apart felt splendid to him. He seems cold and logical, but he is actually crazy to the extreme. Nobody can save him. His mind is incapable of redemption. I have to agree, an invincible mindset is the basis for becoming invincible. He has such a mindset, it is simply demonic, but because of this, his mind will never waver. Everything in this world will only reinforce that misconceived ideology. The myriad tribulation gray memory cannot stop him. Even though he is not a demon venerable now, and cannot be physically invincible, he is still mentally invincible. Heavenly courts Gu Immortals discussed, they were anxious, fearful, disdainful, and filled with hatred. All of these were on their expressions. Chirp, chirp. Just at this moment, in the sky, there was the clear chirping of birds. Heavenly courts Immortals looked up, feeling great joy. Myriad tribulation. Another myriad tribulation. The myriad tribulation gray memory is not over yet, but another myriad tribulation is on the way already. Spectral soul demon venerable is defying heaven. Once he revives, the world would undergo bloodshed again. Heaven would not allow him to do so, thus it caused these immense tribulations. He will definitely not succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and more frequent. The sky was shining with a jade light. Large groups of birds entered a formation and charged down. Myriad tribulation, grand clear space. One of the heavenly court Gu immortals recognized this. They seemed like birds, but it was actually the power of space path. Wherever the flying birds went, space would be cleared out, nothing could exist there. It was a terrifying power that could not be stopped. This is grand clear space? In history, there was a Northern Plains predecessor who failed the tribulation but survived it. With an inspiration, he created the immortal killer move three-winged green bird. His descendants obtained it, and had once dominated Northern Plains. That's right, this is the tribulation. Under the expectant gazes of heavenly court's Gu immortals, the jade flying birds flew down, circling around spectral soul. Wherever the flying birds went, long and deep wounds were formed, as if they were sharp blades. Wounds soon formed all over spectral soul's body. It was a terrible sight. Spectral soul had no reaction, but Ing Wu Xia was screaming on the ground. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was also showing nervousness on his face. The great fog surrounded spectral soul. Its power was seemingly causing him to dwell in his memories. A vast amount of rainbow fog that was thousands of meters tall rumbled in the surrounding 100 li. Countless scenes were shown. They displayed spectral soul demon venerable's rich life experiences in front of everyone. Suddenly, behind spectral soul's head, rainbow fog expanded, forming a huge veil that pushed away all of the surrounding scenes. In the image, there was an abundance of green light. This was a green heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Gu masters were inside fighting with a group of Featherman Gu immortals. Spectral Soul, who was still a Gu immortal, was also among them. He wore a black robe and had black hair that swayed with the wind. Killing intent was oozing. "Humans, you are too much!" The Featherman Gu immortal leader cried out, throwing out an immortal Gu house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman Gu immortals flew into Sacred Feather City, as the city burst out with a glorious light. The human Gu immortals could not beat them. They were utterly defeated. Gu immortal Spectral Soul was unable to resist the might of the immortal Gu house. He was heavily injured, barely surviving. Next, the scene vanished, turning into countless smaller fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded Spectral Soul, encircling him tightly, almost without any gaps. All of the experiences in his life, as long as there were emotions in them, they were shown. Everyone was watching with dazed expressions. They could not keep up with the number of scenes. Spectral Soul's entire life was condensed endlessly. Everyone could see that he walked further and further on the demonic path. His killing nature also intensified, as his cultivation level rose. A huge screen of fog was formed, pushing away the surrounding images again. The position was at Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the immortals had an understanding. The larger the scene that came from the rainbow fog, the more variation there was in Spectral Soul's emotions at the time. Thus, the moment the scene started, everyone's attention was drawn. This was a silver-white space. It was the location of a thieving heaven true inheritance. Gu immortal Spectral Soul barged in. Arrogance could be felt from his expression. He spoke to himself. "Thieving heaven, even though you were a demon venerable, you are already dead. Why don't you leave your inheritance to me?" However, the thieving heaven true inheritances were left for otherworldly demons. Gu immortal Spectral Soul was not an otherworldly demon. He was not qualified to inherit it. He tried all kinds of methods, but he ended up spitting out blood. His expression was pale as he returned empty-handed. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world, slaughtering the masses. He stood on a peak. His hair was white as snow. Looking afar, looking at a field of corpses, looking at the perishing life forms. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul destroyed a certain super force and slaughtered over 10 million people just to obtain lifespan Gu. He played with the lifespan Gu in his hands, while his expression was perplexed. He looked over the scenery, muttering to himself, "Heaven, if you want to kill us, why did you create us?" Even though he had strength that was invincible in the world, he was perplexed. His killing path could not explain this. Another huge screen of fog appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to a thieving heaven true inheritance space. the same place he had once went to in his youth. Thieving heavens will formed in front of him. Anyone who can become a venerable has an outstanding aspect. I hope you can be magnanimous and leave this true inheritance for a fated person. Spectral soul demon Venerable's hands were behind his back. He had a cold expression. When I was young, I had desired everything in here. But now, I have already obtained my Tao. No matter how precious the things are here, they are of no attraction to me. I came here because I have a question. Thieving heavens will smiled. I understand. Those who have reached our heights will have questions about heaven and earth. How about this? I will share my experiences with you, as a reference. Okay. Spectral soul demon Venerable nodded. Thieving heavens will continue. You might already know, I am not from this world. I am what you would call an otherworldly demon. The world I came from is different from here in both its foundation and scenery. To me, I am only a traveler here. I want to go home. I have strived over my whole life for that goal. My real name is Ben Jiesun. In my original appearance, I had blonde hair and blue eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancée. We were preparing to get married. I had a high status in society. That was because I was a mecha operator. Mecha? Spectral soul demon Venerable's eyes were shining with deep interest. Even though he had traveled over the 5 regions, this was the first time he was hearing about other worlds. Mecha. You can think of it as a puppet, or a suit of armor. A human stays inside and manipulates it to unleash immense battle strength. Thieving heavens will explain vaguely. A moment later, another scene appeared. Within 88 True Young building, Spectral soul demon Venerable held Giant Sun's true inheritance, looking at it as he sighed deeply. This possession method can extend lifespan, but possessing a body using the soul is only a desperate method. Death is still unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan Gu is the best option. The path of a Gu immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard for the body to resist them, and it is hard for the soul to exist independently. The maintenance of longevity means the defiance of heaven. It is hard. Giant Sun, oh Giant Sun, even if you created 88 True Young building and attempted to plunder the lifespan Gu in northern plains. But heaven's will is vicious. Fewer and fewer lifespan Gu are being produced, even if you obtain all of the lifespan Gu in the world. So what? Heaven's will dictates the production of lifespan Gu. To live a long life, the crucial thing is heaven's will. At the river of time, Spectral soul demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a red lotus that was floating on the river's surface. His entire body was emitting a thick darkness that was corroding the red lotus. Eventually, after exerting all his efforts, he successfully left a ghost face on the surface of the red lotus. Throughout history, the most mysterious red lotus demon Venerable. Spectral soul demon Venerable sighed. His face was full of fatigue as his eyes shined brightly. I want to know, why did you purposely stop and leave behind the heavily injured fate immortal Gu? A long time passed. Spectral soul demon Venerable's expression was mixed with shock and bafflement. He muttered, Star constellation immortal Venerable truly made a deep scheme. So only a complete otherworldly demon can thoroughly destroy fate. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable is only half an otherworldly demon. He is similar to the immortal killer move soul replacement that I created. His soul is from another world, but his body was born here. I want to extend my lifespan. I have to defy heaven and go against heaven's will. Unfortunately, heaven's will has no soul. I cannot kill it. Maybe with the help of this red lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon. In a dark secret room, Spectral soul demon Venerable sat on the ground. There were countless Gu formations in front of him. Inside the Gu formation, there were countless corpses, including men, women, young and old, and all sorts of variant humans. Spectral soul demon Venerable had disheveled hair now. His hands and body were covered in blood. He was skinny like a skeleton. His eyes were deeply swollen, but they were shining with brilliant light. He was staring at a book fixedly. The Legends of Rinzu, the Legends of Rinzu, to think that I only truly comprehended you today. You are an exposition of human path. You are the true inheritance left behind by Rinzu. With methods of human path, I can create a completely new body. After soul replacement, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can still. It is a pity. It is too late, it is too late. I am heavily injured beyond treatment, death is approaching me. Seeing this, heavenly courts Gu immortals were deeply in shock. Spectral soul demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he actually died from injuries. Who hurt him? Or did he injure himself after testing out human path methods? The myriad tribulation grand clear space was still continuing. More than half of Spectral Soul's 1,000 arms were already chopped off by the jade flying birds. His body was covered in wounds, but he was not resisting at all. Chapter 10:16. Over a long time. There was another scene. Inside the door of life and death. An obsession death domain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no body. What was displayed was the soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his appearance in the lake, muttering to himself. Very good. I created a method of soul devouring based on food path. It not only let me return to my peak condition, I could even devour the souls of other Gu immortals to obtain their memories and cultivation experience over their lives. Is this a blessing in disguise? But from start to finish, I did not find the souls of any other immortal venerables or demon venerables. I can understand why Star Constellation is not here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is not here too. Did he return home successfully? It is time to return to the world of the living. Without Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley obstructing me, it is much easier for me to get out of the door of life and death compared to Rinzu. But my main body cannot move out yet. I should send out some split souls to pave the way for my main body. Humph. When I regain control of the world, I will deal with you. Spectral Soul looked at a special soul. He was sleeping soundly, his body was emitting a golden luster, he was like a sun that had sunken into a lake. In the following scene, there was no spectral soul, but 7 mortals instead. We can see the light of day again, this is amazing. Among the 7 people, one looked up at the sky. Even though we are now mortals, we have our main body's cultivation experiences. We can definitely become Gu immortals. Due to the obstruction of Reverse Flow River, only 7 of us made it out, even though there were 10 at the start. It is going to take some effort to let our main body come out. If anyone finds out, it will be troublesome. They will not sit around and watch. To play it safe, we should separate and develop in all 5 regions secretly. We will communicate once in a while. In that case, why don't we create an organization to deceive the masses? That's true, let's call it Shadow Sect. We will be as unnoticed as shadows, yet we are everywhere. One day, the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. Alright, the 7 of us will be called red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. Like 7 of the immemorial heavens, we have once stood at the peak, but have now fallen. This is to warn ourselves that we cannot be lazy or complacent. Sword Immortal Bo Ching is actually a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals cried out. Among them, an old woman said in shame, "There is no denying it with the evidence in front of us. My Spirit Affinity House is at fault for failing to investigate properly. The methods of a demon venerable are almost impossible to defend against." Even in Heavenly Court, his split soul spies were lurking here, not to mention Spirit Affinity House. It was fortunate that Tower Lord noticed it, and used Heaven Overseeing Tower to expose these shocking secrets. That gave us the chance to stop this terrifying demon. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal exclaimed. In this situation, even though they could not do anything, Spectral Soul's condition was not good either. Ever since Grey Memory descended, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the myriad tribulation grand clear space to assault him. He was already covered in countless injuries. Azure. On the ground, Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside Bo Ching's immortal zombie body, felt deep emotions as she saw the young and handsome Azure in the image. Around her, grey fog rumbled as a scene in the depths of her memory was shown. All around there were ruins, there were countless mangled corpses lying on the bloody ground. There seemed to have been an intense battle earlier. Husband. Don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how will I live without you? Mo Yao hugged Sword Immortal Bo Ching as she sobbed helplessly. Bo Ching held Mo Yao's hands weakly. At this point, I will not conceal it from you. I am from Shadow Sect, I am a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You loved the wrong person, loving me will only cause you pain and hardship. Go, leave, if not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook, she shook her head as she rejected him firmly. No, I will not go. I don't care about your identity. I only know that we love each other deeply, that is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. If I cannot live together with you, I will die with you. Oh. Ing Wu Xia watched from the side, he showed a curious and shocked expression. Grey fog rumbled continuously, the scenes around Spectral Soul became more and more chaotic. Earlier, it was from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now they were from the perspectives of 7 people. These 7 only inherited a small portion of his foundation, they had their own difficulties and pains. Once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body would send out more split souls from Obsession Death Domain, traveling through Reverse Flow River. This made the scenes even more chaotic now. However, the largest image still attracted everyone's attention the most. 6 members of Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch that had left the door of life and death, they were all immortals now. "It was my mistake," Green spoke. "If I did not ask Azure to teach that unscrupulous merchant in Treasure Yellow Heaven a lesson, Azure would not have fallen into the trap of love and betrayed us, even our main body was exposed." "This is not your fault, Green," Purple consoled. "These are traps and difficulties created by Heaven's will. Haven't you all noticed? It was faint when we were still mortals, but as our cultivation level rise, our lives also have become more filled with difficulties. Nothing is going smoothly. Anything we do will cause unnecessary consequences, there are problems everywhere. We have to settle Azure's matter quickly, otherwise, our main body's plan will be obstructed. What should we do? Azure cultivates Sword Path and his battle strength is the highest. Do we need to gather our strength and jointly eliminate him? It is possible, but the price is huge, and the risk is high. I have a plan. If it succeeds, we might be able to turn Fairy Mo Yao over to our side. Purple said slowly. Oh? What plan? Purple smiled. The reason why Azure fell into the trap of love was because Spirit Affinity House used their signature immortal goo, love. This goo is rank 9, its might is nigh unstoppable, thus Azure fell prey to it, it is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete yet, he cannot resist such attacks. But coincidentally, I had some enlightenment today, my wisdom path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster. Because we have been keeping in contact, I have a deep understanding towards Azure's sword path. After he got into trouble, I have been deducing on how to solve this problem. I deduced an immortal goo recipe, it can create Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo? Purple nodded. That's right, Wisdom Sword can cut the threads of love, even if this goo cannot rival rank 9 love goo, in actuality, we just need to cut away the down marks from love goo on Azure's body. We can make it such that Azure obtains a fortuitous encounter, and thinks he created this new immortal goo recipe himself. Once he uses it, the love threads on his body will be cut, he will regain his reasoning and become one of us again. Not just that, since Mo Yao still has those love threads, we can use them to turn her over to our side. Purple's words made everyone overjoyed, they praised. Brilliant! Brilliant plan! Haha, worthy of a wisdom path goo immortal like Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Chin, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. And Mo Yao's remnant soul, which was inside the body, knew that her lover had created Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo himself. Then, after that, did Azure deceive my feelings, or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook, she was filled with doubts. But at this time, another scene was portrayed around Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become a venerable, even without our main body, I can be unrivaled and dominate the world. By then, with such invincible strength, even heavens may not be able to deal with me. At the least, there are still many lifespan goo in this era. Azure raised his head, speaking with an arrogant tone. Don't look down on heaven's will, Green said solemnly. The lesson that we have learned over these years, isn't it enough? Purple, you are our advisor, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Azure. After Azure's first failure, it seems that as long as we prepare amply and deal with any mishaps, there aren't big problems. How is Fairy Mo Yao? Azure laughed coldly. That silly woman, she is prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88 True Young building to refine Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. She wants to draw the myriad tribulation over to herself when I undergo the tribulation. Purple shook his head. Even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path is quite innovative, Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has the intention to do so, why don't you hand change Soul Immortal Goo and that Immortal Killer move over to her? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, you will still have a foundation, you can start over rapidly again. It is better to prepare amply. Azure nodded expressionlessly. This scene made Immortal Zombie Bo Chin's body shake intensely. Ing Wuxia felt something amiss. He quickly said, "Don't overthink it, this is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real." Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not speak, he was silent as a rock, he clenched his fists as his muscles tensed, his eyes were shut tight. 5 of the immortals from Shadow Sect were gathered again. Blue failed. He used his own immortal aperture and fused with the immemorial Blue Heaven fragment, in order to research Heaven's will, but he has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with deep pain. The immortals were silent. A long while later Purple said, "Even though Blue can be saved, I think we should not attempt it hastily. This is a trap left by Heaven's will, in order for our members to get exposed." Sigh. We can tell after Azure failed his second attempt to ascend to rank 9. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times as much as the first. Evidently, Heaven's will does not want us to become venerables, it is trying to deal with us at all times. I will not hide it from you, I have recently had a bad feeling. First Azure then Blue, I am afraid the next one is me. The immortals were shocked, they quickly said, "Purple, don't overthink it." "I am not overthinking, this is the prediction of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. After I am gone, Gu Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, the power of Heaven's will is higher than our estimations, but it is not impossible to deceive. From now on, Shadow Sect will lay low, accumulating our strength in secret. When we perform the heaven-defying deed, we should go all out at once, so that Heaven's will has no time to react to our actions." Chapter 10:17. Deep Scheme. On a larger image. Green, hurry go. Yellow grabbed Green's hand, pulling him outwards. "No, I will not leave. It can still be saved, look at the immortal fetus Gu, it is still alive." Green screamed, struggling. "Let me go, that is my entire life's work. You think this explosion is simply an accident? Look at the remaining rank 8 immortal materials, take a good look at them." Yellow called out furiously. Green's body shook, clarity returned to his eyes, he had a realization, his forehead was covered in sweat as he said with lingering fear, "These immortal materials are all full of Heaven's will. That was so close, a moment ago, my sense of reasoning was influenced by Heaven's will. Even after setting up this huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Earth Trench, I was still noticed by it. Only a complete otherworldly demon can be fully undetected by Heaven's will. Us being discovered is nothing to be discouraged over. Give up on this attempt, we will start over again." Yellow consoled. Green was speechless. Looking at the sandy area around him, he nodded solemnly. "I've already told you, your deduction is completely wrong. I have nothing to do with Red Lotus true inheritances." Gu Immortal Dali said helplessly. The opposing time path Gu Immortal was shrouded in fog, their appearance could not be seen. Only the red lotus marking on their forehead was visible, bright and red. They smiled coldly. "I used the time path method in Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce, how can that be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is with you." Dali was silently before replying. "There is nothing else to say, let's fight." Saying this, he charged ahead. You finally stopped evading. The mysterious Gu Immortal was filled with intent to fight. After a long battle, Gu Immortal Dali could not defeat the other party. He was suppressed by the Immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic duel stage. The myriad tribulation grand clear space finally ended. Spectral Soul did not put up any resistance, his entire body was hurt by the countless green birds, his mass had shrunk by 1/3. At the same time, Heaven Overseeing Tower was prepared to strike, it seemed to be close to getting out of its phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had dissipated by half. This meant that the myriad tribulation, gray memory, was already half over. But the tribulations from the skies still continued. Another myriad tribulation was gathering on top of Spectral Soul's head. It seemed that as long as Spectral Soul was still alive, Heaven's will would not let him off. Myriad tribulation, dark oil poison. From the sky, drops of sticky poisonous oil dripped down. The oil seemed to be boiling hot. When they landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling noise as smoke rose. The oil entered the wounds created earlier, flowing in and corroding Spectral Soul's body. An intense process of rotting was occurring inside. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from drops to streams. Countless streams were raining down from the sky, over the surroundings. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in poisonous oil. It was rotting at an observable rate. His body mass was shrinking rapidly. But he did not do anything. Ing Wuxia, who was below, had an anxious expression. He wanted to call out, but he was in the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse. Any movement or intense thinking would cause him to sink further. "What is wrong with you guys? Both of you are acting like this," he grumbled, looking at immortal zombie Bo Ching beside him. From the start, immortal zombie Bo Ching was like a statue, not moving. It was as if he was dead. He was unmoved by anything outside. Thankfully, they were below Spectral Soul's feet. Being covered by Spectral Soul's body, which was above the clouds, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Ying Wu Xia or immortal zombie Bo Ching. A very far distance away, He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing were assisting each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border Gu immortals were chasing them. The xenophobia of the 5 regions Gu immortals was quite strong. Even in the most open Eastern Sea, foreign Gu immortals did not have an easy time. They were often ostracized and bullied by Eastern Sea Gu immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lu Lan nearly killed a southern border Gu immortal, the situation became uncontrollable. The southern border Gu immortals flew into a rage. These northern plains outsiders were so arrogant and bullying them. Not only did they fight in southern border, they injured them. Where did they think they were? Thus, the chasing continued. Not just that, they even gathered their allies and reinforcements. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing were not in good condition to begin with. They were injured. They battled as they retreated. Under their skillful movement, they got farther and farther away from Yitian Mountain. No matter how huge He Lu Lan's ambition was, she did not dare to get close to that place again. That was not the stage for rank 6 Gu immortals. Not even rank 7s, and rank 8s also could only be side characters. That was a battlefield where Spectral Soul and Heaven's Will fought. The myriad tribulation dark oil poison had already ended. Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad tribulation. This myriad tribulation was unknown. It had broken the limits of historical records. It was formless and ethereal. Only a mystical aura that could not be perceived was around. The aura coiled around him, causing Spectral Soul's body to explode wherever it went. Spectral Soul was a soul, but it was so condensed it was like material. It was as if it was a soul beast. With the explosions caused by the aura, the huge mountainous body vanished. Only a framework of it was left. Huge pieces of the soul were blasted away. In the gray fog, another scene appeared. Old man Yenshe coughed blood. He held Heavenly's secret immortal Gu as he muttered. "So Fan Yuan has spring-autumn cicada. No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents, who immortal blessed land and obtain Dang Hun Mountain. He then destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and caused the collapse of 88 True Young Building. Since he is an otherworldly demon who possesses spring-autumn cicada, he has clearly escaped fate. This can be the best tool against Heaven's Will. Fine, I will conceal the tracks of you and Tai Bai Yunxing, to prevent others from deducing matters about you." Qin Baixing secretly watched the immemorial ruin bat as well as the numerous calamities and tribulations in this area. This was the time when Dong Fang Chang Fan had undergone possession and was going through tribulation. Dong Fang Chang Fan was merely using possession to revive, but his main body's aura was perceived by Heaven's Will, sending such a terrifying disaster. In the future, when our main body tries to revive, the tribulations would likely be worse. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded beside him. "We can leave, this test against Heaven's Will has ended. Why is Churong not back yet?" At this time, Fairy Jianyu appeared with a terrible expression. "Churong is dead, the operation to take back Mada's thatched hut failed." "What happened?" Qin Baixing was mildly shocked. "Churong is a Fire Path Grand Master with rank 7 cultivation level. It is the inheritor of 3 thatched demon immortal." Fairy Jianyu said. "This person was deeply concealed, his methods were ruthless. I almost failed to make it back. 3 thatched demon immortal. Forget it, we will give up on Mada's thatched hut. Before the commencement of our crucial plan, we cannot expose our identities over this immortal Gu house and cause Heaven's Will to attack us in advance." Qin Baixing thought for a moment, and said this. "Luopa Valley." Shadow Sex Group faced the Central Continent Gu immortals with grim expressions. Qin Baixing stared at Feng Jiuge sighing. "Heaven's Will's attack is already here. In order to protect the pawn Fan Yuan, Yenshe concealed his traces. Central Continent's Gu immortals investigated Fan Yuan and in following their clues, instead found us. What do we do?" Fairy Jianyu asked. "We have no choice but to fight." Qin Baixing gritted his teeth and said. "Cough, cough, cough." Old man Yenshe coughed continuously. His expression was pale. He was so exhausted that it seemed like he would die from being out of breath. I used Heavenly Secret Goo and consumed 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it. I deduced that Spring-Autumn Cicada's condition is bad, it has already been used. Seeing that Fang Yuan went to Etion Mountain in advance, he evidently knows about the Battle of Etion Mountain. With this, I can deduce that our main body has already failed once, thus, he had to use that Red Lotus True Inheritance to make Fang Yuan rebirth, sending him back to the past to change the future. Thankfully, Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, it is nothing scary. In that case, Fang Yuan is the best method of measurement. Looking at his future performance, I can deduce even more things. Would searching his soul directly be easier? Or would it affect the entire situation? In accordance to my planning, Bo Qing and 7-Star Child have already slowed down Heavenly Court as much as possible. This result should be a lot better compared to the last time. Old Man Yen sure sat in the pavilion, looking at the mountain and fog change mysteriously. On Zombie Alliance's side, the arrangements are set, we can use them as a backup. It would be best to preserve them, Sai, I hope we do not need to use them. Using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I have about 20 years left. It is time to die. It is natural for my split soul to return to the main body. But before dying, I should help the main body deduce the tribulations of the following heaven-defying plan. A moment later. Cough, 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 I didn't die. This means that I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, it is because every wisdom path advisor of Shadow Sect, from generation after generation, had been deducing all along. We finally accumulated enough foundation to create a qualitative change. This is so ironic. Using Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core, the Wisdom Path Killer move created can deduce the contents of the tribulations. But this Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth. He had tried to get rid of the main body's influence all his life, to think that after dying, he actually provided us such huge help. Seeing this, Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were shocked beyond words. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already deduced the tribulations. That meant it was very suspicious that Spectral Soul was not moving inside the myriad tribulations. The mysterious myriad tribulation had gone away. The next myriad tribulation descended. Vine Dragon Tribulation. Countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and ground, coiling around Spectral Soul's body. Soon, millions of vines surrounded Spectral Soul tightly, forming a huge ball. They coiled around him relentlessly, becoming tighter and tighter, stabbing into his body and using the demon Venerable's soul as their nutrients. Something is wrong! Something is wrong! He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation! Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals shifted their gazes around as they came to realizations. Because Shadow Sect had deduced the tribulations, they could make arrangements around them. Spectral Soul purposely did not put up resistance because he wanted to fuse his soul path foundation into this formation, as the nutrients for this formation. What is he trying to refine? He actually used his own demonic soul as goo refinement material. Not just that, with so many myriad tribulations around him, they are actually carving space path, poison path, chi path, and wood path Dao marks on his body, to destroy his soul path Dao marks. They could harm Spectral Soul because these Dao marks were not weaker than the soul path foundation that he had accumulated for the last 100,000 years. Gasp. Sensing this, Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals drew in deep and chilling breaths. It seemed that Spectral Soul was not only refining himself, he was even using the power of the myriad tribulations to achieve his goals. But what was his goal? The 10 extreme formation was at the final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was becoming brighter and rounder. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. He had a determined expression, he said solemnly. We cannot go on like this. We have to ruin Spectral Soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we have to destroy this 10 extreme formation. But we are in phantom form. No, we have one chance to retaliate. This is something that generation after generation of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords have created after researching. It has always been kept as a confidential secret. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords said. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals heard this and were joyful and surprised. Why don't you use it? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords smiled bitterly. He told them the price for using it. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals fell into deathly silence. Chapter 10:18. Narrow Victory. A moment later someone stepped up. Since Shadow Sect can make sacrifices, why can't we of Heavenly Court do the same? I am willing to stay behind and manipulate Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am willing too. Giving up this body to slay a demon venerable, what reason is there not to? More and more Gu immortals stood up. Of course, there were Heavenly Court Gu immortals who had other opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what Spectral Soul is trying to refine. The matter is not desperate yet, we should preserve our strength until absolutely necessary. Back then, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still alive, he could not take down Heavenly Court. Now that he is dead, he is weaker than during life. What should Heavenly Court fear? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I have decided, those who want to stay will come with me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower. As for the rest of you, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, you have to gather the remains of the immortal Gu house and return to Heavenly Court. After saying this, Heavenly Court's members came to an agreement. Heaven Overseeing Tower shot out a bright light towards the sky, before a beam of light descended from the sky, covering the entirety of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was startled. He tried to control Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from getting out of its phantom form. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not being manipulated to get out of its phantom form. In fact, its final attack required it to stay in phantom form the entire time. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded over the surroundings. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the newest and most powerful attack of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding scenery had a subtle change. The myriad tribulation, Vine Dragon, was coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but now, under the control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it changed targets and attacked the 10 Extreme formation instead. Spectral Soul's expression changed. Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack was beyond his expectations. Even though he had planned for tens of thousands of years, and deduced it countless times, expending the lives of many generations of Wisdom Path Gu immortals. His entire plan had been deduced and refined, deduced and perfected. But he did not deduce that Heaven Overseeing Tower had a method to manipulate the myriad tribulation directly. What sort of method was this? An intense aura burst out. Spectral Soul stopped being motionless. He quickly used his methods to resist the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced many myriad tribulations. To complete the mysterious immortal Gu in the 10 Extreme formation, his battle strength had already been severely lowered. But right now, he attacked at full strength. His demonic might was overwhelming. It gave off an unstoppable feeling. Even though more than half of the soul path Dao marks on his body were gone, he was still shining with the light of Dao marks. They were bright and numerous like the stars in the sky. An unimaginable clash. One side controlled the myriad tribulation to attack, while the other soul changed into countless forms to defend against the vines. Even though he was alone, even though he only had his soul left, Spectral Soul showed incredible capabilities in battle that almost resembled a miracle. He blocked all of the vine dragons coming his way. The 10 Extreme formation was tightly defended by him. Nothing could go through. Heaven Overseeing Tower, still in phantom form, was disassembling. The speed got faster and faster. The countless mortal Gu and immortal Gu that formed Heaven Overseeing Tower were facing destruction every minute and second. In Heaven Overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, one rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu immortal died, sacrificing themselves. In order to control the myriad tribulation, Heavenly Court had paid a huge price. The same went for Spectral Soul. His main body was already heavily injured. To resist divine dragon myriad tribulation, his soul was diminishing rapidly. It was as fast as a deflating balloon. The aura that was all over the place had weakened. His overwhelming demonic might seemed to have turned from a forest fire to a pile of bonfire. Spectral Soul, you transgress against heaven, you will die like a dog. Before dying, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted his final curse. Around him, all of the Heavenly Court Gu immortals were dead. With a loud bang, the remaining half of Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal Gu and immortal Gu, following the beam of light, penetrating the heavenly wind chi wall to go deep into White Heaven. The Heavenly Court Gu immortals who were left behind to guard White Heaven rapidly moved and collected the immortal Gu. Most importantly, they had to retrieve Fate Immortal Gu. Spectral Soul's body had shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds, until he was only a handful of meters tall. Not only that, his soul was no longer condensed, it was very translucent, it swayed with the wind, his aura was very weak. The Grand Tribulation Earth collapse dissipated at this moment. A bright sword light flashed in the sky. Immortal zombie Bo Ching had already flown towards Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside the body screamed. Spectral soul! Return my husband to me! Spectral soul's gaze was fixed upon the 10 extreme formation. The dark fog in the 10 extreme formation was gone, all of the 10 extreme immortal zombies were sacrificed. Only one round ball was left, shining in the light of 9 different colors. Immortal zombie Bo Qing moved closer. You promised me you will revive him! Spectral soul turned around, gazing at immortal zombie Bo Qing's face. The split soul that created Bo Qing was already destroyed in the myriad tribulation. With the split soul lost, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Bo Qing clenched his fists. A dangerous light was shining in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Bo Qing's main body. When I revive, Bo Qing will naturally revive as well. When I dominate the world, it would also mean that Bo Qing has attained rank 9 cultivation level. Isn't this what you were hoping for? Spectral soul said slowly. Old scumbag. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He attacked spectral soul. But the sword light had just shone and vanished instantly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing floated in front of spectral soul, unable to move. You are my final obstacle? It is a pity. If Yanshi did not remind me earlier, you might have caused me trouble. But now. Did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo have my will in them? Did you also forget who was the one feeding them over these years? Spectral soul spoke coldly. He paused before continuing. Now I will give you one final chance. Kill them, and repent for your act of betrayal. Them naturally meant the heavenly court goo immortals in white heaven. Spit. Humph, foolish woman. At the next moment, Mo Yao's remnant soul was pulled out, devoured by spectral soul in one mouthful. After swallowing this remnant soul, spectral soul's body condensed slightly. Wu Xie, you will defend me. I only need a little over 10 breaths of time to succeed. Spectral soul said as he shrunk to the size of a child. Yes. Wu Xie flew up, standing beside spectral soul, looking around alertly. The beam of light that penetrated the heavenly wind chi wall was gone. We have no chances left. Heavenly Court's goo immortals sighed. They retrieved the remaining immortal goo from heaven overseeing tower, as they retreated. Spectral soul touched this newly refined immortal goo, with his eyes filled with emotions. After plotting for tens of thousands of years, after so much planning and painstaking efforts, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all of the venerables in history. I can obtain the body of an otherworldly demon, reaching an unsurpassed realm that nobody has ever seen. All other immortal venerables and demon venerables in history will not be my match. Even if Renzu resurrects, he will be inferior to me. Ha! Spectral soul raised his head and laughed. In his laughter, there was insanity, relief, pride, arrogance, and venting. Wind blew, as spectral soul swayed in the wind. He almost had used up his full strength. If he did not devour Mo Yao's remnant soul, he might not even be able to keep his form. The laughter stopped. Spectral soul squinted, having an eerie gaze. The closer I am towards the end, the more I cannot afford to be careless. The remaining soul path down marks on him were shining brightly. Using his soul, he could undergo surveillance of a very huge radius. In White Heaven, Heavenly Court's goo immortals had withdrawn, although they left behind many investigative goo worms. Spectral soul snickered. The light in his soul shined brightly as he spat out a breath of spectral chi towards the sky. This spectral chi moved up, penetrating the heavenly wind chi wall and destroying all of the investigative goo worms left by Heavenly Court's goo immortals. Not a single one was left. Spectral soul quickly looked around. Soon, he saw Fang Yuan. At this moment, Tai Bai Yinxing and He Lulan were guarding him. Fang Yuan was lying on the ground. His eyelids were trembling. He was about to wake up. He is awake! He is almost awake! Tai Bai Yinxing cried out in joy. He Lulan frowned deeply. Looking into the horizon, she said without turning her head. Then quickly wake him up! Use fixed immortal travel and leave this bloody place. Spectral soul frowned slightly, but he soon returned to normal. Right now, they were a gigantic distance apart. The radius of 10,000 li around Etian Mountain was covered by the myriad tribulations. The entire area looked completely different from before. If Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel, he could only teleport to 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Furthermore, after he wakes up, he might not take a risk and approach the mountain. Even if he takes a risk, there was already enough time for spectral soul. After having been enveloped in grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, this entire area was very clean now. The goo immortals who died and the immortal apertures they left behind had all been refined by the 10 extreme formation. A small portion were also destroyed by the tribulations. Only life and death blessed land was intentionally preserved. There are no problems left. Eh? No. Spectral Soul turned his gaze towards Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie blinked several times, looking at his main body. How much lifespan do you have? Spectral Soul asked. Ing Wuxie answered. I have 15 minutes left. More than enough. Spectral Soul finally relaxed his mind. He could no longer sustain his form. His body faded and condensed into a ball made of soul. It was the size of a face, firmly condensed like it was solid. It floated towards the ball-like sovereign immortal fetus goo. During this process, Fan Yuan opened his eyes abruptly. Heaven's will! He screamed. He sat up on the ground with a furious and anxious expression. Fan Yuan, you are finally awake! Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were overjoyed. Boom! Fan Yuan attacked, striking at the two who saved his life. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were caught unprepared. They were sent flying. Fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, Fan Yuan used this rank 6 immortal goo. Guh. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was shaking. The activation of fixed immortal travel failed. Damn it! I must make it in time! He gritted his teeth as he thought this, activating fixed immortal travel again. Before Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan arrived, he succeeded. He was 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Seeing the entire battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, he was stunned. His entire body and mind froze. It was too late. Like what Spectral Soul had expected, Fan Yuan could not make it in time. But, right when Spectral Soul was about to enter the sovereign immortal fetus goo, a hand stretched out. Ing Wuxie grabbed Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was already almost out of strength. Before he could react, he heard Ing Wuxie say 4 words. Lead soul into dream. Wah! At the next moment, Spectral Soul fell into a dream realm. And Fan Yuan's soul flew out of Ing Wuxie's body. Next, he rapidly entered the rank 9 immortal goo in front of him. Chapter 10:19. So it was changed soul. Let us rewind time back to a while ago. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated above Spectral Soul's head in phantom form. But at this moment, 100 of Spectral Soul's strong dark arms shrunk immensely, turning dry, thin and long. Obtaining his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation underwent a huge change. The scattered dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It spun on its own, shining with light in 14 different colors. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had an anxious expression. He ordered, "Chop off these arms!" Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a rocket. It drew an eye-piercing rainbow light in the sky as it slashed forward. The rainbow light cut all of Spectral Soul's arms off upon contact. Ing Wuxie, go and deal with Heavenly Court's goo immortals! Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. It was a simple matter for them to deal with Fan Yuan's side. But because of a series of events, they were constantly interrupted. Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave at this moment. Give me a moment to make Fan Yuan sleep first. Saying this, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Fan Yuan could not dodge. He was dragged into the dream realm. At the pavilion in the center of the lake, the music from the zither could be heard. Fan Yuan met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Fan Yuan hurriedly activated his Dream Path Killer move, but the dream realm held firm. All he saw were transparent ripples in his vision. His Unravel dream might work against the dream realm, but it was only rank 6. In contrast, Ing Wuxie's killer move was rank 8. The difference between the two was too vast. Fan Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. At once, Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music continued. As Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fan Yuan gently, she sang with a soft voice. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Deep in the dream realm, his only method, Unravel Dream, had failed. Fan Yuan could not turn this around. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's singing entered his ears again. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Along with it, a wave of information once again entered Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan, who was deep inside the dream realm, suddenly jolted. During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of this final line. As it turned out, the mysterious rank 7 immortal goo that he had obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body was changed soul immortal goo. Back then, Mo Yao had activated this changed soul immortal goo at the critical moment because she was afraid that her lover, Bo Qing, would fail his tribulation. Their souls swapped, and she saved Bo Qing, deceiving the entire world in the process. Bo Qing also wanted to make use of Mo Yao to pass his tribulation, but he was afraid that the myriad tribulation might affect his mind. Thus, he gave this immortal goo to Mo Yao, rather than lending it to her. Therefore, changed soul immortal goo was refined by Mo Yao. It was filled with her will. Thereafter, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a goo formation, containing these immortal goo that he deceived while slowly refining them. Because of the relationship with Mo Yao's will, changed soul immortal goo was the first to be refined by Fan Yuan. As for the other sword path immortal goo, they were filled with Bo Qing's will. Thus, they had slower progress, they could not be refined before the Battle of Etian Mountain, they were still inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. According to the hint of the final line, it was not possible to use Unraveled Dream to escape anymore. He had to use Changed Soul Immortal Goo to swap his soul with Ing Wu Xie's. Of course, it was not that simple. The information in Fan Yuan's mind also included an Immortal Killer move. This Immortal Killer move not only used the rank 7 Changed Soul Immortal Goo as a core, it even included Attitude Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and also a lot of Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Goo. Fan Yuan hesitated slightly, before deciding to follow it. According to his previous experiences, Fan Yuan knew that the information was highly reliable. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Fan Yuan was at his wit's end. The enemy was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Purely with his foundation and ability, he could do nothing to the other party. Only by following the instructions could he obtain any hope of victory. Thus, he activated the Immortal Killer move. He succeeded. The souls of Fan Yuan and Ing Wu Xia were secretly swapped. Fan Yuan's soul was originally hit by lead soul into dream and was deep in a dream realm. After switching souls, he covertly entered Ing Wu Xia's pure dream reality seeker physique body, while Ing Wu Xia's soul went into Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, but he was inside the dream realm in Fan Yuan's place. After switching their souls, Fan Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But after seeing himself, he thought quickly. He placed his hands at his waist, laughing smugly. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try and escape? Fan Yuan! He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing shouted. But Fan Yuan was deep in sleep, he could not be woken up. At this moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, preparing to attack He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He had set an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing. If he left them in the lurch, he might face a backlash from the alliance agreement. But if he saved them, he might attract suspicion, his identity might be exposed. But soon, Fan Yuan realized. I am overthinking it. I have left all my immortal goo in my original body. I have no way to stop Bo Qing, even if Ing Wu Xia has many immortal goo. Lead soul into dream is an immortal killer move, how can I learn to use it so quickly? Fan Yuan could only watch. But an unexpected surprise quickly occurred. There was a huge suction force from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were all sucked into the ground, their legs were deeply buried in the ground, a strong force was restricting them, preventing them from moving. Grand tribulation, earth collapse. Bo Qing and Ing Wu Xia were shocked, they did not expect that while the myriad tribulation was dealing with spectral soul, there was actually a grand tribulation waiting to ambush them. What was even more shocking was that He Lulan, Tai Bai Yinxing, and Fan Yuan were unaffected by the Grand Tribulation. After landing on the ground, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing regained their freedom, they could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 Extreme Formation had created already the mysterious ball, the force that restricted the space around them vanished. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing brought Fan Yuan and rapidly retreated, escaping for their lives. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with deep killing intent, but he could only watch as they escaped. Soon, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and Fan Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's field of vision. Fan Yuan can escape for now, but can he escape for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best tool to use against heaven's will. How can we let you go so easily? As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected by him and became fate escapees. Even if we do not deal with them, Heavenly Court would eliminate them eventually. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Fan Yuan heard this and quickly thought, it seems that an otherworldly demon is very useful to Shadow Sect. No wonder Ing Wuxia only wanted to capture me and not kill me. Strange. That grand tribulation, earth collapse, why did it not affect He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing? Heaven's will. Forget it, the most important matter at hand is to familiarize myself with the dream path goo worms I have. If I have to attack later and I fail to use lead soul into dream, wouldn't I get exposed? Fan Yuan took a peek and was shocked to find that he had more than just dream path immortal goo. There was also change soul immortal goo, attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, and other mortal goo. They had all been brought over through his soul. And this mysterious immortal killer move had another use. It allowed Fan Yuan to use Ing Wuxia's goo worms. It seems that attitude goo had an important use. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceive Ing Wuxia's will that is inside these dream path immortal goo and mortal goo. It is like earlier, when I used Mo Yao's fake will to coax immortal goo out of Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan glanced at immortal zombie Bo Qing again. If the other party knew that Ing Wuxia was already someone else, moreover, he was now the culprit who harmed Bo Qing and took out most of his sword path immortal goo. Immortal zombie Bo Qing might behead Fan Yuan immediately without saying anything else. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though they swapped souls and Fan Yuan had escaped from the dream realm, he was currently more fragile than he ever was. If he was found out, there would be no hope. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope above a valley. If he was careless, he would fall and die with a mangled corpse. Fan Yuan gathered his concentration. He immediately moved his limbs, struggling intensely. The result was, his body sank deeper and deeper. He shouted, acting like he was furious. But internally, he felt extremely glad. This grand tribulation came at a great time. I am stuck in here and cannot escape. I cannot even generate thoughts, thus I cannot attack. If I cannot attack, I will not be exposed. This gives me the opportunity to familiarize myself with these unknown goo worms. Stop struggling, stop thinking. It will make our situation worse. We cannot deal with this at the moment. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was beside him, quickly attempted to console him in a calm tone. Fan Yuan observed and noticed that Bo Qing was not suspicious. He finally felt slightly relieved. He sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. We can only hope that our main body saves us. But Spectral Soul was also deeply trapped. After the first myriad tribulation, Wind Lightning Prison, the second myriad tribulation, Grey Memory, descended. The grey fog descended at a very slow speed. It was so slow that anyone who was undergoing the tribulation could retaliate in many ways. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood quietly, like a solemn mountain. Did our main body get hit already? Fan Yuan shouted, looking extremely anxious. This is such a good chance, you have to retaliate. In his mind, he was thinking about other things. Spectral Soul was restricted now. He was glad to see this. But on the other hand, he was within the range of the myriad tribulation Grey Memory. He felt some unease. The grand tribulation was already unstoppable. If the myriad tribulation descended, how would he survive? Chapter 1020. Obtain the greatest gain. The myriad tribulation is coming. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, looking at the grey cloud of fog descending slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted. His muscles were tense. The grey cloud descended, but it caused no harm. What is going on? Is this a harmless myriad tribulation? Fan Yuan was nervous. Seeing that there was no commotion, he touched all over his body as he cried out in suspicion. Bo Qing did not answer him. Someone in Heavenly Court quickly recognized this myriad tribulation, Grey Memory. But Fan Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant soul did not know it. However, soon, Fan Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant soul obtained some understanding of their own. Because after Spectral Soul was shrouded in the grey fog, his memories started to appear in images before them. His experiences during childhood, in his youth, during adulthood. All of these experiences were a form of interrogation and torture in regards to Spectral Soul's heart. He made countless choices that decided his future fate. And at the same time, Tai Bai Yunshin carried Fan Yuan as he escaped at full speed. He Lu Lan took a final look at the gray fog in the sky before following after them. Inside Fan Yuan's body, Yingwu Xia was trapped in the dream realm. He was facing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting maniacally, pouncing towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. However, he did not hit her. This was a dream realm, distance was not what it seemed. He might seem to be close to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he moved forward, his distance with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither but did not sing. The music was beautiful, like the sound of a clear mountain spring. Compared to Yingwu Xia's agitated behavior, it formed a stark contrast. "Quickly let me out! Quickly let me out! Heaven's will! You accursed heaven's will!" He pointed at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as he shouted. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved. She showed neither joy nor rage. Yingwu Xia blinked. He forced himself to calm down, muttering, "Don't be anxious, I need to stay calm, stay calm. I know everything about lead soul into dream. This dream realm has not manifested externally, it will fade away soon, it cannot contain me forever. Also, the Gu immortals on Fan Yuan's side will save me. Once I wake up, I will return and expose Fan Yuan's identity. Now, I can only hope that Etian Mountain isn't far away after I wake up." But Yingwu Xia's wish was not going to be fulfilled. Because next, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan met with some southern border Gu immortals. Both sides fought while moving. Not only did He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing not have the time to wake up Yingwu Xia, they even got farther and farther away from Etian Mountain. Yingwu Xia and Bo Qing were all immobilized in the ground because of earth collapse. Waves of gray fog coiled around immortal zombie Bo Qing as they shined with bright lights, showing constantly changing scenes. These were Mo Yao's memories. As a variant human, she had suffered a fate of being ostracized. Humph. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snickered. Facing these sad traumas in her life, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed her strong-willed personality. "Strange, why are you unaffected by the gray fog?" Bo Qing looked at Yingwu Xia, who was beside him. Fan Yuan was thinking, "I want to know the answer to this question as well." According to logic, gray memory affected spectral soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason for Fan Yuan to be unaffected. But for some reason, nothing happened to Fan Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation, gray memory, let Fan Yuan off. He did not get exposed because of it. Don't tell me this is the manipulation of Heaven's will? Earlier, Heaven's will let He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing be unaffected by the tribulation. Did it want them to bring my body and get far away from this place? Fan Yuan had many guesses, but behind these guesses, there was a cold sensation when Fan Yuan thought about them. He felt his hair standing. There were a lot of terrifying implications behind his thoughts. But right now, facing immortal zombie Bo Qing's suspicion, Fan Yuan could only pretend to be ignorant. "I don't know." Fan Yuan shook his head. He pointed. "Yours is pretty interesting." Bo Qing snorted. "It seems that because you were just born, and only have 18 hours to live, you had no time to experience these things." Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing did not suspect Fan Yuan. Her attention was mostly on spectral soul. Regarding spectral soul's main body, Mo Yao's remnant soul was quite worried. But next, the gray fog showed that spectral soul demon Venerable had obtained the food path true inheritance of the beast man Gu immortal back during his time. Spectral soul demon Venerable's nature made Fan Yuan quite shocked. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were in a commotion, but because they were in phantom form, they could not do anything. At this time, in the sky, the third myriad tribulation descended, grand clear space. Countless green birds slashed at spectral soul. The power was terrifying. The expressions of Fan Yuan and Mo Yao changed. Next, Fan Yuan saw many scenes in the gray fog. Sacred Feather City, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, 88 True Young Building, the Red Lotus in the River of Time. So it turned out that spectral soul demon Venerable knew about Sacred Feather City's location during his lifetime. Thieving Heaven demon Venerable's name was Ben Jia-sun, but even though he was an otherworldly demon like me, he was not from Earth. Lifespan Gu. It seems that Heaven's will is the greatest restriction of immortal venerables and demon venerables. Red Lotus. Ghost Face. When I failed my rebirth last time, it was actually spectral soul demon venerable who helped me. I understand now, in my previous life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed, and the 10 extreme formation could not be completed, Spectral Soul made use of me to start all over again. What is Renzu's true inheritance? Next, Fan Yuan saw Spectral Soul using the method of soul devouring, but still failed when dealing with the Golden Soul. He saw 7 out of the 10 split soul returning to the world of the living. Next, combined with the portion of gray memory affecting Mo Yao's remnant soul, he understood the origin of Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, as well as the complex relationship between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. That soul which is sleeping while emitting golden radiance is Verdant Great Sun? The one born from Renzu's right eye in the legend? Bo Qing is azure. That purple is actually tied by Yunxing's master, Purple Mountain True Monarch, whom I randomly named? So the truth behind Mo Yao and Bo Qing was like this. Heaven's will! So all of those superb immortal materials are filled with Heaven's will. Shadow Sect is wary of them and had to give them up. After obtaining them, they seemed harmless to me. But what about in the future? If I carry these immortal materials around, will I draw the attention of Heaven's will? So that's it. A wisdom path Gu immortal of Shadow Sect, Dali, was the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie that was suppressed. Everything makes sense now. At this time, the myriad tribulation grand clear space dissipated, while the myriad tribulation dark oil poison descended, attacking Spectral Soul. The following scenes made Fan Yuan even more shocked. He finally understood that the secret of him having Spring-Autumn Cicada had been known by Shadow Sect since long ago. Because of Shadow Sect's help, he was not exposed for so long after the collapse of 88 True Young Building. In contrast, Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Xing and others helped him deal with the problem, engaging in a battle with Feng Jiuge. Shadow Sect's strength was incredible. They managed to deduce the tribulations. The secret of rebirth, the fact that I owned Spring-Autumn Cicada, after this battle, the entire world knows. Shadow Sect, Spectral Soul, they seem to want to use my otherworldly demon status, but because of a twist of fate, Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch was almost completely wiped out. No, in a way, isn't this showing the power of Heaven's will? Shadow Sect could deduce all the tribulations. What method did they use? This is simply the ultimate weapon against tribulations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is likely the strongest Venerable. During his life, he might have been equal to the other Venerables, but using the food path true inheritance, he created the soul-devouring method. He could steal the cultivation memories and experiences of others. Thus, he could not raise his attainment level directly like with Dream Realms, but after so many years of accumulation and development, his attainment level in all other paths, including Formation Path and Wisdom Path, are definitely at least Great Grandmaster. It is not strange that he deduced the tribulations. In this case, it is too strange that he is not reacting. Could it be that he is doing this on purpose? Dark oil poison and gray memory faded, but the vine dragon tribulation descended soon after. Heaven Overseeing Tower began its final struggle. It manipulated the myriad tribulation and directly attacked the 10 extreme formation. Spectral Soul's fight to defend it made Fan Yuan, who witnessed everything, tongue-tied. He had once been proud of his battle tactics that were refined over time, but compared to Spectral Soul, it was nothing. Eventually, Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, Heavenly Court failed, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sacrificed. Both sides suffered great losses. Spectral Soul's body was only a handful of meters tall. He was no longer as condensed as previously, his aura was very weak. Mo Yao's remnant soul manipulated the immortal zombie body, flying into the sky and questioning Spectral Soul, but she was wiped out. You are my final obstacle? It is a pity. If Yanshi did not remind me earlier, you might have caused me trouble. But now. Did you forget that all of your sword path immortal Gu have my will in them? Did you also forget who was the one feeding them over these years? Spectral Soul's words made Fan Yuan's heart jump. During this period of time, he had already deciphered many details regarding the immortal killer move leads soul into dream. This was thanks to the fact that Ing Wuxia only had Gu worms that were meant to use lead soul into dream. Even though Shadow Sect designed this killer move for him, according to his cultivation level, there were several versions. But Ing Wuxia had distinctly classified them. He placed a pile for each of their respective Gu worms. This allowed him to use the killer move much more efficiently and easily. But at the same time, Fan Yuan could learn about them more easily. Fan Yuan understood. Facing Spectral Soul's main body, I only have one chance to strike. If I fail once, Spectral Soul will react and I will have no opportunity left. Spectral Soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul, saying to Fang Yuan, Wu Xie, defend me. I just need a little over 10 breaths of time to succeed. Yes. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. He flew up, standing beside Spectral Soul, looking around alertly. We have no chances left. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals sighed as they retreated. After plotting for tens of thousands of years, after so much planning and painstaking efforts, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. With this immortal Gu, I can surpass all of the venerables in history. I can obtain the body of an otherworldly demon, reaching an unsurpassed realm that nobody has ever seen. All other immortal venerables and demon venerables in history will not be my match. Even if Renzu resurrects, he will be inferior to me. Ha! Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu? Fan Yuan's heart was moved. What use does this Gu have? It can allow Spectral Soul to reach a realm where nobody has never gotten to before? Is this realm immortality? The closer I am towards the end, the more I cannot afford to be careless. Spectral Soul squinted, investigating carefully. Fan Yuan's heart nearly skipped a beat. But in the end, Spectral Soul only spit out some spectral chi and destroyed all of the investigative Gu worms. As expected. The final line of the song indicated the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to prevent the detection of ghosts and souls. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable could take Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and travel through the obsession death domain without being restricted by endless souls. It was because of this move. Thus, Spectral Soul did not suspect me. It seems that Wu Xie's soul is also his split soul. Only towards himself could he be so trusting without reservations. Next, Fang Yuan witnessed Spectral Soul floating towards the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. According to the song, he had to destroy this sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Because immortal Gu were fragile, he just needed to squeeze it to destroy it. But Spectral Soul, no matter how weak he was, there was an unknown level of risk to deal with him. But Fang Yuan was firm and determined. He directly targeted Spectral Soul, snatching sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Lead soul into dream. He struck. He had not comprehended it entirely. This was not a complete immortal killer move. It was inferior to the original rank 8 version. But right now, Spectral Soul was already weak to his limits. Fang Yuan succeeded in one attempt. Next, he left Wu Xie's body, doing the same thing as Spectral Soul. His soul floated towards sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At this moment, he had finally broken free from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions. He took the fruits of Spectral Soul's labor, the achievement he had spent countless years and paid an immeasurable price to painstakingly create. Chapter 1021. Still not returning here? Fang Yuan's soul left the pure dream reality seeker physique body. He flew towards this mysterious rank 9 immortal Gu. The moment they interacted, Fang Yuan felt an immeasurable suction force. This immortal Gu, named Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu by Spectral Soul, seemed to be eager for a soul already. Fang Yuan's soul entered it. It was as if he had fallen into the whirlpools of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the immortal Gu. He was blending into it at an unbelievable speed. Fang Yuan could not think. He felt that he was inside darkness that was unfathomably deep. This darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like he had gone back into his mother's womb. He was like a fetus inside amniotic fluid. And outside. After Fang Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 immortal Gu, the sky rumbled loudly. It seemed furious, but helpless at the same time. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu began to shine brightly. First, there was white light, from pale transparent light to pure white light, and finally to thick milky white light. Next, there was a hint of red inside the white light. The red quickly spread, turning the light into pale pink, before it turned pinkish red, and finally, bright red like fire. After red light, it turned into orange. After orange, it turned into yellow. Like the colors of the rainbow, it continued changing, until finally, the light became black. Inside the black-colored light, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu twitched continuously. From the size of a thumb, it expanded to the size of a basin. Inside this dark ball, a fetus was shining brightly in rainbow light. It could vaguely be seen. Life force was gathering, it was growing and becoming stronger. White fog started to surround it. The temperature of the surroundings fell rapidly. Fog turned into frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning shot out, surrounding the ball, forming a web of lightning. Lightning crackled as sparks were created. The sparks fell on the frost and did not extinguish. Instead, the frost started burning. The frost turned into chi that surrounded the ball. Green patterns slowly appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, they turned from phantom to solid, becoming countless vines and twigs. The twigs were wilted, while the leaves were green and lively. Soon, fruits began to grow around these leaves. These purple fruits emitted a fragrant smell. But the surface of the fruits were very ugly. There were many holes in them, like they were rotten. Many changes occurred, they were unimaginable. On the surface, they looked random and abrupt, but if one observed carefully, they seemed to contain the profoundness of heaven and earth. As the changes continued to occur, the fetus inside the ball grew larger. Eventually, after a total of 81 changes, the ball turned into mud. As the fetus inside was at its largest, a baby was formed, stretching his 4 limbs. At once, the ball that surrounded him cracked. The baby was born. This baby had a lively expression. His eyes were shining like stars, he had pale and fair skin, his limbs were chubby, his face was rosy, cute and delicate, immortal aura was oozing from him. A formless force surrounded his entire body, it protected him from damage, he was safe and sound. The baby gradually landed on the ground. During this process he grew rapidly. From the time of his birth to when he was 2 to 3 years old physically, only a breath of time had passed. 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12 years old. When his legs landed on the ground, he was already a 16-year-old young lad. His skin was still white, but it was not pale white, nor a feminine pinkish white, it was a white that was clean and simple. His long hair was black and shiny, extending to his waist. His body was slightly thin, there was no excess flesh on his entire body. The bridge of his nose was high, the most attractive thing were his eyes. The starlight that was shining in his eyes had already become muted, they turned dark and deep like an abyss. His lips were quite rich, giving off a rosy and healthy glow. Right now, they were tightly pursed together, showing his mental state of being determined and unwavering. This youngster was naturally Fang Yuan. At this moment, he opened his eyes, looking at his young body, he was shocked. An entirely new body? The body that was created by Spectral Soul and the entirety of Shadow Sect. After countless years of hard work and effort, it was not as simple as it seemed. Regarding its traits, Fan Yuan had to explore further. But simply at this moment, Fan Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably suited for his soul. In comparison, his previous immortal zombie body was like clothing made from twigs and leaves, and this new body was made with soft silk. Everything was different now. Fan Yuan felt that he had walked out of the darkness, he saw blue skies and white clouds, his perspective was broadened. This is the use of the sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul had painstakingly created? Revival! And having rank 6 cultivation level upon revival. Fan Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right gamble. Even though he did not know what the use of this immortal goo was, seeing Spectral Soul float towards the immortal goo personally, Fan Yuan knew he could do the same. As he thought about these things, Fan Yuan directed his gaze towards the sky. There, Spectral Soul was still in the dream realm. This was within Fan Yuan's expectations. After all, Spectral Soul's condition was really terrible. And Ying Wu Xie's body was no longer controlled by Fan Yuan's soul, it had already shut its eyes, floating in the air, unmoving. Fan Yuan called out, "Come back!" Instantly, a large number of goo worms flew out of Ying Wu Xie's body. Earlier, Fan Yuan's soul had entered the sovereign immortal fetus goo, all of the goo worms with him had stayed inside the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Now, Fan Yuan called out and retrieved these goo worms. Attitude immortal goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, change soul immortal goo, and other soul path and dream path immortal goo. Ying Wu Xie still has a number of dream path immortal goo on his body. How can I retrieve them? Fan Yuan frowned, feeling troubled. He had used change soul earlier, using attitude goo to disguise himself and used the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Even though he succeeded in affecting Spectral Soul, the wills inside these dream path goo worms had already reacted. Fan Yuan could not move them anymore. Not only the immortal goo in his body, Ying Wu Xie's body itself has a lot of value for research. Fan Yuan suddenly turned around, seeing an immortal zombie approach him with an imposing demeanor. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, his lips curled into a smile, thinking, "You are finally here." It was himself. Or more accurately, it was Ying Wu Xie's soul, who was manipulating Fan Yuan's former immortal zombie body. At this moment, Fan Yuan had just obtained a new body. He was still adapting. The number of goo worms with him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fan Yuan was not nervous. He waited for Ing Wuxia to arrive. You are? Ing Wuxia hesitated. He slowly approached Fan Yuan, assessing him closely. Fan Yuan purposely pretended to be close to him, placing his arms behind his back and saying, Wuxia, I have succeeded. Fan Yuan's soul has already been completely destroyed. No! You are not my main body! If you are, with my relationship as a split soul, how can I feel no connection? Ing Wuxia's eyes shined with bright light. He reacted and exposed Fan Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I could use familiar face, I should have been able to deceive him. Fan Yuan thought while rubbing his chin. He couldn't help but laugh. He was so casual. A confident light flickered in his eyes, as if he was in control of the situation. You are Fan Yuan! Ing Wuxia understood. He gritted his teeth until they were making sounds. He was so angry he felt he was burning up. His anger was understandable. They had worked so hard, planning for countless years before seeing the fruits of their labor. But Fan Yuan actually snatched it from them now. Ing Wuxia shouted loudly, pouncing towards Fan Yuan. He wanted to hack him into 1,000,000 pieces. They were 100 steps away from each other. Fan Yuan showed a smile like his scheme had succeeded. Ing Wuxia, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo. How could you activate it? Ing Wuxia's expression froze. Back then, he was anxious and used it subconsciously. He did not consider that point. Now that he was reminded by Fan Yuan, he knew something was amiss. His momentum was interrupted. You could use fixed immortal travel because I lent it to you. I wanted you to rush here. Most of my accumulations are still in this body, Fan Yuan said. Since he knew that he was going to change souls with Ing Wuxia, with his personality and methods, why would he not set up some arrangements? Firstly, Fan Yuan concealed a huge amount of his fake will inside his mind. Because of this, when Ing Wuxia woke up, he wanted to rush back and ignored many things that did not seem right. This was like what Mo Yao's fake will did to Fan Yuan in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Secondly, Fan Yuan injected some special will into his goo worms. What were special wills? In 88 True Young Building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a vast number of special wills. He set up some specific situations and they would activate accordingly. Just like now. Fan Yuan looked at Ing Wuxia approaching. As the smile on his face grew, he called out. Still not returning here? Swoosh! A large number of goo worms flew out. They were mostly mortal goo, but there were immortal goo mixed in them. Like birds flying back to their nests, they entered Fan Yuan's embrace. Ing Wuxia stared with wide-open eyes, immensely shocked. At that moment, he was all alone, without anything at his disposal. In his body, only Spring-Autumn Cicada was left, and he could not activate it. The situation on both sides flipped. Fan Yuan's arrangement was like this. As long as Ing Wuxia brought Fan Yuan's body back to Yitian Mountain, and heard someone call out still not returning here, these goo worms would fly out and go to that person. These goo worms were originally Fan Yuan's. Now that they returned, they could be used at will, just like before. Back then, Fan Yuan did not know about the use of sovereign immortal fetus goo. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain a new body. He was worried that it might not be appropriate for him to use Ing Wuxia's goo worms. Unexpected surprises could easily occur. He needed his own goo worms to increase his battle strength at the crucial moment. Of course, the special will that Fan Yuan injected was not so simple. Once the time limit was exceeded, these goo worms, no matter if they were mortal or immortal, would self-destruct. Enemies were often the best teachers. Fan Yuan had suffered under the influence of Mo Yao's fake will and Giant Sun's special will. How could he not learn from them? Waving his hand, Fan Yuan easily sent Ing Wuxia flying. Everything is over. He walked to Ing Wuxia, looking at the Fan Yuan in front of him. He sighed with complex emotions. Ing Wuxia felt like he was in an icy river. He was chilled to the bones. Chapter 1022. It was all heaven's will. Book 5, Demon King's Domination. Everything is over. Looking at Ing Wuxia under his feet, Fan Yuan sighed. After realizing he himself had fallen to a scheme, Ing Wuxia's heart was filled with ice-cold despair. He gave up completely. He knew he was thoroughly defeated and had no chance of turning around the situation. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Bam! A soft explosion erupted. Ing Wuxia's soul, as well as Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, had instantly self-detonated. The immortal zombie body's Dao marks, as well as Ing Wuxia's soul, turned into fuel for Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada activated. A light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Spring-Autumn Cicada once again entered the river of time. Fan Yuan was pale with shock. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada is filled with my special will. How could it be activated by Ing Wuxia? No. Based on his expression, he already had no more will to resist. How could he activate my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he was only acting? Spring-Autumn Cicada is my possession. I took extra precautions with the special will as well. How could it be activated by Ing Wuxia? Fan Yuan was filled with shock and fright, as well as questions. The questions he had puzzled him. Standing on the same spot, Fan Yuan did not move, like a stone statue. The change had occurred too suddenly. Soon, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. What to do? What can I do? Fan Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada to turn around many situations, making comebacks and escaping from multiple dangerous scenarios. However, at this moment, facing someone else using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he found that he had no method to deal with it. His time path accumulation was indeed too weak. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada, he almost had no foundation in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else is there that I did not consider? Fan Yuan squinted, a drop of cold sweat slipping down from his forehead to his eyes, and then down across his face. Unable to find any answers, Fan Yuan shook his head and sighed. Nothing can be done about it. I already did my utmost. If Fan Yuan had not switched souls according to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions, he would have utterly lost, with no chance to make a comeback. He simply could not have reached his current position. Could it be that because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention to destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, this change occurred? Spring-Autumn Cicada has not recovered. Its activation now can only result in death. No, that's not right. Fan Yuan suddenly thought of a remaining arrangement created by Shadow Sect. That was the ghost face and the red lotus in the river of time. In an instant, a chill spread all over his body and his hair stood on end. Be prepared for the worst in every situation. If he succeeds in rebirth, what change will occur on my end? Right as Fan Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision starting to turn blurry. No, it was not his vision turning blurry. It was the whole world turning blurry under the strength of time path. Because of Ing Wuxia's rebirth, everything was changing. Whoosh! Ing Wuxia quickly reacted, exclaiming in shock. This is the river of time? How could this be? How did the Spring-Autumn Cicada activate? How can my consciousness replace Fan Yuan's consciousness in the Spring-Autumn Cicada? He had no fewer questions than Fan Yuan. Although he was the person concerned, he had reached the river of time without knowing anything about how it happened. In the river of time, waves surged. A huge wave ruthlessly crashed towards Spring-Autumn Cicada. Ing Wuxia's will immediately became panicked, screaming in fear. Spring-Autumn Cicada was extremely weak. If it was struck by this wave, it had no possibility of surviving. Sigh. So it was like this. A sigh emerged during this moment of crisis. From the river of time floated out a ghost face. Its expression was bitter as it opened its mouth wide and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus opened up and obstructed the fatal wave. Afterwards, a formless suction force carried Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Ing Wuxia's will, to the center of the red lotus. In an instant, Ing Wuxia's will had entered a dark red space. In this space, another will in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's appearance was sitting cross-legged in midair, smiling bitterly at him. Our main body actually left you behind as a last resort in the river of time? Ing Wuxia's will was stunned for a moment before he immediately asked joyfully. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's will nodded, then shook his head. You can also be considered a split soul of the main body. You should have remembered me. But unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories dissipated. Sigh. Nothing can be done about it. You think I was willing? Ing Wuxia was extremely anxious. Also, what is going on? I had been schemed against by Fan Yuan and landed in his hands. I thought my death was certain. Why would I appear in the river of time? Also, I clearly did not use Spring-Autumn Cicada, so why did it suddenly activate? Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will heaved a long sigh. I watched the whole series of events from inside this Red Lotus True Inheritance, and just came to a realization. You could enter here because Heavens will help you. Spring Autumn Cicada was also activated by Heaven's will. What? Ingwu Xia almost collapsed from shock. This was beyond his wildest imagination. If it were not the genuine will of Spectral Soul in front of him, Ingwu Xia would absolutely not have believed this fact. Hasn't Heavens will always been making difficulties for us? How could it suddenly help us? Ingwu Xia asked. Your memories have already completely dissipated, you lack my knowledge. Heavens will never made things difficult for us out of dislike. It also never helped us out of pity. The way of heaven is to be impartial, it is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. So all things are in balance and mutually restrict each other. As such, almost all fierce beasts have their natural enemies, and even rank 9 venerables have limited lifespan. Spectral Soul Demon venerables will pause for a moment before continuing. And the way of humans is exactly the opposite of the way of heaven, it is to reduce the deficits and build up the surpluses. An expert will want to become even stronger. The rich would want to become richer. A beauty would want to become more beautiful. Those who have found longevity will want to obtain eternal life. Human avarice knows no bound, it will never be satisfied and is opposed to Heaven's will. I understand a little now. Heavens will help me because I failed. Fan Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon and has already broken free of restrictions. If he is left unchecked, it will greatly damage the balance of heaven and earth. So Heavens will shifted its target and wants to use me to deal with him and not let his plan succeed. But how could Heavens will activate Spring Autumn Cicada? This immortal goo is clearly refined by Fang Yuan. Ingwu Xia was puzzled about this. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will replied. Sigh. This is an action by Heaven's will. I also realized it just earlier. When Fan Yuan obtained Spring Autumn Cicada, it was all arranged by Heaven's will. Heaven's will had already chosen him as a tool, letting him rebirth and destroy our main body's plan. Now that I think about the information given by Bai Ningbing earlier, a place where Fan Yuan performed particularly out of the ordinary was at Qingmao Mountain. Although his aptitude was not good, his path had been smooth sailing, and at every urgent moment, he would make the wisest choice, obtaining the greatest benefits. Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Etian Mountain. All along the way, he clearly has not used Spring Autumn Cicada just once. Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, it has a failure rate. But he actually succeeded time after time. Besides the previous time where we helped him, he did not fail even once in all his other attempts. And bear in mind that Spring Autumn Cicada lowers his luck. This is probably all because Heaven's will was helping him in secret, which allowed him to rise from immortal to a goo immortal in a handful of years, causing him to draw the attention of our main body and be chosen as a tool to deal with Heaven's will. Ingwu Xia was gobsmacked. Wait, you are saying? Spectral Souls will nodded. Right. This time, our main body failed primarily because of Fan Yuan. Our main body wanted to use Fan Yuan as a tool. But in fact, Fan Yuan was already a tool of Heaven's will. Regardless of how many times Fan Yuan underwent rebirth, before his first rebirth, our main body had likely already succeeded. Not only did we refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, we might have even reached a heaven-defying level. Precisely because of this, Heaven's will did not stint on helping Fan Yuan, letting him rebirth and arrive in the past to destroy our main body's plan. Fan Yuan is quite an interesting character. He is an otherworldly demon, so he has the qualifications to rebirth and change the past. Ordinary people, no matter how superior they are, cannot escape the decree of fate. However, he is not a complete otherworldly demon, so he could still be influenced and manipulated by Heaven's will. He thought he was the one to refine Spring Autumn Cicada and use it, but in fact that was never the case. This trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada, was already infused with Heaven's will. It is clear this arrangement had already started the moment Fan Yuan obtained Spring Autumn Cicada. But he was deceived by Heaven's will and never felt anything wrong. After all, Spring Autumn Cicada can only carry a portion of will when traveling to the past. And wills are inferior to souls, they can very easily be influenced. It is like right now, I want to impart all my memories and knowledge to you, but unfortunately your will can only bear very little. For a moment, Ingwu Xia's mouth was wide open, unable to say anything. The waves of the river of time unceasingly crashed against the red lotus. Petals scattered along with the waves. Soon, only the innermost center of the flower was remaining. You don't have much time. Spectral soul demon Venerables will sighed and continued. Fan Yuan is an otherworldly demon. Heavens will try to influence him as much as possible, but in the end, he followed his own mind's inner desires and chose to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu, instead of destroying it. As such, he is like a chess piece who no longer is restricted by the rules of chess. Heavens would not tolerate such an existence, so it activated Spring Autumn Cicada to use you in the process of dealing with Fan Yuan. But Heaven's will is not going to let you regain sovereign immortal fetus Gu after you rebirth. So, after you rebirth, you would likely not have any easy opportunities to change the overall situation. Don't be impatient and ruin this final chance. Ing Wuxia asked. Then what should I do? Now, Zombie Alliance is already annihilated, Shadow Sect is also destroyed, even my main body is in a dangerous situation. But Shadow Sect's immortals have all left behind some arrangements for the future. You can use these to re-establish Shadow Sect. Fate is hard to defy, but luck can be exploited. The power from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven can be used. On Central Continent's side, there are also hidden forces which have not been targeted by the 10 great ancient sections. Your will is limited, knowing this much is already your maximum. Use these to re-establish Shadow Sect and save our main body. Most crucially, you need to inform our main body of this important information. Because when you rebirth, both I and this Red Lotus true inheritance will also change, and I won't remember these things. At that time, you will be the only person who knows. Remember, a tall tree is the first to face destruction, soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. Our previous action of hiding and accumulating power to deal with Heaven's will was correct. Since we succeeded once, then we can succeed a second time. Take care of yourself. Chapter 1023. Ing Wuxia rebirths. The sound of the wind was blowing intensely, as Fan Yuan, who was still flying, jolted to awareness. He blurted out, I was reborn. Spring Autumn Cicada is amazing indeed. Worthy of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu. What time is it now? Ing Wuxia stopped moving. He looked around, realizing that he was on the way to Yitian Mountain. At this moment he was less than 10,000 li away from his destination. Fan Yuan purposely lent me fixed immortal travel so that I could get to him. He would then take his Gu worms back and obtain victory. But he did not expect that he was Heaven's will's tool to begin with. The Spring-Autumn Cicada that he had was controlled by Heaven's will all along. Now that I have been reborn, I know the appearance of Yitian Mountain scenery clearly. I can use fixed immortal travel to teleport there directly. I can deal with Fan Yuan and take revenge. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxia shook his head rapidly. Damn it! Fan Yuan's fake will affected my judgment again. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth. Heavens will truly has ill intentions. Even if I rush over now, Fan Yuan has already used sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He is weakened at most. All I can do is injure him. What a pity! If I return to the time when I just escaped from the dream realm, I would be able to turn this around. Humph, but Heaven's will would not allow that. It does not want to see my main body obtain sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Since the outcome is already decided, I should follow the instructions of my main body and retreat. Heaven's will wants us to fight. How can I let its scheme succeed? Anyone who can achieve great things must be able to endure the most unbearable things. I do not need to deal with Fan Yuan. He can draw the attention of Heaven's will. In the future, if he is still alive, I will use him as the material to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. I can save a lot of time and effort in that case. I need to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is definitely not the end. I can make use of Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan, but I cannot let them meet Fan Yuan. Since he knew about the fake will, he was on guard against it. Ing Wuxia escaped from Fan Yuan's scheme. He took a final look at Yitian Mountain. Anger, hatred, and anticipation were flickering in his eyes. At this distance, he could see that Yitian Mountain was in rubble. The despicable thief Fan Yuan, the one who took the fruits of his labor, was definitely still there. But he could not go there now. The most important thing was the big picture. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth, turning around and leaving. Why has Ing Wuxia not come here yet? Fan Yuan waited for a long time. His heart sank to rock bottom. This means he saw through my arrangements and left my control? Fan Yuan was frowning deeper. Although he did not know what happened, he did not know the truth of Spring-Autumn Cicada with the memories of the previous life gone. But Fan Yuan knew one thing clearly. He was in quite a pinch. If Ing Wuxia does not come here, the special will that I placed in my Gu worms will not activate. After the time limit, these goo worms will self-detonate. I need to get to Yingwu as soon as possible, suppressing or convincing Tai Bai Yinxing and He Lu Lan to subdue him with me. Fan Yuan still had attitude goo. This was the best evidence to convince He Lu Lan. As for Tai Bai Yinxing, it was even easier. After spending so much time together, he just needed to reveal some details to convince him. Fan Yuan inspected his goo worms. He had regained control of the goo worms that he brought after using Change Soul. The highest ranking one was the legendary Attitude Immortal Goo. Other than that, he had the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery, and the Soul Path Immortal Goo Change Soul. As for the others, they were all Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Goo. They were not worth mentioning. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. Among them, there was no movement-tight goo worm. Do I need to chase after Yingwu Xie, who has fixed immortal travel, on foot? Or maybe I can subdue the Dream Path goo worms on Yingwu Xie's body first? These goo worms include movement-tight goo worms. But inside these goo, there was none of Fan Yuan's will. Thus, Fan Yuan could not subdue them easily like Unravel Mystery and Change Soul. To use them, he might need to use Attitude Goo to deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Fan Yuan felt little confidence in succeeding a second time. But I have no choice, I must try. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Yingwu Xie's body in the sky. He did not expect that this was the last time he was seeing Yingwu Xie's body. At the next moment, Yingwu Xie's body self-destructed. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. The result of the explosion was not bloody, it was beautiful and dazzling. The entirety of Yingwu Xie's body turned into layers of dazzling lights. These beautiful lights were shining in the colors of the rainbow, they were extremely beautiful. But looking at this beautiful sight, Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, he quickly retreated, getting some distance from it. Because he recognized this was a dream realm. This dream realm had manifested externally, it was unfathomably deep, forming right in front of him. Did this happen because I used Lead Soul into Dream on Spectral Soul? No, definitely not. All of a sudden, why did Yingwu Xie's body self-detonate? And it turned into a dream realm? Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. He did not know that Yingwu Xie's lifespan was only 18 hours. During the 18 hours, Yingwu Xie turned from immortal into a rank 1, rank 2, 3, 4, 7, and rank 8 Goo Immortal. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level increased by 1 rank. At the final moment, he would even become a rank 9 Goo Immortal. But once the 18 hours was up, he would self-detonate, turning into a dream realm. He was born from nothing, he was created using immortal goo become real, appearing from a dream realm. It was not strange that he turned into a dream realm. The dream realm created from his detonation expanded rapidly, spreading out. Fan Yuan raced away as fast as he could, he fled for 700 li, until he was out of the dream realm's radius. If he was inside the dream realm, he would be in trouble. Even though Fan Yuan had Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, he did not have enough mortal goo to use his immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but the speed was decreasing. Fan Yuan could only keep retreating. When he was 1,000 li away from Etian Mountain, the dream realm stopped expanding. In this way, a giant dream realm that stretched 1,000 li after manifestation appeared in front of Fan Yuan, filling his vision. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. Thankfully, I did not listen to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at the end and destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Otherwise, my soul would be trapped along with Yingwu Xie's body in this giant dream realm until my death? What do I do now? This change severely disrupted Fan Yuan's plans. Yingwu Xie's body was extremely valuable. He had a set of Dream Path Goo worms and could use the formidable Lead Soul into Dream. What Fan Yuan wanted the most was Spectral Soul. Even though he was in bad condition, if he escaped the dream realm and ended up in Fan Yuan's hands, Fan Yuan could soul search him and obtain lots of secrets, along with a vast amount of cultivation experience. And this huge battlefield, even though it was ravaged by myriad tribulations, some Goo Immortals' immortal apertures might be left behind, at the least, life and death-blessed land was still around. But now, all of these things were covered by the dream realm. Regardless of whether Fan Yuan had unraveled Dream, even if he could use it, how many years would it take him to unravel this dream realm and get to the center of the battlefield? Fan Yuan clenched his fists. Looking at the giant dream realm, he sighed helplessly. At this point, there are no other options. I cannot stay here. After such a commotion, southern border Goo Immortals are definitely rushing here. Fan Yuan quickly moved according to his memories. He chose the direction where Tai Bai Yunxing had escaped with his body. Hopefully, my luck is good and I can encounter them. Fan Yuan was not going to succeed. He did not know that after encountering some southern border Gu immortals, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan had already changed directions after the intense battle. He also did not know that using the advantage of rebirth, Ing Wu Xie had joined up with Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan already. Fan Yuan, you had better explain it properly, otherwise, we will be enemies. He Lulan's expression was dark. She was very rude towards Ing Wu Xie. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly waved his hands. Calm down. I believe Fan Yuan has his reasons, listen to him. Ing Wu Xie looked at Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan in a sincere manner. I was too anxious. I was hit by his killer move. I did not just end up in the dream realm. Right now, most of my goo worms cannot be used. Only by killing him can this killer move be undone. But I saw you use fixed immortal travel. If not for the fact that our locations can be detected with goo worms, I thought you were abandoning us and left southern border yourself. He Lulan spoke quickly, demanding imposingly. That was a desperate move that I was forced to use. You also saw that I failed and suffered heavy injuries when I used fixed immortal travel the first time. Furthermore, why would I abandon you? The situation now is filled with danger. We have to stay united to have a bigger chance of survival. Ing Wu Xie said convincingly. He Lulan snorted. She wanted to continue arguing. But Ing Wu Xie stopped her from speaking. Enough. We will use fixed immortal travel to leave now. My identity is already exposed. Heavenly Court knows already. Who immortal blessed land is not safe. We have to transfer the resources inside. Fan Yuan sprinted rapidly. He did not use any goo worms, but he was fast like a charging horse. After 15 minutes of sprinting, he did not feel any fatigue. Along the way, he realized joyfully, this body might look pale and tender, but it had incredible defense. During his sprint, none of the tree branches that scraped his body left a mark. The sharp rocks on the ground were crushed when he stepped on them. They were no obstruction to him. Furthermore, he had huge strength. By just leaping gently, he could jump for 10 meters of distance. But what made Fan Yuan disappointed was, he did not encounter any traces of Ing Wu Xie, Tai Bai Yunxing, or He Lulan wherever he went. Chapter 1024. Fan Yuan borrows goo. Wind blew wildly past him. Fan Yuan traveled across mountains and rivers. Even without using goo worms, his speed was very fast. After he left the range of the tribulations, he no longer saw flat plains. Instead, there were mountains and forests. Southern border was full of mountains. This was the special characteristic of the region. After running for so long, without any rest, I felt no fatigue at all. Most importantly, I did not even use a single goo worm. Fan Yuan was starting to feel the uniqueness of this body now. A goo master's body, without using goo worms to modify them like black boar goo and white boar goo, was no different to a mortal. Precisely because of the Tao marks in their bodies, goo masters' bodies become extraordinary, filled with unique specialties. My body was created from the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. It seems that the Tao marks in me are not few in number. At the least, the number of strength path Tao marks surpass my previous body's accumulation. Fan Yuan assessed in his mind. After becoming an immortal zombie, he had also stopped feeling physical fatigue. But if his original body revived, he would definitely need to rest if he tried running like this. Fan Yuan ran in the thick forest. He used both his hands and legs to climb cliffs and steep paths. Fan Yuan was still naked. He was like a white figure dashing through the thick forest. He could see the thick forest clearly in his vision. Even during his sprinting, it was as if time was still. Fan Yuan could easily avoid obstacles. Using a phrase from Earth, this is visual acuity. My visual acuity while moving is superb to the extreme. This is definitely inhuman. My original body could only reach this stage after using goo worm. Rapidly, Fan Yuan ascended to the peak of this mountain. The forest that obscured his vision was gone. His field of vision expanded. He could see everything around him. Wind blew as his long hair swayed behind his back. Fan Yuan took a couple of deep breaths before settling down. His breathing was regular and relaxed, as if the running earlier did not happen. His stamina was unbelievable. Mountain winds blew coldly. Fan Yuan was still naked, without being covered up at all, but he felt no chill. His heartbeat returned to normal. Every time it beat, it was very strong and lively. Fan Yuan looked into the distance. His vision was very good. Looking 10,000 steps away, everything was clear to him. Looking around, Fan Yuan's gaze froze. He stared in focus. He saw traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan carried my body and encountered Gu immortals here. They had a fight. Fan Yuan jumped down from a mountain peak. With a loud bang, he landed on a rock 10 meters below. He was uninjured. Even his legs felt no numbness. The rock below him, however, was covered in spider web-like cracks. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He began experimenting. The distance between him and the ground increased. From 10 meters to 15 meters, to 25 meters, and to 40 meters. Using examples from Earth, 15 meters was the height of a 5-story building. 40 meters was a tall building, a lighthouse. He was not at his limit yet. The distance increased to 160 meters. At this point, Fan Yuan felt his feet turning numb. His guts were huge. Several times, he used other areas of his body to land. His chest hit the ground, his back hit the ground. He was able to create holes in the mountain rocks. Fan Yuan stood up from the holes, completely intact. In fact, the numb feeling felt great. Breathing in deeply, Fan Yuan jumped down again. This time, he was at 180 meters. This height was not a problem for Fan Yuan, but the point was, he was pointing his head downwards. Bam! With a loud sound, Fan Yuan's entire head was buried into the rock. Propping himself up, he pulled his head out of the rock. The skull was the hardest part of the body, but Fan Yuan felt something. His skull was numb, and he felt a little dizzy. But this dizziness only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and it was very mild. With a gust of cool breeze, it was gone. Fan Yuan touched his head and inspected his body. He was completely intact. He did not even lose a single strand of hair. He was good as new. Fan Yuan tried to pull his hair. He found out that his hair was very durable. He had to use a lot of strength to pull out one strand. This hair was thicker than a normal person's hair. It was black and shiny, resembling a thin steel wire. Pulling it further, it did not break. It was extremely durable. Fan Yuan thought it over. He tied this hair around his wrist, turning several rounds before tightening it. This hair could not be lost. If someone with ill intentions took it, it was a useful thing for deductions. Fan Yuan ran towards the area with traces of battle, while jumping down from mountain cliffs and testing his limits. The height continued to increase. From 180 meters, he reached 250 meters. At this point, Fan Yuan felt pain, but it was not unbearable yet. Eventually, after 330 meters, Fan Yuan stopped his experiment. From this height, he could already feel evident pain. The area where he landed on was slightly red. There was a slight bruise. 330 meters is not my body's limit? Fan Yuan was shocked. This height was terrifying. Even the Eiffel Tower on Earth was only 300 meters tall. With just this body, without using a single defensive goo, I can reach this level. Even goo immortals, with just their bodies alone, it is not common to reach this level, right? It seems that among the down marks that I have, there are a lot of defensive properties. Realizing this, Fan Yuan was more assured. He had no defensive immortal goo now. He only had unravel mystery, change soul, and attitude goo. Arriving at the location of the battle traces, Fan Yuan squatted down and investigated. It seems to be them. Soon, Fan Yuan stood up, frowning. Without investigative goo worms, it was very troublesome. Fan Yuan could not be certain. But he knew that he had to continue chasing them. There is not much time left. He had no time to check his own abilities. The earlier experiment was only due to convenience. Fan Yuan continued pursuing them. Soon, he found the second and third traces of them. Fan Yuan followed these traces and slowly changed his direction. Battles between goo immortals usually happened in the sky. There were few traces left on the ground. And because Fan Yuan could not fly, it was hard for him to track them. As time passed, Fan Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a comet. With a loud crash, he landed in front of Fan Yuan. Fire spread everywhere, burning all of the surrounding trees. Who is it? Fan Yuan frowned. His eyes shined as he shouted coldly. I am Huakong Dong. Did you come from Itian Mountain? The person was burning in flames. His attitude was not friendly. Fan Yuan's expression turned grim. Change soul immortal goo's aura burst out as he questioned instead of answering. You came at a good time. Just now when you were flying, did you see any suspicious individuals? Sensing the aura of Change soul immortal goo, he knew that Fan Yuan was not to be trifled with. His demeanor changed. The majority of rank 6 Gu immortals did not have immortal Gu. Even though Wukong Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Borders Chai Clan. Chai Clan was a superforce. In this battle of Etian Mountain, Chai Clan's Gu immortals died. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder thus sent an external elder, Gu Immortal Wukong Dong, to investigate the cause. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Wukong Dong thought in his mind, "Suspicious individuals? You are running around here but naked in broad daylight. You are the most suspicious one." He was silent briefly before answering. "There is not a single person within 100 li other than you, sir." "Damn it! Damn it!" Fang Yuan screamed. His expression was twisted and ruthless. He seemed to be bloodthirsty. Next, he clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth, speaking to himself. "It seems they have escaped. But even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will find you. I will return this humiliation to you by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Wukong Dong saw Fang Yuan like this and had a guess. It seems this person is naked because he was plotted against by someone. He lost many Gu worms and suffered a loss. He has a fierce personality, and is furious now. I should be careful." Fang Yuan did not explain anything, but Wukong Dong had already found an explanation for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to provoke Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to deal with his anger. "I did not delve deeply into Etian Mountain. Go and see for yourself." Saying this, Fang Yuan was ready to leave. Hearing this answer, Wukong Dong was not pleased. He wanted to obstruct Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan paused in his steps. He asked, "Wait. You are Wukong Dong? A member of Chai Clan?" "That's right." Wukong Dong stared blankly as he answered. Fang Yuan showed an unsightly smile. "Good, I am old friends with your 9th Supreme Elder. Has he completed his battlefield killer move Myriad Flash Fire?" Wukong Dong quickly replied. 9th Elder is still in seclusion. He is forced to stay in by his grandfather. Earlier he tried to harass Fairy Yi. After I settle this matter, I will look for him," Fang Yuan said, stretching out his arm to Wukong Dong. "Lend me some Gu worms." "Ah?" Wukong Dong was shocked. "What? You are a grand Gu immortal. Just lend me some mortal Gu. Why are you so stingy?" Fang Yuan asked impatiently. Wukong Dong thought, 9th Elder is completing his battlefield killer move, but that is only an excuse to outsiders. The truth is, he did harass Fairy Yi. The other party knows this. He must be friends with him. Even though I joined Chai Clan, I am only a lone cultivator and outsider. But 9th Elder is a member of Chai Clan, and the grandson of 1st Supreme Elder. If I meet his friend and refuse to lend Gu worms, he would definitely be unhappy with me. Then I'll lend them. They're mortal Gu anyway, they don't cost much." Wukong Dong took out his Gu worms, handing them to Fang Yuan, asking, "I wonder what is your name, brother?" "I am Dong Fang Xiongji." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wukong Dong stared as he thought, "He is Dong Fang Xiongji? He is indeed a notorious friend of 9th Elder. He is famous in Southern Border for being extremely stingy. Moreover, he is small-minded and would take revenge for minor grievances. But he doesn't look like this? Oh. He has no clothes left. He could only change his appearance. Never mind, I can forget about getting back these Gu worms I lent him. But if I can get this person to leave after lending to him, it would be a blessing." Chapter 1025. Dark night, cold winds. Whoosh. Fang Yuan flew in the sky, like a fireball. His body was burning in flames. A long trail of smoke was behind him. He had quite the striking appearance. The situation earlier was quite dangerous. Fang Yuan met Wukong Dong. Even though he had 3 immortal Gu, and some soul path and dream path mortal Gu, they were not comprehensive. If they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to use the immortal killer move and swap souls with Wukong Dong, he could not. Earlier, when swapping souls with Ing Wuxie, he had already expended a lot of mortal Gu. All of the Gu worms with him could not form a full set to use the killer move. But using his superior acting skills, not only did he alleviate the danger, he scammed 4 rank 5 mortal Gu from him. In my previous life, I joined the Battle of Etian Mountain and the huge gambling contest. I witnessed the conflicts between Southern Borders Gu immortals and obtained a lot of information. Thanks to this, I was able to learn about the relationship between Chai Clan's 9th Elder and Dong Fang Xiongji. I could deceive Wukong Dong just now thanks to Attitude Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had the original familiar face, he modified it with Attitude Gu as the core, using 1,000 mortal goo for the new version. But he could not use this killer move now. Earlier, against Huakong Dong, he had used Attitude Goo solely. Attitude Goo's ability is to conceal my true emotions and show a fake attitude. It can make others believe it. Thinking back, Fan Yuan felt that Attitude Goo was really useful. Because he used Attitude Goo secretly, his acting earlier was flawless. Huakong Dong felt that Fan Yuan was enraged and did not want to provoke him. There was another advantage too. Even though Attitude Goo was of high rank, it had a low usage requirement. It only expended mental energy. Fan Yuan had just revived, he had little immortal essence, it was far less than his original accumulation. Unfortunately, Attitude Goo is not mine, I have to return it to He Lu Lan eventually. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt it was a great pity. Even though he had revived and obtained a new body, his soul was the same as before, it did not change. Earlier, just after he had reborn, he had set a new alliance agreement with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. This alliance agreement was very restrictive, and did not have any loopholes. It restricted the alliance members in both body and soul. Thus, even though Fan Yuan was in a different body, he could not go against it. But the effect of the alliance agreement should be split into two portions. One is in the soul while the other is in the body. I am only considered half an alliance member. Sigh. Even so, the harm of going against the agreement is too great. Even if it does not affect my body, my soul would not be able to endure it. This body must have quite a lot of wisdom path down marks. While he was pondering, Fan Yuan's thoughts shifted as he realized another point. He distinctly remembered, when he had just become an immortal zombie, his mind could not work well, he was like a dying old man whose thinking was very slow. Using wisdom path methods, he managed to overcome this flaw. After obtaining a new body, he could feel his thoughts turning rapidly with just a shift of his mind. Inspiration was bursting out like the water of a fountain. During the process of thinking, thoughts were being produced in larger numbers, like the ripples of waves from the sea. I can finally stop using wisdom path goo worms to replenish the thoughts in my mind. At this moment, Fan Yuan was about to tear up. In the past, he had to use goo worms to generate thoughts and think. But now, with a living body, he could produce large numbers of thoughts, and these thoughts varied greatly. There were malicious thoughts, kind thoughts, longing thoughts, empty thoughts, battle thoughts, evil thoughts, obsessed thoughts. As long as a person is alive, there would be a great variety of thoughts in their mind. This is not strange. But my speed of producing thoughts is much faster than normal. I could sustain even the rate of consumption under the light of wisdom for a long time. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan predicted that this body had a significant number of wisdom path Dao marks. As to how many, he could not estimate the numbers yet. The clarity of his cognition was unprecedented. Even his former body, before becoming an immortal zombie, was far inferior. Other than wisdom path Dao marks, I also have quite a number of fire path Dao marks. Fan Yuan looked at the flames on his body as bright light flashed in his eyes. The clothing of fire he was wearing was the rank 5 fire Kate Gu. Once used, it would cause the body to burn in flames. They were harmless but had an elaborate effect, showing an eye-catching appearance. Huakong Dong also used this goo, but his body was covered in flames that were less than a human finger long. But Fan Yuan's flames not only covered his whole body, they were very long, the height of the flames exceeded the forearm of an adult man. Other than fire Kate Gu, Fan Yuan also borrowed a rank 5 flying smoke goo. Right now, Fan Yuan was flying in the sky. It was due to flying smoke goo. Behind Fan Yuan, thick black smoke billowed out. Most importantly, his speed was so fast that it exceeded the normal limits of flying smoke goo. It could match some mortal killer moves. During the process of flying, winds blew wildly as he left the mountains behind. Fan Yuan had an idea in his mind. It seems that not only are there fire path Dao marks, I also have Dao marks suited for flying. He could finally fly. This way, Fan Yuan's flying quasi-grandmaster attainment level could be displayed. Being able to fly meant that he could be very agile in fighting. When humans stood on the ground, they could only move left, right, forward, backward, or jump up and down. But in the sky, they could fly in all directions, evading wherever they wished. This was a qualitative change. His battle strength rose rapidly because of just one goo worm. Of course, Fan Yuan's current battle strength was still very low among goo immortals. If he met other southern border goo immortals, he would need to deceive them using attitude goo. I should try to avoid battles and catch up to Ing Wuxie. I need to expose his identity and join up with He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fan Yuan planned. Right now, because Etian Mountain was covered by the huge dream realm, Ing Wuxie would not go there. Fan Yuan's special will would not activate if he went there. After the time limit was up, Fan Yuan's goo worms would self-detonate. But as long as Fan Yuan controlled the situation, it could still be resolved. That was to use He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing's help to collect goo worms and swap souls again. After using Change Soul, Fan Yuan would return to his original body and mobilize his goo worms, extracting the special will from them. There is a need to explain the relationship between souls, bodies, and thoughts here. With just a body, thoughts could not be produced, the body only provided the mind. The soul produces thoughts, but they could not last, the mind was needed to store them and cause collisions to result in thinking. When goo masters manipulate goo worms, normally speaking, they were using thoughts to control them. Ing Wuxie's soul would produce different thoughts from Fan Yuan's. Thus, he could not use Fan Yuan's goo worms. Time was pressing, Fan Yuan needed to hurry. Being able to fly expanded his field of vision. It was immensely better than searching on foot. Along the way, he saw many traces of fighting. Goo immortals usually fought in the sky, this was a trait that separated them from goo masters. Goo immortals had goo worms and time to train their flying abilities. But goo masters normally could not. Thus, though these traces were all left behind during battle, there was little obvious damage to the terrain. Luckily, southern border had a lot of mountains. If this was northern plains with linear terrain, the traces would be fainter. If it was eastern sea or western desert, the signs would be even more faint. But despite this, Fan Yuan could not catch his target. As the sky turned dark, his heart sank. Sigh! He exhaled at the sky. He gave up on chasing them. He changed his mind and left, rapidly retreating. Fan Yuan was taking a huge risk in searching for them. Etian Mountain was already a troublesome place to be nearby. Spectral soul refined goo and went through tribulation. Many southern border goo immortals died. The matter had escalated so much that more southern border goo immortals were sure to investigate the area. Ing Wuxie and the others encountered some of these southern border goo immortals who came to investigate. Fan Yuan met Huakong Dong, but he was only one of them. The difference between the two situations was, the former were northern plains goo immortals. They were regarded with antagonism by southern border goo immortals. Fan Yuan had a southern border goo immortal aura. He did not attract excessive suspicion. But if he continued to stay, even if Fan Yuan had attitude goo, it was not safe. I left a lot of fake will in my mind, but Ing Wuxie did not chase after me. Was it because of the obstruction of these southern border goo immortals? Or did he find out my arrangement? Or were there some hidden details? Fan Yuan guessed. The huge force of Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables, tens of thousands of years of planning, there are surely arrangements left behind. Even just Zombie Alliance's branches in the 5 regions are already a huge asset. Would Ing Wuxie go to them? In the worst case scenario, if he uses my identity to take over my assets, how can I deal with it? Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to cultivate. They are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Ing Wuxie does not know the scenery of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly teleport to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley using fixed immortal travel, right? Even after swapping souls, the land spirit should be able to detect the difference. But there are many ways to deceive land spirits, and the enemy is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split soul. Fan Yuan gradually stopped flying, he floated in the air. Cold wind continued to blow, his mind seemingly was being chilled. The night became darker, Fan Yuan's face also had a deep layer of gloominess. Where did Ing Wuxie, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lu Lan go exactly? Fixed immortal travel. Jade green light dissipated, Ing Wuxie left southern border, returning to central continent. Ma! Master? Before he looked around, a meek voice could be heard. It is me. Ing Wuxie raised his head, replying nonchalantly. Looking around, his lips curled into a smile. Chapter 1026. Given to Feng Jin Huang. Master, please speak the secret code. That timid voice spoke again. Ing Wuxie spoke. Heaven has 9 layers. That voice continued. The land has 5 regions. Ing Wuxie spoke. Throughout the ages. The voice continued. Ruling over all beings. With a loud sound, 2 knees landed on the ground, and a sobbing voice could be heard. "Shirnu pays respects to Master. Stand up." Ing Wuxia laughed, raising his hand as a signal to the kneeling Rockman Gu Immortal. The Rockman Gu Immortal kowtowed 3 times before respectfully standing up. However, facing Ing Wuxia, his hands were still dropped, his legs were closed tightly, and his body was still in a half-bowing posture, his eyes only gazing at Ing Wuxia's feet, not daring to look straight into Ing Wuxia's eyes. The Gu Immortal aura from him was strong, at rank 7 level. Ing Wuxia used fixed immortal travel, but did not go straight to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and seize Dang Hun Mountain. Instead, he arrived at this secret base of Shadow Sect in Central Continent. Ing Wuxia's soul was a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Previously, his childlike frankness and lack of sophistication were because of the pure dream reality seeker physique erasing the soul's memories. With his memories erased, Ing Wuxia was like a newborn, he would naturally have limited shrewdness. But the battle on the edge of life and death tempered his character, and going through the imparting of Spectral Soul's will in the Red Lotus True Inheritance, Ing Wuxia's memories had already recovered to some degree, and was much more mature and steady when handling matters. He had experienced rebirth, and thus already knew Fang Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use any goo worms on his body, Fang Yuan's fake will was in his mind, and slight carelessness would have his thoughts influenced. He had an extremely large number of goo worms, as well as a dazzling array of immortal goo, but Ing Wuxia could only use fixed immortal travel. In such a situation, he naturally would not stupidly run to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if he had ways to deceive the land spirit, he still required many goo worms to put them to use. If he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land without any preparations, he would definitely be found out by the land spirit, and that would be truly troublesome. Thus Ing Wuxia used fixed immortal travel to first arrive at this place and make preparations. "First take me to the underground core," Ing Wuxia instructed. "Yes, Master," Gu Immortal Shirnu quickly responded. The two drilled into the ground, going through many twisting dark tunnels, and arrived before an underground chamber. This chamber was extremely large, spanning as far as the eye could see. The yellowish-brown soil in the chamber was extremely dense and thick, constantly rolling around. In the periphery of the chamber were layers and layers of goo formations, for healing, concealing, supporting, and other uses. Ing Wuxia fixed his eyes upon a spot, vaguely seeing a sphere made of a soul in the center of the soil, sinking and rising. He observed it for a while, letting out a sigh. This soul sphere was Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in passing his tribulation, and was barely saved by Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. Thousands of years had gone by, but the injuries to Bo Qing's soul were instead worsening. Not only did it not recover, it was reduced to this soul sphere. Bo Qing's soul was struck by the myriad tribulation. Water path Dao marks lingered around him, constantly generating without pause. Although it was inhibited by the dense earth path Dao marks in the underground core, it was temporary relief that could only delay for some time and not cure it. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, they were at a loss on what to do. However, Shadow Sect had never given up. To look over this area, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. After some nurturing, they raised a Rockman Gu Immortal. This Rockman Gu Immortal was Shirnu originally. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned and conspired for tens of thousands of years to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Although Shirnu was only rank 7, he was also a considerable battle strength. Unfortunately, when they were about to summon him, an unexpected mishap occurred here. A wild one-eyed giant ape appeared. Shirnu had no choice but to come out and fight the giant ape and draw it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already set the situation. Shadow Sect was already busy dealing with this, and thus did not summon Shirnu. As such, Gu Immortal Shirnu had luckily survived. Actually, there were many unexpected incidents occurring in all aspects related to Shadow Sect. Apart from Shirnu, the most clear example was Qin Bai Xing running into Feng Jiuge. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, desiring to go against heaven. Heaven's will would naturally see to stop it. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be somewhat better. Unfortunately, he was a native of this world and was extremely restricted by Heaven's will. Shadow Sect's strength was absolutely not small, and it was spread over 5 regions. But because of Heaven's will's obstruction, they were not able to use all their strength. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was defeated, Shadow Sect dispersed. In particular, their subordinate organization, Zombie Alliance, was completely annihilated. But in the 5 regions, they still had some remaining arrangements. Like Gu Immortal sure knew. After half an hour. Where is this? Tai Bai Yunxing came out of Ing Wu Xia's immortal aperture. It is not Hu Immortal Blessed Land? He Lu Lan also came out of Ing Wu Xia's immortal aperture shortly afterwards. The two gazed at their surroundings in doubt. They found they were in an underground room. The arrangement here was extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms and immediately found this underground room was only a small portion of an entire underground maze. This is the underground environment of Rockman. So this is below the ground? Tai Bai Yunxing had a slight realization. Ing Wu Xia nodded. Right. We have already returned to Central Continent. Right now, we are in Earth Abyss. The Rockmen here have already been transferred out. This is a secret base arranged by Master. No wonder you put Starform Blessed Land in Earth Abyss. So Master had already arranged a location in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. So Fang Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Ing Wu Xia mentally noted it down. Purple Mountain True Monarch? He Lu Lan's mind shook as she narrowed her eyes, staring at Ing Wu Xia and asking, why did you not go directly to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Ing Wu Xia was already prepared, replying calmly, it is not that I don't want to return. But my identity is exposed now. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals know about me. Although their speed in returning to Central Continent can't match fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. They can notify the 10 great ancient sects to surround Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Such a simple matter, they definitely have already done it. If we directly return there, we might just be sending ourselves into a trap. So I first moved here to scout for intelligence. Then what did you find out? He Lu Lan asked. Ing Wu Xia sighed. It is like I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the true culprits of the destruction of 88 True Young Building. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is already surrounded, and they will attack the Blessed Land any moment now. Tai Bai Yunxing was greatly shocked. Danghun Mountain is still there, what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing knew Fang Yuan had already found a revival method. As such, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value had greatly reduced. What was more important were the cultivation resources in the Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain was extremely important, they had an inexhaustible source of income with it. Ing Wu Xia sneered. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is lost. I will let the 10 great ancient sects safeguard the resources inside for a while. Sooner or later, I will take them back. The urgent thing is to make preparations and recover. Ah! Ing Wu Xia suddenly stopped speaking, his face revealing a shocked and startled expression. What happened? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. A furious look flashed past Ing Wu Xia's eyes, before he bitterly smiled and brought out Fixed Immortal Travel's destroyed body. I was struck by Shadow Sect's moves, but forcibly activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now, it is destroyed. This? For a moment, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan both felt deeply regretful. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely practical. Now that it was dead, the 3 immortals all felt great loss. Ing Wu Xia was extremely furious inwardly. How could Fixed Immortal Travel self-destruct all of a sudden? It seems Fang Yuan left behind some methods. Damn it! He not only schemed against me, he intentionally let me use Fixed Immortal Travel to try to lure me into going to Yitian Mountain. Moreover, he still left behind this method. Since Fixed Immortal Travel could self-destruct, then the same should also apply to Fang Yuan's other goo worms. Thinking of this, Ing Wu Xia was immediately unable to stand by. He now had to think of ways to subdue these goo worms of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's arrangement had truly caught him unprepared. Special will, it should be the special will. Looks like I need to race against time. I need to borrow immortal goo to suppress his goo worms. I can't let them self-destruct as well. Ing Wu Xia screamed internally, unable to conceal his anxiousness on the surface. Tai Bai Yunxing felt something amiss and asked in concern. Fang Yuan, what's wrong? Ing Wu Xia's face was very gloomy. We have huge trouble. I must quickly deal with it, otherwise my other goo worms will also have the same ending as Fixed Immortal Travel. What? Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt like his heart was burning. He also felt anxious. You two rest and recuperate first. You will be led to your rooms by the rock men in a while. Humph, I can deal with this situation. After all, Master has not only left behind this stronghold, we still have our network. Ing Wu Xia finished speaking and then left. Meanwhile in Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. We have broken through. We have broken through. Ha ha. Who immortal blessed land has finally been captured by us. Let me see what benefits this kid Fan Yuan had gotten. Be patient, don't forget Dang Hun Mountain will be managed in turns by us, the 10 great ancient sects. Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent flocked inside, excitedly storming their way into Hu immortal blessed land. Afterwards it was like their whole bodies were drenched in cold water. Empty, how could it be empty? There is nothing here, what's going on? Where is Dang Hun Mountain? Where did Dang Hun Mountain go? Central Continent's Gu immortals shouted one after the other. You are Lord Feng Jiuge? Hu immortal land spirit appeared in front of Feng Jiuge and looked at him with her large watery eyes. Feng Jiuge was slightly taken aback. I am. My master instructed me to tell Lord that he has already taken everything he needs. As for this blessed land, it shall be given to Lord's daughter, Feng Jinhuang. Hu immortal land spirit said openly. What? Fan Yuan was faster than us? Didn't our combined deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Fan Yuan hand over Hu immortal blessed land to Feng Jinhuang? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of it, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, these two have been pretty close. Everyone in the 10 sects know of this. The Gu immortals mumbled. Feng Jiuji's gaze swept past them and these whispers immediately stopped. Chapter 1027. 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Going back a while ago in time. Fan Yuan chasing Wu Xia with no results, he stopped in the air, feeling dejected. Darkness was becoming deeper as it enshrouded the land. This was a cold night. Wind blew eerily, as Fan Yuan felt a chill in his mind. His original plan was great. Making arrangements in his body, leaving behind fake will and special will, lending fixed immortal travel, according to Fan Yuan's estimations, this plan was very likely to succeed. But the result in reality was failure. Fan Yuan did not know that he had succeeded once, but because of heaven's will and spring-autumn cicada, it all fell apart. Even though he lost, Fan Yuan decided to face the results without denying or trying to make excuses. In fact, he was mentally prepared. This was his mental fortitude created after hundreds of years in this world. Any plan, no matter how detailed, had a possibility of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan over tens of thousands of years, after so many deductions, didn't it still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Fan Yuan. In this world, no matter who it was, there was no one who would never fail. Fan Yuan attempted to guess Wu Xia's situation. The most likely scenario was that right now, because of the obstruction of southern border Gu immortals, Wu Xia could not go to Yitian Mountain. If that was the case, Fan Yuan's arrangements were still in place, Wu Xia had not discovered them. This was not the worst situation. Perhaps if Fan Yuan continued chasing them, he might get back all his Gu worms and regain his peak battle strength again. But this was only one possibility. Fan Yuan had a vigilant nature, he considered defeat before thinking about victory. He preferred to make the worst possible assumptions and prepare against them. Then, what would be the worst situation? Fan Yuan floated in the night sky, asking himself. The worst-case scenario was if Wu Xia found out his arrangements and exploited them to his benefit, deceiving Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan, going to Starform Blessed Land or Hu Immortal Blessed Land and taking all of his assets. This was very possible. From Fan Yuan's perspective, Wu Xia was Spectral Soul's split soul, his foundation was very abundant, it may not be hard to detect this arrangement. The most important thing was, Yitian Mountain had manifested a gigantic dream realm. The dream realm was the greatest obstacle, Wu Xia could not return to Yitian Mountain. Spectral Soul's main body had already fallen deep into the dream realm, Wu Xia definitely wanted to rescue his main body, but he had too few Dream Path Gu worms. In his previous body, there were a number of Dream Path Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu, but after the body detonated, it was unknown whether these Gu worms still existed. Gu worms were very fragile, even Immortal Gu could be destroyed by a child's fingers. Even if these Dream Path Gu worms were still alive, the Dream Realm was way too big. In his current state, Wu Xia could not enter the Dream Realm and take these Gu worms back. Fan Yuan did not have a mentality of leaving things to chance, he stopped chasing them and landed on a nearby mountain. There were many mountains in southern border, with many forests on these mountains. Fan Yuan was leaning against a huge pine tree, he sat on a thick branch as he calmed his mind, using connecting heaven Gu. He had borrowed 4 rank 5 mortal goo from Huakong Dong. One was flying smoke goo, one was fire cape goo. The other 2 were connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo. The latter 2 were necessities to goo immortals. Using these 2 goo worms, they could connect to treasure yellow heaven. It was the biggest market for goo immortals across the 5 regions. It was not suspicious that Fan Yuan sought these goo worms from Huakong Dong. If he had them in the first place, he could buy some appropriate goo worms and treasure yellow heaven. He would not need to run around naked. But he could not ask for more. Even if Fan Yuan had attitude goo, and Huakong Dong would not suspect his identity, the latter would think that he was taking advantage of him. Fan Yuan had inspected these 4 goo worms before he carefully used them. There was no issue with connecting heaven goo, but when Fan Yuan was about to use it, his body shook. He showed an expression of immense shock. With his mental fortitude, he could already completely conceal his emotions. But at this moment, his shock was so great, it was unprecedented in his entire life after rebirth. Even when he learned that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fan Yuan had never been so shocked before. His body and mind were trembling. His mind was quaking incessantly. He was staring with wide-opened eyes, looking at the night sky and lush leaves. He appeared like he was in a daze. "Calm down," Fan Yuan blinked, telling himself, but his breathing was rough, his heart was beating rapidly. He sent his consciousness into his immortal aperture again. At the second glance, Fan Yuan observed his brand new immortal aperture again. Immense shock. He frowned, his entire body tensed. An unbelievable immortal aperture was presented to him. What sort of amazing immortal aperture was this? If I did not witness this personally, I would never believe that such an immortal aperture exists in the world. Fan Yuan was filled with this thought. In fact, he had already been mentally prepared. Spectral Soul had spent tens of thousands of years and used up almost all of Shadow Sect's assets. What was it for? It was to refine this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. Looking over the entire refinement process, they first used the 10 extreme immortal zombies to create the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. They next used the bodies and immortal apertures of countless southern border goo immortals who died as goo refinement material. They next sent the members of Zombie Alliance, over 100 immortal zombies, into the formation. Finally, the demon Venerable did not stint on sacrifices to himself to activate the 10 extreme formation. Finally, using the countless grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, this grand feat was achieved. The difficulty of each of these steps was unimaginable for rank 8 goo immortals. Just the first step, to collect all 10 of the 10 extreme physiques, it was very difficult. Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, along with some luck, were needed to do this. Not to mention the rest of the steps. After spending such a great sum and sacrificing so much, a rank 9 immortal goo was formed eventually. Even if Fan Yuan did not know the inside details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus goo had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal goo, in the vast numbers of goo worms, had the same status as rank 9 venerables. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Fan Yuan had interacted with a rank 9 immortal goo before. That was wisdom goo. Facing wisdom goo, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like seeing a luxurious meal, but he could only smell it. Even so, the smell was so amazing and brought Fan Yuan immense benefits. Without the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan could not progress so rapidly and fiercely to this extent. He recently encountered his second rank 9 immortal goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo. This time, not only did he smell it, he swallowed this supreme meal whole. Spectral Soul refined sovereign immortal fetus goo. It is definitely not so simple. There are profound mysteries behind it. After rebirth, this idea was lingering in Fan Yuan's mind. But he was chasing after Ing Wu Xie. He had no time to explore the mysteries of this body. Fan Yuan's new body was formed by sovereign immortal fetus goo. Even though there were huge mysteries behind it, there was no rush. The urgent matter was to catch Ing Wu Xie and take back his goo worms. Thus Fan Yuan threw this matter to the back of his mind. But now, he failed to catch Ing Wu Xie. He had to make a response to the worst-case scenario, thus he wanted to use connecting heaven goo to enter treasure yellow heaven. At this moment, he looked into the immortal aperture for the first time. With just one glance, he was extremely stunned. Because the scenery of this immortal aperture was not normal, it had greatly exceeded Fan Yuan's common sense in regards to cultivation, that had been accumulated over hundreds of years. This immortal aperture was a rank 6 Gu immortal blessed land, but the space was huge, extremely huge. To what extent? Most rank 6 Gu immortals had medium, or low-grade blessed lands. A low-grade blessed land had a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, while a medium-grade blessed land could have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers. This was the case for most rank 6 Gu immortals. A smaller number of rank 6 Gu immortals, who were like Tai Bai Yunxing, had an impressive inheritance and had abundant foundation when ascending to immortal. They would obtain a high-grade blessed land. High-grade blessed lands were formed with a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers. High, medium, and low-grade blessed lands were the cases for most rank 6 Gu immortals. Most because there were exceptions. The 10 extreme physiques. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark eye soul physique, verdant great sun physique, desolate ancient moon physique. Once a person of the 10 extreme physiques became a Gu immortal, like He Lulan, they would obtain a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had a territory of over 6,700 square kilometers but did not exceed 13,000 square kilometers. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were already rare to begin with, and most of them would die along the way, there were few who could become immortals. Of course, once a 10 extreme immortal came into being, just the space of the immortal aperture was a huge asset for them. Bigger immortal apertures were better, because the larger they were, the more space path down marks they had, and the more they could carry. The production of resources and limits on their growth would be higher as well. Many Gu immortals encounter a problem when they cultivate. Their immortal aperture did not have enough space. Their beast groups were too big, they had to sell some. The variant humans were too large in number, they needed to sell slaves. There were too many flowers and grass inside, they had to get rid of some. Everyone knew that the larger the beast groups, the more young they would produce. Everyone knew that the larger the number of variant humans, the more they would reproduce. Everyone knew that their plants were more valuable when they were allowed to grow and expand further. But they had no choice. The size of the immortal aperture was the limitation. Thus, many Gu immortals tried all ways possible to increase the sizes of their immortal apertures. For example, expand space immortal Gu could increase the number of space path down marks in the immortal aperture. It was one of the ways to increase the space inside of the immortal aperture. Chapter 1028. 9.5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. However, methods like expand space immortal Gu were only icing on the cake. No matter what methods were used, the biggest factor in determining the limit of the size of the blessed land was still its grade. Looking at Fan Yuan's immortal aperture again. Every layer of his immortal aperture had over 33,500 square kilometers of space. 33,500 square kilometers already exceeded the super-grade blessed land of a 10 extreme physique Gu immortal vastly. And this was just one layer. Fan Yuan found that his immortal aperture had 10 layers. And each layer had more than 33,500 square kilometers of space. Adding them up, 10 layers amounted to over 335,000 square kilometers of space. What did that imply? Fan Yuan could not imagine. Because he had never heard of such a ridiculous immortal aperture in the world. The large space inside was only the first point. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture was split into 10 layers. This was very unique. Normal blessed lands would not have separate spaces. They only had one unified area. For example, Hu immortal blessed land and star-formed blessed land. When would the space inside the immortal aperture split up? It was when immortal apertures become grotto heavens. By then, the immortal aperture would undergo changes according to the Gu immortal's body, creating many different areas and segments. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a prime example. My blessed land has the characteristics of a grotto heaven? Even what may be the greatest blessed land in the world, Langya Blessed Land, only has one unified space. And Langya Blessed Land has fallen from a grotto heaven, while my blessed land has just started at rank 6. And in this first layer, it is split into 5 areas. Fan Yuan's immortal aperture had 10 layers. The first layer was a vast piece of land, split into 5 areas. The second to 10th layers had no soil or earth, they were empty. What made Fan Yuan surprised was that the 5 areas in the first layer were divided very clearly. The central area had the most fertile soil and differences in terrain within. The southern area had many mountains and peaks, it was moist and foggy. The northern area had huge grasslands with strong winds, The eastern area was a sea with countless islands, like a huge chessboard. The western area was desolate, and had high temperatures. It was mainly a desert. This arrangement, isn't it the 5 regions of this world? Southern border, eastern sea, central continent, northern plains, western desert. Fan Yuan mumbled internally. What shocked him were the 2nd to 10th layers. In these 9 layers there was no soil, there was nothing, but they were all colored red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, and black respectively. Aren't the immemorial 9 heavens arranged with these colors as well? But later Rinzhu and his 10 children caused 7 of the heavens to collapse, resulting in the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens to scatter and fall. Right now, only white and black heaven are left. 9 heavens, 5 regions, 9-5. Sovereign. So this is why it is called Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. In fact, Fan Yuan had some expectations that his immortal aperture would be different from others, that it would be very exemplary. But he did not expect it to be so impressive. Impressive to the point that Fan Yuan felt a little fearful. Fearful? This emotion seemed hard to understand. But to make a comparison, Tai Bai Yunxing was an elite person. He Lu Lan was a 10 extreme immortal, a genius among elites. And what was Fan Yuan? He was far beyond any genius. If he had to be described in one word, that would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would feel admiration, envy, or resentment towards them. As for monsters, freaks who went far beyond common sense, people would feel fear and the urge to eliminate them. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, his aperture was only high grade. After rebirth, his strength path immortal aperture was only medium grade. He had worked hard for the goal of attaining super grade. But suddenly, he obtained this immortal aperture. All of a sudden, he had turned from an ordinary Gu immortal to a ridiculous and freakish monster. Naturally, he felt some fear. I cannot let news of this immortal aperture be exposed. Once it is exposed, I will face an endless wave of enemies who wants me dead. But even if I told people about this immortal aperture, nobody would believe me. Ah, no, at least Spectral Soul would believe it. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's expression turned grim. The better the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture was, the deeper the enmity between Fan Yuan and Spectral Soul, along with Shadow Sect. Even though Fan Yuan had not uncovered the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture yet on the surface, with just these traits, his relationship with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Against such an enemy, Fan Yuan felt deep pressure. Right now, Spectral Soul's main body is still trapped in the dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years. He definitely has backup plans. Ing Wu Xie is his split soul. He is now in my body with his whereabouts unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is finished. While Shadow Sect lost terribly, how much foundation does this secretive superforce have left? And in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? His new body was very useful. In just a moment, Fan Yuan thought of many things. The thoughts in his mind collided into one another, causing intense reactions. I should connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven first. Fan Yuan cleared his mind. It only took a bit of time for him to absorb the information regarding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. There was no big issue. He used Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu, easily finding Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the #1 market for Gu Immortals of the 5 regions. It had a huge origin. It was formed from a Gu Immortal's Grotto Heaven and a large immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment. Yellow Heaven, of the immemorial 9 heavens, was of the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even when a mortal raises their head, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. When a Gu Immortal uses Connecting Heaven Gu, they could sense Treasure Yellow Heaven, which was like a torch in the darkness. His attempt at connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven was very successful. Soon, within Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture, there was a smooth mirror. Inside, he could see Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan activated Divine Sense Gu, sending his thoughts inside. In a short time, he found Little Hu Immortal. In accordance with Fan Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal had been keeping her Connecting Heaven Gu open the entire time. After rebirth, even though Fan Yuan did not know how the Battle of Etian Mountain would turn out, he knew that if he was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be besieged by Central Continent Gu Immortals. The dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons inside Who Immortal Blessed Land had already been shifted into Starform Blessed Land. Who Immortal Blessed Land only had Dang Hun Mountain, several Fan Yuan stone nests, and a large number of Hairy Man's slaves left. In the underground cave, there was Wisdom Goo, as well as the Sword Path Immortal Goo that Fan Yuan had taken from Immortal Zombie Bo Chin. Dang Hun Mountain was kept in Who Immortal Blessed Land so that he could easily sell Guts Goo. After all, Who Immortal Blessed Land was connected to Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. If it were in Starform Blessed Land, it could be easily deduced. There was another point. Who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Blessed Land. It had a larger number of Enslavement Path Dao marks. It could allow Fan Yuan to manage the Hairy Man's slaves more easily. If these hairy men were moved to Starform Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient, and would not refine Goo as enthusiastically. Even though hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions, their attitude to work varied. Of course, Fan Yuan was considering Hei Lu Lan and Blazing Heaven Demoness as well. As for Wisdom Goo, Fan Yuan wanted to relocate it the most. But Fan Yuan did not have this ability. Back then, his agreement with Wisdom Goo was made under a special situation. Fan Yuan and Little Who Immortal quickly connected. "Is it Master?" Little Who Immortal was joyous as she asked this. "It's me," Fan Yuan answered. "It really is Master?" "Quickly confirm the secret code with me," Little Who Immortal said again. The two confirmed the code as Little Who Immortal said happily. "Master, are you okay? I miss you so much." Fan Yuan laughed. He told Little Who Immortal some important details as he told her to use Plan B Section C. All along, Fan Yuan had been facing a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that Central Continent's Who Immortals would attack Who Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize his losses, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom and deduced many plans to deal with many situations. Furthermore, he gave these plans to Little Who Immortal. It was good to prepare in advance. But after hearing his words, Little Who Immortal thought about that plan and was stunned. She spoke as she cried. "Master, Master, you don't want me anymore? I am very obedient. I will listen to Master more from now on." "Heh." Fan Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, Plan B Section C has been recently edited. Act according to it, and the other party will not truly accept you." Little Who Immortal smiled through her tears. She trusted Fan Yuan completely. She did not doubt his judgment. She followed this plan and contacted Langya Land Spirit. Over on Langya Land Spirit's end, Fan Yuan had already told him long ago. After all, he was the external supreme elder of Langya sect. Langya Land Spirit quickly dispatched a group of rank 6 Hairy Man Gu Immortals, using a stargate to get to Who Immortal Blessed Land. They displayed the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, turning into a giant and carrying Dang Hun Mountain, before placing it in the immortal aperture of one of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and going back to Langya Blessed Land through the stargate. Little Who Immortal next brought them to Wisdom Goo. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals were stunned. They transmitted the information back to Langya Land Spirit, and after his shock, he used his methods to convince Wisdom Goo to enter one of their immortal apertures, before going back to Langya Blessed Land. After learning about this outcome, Fan Yuan relaxed. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Goo to Langya Land Spirit out of necessity. The outcome was that Langya Land Spirit did not disappoint Fan Yuan. He was an obsession of the rank 8 long hair ancestor after all. Back then, long hair ancestor's refinement path attainment had exceeded that of 2 venerables, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was the number 1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had an unfathomable foundation. Some people in the future who researched him conjectured that long hair ancestor's limitation was that he was a hairy man variant human. If he were a normal human Gu Immortal, he might have reached the supreme realm of rank 9. After Langya Land Spirit transported Wisdom Goo to Langya Blessed Land, Fan Yuan contacted Starform Blessed Land and sent Luo Pavali, which was inside, to Langya Blessed Land as well. This way, Dang Hun Mountain and Langya Blessed Land were both inside Langya Blessed Land. Even if fixed immortal travel did not self-detonate, and Ing Wuxie obtained it, he would go to Dang Hun Mountain or Luopa Valley, and Langya's sect would have to deal with the danger instead. Chapter 1029. Vital Immortal Goo Dog Shit Luck. The relocation of Who Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land is also settled now. Fan Yuan could finally exhale a breath of relief after completing this matter. He considered defeat before considering victory. After this matter was settled, no matter how Ing Wuxie reacted, Fan Yuan's losses would already be reduced greatly. It was interesting, actually. Under a series of odd events, his and Ing Wu Xie's statuses had swapped. Fan Yuan aspired to attain eternal life. A physical body to him was no different to a bag of flesh, and he felt no reluctance in altering it. What he cared about were three aspects. First, his original body's goo worms. Second, the cultivation resources he accumulated in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land. Third, the relations with He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Langya Land Spirit, Spirit Affinity House, Immortal Crane Sect, and others. Fan Yuan gazed at the dark sky, the mountain winds shaking the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He pondered. By this time, fixed immortal travel should have already self-destructed. Next, the other goo worms will self-destruct one after the other. I wonder how Ing Wu Xie will deal with this. There is little to no hope for me in taking these goo worms back now. The resources of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land have already been moved. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has fallen into the hands of Central Continent's Goo Immortals, and Starform Blessed Land is hidden deep within Earth Abyss. Now, only the third matter remains: He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and others. Fan Yuan carefully pondered. Regarding the third aspect, the relations with Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect were already broken. The truth of Fan Yuan destroying 88 Truyang Building was already exposed everywhere. Heavenly Court would definitely pursue this and find trouble with Fan Yuan. From a certain perspective, Ing Wu Xie possessing Fan Yuan's physical body meant he would face the disaster for Fan Yuan to an extent. So he did not need to worry about these. What Fan Yuan was worried about were He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value had fallen sharply, but she was still a 10 extreme physique Goo Immortal with the great strength true martial physique. Adding in her identity in his previous life as Spirit Affinity House's fairy, as well as her strong luck and formidable character, she absolutely could not be looked down upon. And Tai Bai Yunxing might only have 2 immortal goo, but each of them were top-grade goo worms with huge practical value. Fan Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Ing Wu Xie to make difficulties for him. So after he connected with Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land, he immediately tried to communicate with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They had left behind their wills in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This was a communication method prepared early on. But although Fan Yuan contacted these 2 wills at Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had yet to truly contact the 2 of them. Only when these 2 people connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and their wills return to their main bodies would they be able to understand and learn the truth. With no contact from them, the worry in Fan Yuan's eyes became even deeper. Without other options, he chose to give up trying for now and contacted Langya Land Spirit. And this time, he obtained a reply almost immediately. "Lad, you finally contacted me!" Langya Land Spirit appeared extremely excited as he called out. In truth, he had agreed to help Fan Yuan relocate the resources mainly due to Fan Yuan's status as a member of Langya sect. But when he saw Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely dumbstruck with amazement. To sum it up in a single word, he was shocked. He had never expected Fan Yuan's hidden accumulations to be so deep. So deep to the extent it made him unable to believe it. Hearing Langya Land Spirit's words, Fan Yuan smiled. It was as if he was looking at the land spirit, with hair all over his body, like a gorilla jumping around with an exaggerated appearance. Langya Land Spirit originated from long hair.